Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 3174 to Chapter 3258. Bright Moon Ring Dragon Blade. Enlightened being Gouda was unstoppable as he charged forward. The berserk dragon ring blade slashed across the sky. Sword 14, one sword light shines on 14 prefectures. Xianxia's sword and Reverend Gouda's blade collided with each other. Chi waves rolled out and shook the void. Xianxia let out a furious roar. The momentum of the heavenly dragon sword changed again. The soul of the sword was unleashed, instantly forcing Reverend Gouda to retreat. Enlightened being Wuda was shocked. This kid had exceeded his imagination. Even enlightened being Gouda could not gain any advantage against him. Enlightened being Gouda spat out a mouthful of blood as he stared at Xianxia. However, he had to admit that Xianxia was stronger than him. Experts from the Titanium Temple? They're just a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Xianxia stood with his sword and sneered. Enlightened being Gouda and the others' faces turned pale as they heard Xianxia's words. Don't listen to his slanderous words. All of you, kill this bastard. We must not let him off. Enlightened being Wuda held his Buddhist discipline staff and attacked the enemy's nest. Haha, 6 half-step deity emperors. You might as well call them 6 trash. Titanium Temple, you're really disappointing. Xianxia said with a laugh. Reverend Gouda was hot-tempered, obviously unable to suppress the anger in his heart. His mind was in a state of unrest. The anger in his eyes was the strongest because he had never been suppressed by a hierarch before. He was one of the best among the half-step divine emperors, but he was defeated by this bastard. How could he not be angry? How could he not be angry? If 1 comes, I'll kill 1. If 2 comes, I'll kill both. Titanium Temple, today, I'll turn you all into diamond puppets. Xianxia proudly rose up, soaring into the sky. Sage Wuda's eyes were cold as he rushed to the top of the mountain, fighting with Xianxia with all their might. The heavens and earth shattered, the air trembled, and the void shattered. Both of their strengths were equally powerful. Sage Wuda looked down on all heroes, heading straight for Xianxia. As the leader of the Vajra Temple, he was determined to kill Xianxia to stabilize the morale of the army. Xianxia, a late hierarch realm expert, was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Other than perfected Wuda and perfected Gouda, the other 4 half-step deity emperors could not even get close to him. Under Xianxia's sword chi, they were forced into a panic. Xianxia fought against 6 people by himself, but he was taking a leisurely stroll in the park. 1 rod to destroy the clear sky. Enlightened Master Wuda swept out horizontally. His divine steel staff smashed through the void. Boundless rays of light shot out, intimidating people's souls. The sword spirit of the heavenly dragon sword was unsheathed, and the dragon might was even stronger. Roar, the sword spirit was unsheathed and intertwined with perfected Wuda's sky destroyer staff. The roars of dragons echoed throughout the sky. Puff, perfected Master Wuda spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face turned gloomy. Even he was no longer a match for Xianxia. How could this fella be so terrifying? Was he really only a late hierarch realm expert? Perfected Master Wuda's heart was filled with mixed feelings and curiosity. However, he was no match for Xianxia. Perfected Master Gouda had already lost. If he did not use his life-saving techniques, he might not be able to fight against Xianxia. This fella's cultivation realm was not high, but his strength was shocking. This was the most terrifying thing about him. Weak, too weak. Xianxia said faintly. Perfected Master Wuda almost spurted out another mouthful of blood. This fella was too despicable. He was so arrogant. However, the truth was that he was no match for Xianxia. If it was a one-on-one battle, no one could defeat him. However, they had the advantage in numbers. With him, perfected Master Gouda, and the other 4 half-step deity emperors, it should not be a problem for them to kill Xianxia. Ba. Senior brother, why are we still being courteous with him? Let's kill him first. Perfected Master Gouda gritted his teeth in anger. Even his senior brother, perfected Master Gouda, was a step behind. They could only go all out. Alright, let's join forces and destroy him. Perfected Master Wuda nodded silently. Even a tiger could not fight against a pack of wolves. No matter how strong Xianxia was, he would not be a match for 6 half-step deity emperors. Enlightened Master Wu De and Enlightened Master Gao De joined hands in front of Xianxia, forming a crushing momentum. The combined strength of the 6 of them was finally on par with Xianxia. The shadows of Enlightened Master Wu De's staff were everywhere, his killing intent soared to the heavens. Xianxia, you will die for sure. Perfected Master Gao De held the Buddhist commandment blade in his hand. His blade technique was like a torch, piercing through the universe. The surrounding thatched huts were turned into ashes under his blade light. 6 pieces of trash added together, they are still trash. Xianxia said coldly. His aura was unstoppable. He had the upper hand against 6 people. This was something that the people of Titanium Temple did not expect. To think that this fella could be this strong. Xianxia was the only one that they did not expect. This fella seemed to be on par with Tyrant, the reincarnated living Buddha. Damn fella. We must kill this bastard. With him in our hands, the reincarnated living Buddha will definitely come back. As long as we capture him, we will win for sure. The God-subduing monument, we must get it. Enlightened Master Wu De shouted in a deep voice. Everyone nodded their heads silently, understanding in their hearts. However, how could it be that easy to capture Xianxia? Xianxia had the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. He was fearless. Half-step deity emperors were heavily injured by him. He had reached a state where he had no desires. Perfected Master Gao De and Perfected Master Wu De could only barely defend against him. However, at this moment, several figures flew out from the ancient well. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. It's them? This group of fellas actually survived the attack of the red-bottomed horse ape. Xianxia's expression was gloomy as he murmured. Someone came out from the ancient well? Perfected Master Wu De exclaimed. Perfected Master Wu Yin, Perfected Master Shanin, Wei Xiaolong and the other 4 half-step deity emperors came out one after another. Although they were in a sorry state, their lives were not in danger. To them, it was not easy to escape from the monstrous red-bottomed horse ape. Phew. Finally escaped. Wei Xiaolong's face turned pale as he said. Guys, look, it's Xianxia. This bastard, I'm going to tear him apart. Perfected Master Wu Yin's gaze landed on Xianxia. At that moment, his eyes were burning. Are you the eminent monks of Tianluo Temple? Can you lend us a hand to kill this bastard to honor Buddha? Perfected Master Gao De said in a deep voice. Ba, the Buddhist sects of the world are one. Not a problem. Perfected Master Shanin moved like lightning towards Xianxia. 2 of their junior brothers died in Xianxia's hands. How could they let Xianxia go? Perfected Master Wu De and Perfected Master Gao De looked at each other. They did not expect their friends from Tianluo Temple to be so easygoing. With their help, they would surely kill Xianxia. A bunch of trash. Even if they join forces, they are still trash. Xianxia stood proudly, surrounded by 11 half-step deity emperors. It was a dangerous situation, but Xianxia was not afraid at all. It would not be easy for these guys to kill him. They had a grudge against him, especially those from Tianluo Temple. Spiritual Master Heartless and Spiritual Master Divine Sound could not wait to send him to the 18th level of hell. The others also hated Xianxia to the core because of Tyrant. At this moment, Xianxia was facing a dozen half-step deity emperors alone. It was a dangerous situation. Even if he was strong, his opponents were not weak either. They were the elites of the ancestral prefecture. None of them were easy to deal with. Xianxia knew that these guys wouldn't only have these few tricks up their sleeves. They must have something else up their sleeves. After Tyrant's massacre, they had lost a lot of young experts. They wouldn't let these mainstays of the monasteries put themselves in danger so easily. They must have something up their sleeves. Every monastery was determined to get the god-suppressing monument. If they didn't have a perfect plan, how could they let so many people enter the Great Lightning Tune Temple's illusory realm to find the reincarnated living Buddha? Xianxia was facing these guys alone. It was quite difficult. He might not have absolute confidence in a battle of life and death. Don't try to talk big. Xianxia, you brat. Today, our 2 great monasteries will join hands and tear you to pieces. Spiritual Master Heartless said faintly. killing people like scything flax. He said it so casually, as if he did not care that he was a Buddhist. The spiritual master of Tianluo Temple is right. If we do not kill this monster, we will not be able to vent our hatred. Reverend Gowda gritted his teeth and shouted in a deep voice. They were determined to kill Xianxia. In that case, no one would be able to stop them anymore. The reincarnated living Buddha would definitely return. They knew this very well, because the reincarnated living Buddha would never leave Xianxia behind. Both of them were connected by life and death. This was something that they could see with their own eyes. Ba. Spiritual Master Heartless is too polite. Killing this monster cannot be delayed. Everyone, let's do it. Spiritual Master Wuda said in a low voice. The dozen of them nodded in agreement and charged towards Xianxia. Then let's fight to our heart's content. Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed and said. He held the heavenly dragon sword and fought the 10 half-step emperors alone. The realm of the limitless sword and the realm of the sword kept improving in Xianxia's hands. It was imaginable how much pressure it was to fight against more than 10 people alone. Xianxia was forced to retreat step by step. He didn't have the slightest chance to attack, but he was able to advance and retreat with ease, not giving them any chance to suppress him. Xianxia's strength was no longer the same as before after his breakthrough. He could even fight against the red-bottomed horse-ape. Xianxia could still hold his ground against the dozen half-step divine emperors. Although the situation was bad, Xianxia was still able to hold his ground. Xianxia's body was like a mad dragon as he dashed forward with his sword. Enlightened Master Wu Yin and Enlightened Master Wu Dou were the strongest among them. Both of them had a staff and a whip. Xianxia didn't stand a chance when facing the two of them. He was completely trapped by them. Wei Xiaolong, perfected divine sound, perfected Gauda and the others followed closely behind, not giving Xianxia any chance to resist. More than 10 half-step divine emperors finally started to suppress Xianxia, making it difficult for him to fight back. Xianxia moved forward with his sword in hand. The shadow of the sword followed him. The Sword of Solitude, the solitary sword Qi. Sword of Solitude, 7th style, Sword of Wind and Cloud. The 7th style of the Sword of Solitude had surpassed the 14th sword. This was the final inheritance that a mortal execution great emperor had passed down to him. However, Xianxia could only barely use the 7th style. This sword could sweep away the 9 nether heavenly monarch and the winds and clouds of the 4 seas. The dozen half-step divine emperors were forced to take a step back. However, the dozen half-step divine emperors did not give Xianxia any chance to turn back. They did not slacken their attacks. Gradually, Xianxia was suppressed by the dozen half-step divine emperors. With the Sword of Solitude and unimaginable sword, it was not easy for Xianxia to last until now. It would be extremely difficult for Xianxia to escape with his life. He was being held back at every step, and Enlightened Master Wu De and Enlightened Master Wu Yin would not give Xianxia the slightest chance to breathe. Xianxia's face turned pale. Facing the suppression of the dozen half-step divine emperors, the space that he could move was getting smaller and smaller. With so many people joining forces and fighting in an orderly manner, he would be forced into a passive position. Xianxia had been hit several times. Although there were no fatal injuries, if this goes on, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Xianxia's expression was stern, his sword aura changed drastically. However, Xianxia was still unable to use the 15th sword. With the support of the unimaginable sword, he could only use the 14th sword. As for the higher-level sword intent, it was getting harder and harder. Lad, let's see how long you can last. Enlightened Master Wu De lashed out with a whip shadow at Xianxia. Xianxia's blade flipped, but was repelled by Enlightened Master Wu De. The strong impact caused him to be in a dilemma. Enlightened Master Wu Yin seized the opportunity and clashed with Xianxia's palm. Both of them retreated, but Xianxia had no way to retreat. What awaited him was even more ferocious attacks. Xianxia was surrounded by enemies, and his situation was extremely difficult. Xianxia roared and turned into 9 Supremes. The 9 Supremes fought in all directions. He had no other choice, so he had to fight with his life on the line. The appearance of the 9 Xianxia shocked them, but Enlightened Master Wu Yin and the others were prepared. Don't be afraid, he won't last long. Once the time is up, he will no longer be able to support the power of the Nine Supremes, and he will lose without hesitation. Enlightened Master Shanin said with a cold smile. Enlightened Master Wu De and the others felt like they had just woken up from a dream. But this time, Xianxia did not use the Nine Supremes to fight the crowd alone. He wanted to take the opportunity to set up a formation. The experts he was fighting now were not ordinary experts. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to defeat these guys perfectly. They were all extremely shrewd. Therefore, Xianxia could only use the formation to trap them. The Shura sword formation would definitely make them suffer. But they would not give Xianxia so many chances, so he could only keep looking for opportunities. In a desperate situation of life and death, he could only rely on himself. Let's enter the well first. Xianxia's eyes lit up. In the ancient well, their strength would be suppressed by the cold energy. At that time, Xianxia wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. With the help of the sword formation, it would be possible for him to kill all of them. Xianxia's lips curled into a bright smile. His heart was filled with anticipation. When the time comes, let's see if you can continue to be so arrogant. Xianxia's 9 figures instantly flew up into the void and entered the ancient well. Chase! Enlightened Master Wu De shouted in a deep voice. Ba, Enlightened Master Wu De, be careful. One of the 4 chaotic monkeys, the red-bone horse-ape, is in this ancient well. It's not to be underestimated. Some of our experts have already died in the hands of that red-bone horse-ape. Enlightened Master Wu De reminded. That's right. Under this ancient well, there's also the pressure of the extreme cold. Our strength may be greatly reduced. When that time comes, we have to be even more careful. This Xianxia has always been sinister and cunning. 2 of my junior brothers have died in his hands. We can't afford to take him lightly. Enlightened Master Shanin said angrily. Ba. There's actually such a thing? Enlightened Master Wu De looked at the eminent monk of Tianluo Temple in surprise. The other party was just giving him a friendly reminder, but Xianxia and the others must be killed. That thief will definitely be suppressed. Why should we be afraid? Let's kill him first. Enlightened Master Gao De snorted coldly. He was the first to rush up. There would definitely be a battle at the bottom of the ancient well. Trying to escape? Dream on. Humph. Enlightened Master Gao De sneered. Xianxia had caused him to lose face. This guy must die. They had already caught the reincarnated living Buddha, but unfortunately, he was the one who caused trouble. This anger could not be appeased without killing Xianxia. Enlightened Master Gao De was the first to enter, and the others followed closely behind. Under the ancient well, Xianxia went straight to the bottom. The extreme cold made everyone shiver. Enlightened Master Gao De was the same. This was his first time entering the extremely cold water, and he felt even more deeply. How did this Xianxia enter the ancient well? Could it be that he was plotting something? Since you don't know what's good for you, let's catch a turtle in a jar, haha. Taoist Master Gao De said with a loud laugh. His strength was suppressed, but Xianxia wasn't any better off. The power of extreme cold didn't bring fear to Taoist Master Gao De, but oppression. Xianxia was now 108,000 zhang below the ancient well. He must be shivering in a corner. Roar! Roar! The furious roar of the red-bottomed horse-ape reverberated in the water. More than 10 half-step divine emperors had entered his territory. He naturally knew that those fellas had entered his territory. If he wasn't restrained, he would definitely kill them. Unfortunately, he was trapped by the alchemist glazed Buddha, and his strength was suppressed. Otherwise, he would have a hard time dealing with a few half-step divine emperors. The red-bottomed horse-ape was incomparably furious. He had been provoked again and again. He felt that his dignity was being humiliated. This time, he would not give them any chance. The alchemist spiritual spring could slow down the suppression of his seal. Now that the alchemist spiritual spring had been taken away, the red-bottomed horse-ape had nowhere to vent his anger. However, those reckless humans still dared to come back. This time, the red-bottomed horse-ape would definitely show his might. The red-bottomed horse-ape slowly raised his head and looked at the water screen. His eyes were cold, piercing through the water. He must make those fellas regret eternally. When Xianxia's 9 Supremes appeared, the red-bottomed horseape's anger was completely ignited. You dare to come back? Die. Lowly human. The red-bottomed horseape roared. He soared into the sky and fell down. 8 of Xianxia's 9 Supremes went. 8 of them resisted the red-bottomed horseape's attack, while the other one started to frantically arrange a formation. 108 Primordial Divine Tools. At this moment, it was time to unleash some of their true strength. The Ashura sword formation would definitely make them taste the bitterness. The battle between the red-bottomed horseape and Xianxia had shocked Reverend Gauda and the others. The red-bottomed horseape was extremely powerful. It even had the might of a divine emperor. If it wasn't for the chains, it would have already charged out of the well. Their strength was not a match for the red-bottomed horseape. Kill Xianxia first. Be careful, don't let the red-bottomed horseape injure you. Reverend Wu Yin shouted. Everyone rushed into the red-bottomed horseape's area. But at this moment, Xianxia didn't even bother fighting the red-bottomed horseape. Instead, he retreated as he fought. The 8 Xianxias dazzled their eyes. During the battle with the red-bottomed horseape, they didn't notice that there was already one less Xianxia. Reverend Wu De and Reverend Gauda were determined to kill Xianxia. But the red-bottomed horseape was between them. It was basically impossible to escape from the red-bottomed horseape's area. At this moment, they also knew that Xianxia was baiting the enemy with the red-bottomed horseape as the center, letting the red-bottomed horseape deal with them. But Reverend Wu Yin wasn't stupid. They avoided the red-bottomed horseape's attack and only focused on killing Xianxia. However, even so, the red-bone horseape's battle had put them in a very dangerous situation. They needed to fight Xianxia in the gap. Xianxia's figure flashed 9 times, his speed was extremely fast. It was impossible to catch him. Under the red-bone horseape's battle-hardened body, their situation was getting more and more difficult. Roar! Damn you, do you only know how to run? The red-bottomed horseape was incomparably furious. Xianxia sneered and continued to run. Reverend Wu De and Reverend Gauda couldn't catch Xianxia at all. Their strength was suppressed by Xianxia. At this moment, it was even more difficult for them to move forward. On the contrary, Xianxia was completely unafraid of them. The two of them exchanged blows several times and were intercepted by the red-bottomed horseape. But Xianxia was completely unafraid of them. They could only use 60 to 70% of their strength, which was already a great limit. But Xianxia had the cold river stone in his hand. He could ignore the suppression of the extreme cold and was already stronger than them by a little bit. Frigid river stone, extreme chill, suppress. Xianxia directly suppressed Reverend Gauda with the cold river stone in his hand. Reverend Gauda was instantly frozen and lost the ability to fight. And at this moment, Xianxia's attack was also blocked by Reverend Wu De. But who would have thought that the red-bottomed horseape's giant palm was already upon them? It directly pressed down and crushed Reverend Gauda into pieces. No, junior brother. Reverend Wu De's expression suddenly changed. But it was already too late. Reverend Gauda was smashed down by the red-bottomed horseape's palm. That was an expert comparable to a divine emperor. If it wasn't for the fact that he was chained, no one could be his opponent. The red-bone horseape shocked everyone. He killed enlightened being Gauda with a single palm strike, destroying both his body and soul. Most importantly, Taoist Master Gauda was suppressed and sealed in ice by Xianxia. He had no way of dealing with Xianxia. The red-bone horseape's attack just happened to land on him, so it was reasonable for him to be killed. The red-bottomed horseape completely ignored everyone. His attacks were aimless. He killed Reverend Gauda because he could only hit him. However, in Reverend Wu De's point of view, the culprit was still Xianxia. If it wasn't for Xianxia, Reverend Gauda wouldn't have been frozen. How could he have died? This red-bone horseape is too terrifying. Everyone, stay away from him. Enlightened being silent sucked in a breath of cold air. They were in a very difficult situation. Xianxia had endless tricks up his sleeves. He was playing hide and seek with them, using the red-bone horseape to attack. Because he was alone, he had nothing to worry about. However, they had a lot of people. If they were careless and the red-bone horseape found an opportunity, Xianxia would attack at random. at that time they would definitely die. What a vicious and merciless guy. Wei Xiaolong was incomparably shocked. Jiang Chen was fighting against so many people by himself, but he didn't slack off at all. Could it be that this guy really planned to fight them to the end? The current situation was really hard to predict. Enlightened being Gouda was not any weaker than him, but he was killed by the red-bone horseape and was sealed in ice by Jiang Chen. This was the most terrifying thing. The red-bone horseape constantly hammered its chest, showing its anger and irritation. Enlightened being Gouda's death had aroused the anger in its heart. Jiang Chen, I'll tear you to pieces. Don't run away if you have the guts. Enlightened being martial virtue and enlightened being Gouda had been cultivating together since they were young. They were like brothers. Now that enlightened being Gouda was killed, all of his anger was directed towards Jiang Chen. Although the red-bone horseape was the murderer of enlightened being Gouda, the culprit was undoubtedly Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen had not entered the well, if Taoist Master Gouda had not been frozen, none of this would have happened. You wanted to kill me, and I killed you. What's there to complain about? Those who kill will always be killed. Is this your truth? Could it be that only you are allowed to kill me, but I am not allowed to kill you? Ha ha ha, what a good cycle of heavenly justice, what a good heavenly justice. Jiang Chen's eyes were as sharp as a sword, sweeping across everyone. Leng Ling said, all of you must die. At this moment, Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation was completely set up. You want to kill us all? You're too full of yourself. Do you think you're a divine emperor? Dao Master Silence said coldly. Although Dao Master Gouda had been killed, they still had the upper hand. It wouldn't be easy for Jiang Chen to escape. A divine emperor expert? That's not it, but even a divine emperor might not be able to escape from my palm. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold as he took a step back. With a wave of his palm, the entire underwater world was completely sealed by the Ashura sword formation. At this moment, everyone could feel the dreadful sword chi piercing through their hearts. What a terrifying formation. Wei Xiaolong looked up and saw that he was already inside the sword formation. Everyone could feel a great pressure. How is this possible? This formation is actually so terrifying. Is it really something that he can use? Dao Master Silence still did not believe it. However, the formation was completed. Even the red-bone horseape felt a little uneasy. Despicable human, you only know how to use unorthodox methods. I don't care about any formation. The red-bone horseape said with a cold voice as he stared at Jiang Chen. He didn't care about it, but it didn't mean these people didn't care about it. The people from the Heavenly Luo Temple and Diamond Temple could feel a great pressure. The terrifying sword formation had yet to be unleashed, but they were already having difficulty breathing. Let's see what you're capable of. Jiang Chen sneered. The red-bone horseape was also inside the Ashura sword formation. However, Jiang Chen was not sure if the red-bone horseape could escape from the Ashura sword formation. Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation, activate. Jiang Chen waved his hand and the sword formation was activated. Countless swords rained down from the sky. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Inside the water curtain, swords radiated in all directions, creating a series of underwater whirlpools. They could not even open their eyes. Swords radiated in all directions, airwaves tumbled. Everyone in the Ashura sword formation was facing a formidable enemy. Roar! Roar! The red-bone horseape roared furiously as the rain of swords landed on its body, bursting with dazzling radiance. Although it was unable to break through the red-bone horseape's defenses, it made it extremely difficult for it to dodge the rain of swords. On the other side, the people from the Tianluo Temple and the Jingang Temple were in a difficult situation. They were struggling to move forward and each of their attacks was heavily injured. Apart from Daoist Master Wu De and Daoist Master Wu Yin, everyone else was injured by the rain of swords. Most importantly, they would not be able to resist for long. Their hearts would be pierced by the swords and they would die. Arhat Sacred Light. Daoist Master Wu De clenched his teeth and furiously roared. A glass-like light rippled out. The Arhat Sacred Light protected everyone within it. This time, Daoist Master Wu De had used his trump card. Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation was too terrifying. If he did not use the Arhat Sacred Light, he would not be able to resist it. The Arhat sacred light was given to him by the abbot and could only be used 3 times. It was left behind by an Arhat from the Great Laying Temple. It was extremely powerful and could be used for both offense and defense. Under the protection of the Arhat sacred light, everyone was protected. In an instant, the Ashura sword rain was able to resist. Xianxia's brows furrowed. This guy really had many tricks up his sleeves. Xianxia exerted all his strength to support the Ashura sword formation. However, the Arhat sacred light could not last for long. As long as the Arhat sacred light was destroyed, they would not stand a chance. The Arhat sacred light was similar to Xianxia's Ashura sword formation. It required one's own strength as the foundation to display its power. The Arhat sacred light was more powerful than Taoist Master Wuda had imagined. However, it also required a vast amount of divine energy to support it. The Arhat sacred light was getting weaker and weaker. Taoist Master Wuda's body was also getting weaker and weaker. In the end, it was destroyed by Xianxia's Ashura sword rain. Everyone's face changed. But at this moment, without the protection of the Arhat sacred light, the chains on the red-bone horseap's hands and feet were all broken by the rain of swords. It was the rain of swords from the heavenly dragon sword. Although there were not many, the rain of swords from the heavenly dragon sword made the red-bone horseape feel extremely uncomfortable. The rain of swords from the heavenly dragon sword stood on the chains that the red-bone horseape had used for hundreds of millions of years. The chains were directly broken. Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword was terrifying. The red-bone horseape was extremely excited. He had been sealed here for hundreds of millions of years. Ever since he was captured by the alchemist glazed Buddha, he had never seen the outside world again. He was one of the strongest chaotic world monkeys in the world. He had jumped out of the 3 realms and the 5 elements. Buddha thought that he was the only one in the world, so he did not seal him forever. Instead, he was allowed to repent for his past and enter the Buddhist gate. However, the red-bone horseape was cunning and sinister. How could he be willing to stay in the well and chant Buddhist scriptures every day? Ever since he came here, he only had one thought. He wanted to escape from this place one day. He wanted to get out of the well, leave the Buddha world and laugh at the world. What bullshit Buddhist rules and precepts? What nonsensical vegetarianism? He would never abide by them. Therefore, it was impossible for him to become a monk. In these millions and millions of years, the red-bone horseape only had one thought, and that was to escape from this place. However, the chains were sealed by the alchemist glazed Buddha. It was impossible to break them. No matter how strong he was, he could not break the chains. He had been trying for hundreds of millions of years, but he never succeeded. But at this moment, the red-bone horseape's eyes were filled with excitement. The sword rain from the sword formation was able to break his iron chains. It was truly shocking and overjoyed. The red-bone horseape did not expect a late hierarch realm kid to have such power. This was simply too inconceivable. Although the red-bone horseape did not believe it, the truth told him that his chance had come. It was no longer impossible for him to escape from the well. Even Xianxia did not expect the Ashura sword formation to help the red-bone horseape. The heavenly dragon sword was too powerful. Even the chains left by the alchemist glazed Buddha were broken by the heavenly dragon sword. Xianxia held the Ashura sword formation in his hand. At that moment, the chains on the red-bone horseape's limbs were all broken by the heavenly dragon sword's sword rain. The red-bone horseape's body shook. His 300-meter body caused the ground beneath the water to shake. The red-bone horseape punched out, trying to break out of the formation. However, the Ashura sword formation was still very powerful. Even if the red-bone horseape wanted to escape, it wouldn't be that easy. However, the strength of the red-bone horseape was beyond Xianxia's expectation. The red-bone horseape had blocked Xianxia's rain of swords with its own fist, and a crack had appeared on the Ashura sword formation. Moreover, it was extremely difficult for Xianxia to control the Ashura sword formation. Currently, Xianxia could only hold on for the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. However, the suppression of the Ashura sword formation was getting weaker and weaker due to the red-bone horseape's attack. Xianxia's expression changed. He did not dare to be careless and immediately used the dough formation technique. The Ashura sword formation became calm again under the 3 stars dough formation technique. However, the red-bone horse-ape did not slack off and continued to attack the Ashura sword formation. He was not in the mood to find trouble with the heartless spiritual master and the others. He only wanted to get out of the well and see the outside world. After being sealed for hundreds of millions of years, his body seemed to be rusting. Break! The red-bone horse-ape's power kept rising. This time, it was no longer unstable. It had completely stabilized at the early Divine Emperor realm. Nobody can stop me. When the red-bone horse-ape punched for the fourth time, Xianxia could no longer hold on the Ashura sword formation. The divine origin energy in his body was almost depleted. At this moment, he knew that he could no longer hold on. The Ashura sword formation was broken. Xianxia did not dare to be careless and immediately rushed out of the well. His injuries were extremely serious now. The red-bone horse-ape would probably find trouble with him. The ones who were the most excited were Heartless Spiritual Master and the others. They thought that they would definitely die. However, the red-bone horse-ape had broken through Xianxia's Ashura sword formation. This guy has let the great demon escape. It seems like the world is destined to be chaotic. Enlightened Master Wuda murmured. Although the red-bone horse-ape was only an early Divine Emperor realm, it was only because he had been sealed under the well all these years. Once he recovered his strength, he would be able to stand on the peak of the world in no time. At that time, he would be a peerless great demon that would descend to the world. Xianxia had no choice but to release the red-bone horse-ape. It was very likely that an unparalleled tragedy would ensue, and countless lives would be lost. However, at this moment, Enlightened Master Wuda was not worried about this. He was worried that the red-bone horse-ape would compete with them for the god-suppressing monument. He hoped that the red-bone horse-ape did not know about it. Otherwise, a Divine Emperor red-bone horse-ape was not someone that they could deal with. The situation under the well had already explained everything. There was a world of difference between a Divine Emperor and a half-step Divine Emperor. There was no comparison at all. Once a Divine Emperor became a Divine Emperor, he would be a super expert in the divine world. Even in the entire West Pole Divine Land, the Central Region Divine Land, he would be respected by tens of thousands of people. But at this moment, they could only hope that the red-bone horse-ape did not care about their existence. Xianxia's prediction was right. The red-bone horse-ape was indeed charging towards them. His target was Xianxia. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. At least they had escaped from a life-or-death situation. Xianxia was targeted by the red-bone horse-ape, he would definitely die. We don't need to do anything to this fella anymore. He. Enlightened Master Shanin sneered. Xianxia was being chased by the red-bone horse-ape, he would definitely die. The red-bone horse-ape was a Divine Emperor expert. Even if he was extremely weak after being suppressed for millions of years, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. No one should underestimate him. It's still too early to be happy. This guy had escaped from a life-and-death situation several times. Back then, we also thought that he would be annihilated. However, he still managed to escape from the ancient palace. This is something that none of us had expected. Wei Xiaolong said in a deep voice. He was not afraid of the worst outcome. To them, Xianxia's life or death was not important. What was important was that this fella would always come in their way. Just when they were about to obtain the reincarnated living Buddha, he would appear out of nowhere. This was the most infuriating thing. Moreover, the two divine monks of the Tianluo temple had died in his hands. Even enlightened Master Gouda of the Jingang temple could not escape. Ba. The most important thing now is to find the reincarnated living Buddha as soon as possible. That fella seems to have obtained the alchemist spiritual spring. Once he recovers, he will surely be a troublesome fella. Enlightened Master Wuyin said in a low voice. Xianxia, I hope you can die peacefully in the hands of the red-bone horse-ape. Enlightened Master Wuda's expression was gloomy as he murmured. In the void, bolts of lightning surged. The surrounding heavens and earth seemed to be trembling. A sandstorm swept past. At this moment, the great lightning-tuned temple's illusory realm was filled with turbulent winds and clouds. 3 years had passed quietly. 3 years had passed and Spirited Mountain was silent. In the sky, the demonic aura was monstrous. Sand and pebbles were flying. Dark clouds covered the sky. Thunder and lightning roared. How could this be? Could it be that something is about to happen in the sky? Someone murmured. His eyes were filled with fear. It's hard to say. Is the environment of the Great Laying Temple going to be destroyed? I'm afraid we won't be able to stay here for long. Everyone's heart was filled with worry. However, their mission was not completed. Otherwise, who would be willing to stay in this dangerous place? In my opinion, something big is going to happen in the illusion of the Great Laying Temple. The weather is changing. This is a bad omen. It's hard to say. Swallow Spirit Mountain is under the feet of the Buddhist sect. Even if the Buddhist world is destroyed, the Buddhist sect is still the leader of the Western Divine region. It shouldn't be possible for the illusion of the Great Laying Temple to have such a strange phenomenon. In the illusion of the Great Laying Temple, countless people raised their heads to look at the sky. How could they not be shocked by such an unimaginable phenomenon? Demonic chi overflowed into the heavens, filling the air for thousands of miles. No one knew what exactly was beneath this strange phenomenon that was born out of necessity. The peak of the demonic aura gathered into a pillar. Clouds and mist appeared and the phenomenon was chaotic. A long-haired man in black stood on a black lotus. He held a thunderbolt in one hand and a black lotus in the other. How many years has it been? How many years has it been? I'm finally back, the long-haired man said faintly. His eyes were filled with endless vicissitudes and coldness. His appearance was like the will of the heavens. Through the layers of black mist, the long-haired man's eyes were like torches. Black light surged and shot towards the foot of the Swallow Spirit Mountain. In the illusion of the Great Laying Temple, all the ancient palaces slowly turned into ashes. No one knew if they were blown away by the wind or eroded by the passage of time. How long will it take for you to wake up? Xianxia looked at Tyrant, who had his back facing him, and muttered to himself. Aside from worry, there was nothing else in his heart. Tyrant had not made any unusual movements for many years. He had lit up the Dipankar Buddha's green lamp and imprinted the alchemist's spiritual spring of the alchemist glazed Buddha. Xianxia could not do anything about it now. She could only wait in silence, hoping that Tyrant would wake up soon. During this period of time, her entire heart was devoted to Tyrant. She had narrowly escaped death several times, but she had no regrets. She only hoped that Tyrant would wake up soon. She didn't care if he was a reincarnated Buddha or a demon. As long as he was alive and well, that was more important than anything else. Those fellows had given everything they had just to kill Tyrant and snatch the god-suppressing monument from his hands. Every time, they managed to escape from death's door. If not for Jiang Chen, they might have died several times already. But now, Jiang Chen's appearance had given Tyrant more confidence and hope. But was Jiang Chen still alive? She didn't know. If Jiang Chen died, perhaps Tyrant would really descend into madness. In an extremely damaged ancient hall, a person wearing a monk's robe was slowly wriggling his hands as he formed cryptic Buddhist chants one after another. His surroundings were filled with a peaceful atmosphere. The surrounding thunderstorm had arrived in an instant, and the wind and clouds in the distance had gathered together. However, to him, it did not affect him at all. The person in the ancient palace was none other than Tyrant. He was sitting firmly on a praying mat. The ancient palace in front of him had become his final refuge. That was because all the other palaces had been annihilated. Only the palace that Tyrant was in remained standing. A flower, a world, a leaf, a Buddha. When spring comes, the flowers turn green, and when autumn comes, the leaves fall. Endless Prajna heart is at ease, and silence is the only thing that matters. Tyrant murmured and slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, the surrounding ancient hall finally turned into dust and disappeared around Tyrant. It was as if the ancient hall was born for him, and it was destroyed for him. When Tyrant raised his head, he seemed to see many familiar figures and beliefs in the void. Tyrant's eyes moved slightly, and he calmly said, "Those who have no self, those who have comprehended the void, and those who have no freedom, should regard their bodies as the heavens. Without a heart, there is no achievement, no Buddha. They should regard the years as the years. There is no limit, no obstruction, no turbulence, and no existence of life and death. Since I'm here, I'll just take it as it comes." Above the clouds filled with demonic energy, black lotuses revolved, and the heavens tumbled. The long-haired man laughed 3 times, and his voice was filled with arrogance. Ha ha ha, since I'm here, I'll just take it as it comes. Flowers will fall, and water will flow. If I don't become a demon, what else can I ask for? Everything has its limits, and fate will come to an end. Everything is predestined, and there is also a predestined fate. Why do you need to stick to one heart? Tyrant calmly said. If that's the case, I'll tear you into pieces, and I'll make you fall into the cycle of reincarnation forever. Why are you unwilling? The long-haired man traversed the sky, and his eyes met Tyrant's. Buddha said, if I don't enter hell, who will? If I don't control reincarnation, who will? Tyrant said. Ha ha ha, good, good. I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to control reincarnation. The long-haired man laughed arrogantly in the sky, and his eyes were incomparably cold. He couldn't see anyone, but he could see himself in the void. Tyrant looked up, and helplessly shook his head, and sighed. Ba, greed, anger, and evil, sorrow, happiness, resentment, and jealousy. Who can achieve the Buddha's body and life? Tyrant murmured. However, at this moment, the boundless demon Qi in the sky turned into a gigantic black dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long. The dragon roared, the dragon's eyes were like fire, and the dragon's claws were ferocious. Tens of thousands of demon Qi condensed into a berserk dragon and smashed down, shattering the void and causing the sky to collapse. The entire illusory realm of the Great Laying Temple seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Monk! Run! Xianxia's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and he let out a low roar. However, his roar was dispersed by the endless black dragon energy. Between the heavens and the earth, everything was swaying, and the dragons and tigers were leaping, wreaking havoc in the sky. Tyrant sat firmly on the ground, and his eyes were closed as he murmured. The heavens gave birth to me, and the earth nurtured me, that's the great Tao. I reach the heavens, and my heart comprehends the earth, that's the Buddha's heart. The spirit of the spirited mountain turns into Xianxia, and at the peak of universal salvation, a white lotus is born. Tyrant murmured, and there was no joy or sorrow in his voice. At this moment, the spirited mountain beneath his feet was covered in golden light, and above his head, a 7-colored glaze and a 9-colored golden lotus were released, dazzling the eyes. Spirited mountain's Xianxia, 9 lotuses at the peak. You've finally returned. The black dragon retreated, and the sky was restored. The entire world became clear once again. White clouds floated in the sky, and a cool breeze blew. The sandstorm was still there, but it was no longer filled with black clouds, nor was it cold and oppressive. Monk! Xianxia shouted, and her beautiful eyes flickered with a strange light. When Tyrant slowly stood up, her heart trembled as well. With endless hope, she rushed towards Tyrant. You're finally awake. Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief. All the waiting and worry were worth it, because at this moment, Tyrant had completely transformed into the person she liked. I think I had a dream. Tyrant murmured. What dream? Xianxia asked in surprise. I dreamt of a person stepping on a black lotus, and he wanted to kill me. He caused a group of demons to dance wildly, but he was repelled by my holy light. Tyrant said in a deep voice. That wasn't a dream. Xianxia said. She was extremely shocked. Didn't he know anything about the scene just now? It was even because he was in an illusion, and he didn't know anything. In other words, someone really wanted to kill me? Tyrant raised his head, but there was only a blue sky above him, and nothing else existed. Maybe, but that scene just now was too dangerous, Xianxia said. Xianxia said. She still had a lingering fear in her heart. Little Xianxia. I have to find little Xianxia quickly. I can't let him bear all of this alone. If not for him, I might have died a long time ago. Now, I'm back, little Xianxia, we can fight side by side again. Those who once made us lower our heads will never be able to reincarnate. Tyrant clenched his fists. At this moment, he didn't have the attitude of a monk at all. The current him was like a completely different person from the previous Tyrant. Right now, he only wanted to kill and see that his brother was fine. That was all. All right. Xianxia nodded. Without further ado, the two of them quickly left this place and began to search for Xianxia. At the foot of the mountain, there was a mountain stream, and a waterfall flowed. Water flooded the spiritual mountain, and huge waves rose to the sky. Xianxia was treading on the waves, the water splashing down. His eyes were clear and the dark clouds had dispersed. His 10,000 li escape had become even clearer. Xianxia had run for millions of miles, but the red-bone horseape had not given up on its pursuit for many years. It had fought Xianxia 7 times in a row, and Xianxia had been defeated every time, escaping into the heavens. Every time, Xianxia was in a life-or-death situation, but he was able to escape. Although he lost all 7 times, Xianxia accumulated more and more experience. The toughness of his body, the control of his divine origin energy, and his battle experience were greatly improved. Needless to say, the red-bone horseape had trained Xianxia in escaping for his life. Xianxia was getting more and more excited. However, he was in danger every time. The strength of the red-bone horseape was at the early divine emperor realm, and it wasn't a joke. If he was careless, Xianxia might be killed and swallowed. The red-bone horseape was incomparably furious. Every time, he seemed to see the hope of victory, but every time, he would escape. That was the most detestable thing. Damned fella, I'll definitely eat you. The red-bone horseape was infuriated. He stepped on huge waves, and wherever he passed, rocks would roll down and waterfalls would block the flow. Every time he attacked, the mountains would collapse and the earth would crack. Xianxia tried to escape again and again, but he was chased by the red-bone horseape again and again. The red-bone horseape's anger towards Xianxia was only one of the reasons. What it cared more about was Xianxia's body. The myriad chi body was very useful to it. As long as it devoured Xianxia and absorbed the myriad chi body, its strength would recover rapidly, and it might even reach a higher level. This was the real reason why the red-bone horseape chased after Xianxia. You want to kill me? Brother, it's not that simple. Xianxia squinted his eyes. He retreated in order to advance. He had suffered a lot in these years. The red-bone horseape made him extremely uncomfortable, but he also benefited a lot from it. Xianxia knew that it was too difficult for him to kill the red-bone horseape alone. It was a peerless great demon that was beyond the 3 realms and the 5 elements. It was not easy to kill it. Moreover, it was an early divine emperor. Once the red-bone horseape showed its might, even some mid-divine emperor experts would have to avoid it. The red-bone horseape's strength gradually stabilized. It was unstable at the beginning, but now it was as stable as Mount Tai. Xianxia knew that if the red-bone horseape continued to recover, his chances would become slimmer and slimmer. At that time, there might not be anyone in the world that could be his opponent. Monk, may I know where you are now? Xianxia murmured. He thought of Tyrant and wondered if he had recovered his body. The Dipankara Buddha's lamp and the alchemist's spiritual spring should be enough for him to be reborn. Break for me. The red-bone horseape charged forward, its gigantic palm swept across the sky. Above the waterfall, Xianxia slashed down with the sword of solitude. When the red-bone horseape's palm collided with Xianxia's sword chi, the red-bone horseape was forced to take a step back. However, Xianxia's sword chi was also dispersed in an instant. The red-bone horseape continued to chase after Xianxia, forcing him into the top of the ravine. Under the effect of the dragon transformation, Xianxia's body grew to a height of 100 zhang, making him look exactly the same as the red-bone horseape. Xianxia raised his palm and pierced through the air, causing the sky to change color as he clashed with the red-bone horseape. Both palms separated, and Xianxia was pushed down the mountain. At the bottom of the ravine, the mountain was covered in snow. The howling of the wind was like a blade, tearing the rocks apart. Xianxia took a deep breath. His expression was extremely serious. In the blink of an eye, the red-bone horseape descended from the sky and pressed down on Xianxia. Xianxia struck out with both of his palms, trying to resist the red-bone horseape's attack. However, the red-bone horseape's pressure was so great that Xianxia was pushed more than 30 meters into the mountain rocks. What a ruthless method! Xianxia roared in anger. His sword chi was 100 zhang tall, forcing the red-bone horseape to retreat. He slammed his palm on the ravine and retreated. On the snowy mountain, there were several Sanskrit words written horizontally, carrying a trace of Buddhist charm. However, at this moment, the red-bone horse-ape was startled. Soon after, it stopped its attack and muttered, "That's right. This is, the Spirit Vulture Cave? Isn't that the place where Gautama Buddha achieved his Tao?" Xianxia frowned. Although he did not know much about Buddhism, he had heard of the place where Gautama Buddha achieved his Tao. Rumor has it that Gautama Buddha passed away in meditation. Could there be Gautama Buddha's treasure in the Spirit Vulture Cave? Xianxia thought. The red-bone horse-ape was also very interested in the Spirit Vulture Cave. It seemed that it did not care about dealing with Xianxia at the moment. Although Xianxia had the body of the myriad qi, it wasn't the rarest thing in the heavens and earth. On the other hand, the Buddha was one of the most powerful figures in the heavens and earth. If Xianxia could obtain the inheritance of the Buddha, how powerful would he be? "Brat, do you dare to follow me to the Great Snow Mountain Spirit Vulture Cave?" The red-bone horse-ape looked at Xianxia with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Xianxia understood. He knew that the red-bone horse-ape wanted to trick him into the Great Snow Mountain Spirit Vulture Cave so that he could catch him like a turtle in a jar. He was afraid that Xianxia would take the opportunity to escape. He had chased after Xianxia for so many years to no avail. That was what he was most unwilling to accept. Now that the Great Snow Mountain Spirit Vulture Cave was here, he wanted to kill two birds with one stone. However, if there were no treasures in the Spirit Vulture Cave, his efforts would be in vain. He wanted to make use of Xianxia's greed to trick him into entering the cave so that he could adapt to the situation. However, Xianxia already had a plan. If it was a battle of life and death, Xianxia might not be afraid of him. He just didn't want to reveal his strength so soon because he wanted to wait for Tyrant. He wanted to wait for the day when Tyrant would rush out of the heavenly imperial court and fight alongside him. Why wouldn't I dare? Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed. Both of them had their own thoughts as they quickly entered the Great Snow Mountain Spirit Vulture Cave. On the peak of the snowy mountain, an eagle flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Its eyes were filled with endless coldness. On a snowy peak not far away, Tyrant looked at the boundless snowy region with a clear mind. "I feel that little Xianxia is nearby." Tyrant frowned and looked at the surrounding void. Although he couldn't detect where Xianxia was, he was sure that little Xianxia was here. The two of them had supported each other all the way in the 9 prefectures immortal world. They had a strong connection with each other. Tyrant believed this without a doubt. "Then let's slowly search around here," Xianxia said in a low voice. She didn't say much. She didn't know if Xianxia was dead or alive. She was afraid that if she said something wrong, Tyrant's mentality would instantly collapse. "All right." Tyrant didn't say anything and just silently walked forward. The further he walked, the stronger the feeling became. It was as if there was a powerful force guiding him forward. Both of them silently moved forward. Behind them, another group of people also slowly moved closer to Li Ji. The group of more than 10 people was also incomparably powerful. Each of them carried an unparalleled domineering aura as they trampled through the surrounding snowy mountains. "Ba. This is the place," Reverend Yuanda said with a solemn expression. His eyes flickered with a peculiar light. He had already sensed the aura of this place. The Buddha wheel in his hand finally lit up. This was the Buddha's treasured artifact passed down by the founding Arhat when they left the All-Life Temple. It was able to find the most shocking place in the Great Laying Temple. "Perfected Yuanda, what do you mean by that? Could it be that there's some secret here?" Shan Yumo's expression was solemn. They had followed Reverend Yuanda and the other 2 people from the All-Life Temple to this place. Up until now, they were still confused as they didn't know where the end was. Now that Reverend Yuanda had finally stopped, it would be strange if their hearts weren't beating like drums. "Yeah, Reverend Yuanda. We didn't find any traces of the reincarnated living Buddha. Now that we're here, can we really find the reincarnated living Buddha?" King Luobin squinted his eyes. His thoughts were different from the others. They didn't dare to compliment Reverend Yuanda's actions. No one knew where they would go next and what would happen next. This was what they were most worried about. Along the way, Battle God clan only had Doubai left. Goddess Luo and King Luobin, Lan Luo and Lan Mao, Shan Yuan Umo, and the 3 great reverends. Everyone was dead. Although they didn't find any exciting treasures, they saw the terrifying chaotic world phenomenon in the Great Laying Temple's illusion. It was like the end of the world. Although they were bold and powerful, they were still afraid of such a huge storm. What do you want to say? Reverend Yuanda, it's time to say it. Doubai said faintly, but the corner of his mouth was curled up into a cold smile. Reverend Yuanda looked at the crowd and nodded his head silently. Ba. Fellow benefactors, this is the place where Buddha Tathagata attained Tao. The Vulture Cave of the Great Snow Mountain. What? The Vulture Cave of the Great Snow Mountain? This is the place where Buddha Tathagata attained Tao? We must have some ulterior motives for coming here. Everyone's face was filled with solemnity. The Vulture Cave of the Great Snow Mountain. Although they didn't know where this place was, they had heard about it. It was the place where the Buddha attained Tao. Moreover, the Vulture Cave of the Great Snow Mountain was the place where Buddha Tathagata attained Tao. It was also the forbidden area of the entire Swallow Spirit Mountain. Once upon a time, this place was sacred and inviolable. Moreover, no one was allowed to take half a step into this place. However, things were different now. The Buddha world had completely collapsed. No one knew where the Vulture Cave of the Great Snow Mountain was located. Naturally, no one was able to enter it. However, now that they had found the place where Buddha Tathagata attained Tao, their hearts were filled with solemnity and astonishment. There was even a hint of anticipation in their hearts. After all, it was the place where Buddha Tathagata attained Tao, the Buddha sect's totem and guardian, the place where Gautama Buddha attained Tao. The mystery and holiness of the Vulture Cave of the Great Snow Mountain was enough to make one's imagination run wild. Reverend Yuanda, is the Vulture Cave of the Great Snow Mountain really here? Lan Mao took a deep breath. He was extremely shocked. Yuanda, Yuan Qing, and Yuan Bao brought them to the Vulture Cave of the Great Snow Mountain, the sacred place of Buddha sect. There must be a great conspiracy behind this. Otherwise, why didn't they tell them about it before this? Now, under their interrogation, they finally revealed everything. Everyone couldn't help but ponder over this. The Vulture Cave of the Great Snow Mountain is the sacred place of the Buddha sect. We don't dare to divulge it to others. Now that we've come to the sacred place of Buddha sect, the only reason we're here is to search for the reincarnated living Buddha. Once we obtain the reincarnated living Buddha, we might face a great danger. Therefore, we have to bring the reincarnated living Buddha to justice, allowing the true Buddha light to shine upon the world once again. Reverend Yuan Qing said with a solemn expression, leaving no room for doubt. Everyone, this place is the sacred place of Buddha sect. I hope that everyone will remember this. You must be grateful to the Buddha ancestor. Do not blaspheme the Buddha ancestor. Ba. Reverend Yuan Bao added. For a moment, Lan Mao and the others didn't say anything else. The few of them quickly moved forward, preparing to enter the place where the Buddha ancestor attained Tao and search for the traces of the reincarnated living Buddha. Needless to say, they had indeed found the right place. However, no one knew what the thoughts of the trio from the All-Life Temple were. In the Great Snowy Mountain, in front of the Spirit Vulture Cave, there were two guardian envoys that had not been moved for millions of years. Xianxia could see that they were not statues, but they had been dead for millions of years. Their will was still strong, guarding this place with all their might. Their hearts were dead, their spirits were extinguished, but their wills were still there. It was not accurate to call them puppets. They were more autonomous than puppets. They had their own thoughts, which was to guard the Vulture Cave, not to be invaded by outsiders. Xianxia did not enter the Vulture Cave directly. Instead, the red-bone horseape could not wait to enter the cave. He knew that there must be an unparalleled treasure in the Vulture Cave. This was the place where Gautama attained enlightenment. How could it be the same as those ruined ancient palaces? As long as he could find one or two divine weapons, life tools, divine tools, and Dharma images left behind by Gautama Buddha, he would be able to soar to the sky. If it had been the red-bone horseape at his peak, he might not have cared at all, because the first thing he did after breaking out of the seal was to wreak havoc on Swallow Spirit Mountain. But now that the Buddhist sect had been destroyed, and he continued to use heavenly weapons, spirit pills, and miraculous medicines to recover his body, the Great Snow Mountain Spirit Eagle Cave naturally became his most important target. The red-bone horseape took a step forward. The two protectors of the vulture cave immediately took action, pressing towards the red-bone horse ape. The 9-meter-long spear pierced through the sky. Although it seemed slow, it was filled with an unparalleled aura. The red-bone horse ape's eyes turned cold. He was forced to take a step back by the two protectors. The two protector emissaries attacked again, wanting to force back the red-bone horse ape and kill it. However, the red-bone horse ape was already prepared. Although the two protector emissaries still had their wills, they didn't have the divine abilities they had in the past. They didn't have their true might. Back then, they were able to guard the place where the Great Snow Mountain's vulture cave Buddha achieved enlightenment. But at this moment, they were forced to retreat by the red-bone horse ape. The scarlet demonic horse monkey had already shrunk to the size of 3 meters, but it was still beastly. It slammed its huge palm towards the two guardian messengers, making it hard for them to attack. The strength of the two guardian messengers was at most a half-step divine emperor. After hundreds of millions of years of corrosion, it was not easy for them to have the strength of a half-step divine emperor. Without a soul, only a strand of protective will was left to protect him until now. Humph, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. I've been dead for 10,000 years, so why should I fear you? The red-bone horse ape's palms slammed through the air, directly crushing the two protector envoys to pieces. Two streams of nihility force drifted between heaven and earth, completely disappearing into thin air. Xianxia took the opportunity to enter the vulture cave of the Great Snow Mountain. The red-bone horse ape's pupils shrunk, and he quickly went to greet Xianxia, fearing that Xianxia would get a good treasure before him. The cave was extremely spacious. There were 3 cushions, 3 bookshelves, and 2 green lamps. Apart from that, there was nothing else. It was simple, but it carried a simple and pure Buddhist aura. As soon as Xianxia entered the vulture cave, he felt an incomparably comfortable feeling. It was an incomparably auspicious energy, as if he was immersed in a warm ocean, and his whole body was enveloped by it. As soon as Xianxia entered, he saw a saraira on the praying mat in the center. That saraira was much gentler than the ones Xianxia had seen before. It was as if the saraira contained endless Buddhist power and Buddhist radiance, as if it was the only saraira in this world. That kind of tranquility and auspiciousness was something that nothing else could give people. Xianxia's eyes lit up. This saraira was really a good item. Without any hesitation, Xianxia stretched out his hand and grabbed the saraira in his hand. Xianxia scanned the surroundings and found that there were no other treasures. Only the 3 golden praying mats gave him a strange feeling, but he could not tell why. What were the 3 praying mats used for? Xianxia took a glance at it and no longer paid attention to it. As the saraira was held in Xianxia's hand, the feeling of boundless Buddhist power and Buddhist aura made Xianxia feel like he was bathed in the spring breeze. His mind was even clearer, as if he was a transparent person in this world. However, Xianxia felt that the saraira was constantly trembling. The Heaven Ascension Tao in his heart seemed to be going against this saraira. The Heaven Ascension Tao and the saraira were entangled. It was incomparably complicated and contradictory. This saraira is really unbelievable. Xianxia could feel that this saraira seemed to be rejecting him. Xianxia had no idea what this saraira was. Could it be a saraira left behind by Gautama Buddha? In the Buddhist sect, every powerful great sage would leave behind a saraira after their death. However, this saraira was more than 1,000,000 times stronger than the one Xianxia saw previously. Therefore, he boldly guessed that this saraira was left behind by Gautama Buddha. In other words, Gautama Buddha had already passed away. Although Gautama Buddha had already become history in the legends of the Buddhist realm, if this saraira was really left behind by Gautama Buddha, then it would really make one sigh. Let's take it first. Xianxia grabbed the saraira in his hand and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. At this moment, the red-bone horse ape had also rushed over. Its gaze fell on the saraira in Xianxia's hand and it immediately shouted, "Brat, give it to me." The red-bone horse ape's speed was extremely fast. It arrived in the blink of an eye and crushed down with its huge palm. Xianxia struck out with his palm and the red-bone horse ape's palm collided with the red-bone horse ape's palm. The red-bone horse ape retreated over 10 steps, but the red-bone horse ape did not move at all. Xianxia was still unable to fight against this guy's powerful strength. At the very least, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for him to kill the red-bone horse ape. This is already a dead end. If you don't hand over the Saraira, then I will definitely turn your bones into dust. The red-boned horse-ape clenched its fists and stared at Xianxia. You speak as if you will let me go if I hand it over. Xianxia smiled. At least I can leave your corpse intact. Ha ha ha, what a great honor. Then, let's see if you can tear me into pieces today. Xianxia and the red-boned horse-ape stared at each other. Their eyes were filled with fighting intent and anger. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then die. The red-boned horse-ape angrily shouted. Unknowingly, an incomparably huge battle-axe had appeared in his hand. The battle-axe was extremely thick and even had rough and uneven patterns. The edge of the battle-axe was contradictory, but it gave off a feeling of being in control of life and death. This battle-axe was definitely not to be underestimated. However, at this moment, Tyrant and Xianxia appeared in front of the Spirit Vulture Cave. When Tyrant saw Xianxia, his eyes were filled with astonishment, excitement, and joy. Before this, he hadn't been able to see his brother with his own eyes. However, at this moment, they were finally meeting face to face. That kind of shocking feeling caused Tyrant's body to tremble. His brothers had reunited, and they could finally stand together again. Their battle intent soared to the heavens, their brotherhood was deep, and their hearts were forever linked together. Little Chinzi. Smelly monk. Ha ha ha. Both of them laughed. The red-bottomed horse-ape's face sank. When he looked at Tyrant, he squinted his eyes. This fella seemed to be on the same side as Xianxia. However, his strength was only at the half-step Divine Emperor realm. He couldn't be considered as a true expert. In front of the red-bottomed horse-ape, he wasn't even worth mentioning. Yet another reckless fool. Looks like all of you are destined to die here today. Let's kill this bastard first, then we'll drink and chat. Tyrant's eyes turned cold as he stared at the red-bottomed horse-ape. When his brother was in trouble, Tyrant swore that he wouldn't step back even if he had to die. Alright, let's eat and drink. Ha ha ha. Xianxia's eyes were filled with pride. If the two of them joined hands, it wouldn't be a problem to deal with the red-bottomed horse-ape. At least, at this moment, Xianxia had 70% confidence. Tyrant's strength had already reached the half-step Divine Emperor realm. However, Xianxia could feel that this fellow wasn't someone that Reverend Gouda could compare to. Even if Xianxia were to fight against him, he would probably lose. Tyrant must have suffered a lot in these years, but his strength didn't decline at all. Xianxia looked at the high-spirited Tyrant. She was incomparably happy. For many years, she had never seen such a pure and genuine smile on his face. It was like a lotus that bloomed from the bottom of his heart. It was an indescribable youth's domineering aura. It was a radiant smile that awakened his spirit. Ignorant fools, you shall all stay here and accompany that old Buddha in death. The red-boned horse-ape roared and threw a punch towards Xianxia. Xianxia dodged the punch and swung his sword. However, his sword chi landed on the red-boned horse-ape's body, but it couldn't break a single table, a chair, a book, or a cushion. It was as if everything in this place was as solid as steel, impregnable. Xianxia frowned. The place where Buddha Tathagata passed away was incomparably powerful. The three sword chis were flying in all directions, but they couldn't destroy anything in this place. The red-boned horse-ape with the giant axe in its hand was invincible. With a single swing of the axe, Xianxia was forced backwards, and the web between his thumb and forefinger was split open. Although the giant axe had no blade, it was still better than 1,000 blades and horses. Tyrant formed a seal with his hand and pointed his finger. Buddha's radiance illumination. The red-bottomed horse-ape took a step back, but it was still fearless. The power of the axe continued to smash down like a mad lion. It didn't have any moves, only a domineering attack that could make one's hair stand on end. Buddha's aura. Tyrant charged forward again. He formed a seal with his hand and turned it into a sharp sword. It interweaved with Xianxia's sword chi and struck the red-bottomed horse-ape. At this moment, the red-bottomed horse-ape was finally forced back several steps. Its body was riddled with wounds. It was a ghastly sight. You can actually injure me. Roar. The red-bottomed horse-ape didn't retreat. Instead, it advanced. Every time the axe smashed down, it would shake the mountain ridge. The entire vulture cave seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Under the dragon transformation, Xianxia transformed into a human dragon and fought against the red-bottomed horse ape. Every punch landed on its body and every punch contained a domineering ferocity. The two were like two incomparably huge savage beasts. They interweaved together and fought fiercely. Xianxia shook the three mountains. Its divine might was unparalleled, avalanches spanning thousands of miles. Wind and snow covered the entire mountain, large-scale avalanches appeared on the surrounding mountain peaks. Thousands of miles away, it was as if the entire world was collapsing. It wasn't any weaker than the dark clouds from before. Avalanches spanning thousands of miles connected together, making everyone cautious. That's the loud noise coming from the Great Snow Mountain's vulture cave. Enlightened Master Wu De narrowed his eyes and was shocked. Such a powerful wave of spiritual energy was not something an ordinary person could create. Bah! What a spectacular sight. Avalanches spanning thousands of miles. That should be the place we're looking for. Enlightened Master Divine Sound's eyes lit up. That's it. The place where Gautama Buddha attained enlightenment. Looks like there's something going on there. Enlightened Master Divine Sound was also shocked. The Great Snow Mountain's vulture cave was the holy land of Buddhism. But now, it seemed like they had to pay a visit to see what was going on. The place where Gautama Buddha attained enlightenment. I, Wei Xiaolong, am here. Ha ha ha. Wei Xiaolong was also incomparably excited. After all, at this moment, all of them wanted a piece of the pie. Unlike the God-suppressing monument, there was only one thing that all of them wanted. However, at the place where the Buddha attained enlightenment, if they could obtain a divine weapon with Buddhist charm, it would definitely be incomparably shocking and beneficial to them. Wei Xiaolong knew that his chance had come. The three half-step deity emperors were not any weaker than Tianluo Temple. Moreover, he would not use his full strength unless he had no other choice. On the other side, Shanyuan Yuma and the others' expressions became more and more interesting. Ha ha ha, finally found it. There must be a great battle there. Who knows, there might be treasures appearing at the place where Gautama Buddha attained enlightenment. That's why people started fighting. Shanyuan Yuma's words stunned everyone present. His words were not without reason. If there were no conflicts and no treasures, why would people start fighting? Brother Shanyuan is right. There must be a great conflict here. We must hurry and find out what's going on. Who knows, we might be able to obtain some of the divine weapons left behind by Gautama Buddha. Ha ha ha. Doubai said with a laugh. Words are crude, but they're not. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go. King Luobin said faintly. Goddess Luo stared at the tremors on the snowy mountain from afar. Waves of powerful yuan qi rippled through the area. That place must be a place that everyone must fight for. If we don't leave now, when will we? Lan Mao had a cold look on his face. Without any hesitation, everyone rushed into the vulture cave of the Great Snow Mountain and madly surged forward. A dark figure appeared out of nowhere. He took a deep breath and waited patiently. Before the arrival of the Great Avalanche, the vulture cave of the Great Snowy Mountain had become the target of everyone. This time, the place where Gautama Buddha attained enlightenment will be extremely interesting. Chiyu's lips curled into a smile. He would definitely not miss such a grand banquet. Where there were people, there would be Jianghu. Where there was Jianghu, there would be fights for benefits. Humans die in pursuit of wealth, just as birds die in pursuit of food. This saying could be used in any era and in any place to let people see the true nature of things. On the Tsang Mountain from afar, an eagle flapped its wings. The clouds in the sky seemed to have been dispersed by the vibration. The eagle's eyes were filled with bloodthirst. It let out a deafening screech. You don't know the difference between life and death, die. Following a furious roar, a huge axe fell from the sky, forcing Jiang Chen to back off once again. But on the other side, Tyrant didn't show any signs of fear. He changed his palm seal and once again dashed forward. The two of them were now fighting against the red-bone horse monkey, and there was no sign of weakness at all. Qin Xian responded from the side and took the opportunity to not give the red-bone horse monkey any chance. Buddha's Fury Reincarnation. A terrifying Buddha seal was launched. The red-bone horse monkey's expression changed. A five-colored golden lotus appeared in Tyrant's hand. The golden lotus rotated continuously, forming a series of terrifying petals in Tyrant's hand. The petals of the lotus were like flying swords, completely exploding. The surrounding void was buzzing from the impact. Buddha's fury reincarnation, ruling the universe. Under the reincarnation, even Buddha is awe-inspiring. The red-bone horse monkey was facing Tyrant. Tyrant was an early divine emperor, but his expression did not change at all. The Buddha's fury reincarnation was too strong, it could definitely kill an ordinary half-step divine emperor. However, the red-bone horse monkey did not dare to face the attack head-on. The red-bone horse monkey struck his axe horizontally, forcing Tyrant to retreat. However, the impact of the Buddha's fury reincarnation also made him suffer a great backlash. At this moment, Tyrant was holding the red-bone horse monkey back while Xianxia set up a formation. This time, he had to seal the red-bone horse monkey. He thought that the 3 stars Do formation technique would be able to suppress the red-bone horse monkey, but in the end, the red-bone horse monkey managed to break out of the formation. This time, Xianxia would not hold back anymore. "Bastard, I will let you know who's the real grandpa." Xianxia's eyes turned cold as he retreated. Tyrant was in charge of the battle, while he was in charge of defending and setting up the formation. Silently, the formation was completed and the red-bone horse monkey was completely trapped. "Retreat!" Xianxia roared. Tyrant was released from the array formation by Xianxia. However, the red-bone horse monkey was completely sealed within. At this moment, the red-bone horse monkey wanted to give chase but was blocked by the array formation. "This move again? Looks like you've run out of tricks?" The red-bone horse monkey sneered and looked at Xianxia with disdain. "Why don't you try and see if you can break out of the formation?" Xianxia faintly said. This time, he did not hesitate and directly unleashed the 4-star Do formation technique. This was because the 4-star Do formation technique was too exhausting for him. Hence, even after breaking through, he would only be able to last for half an incense stick's worth of time before unleashing the 4-star Do formation technique. In fact, he might not even be able to last for half an incense stick's worth of time. However, this half an incense stick's worth of time was enough to cause the red-bone horse monkey to suffer extreme pain and even be severely injured. The Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation was completed in an instant. Xianxia controlled the array and sword chi filled the air. Xianxia and Tyrant's eyes lit up. "What a terrifying array formation!" Tyrant continuously praised. Even he might not be able to escape unscathed from this array formation. When the array formation was completed, Tyrant was extremely shocked. How could this array formation be weak when it was formed by 108 origin divine tools? However, he might not necessarily die in this array formation. However, the moment Xianxia unleashed the Do formation technique, the array formation's battle strength instantly increased by several folds. That terrifying sword chi made Tyrant feel a chill in his heart. "Break for me!" The red-bone horse monkey smashed out with his axe and shattered countless sword chi. However, the 4-star Do formation technique's amplification of the Ashura sword formation technique was too strong. Compared to the 3-star Do formation technique, the difference was like heaven and earth. Boom! A deafening sound rang out in the spiritual vulture cave. Xianxia covered her ears and her face turned pale. However, Xianxia's Ashura sword formation was impregnable. The red-bone horse monkey's repeated attacks were unable to break through the Ashura sword formation. Moreover, he was also gradually weakening. Facing the Ashura sword formation, his situation was bleak. One must know that the Ashura sword formation's strongest point wasn't its defense, but its attack. The heavenly dragon sword wreaked havoc. This time, he no longer had the initial momentum. Facing the increasingly fierce Ashura sword formation, he was already having a hard time. Thousands of sword chi were unleashed together. Rays of light filled the entire spiritual vulture cave. The red-bone horse monkey narrowed his eyes. His huge axe swept out, but he couldn't block the thousands of sword chi. He could only retreat step by step. He couldn't break through the Ashura sword formation technique under the 4-star Do formation technique. Wanting to fight against the Ashura sword formation was even more ridiculous. Seconds and minutes passed. The red-bone horse monkey's situation was getting more and more dangerous. He was injured by hundreds of sword chi and his injuries were getting more and more serious. However, Xianxia didn't have much time left. At least, he had forced the red-bone horse monkey into a desperate situation. Little Chenzi. Tyrant looked at Xianxia. It was already shocking that Xianxia could withstand such a terrifying attack for so long. One should know that he was a late hierarch realm expert, but he was able to force the red-bone horse monkey, an early divine emperor, into such a desperate situation. The red-bone horse monkey wasn't an ordinary divine emperor realm expert. It's alright, I can still hold on. Xianxia gritted his teeth and held on. However, almost 70% of the divine origin force in his body had been used up. In the divine world, experts were like dragons, especially those who had reached a higher realm. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to kill someone of a higher realm. Once a cultivator broke through to the divine emperor realm, he would be like a fish leaping into the sea, a bird flying in the sky. The divine emperor realm was almost irreversible. If a cultivator under the divine emperor realm wanted to kill a cultivator under the divine emperor realm, it would be like a fantasy story in the eyes of the divine world. However, Xianxia had done it. He was only a late hierarch realm expert, yet he was able to force the red-bone horse monkey into a dilemma. It was impossible for him to break through the formation, but it was also impossible for him to defend himself. Therefore, he was in great pain as he was forced back by the sword chi. Was he really going to die in the hands of a late hierarch realm brat? In the past, he was an emperor realm expert. In the past, he was a true invincible sovereign emperor. If it wasn't for the alchemist glazed Buddha suppressing him here, not even 500 arhats would dare to go against him. He even dared to challenge the 100 generations bodhisattva. But today, he was forced into a life and death situation by a hierarch realm expert. He was extremely furious. No one can defeat me, get lost. The red-bone horse monkey roared furiously. His face was extremely gloomy as he defended himself against Xianxia's endless sword rain. His strength was greatly reduced, making it difficult for him to move. However, he had jumped out of the 3 realms and was not in the 5 elements realm. It was extremely difficult to kill him. Tyrant was very worried about Xianxia. Xianxia had exhausted almost all of his strength in order to kill the red-bone horse monkey. However, the red-bone horse monkey's defense was too strong. Even at this moment, the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn had quietly passed, but the red-bone horse monkey still managed to hold on. After all, he was a divine emperor expert who had once reached the emperor realm, he should not be underestimated. Xianyuan Yumo's expression changed as he said gloomily. Yuan De, Yuan Qing, Enlightened Master Yuan Bao and the others also appeared randomly. Doubai and King Luobin were infuriated. They were unwilling to believe what they were seeing. Xianxia was supposed to be dead, but he appeared in the spirit vulture cave of the Great Snow Mountain. How could they not be angry? How could they not be angry? Bastard, this guy is really lucky. But it seems like he's at the end of his rope. Humph, let me send you on your way. Doubai said with a sinister smile. Xianxia's face was extremely pale. The red-bone horse ape kept attacking the formation. He could not hold on any longer. What's that? How could it be so terrifying? Lan Mao said in a deep voice. Her eyes were filled with astonishment as she looked at the red-bone horse ape. That's a red-bone horse ape. I've seen it in the ancestral shrine of my family. Could it be the red-bone horse ape from the 9 heavens of Hengdu? The red-bone horse ape was an emperor realm expert back then. Why is it so weak now? King Luobin said indifferently. His ancestor had fought against the red-bone horse ape before. Could it be this guy? Red-bone horse ape? What kind of demonic beast is that? Lan Luo said in surprise. However, she was extremely excited to see that Xianxia was still alive. However, the current situation was extremely difficult for Xianxia. There are a total of 4 divine monkeys between the heavens and earth. They are beyond the 3 realms and are not part of the 5 elements. They are called the chaotic 4 monkeys. They have existed since Pangu created the world. They are the red-bone horse ape, the intelligent stone monkey, the 6-eared macaque, and the long-armed ape monkey. The talent and strength of these 4 monkeys are even stronger than the divine dragon vermilion bird. This red-bone horse ape is one of them. It's obvious how terrifying it is. Legend has it that this guy has existed since ancient times. It's like a living fossil. Unfortunately, no one could compete with it. The red-bone horseape was not a good guy. However, I heard that it was suppressed by the medicine-glazed Buddha in the end. Goddess Lua whispered. Everyone came to a sudden realization. Xianxia was actually able to fight the red-bone horseape to a standstill, and even had the upper hand. It must be said that this fellow was truly powerful. Moreover, he was able to escape from that hopeless situation. It was truly unimaginable. Damn it, why are they here? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat and his expression turned solemn. At this moment, more than 10 people had arrived. Dou Bai, Shanyuan Rain Demon, Lan Mao, and the 3 great experts of the All-Life Temple. This lineup was quite unusual. Moreover, his current strength had been greatly reduced. After the battle with the red-bone horseape, it was difficult for him to display his full strength. That person is a reincarnated living Buddha. The reincarnated living Buddha is here. Yuanda's gaze flickered and landed on the distant tyrant. His pupils constricted. This sentence caused everyone to hold their breaths. The reincarnated living Buddha, Xianxia, and the red-bone horseape were all here. This was truly unexpected. They originally came to look for the Great Snow Mountain Spirit Vulture Cave. They did not expect to have such an unexpected harvest. If they could seize this opportunity to obtain the reincarnated living Buddha, their trip to the Great Lightning Tune Temple's illusory realm would be complete. The reincarnated living Buddha made their spirits soar in an instant. Is he the reincarnated living Buddha? King Luoben and the others were incomparably shocked. It seemed like their luck was really too good. They could wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, but by chance, they found it without even looking for it. That's right, it's him. Reverend Yuanda said without a doubt. Everyone stared at the reincarnated living Buddha. At this moment, Xianxia could no longer hold on. There were wolves in front and tigers behind. His and tyrant's situation had become truly perilous. Break for me. The red-bone horseape's final attack had already caused it to suffer heavy injuries. Xianxia's Ashura sword formation could no longer hold on and broke apart. At this moment, the red-bone horseape knelt on one knee. His entire body was covered in wounds, and his strength had also suffered a great loss. The corners of Xianxia's mouth curled into a bloodthirsty smile. The red-bone horseape was finally heavily injured by him. However, their current situation was incomparably perilous. Although the red-bone horseape was no longer a threat, the All-Life Temple's people had already quietly launched an attack in front of the Spirit Vulture Cave. In this battle, they had indeed suffered a great loss. If not for the All-Life Temple's people, victory was already in their grasp. However, at this moment, both Xianxia and the red-bone horseape had truly suffered heavy injuries. Their situation would only become more and more dangerous. Xianxia, red-bone horseape, if you surrender now, we might leave your corpses intact. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite, Shanyuan Rain Demon said with a sneer. Shanyuan Rain Devil sneered. Xianxia's injuries were severe. How could the reincarnated living Buddha fight against so many experts? Mother ****. Dream on. If you want to fight, then fight. What else is there to say? You want me to surrender? I think you've taken the wrong medicine. Tyrant crossed his arms and gritted his teeth. He was not willing to admit defeat. Even though Xianxia's strength had been damaged, he was still as strong as before. When he was still in the late hierarch realm, he could already fight against 4 half-step deity emperors. Now that he had made a breakthrough, why would he be afraid of these half-step deity emperors? In the past, it was always Xianxia who protected him. Now, it was his turn to protect his brother. Bah. This fella's mouth is full of filthy words. He's definitely not a Buddhist. He's definitely a homicidal maniac. Many powerful juniors of our 10 great monasteries have died in his hands. Today, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. We'll settle this debt. Reverend Yuanda said seriously, as if he was putting Tyrant on the spot. In their eyes, there was no reason for Xianxia and Tyrant to walk out of here alive. If you want to punish me, you can always find a pretext. Are you saying that only you are allowed to kill me? Are you saying that I'm not allowed to resist? Humph, what a joke. Do you think that you can capture me by relying on numbers? Childish fella, so what if you're a redbone horse ape? You're still suppressed by us. Try and see if you're as strong as the redbone horse ape. Tyrant said in an unbridled manner. He really didn't put this group of people in his eyes. At least, he had no fear of these people after fighting alone. At this moment, it was time for Xianxia to have a good rest. Little Xianxia, stand aside and watch how I'm going to deal with these sanctimonious fellas. Those people that I've killed deserve to die. You guys aren't any better. Tyrant stood in the middle of the vulture cave and pointed at Reverend Yuanda and the others. He was arrogant and domineering. Be careful, Xianxia said in a deep voice. He wasn't in a hurry to attack, and instead, he wanted to recover his strength as quickly as possible. He knew that these enemies wouldn't give up so easily, and once they started fighting, Tyrant might not be able to stop them. What a reincarnated living Buddha. I'll kill you. Buddha's radiance. Tyrant struck out a hand seal and Xianyuan rain demon was pushed back. The terrifying hand seal kept spinning, making it hard for Xianyuan rain demon to defend himself. They were both half-step divine emperors, but the difference in strength was obvious. Tyrant's attack completely shocked everyone present. Such a terrifying Buddha aura. Reverend Yuanda cried out in surprise. This was the first time he had seen such a pure and terrifying power of Buddha rhyme. It was no wonder that such a terrifying reincarnated living Buddha could not kill so many people. It seemed like a fierce battle was inevitable this time. Such a powerful technique. Let's attack together. Enlightened Master Yuan Qing said in a low voice. The purer the Buddha aura, the stronger it was. Moreover, Tyrant was using the most orthodox technique of Buddha sect. Looks like it's time to show my true strength. King Luobin sneered. They were shocked that Xianyuan Rain Demon was pushed back by a single attack, but in their eyes, it was because Xianyuan Rain Demon was too weak. They were all half-step divine emperors, how could there be such a huge gap between them? At least, King Luobin, Do Bai, and even Lan Mao did not believe it. Trash, all of you are trash. Ha ha ha. Tyrant said disdainfully. Xianyuan Rainman's face turned gloomy. This fella is too arrogant. Didn't he just push me back with a single attack? Even if I'm not his match, how can he continue to be arrogant in front of so many experts? Following Taoist Yuan Qing's words, everyone became serious and prepared to attack Tyrant. Only Do Bai's current target was Xianxia, because Xianxia's strength had been damaged, and he should be on the verge of death. This was the best chance for him to escape. If they allowed him to escape, then it would be too late for them to do anything. Brat, let's see where you can run to this time. Do Bai said with a smile and walked towards Xianxia. Xianxia raised his head and looked at Do Bai. Obviously, Do Bai was here to end him quickly. It's not that easy to kill me, Xianxia said faintly. At this moment, Do Bai did not slow down at all, determined to kill Xianxia. Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards. Xianxia released the Dragon Rider Celestial Guard and sent it straight at Do Bai. Although Xianxia's strength was recovering very quickly, it wasn't this monstrous. At the very least, he still needed some time. Insignificant tricks. You overestimate yourself. You want to trap me with just these? Clenching his feather fan, Do Bai's palm wind whistled through the air. The Celestial Dragon Guard didn't even manage to block 10 moves from Do Bai before he was forced to retreat. Xianxia knew that the Celestial Dragon Guard's strength was no longer enough. It seemed that he would have to properly build up his strength, but now clearly wasn't the time. Die for me. Let's see who else can save you. Do Bai's palm wind surged and lightning flashed. Xianxia pressed forward and forced Do Bai back. At that moment, Xianxia's green robe was spotless as he faced Do Bai directly. What a hot girl. Hee hee, it seems like you are a coward who only knows how to hide behind a woman. Do Bai sneered. But Xianxia wasn't going up at all. Xianxia also took a step forward and faced Do Bai without any fear. Xianxia's strength had always been very strong. It was just that Xianxia and Tyrant were too strong and too dazzling. Therefore, no one paid any attention to Xianxia. Xianxia faced Do Bai without any pressure at all. It was impossible for Dou Bai to finish off Xianxia in a short period of time. Damnable fellow. Dou Bai was incomparably furious. This woman was truly despicable. Xianxia didn't want to fight him at all. This made Dou Bai extremely depressed. Xianxia was using offense as defense. He was stronger than Dou Bai and was even suppressing Dou Bai. On the other side, Tyrant, who Xianxia was most worried about, actually went up against Yuan Da, Yuan Qing, and Yuan Bao, the three eminent monks of All Life Temple. He even seemed to have the upper hand. Only after King Luo Ben and Lan Mao's attack and Xianyuan Yumo's participation did Tyrant feel a little strained. But even so, he still couldn't shake Tyrant. Lan Luo and Goddess Luo looked at each other. Both of their strengths were lacking. But at this moment, they were not afraid at all. Lan Luo and Goddess Luo looked at each other. Both of their strengths were lacking. But at this moment, they were not afraid at all. They still went up against Tyrant. Lan Luo and Goddess Luo looked at each other. Both of their strengths were lacking. But at this moment, they were not afraid at all. They still went up against Tyrant. No, absolutely not. Little Qinzi had suffered a lot for Jiangchen previously. Jiangchen managed to escape several times while Little Qinzi was heavily injured. This time, how could he let Jiangchen be in danger again? However, the strength of All Life Temple's people was still suppressing Tyrant. Tyrant could not use his attacks at all. Buddha Chi of Heaven. A seal was struck out. Tyrant and the others joined hands to resist against it. Under the terrifying fluctuation of Yuan Qi, they were instantly blocked. Waves of terrifying Buddha Qi could not hurt them at all. 1 against 8. Tyrant was having a hard time. Xianyuan swordsmanship. Luo River comes east. Boundless Buddhism. Everyone attacked at the same time. One after another, terrifying attacks overwhelmed Tyrant. In the Vulture Cave, Tyrant's strength was being suppressed bit by bit. His situation was extremely worrying. Buddha's angry samsara. Tyrant roared in anger. But he still couldn't stop the situation. These guys were too terrifying. They bullied him with numbers, not caring about their reputation at all. Which half-step deity emperor wasn't an expert that could dominate a region? However, they knew that reputation was not worth mentioning at this moment. What they wanted was just the reincarnation of a living Buddha and a god-suppressing monument. As long as they could kill Tyrant, it was worth it. Although Tyrant was strong, he couldn't withstand the strong attacks of these people. As a result, he could only defend passively. He didn't have any chance to rush out. Although Qing Xian managed to block Dou Bai, they didn't know how much more danger they would be in if this continued. Monk, be careful. Jiangchen shouted. Tyrant was injured by Xianyuan sword qi. Xianyuan swordsmanship was unpredictable. Xianyuan Yuma found an opportunity to defeat Tyrant. The others were also getting more and more courageous. Defeating the weak with the strong? Why would there be so many schemes? Just do it. Tyrant's face was terrifyingly gloomy. It seemed like he was finally going to use his true strength. Tyrant held the god-suppressing monument in his hand. The moment the incomparably large god-suppressing monument appeared, everyone's gazes landed on him. At this moment, they were even more motivated because everyone was here for the god-suppressing monument. However, it was unknown whether they could withstand a blow from the god-suppressing monument. F***CKU. If a tiger doesn't show its might, you think I'm a sick cat? Tyrant's powerful attack was directly suppressed by the god-suppressing monument. With an endless pressure, the 8 of them were forced to retreat. He also staggered a step, his face incomparably cold. What a terrifying god-suppressing monument. Bah. Such a terrifying magical tool must not fall into the hands of this bastard. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for the world. This guy is not our match, but he actually managed to fight us to a draw with the god-suppressing monument. He's not simple. We can't let him live, we can't let him live. Everyone's expression was solemn. Tyrant held the god-suppressing monument in his hand, like a peerless Buddha, standing proudly and looking at them with cold eyes. The god-suppressing monument is an important Buddhist weapon. We must not let it fall into the hands of this person. We don't know how many disasters he has caused with the god-suppressing monument. We don't know how many people have died by his hands. He's simply an executioner from hell. Reverend Yuan Bao said in a deep voice, pointing at Tyrant and listing out his crimes. Ba. That's right, junior brother, you're right. The God-suppressing monument is powerful. It's a supreme weapon left behind by Gautama Buddha to suppress all evil. We must not let it fall into the hands of evil people. If that's the case, how can the many experts of the West Pole Divine region feel at ease? Reverend Yuanda nodded heavily, feeling righteous. F*CKU, stop talking so much nonsense. If you want to fight, let's fight. Gautama Buddha said that good things belong to whoever has them. If you have the ability, come and snatch it. Tyrant sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. The flames of war were ignited once again. Ba. What a stubborn person. How dare he call himself a reincarnated living Buddha? I think he's just a wild monkey that's hard to tame. Reverend Yuan Qing said coldly. In their eyes, Tyrant had become a real demon. They must kill him as soon as possible. Obtaining the God-suppressing monument was the most important thing. In your eyes, who isn't an evil person? Ha ha ha. Monk Tyrant laughed impudently. His words rendered Taoist Master Yuanda and the others speechless. They had always prided themselves on being a righteous sect, always standing on the moral high ground. They would never believe that they had done anything wrong. They were the true judges of justice. And this was what Tyrant hated the most. That was why he was chased and attacked by so many people in the West Pole Divine region. He was killed by countless people because he stood on the side of justice and fairness. However, those people always believed that they were right. Therefore, true fairness was the opposite of them. Therefore, it was only natural that Tyrant was attacked. They would not allow anyone to stand on the moral high ground and criticize them. Only they had the right to criticize others. As long as it was something different from them, it would not be orthodox. The monk Tyrant hated this group of sanctimonious people the most. His actions were extreme and extremely domineering. That was why he had offended so many major forces of the West Pole Divine region. His possession of the God-suppressing monument had put him in a desperate situation. A gentleman's wealth was his own ruin. In the eyes of those people, the God-suppressing monument in his hands was the greatest failure. He did not deserve to possess it. Only those truly powerful forces were qualified to possess it. Don't you just want my God-suppressing monument? Why do you have so much nonsense? Why do you have so many excuses? If I don't kill people, you won't snatch my treasure? If I don't kill people, you say that I don't deserve it. You force me to kill people. After I kill people, you force me into a desperate situation. What a good method. I think it's time for your West Pole Divine region to be cleansed. Today, let me enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Since your West Pole Divine region no longer has a Buddha, from today onwards, I will be your Buddha. Tyrant said with a cold expression. When dealing with these people, one had to use violence to curb violence. If one tried to reason with them, they would be angered to death. Therefore, one could only beat them until they were convinced, and beat them to death. This was Tyrant's Tao. Sophistry. You have killed so many people. You should go to the 18th level of hell and never be reincarnated. Attack. Reverend Yuanda took the lead and charged forward. His fist shook the sky, shocking everyone. 5-direction Arhat fist. Once again, Reverend Yuanda and the others surrounded Tyrant. However, Tyrant did not hold back at all. With the God-suppressing monument in his hand, a tremendous oppressive force emerged, making it hard for anyone to approach him. Relying on the might of the God-suppressing monument, Tyrant finally managed to break through the situation. Everyone present became fearful. The God-suppressing monument was an important weapon that Gautama Buddha had used to suppress ghosts, gods, and demons. Even if Tyrant was unable to unleash its full power, it was still extremely terrifying. Once the God-suppressing monument appeared, everyone was stunned. There was no way they could compete with it. Tyrant was like a hot knife cutting through butter. He defeated all of them one after another. This scene shocked even Jiang Chen. Tyrant was worthy of being his brother. These people weren't strong enough to capture him. If not, Tyrant would have been captured by them long ago. Good job, monk. Ha ha ha. Xianxia said with a laugh. Xianxia and Doubai were still fighting fiercely, but Doubai was obviously more skillful than Xianxia. He was more experienced in advancing and retreating than Xianxia. Gradually, Xianxia was brought into Doubai's attack range. Doubai had set up a trapping formation. Although he couldn't kill Xianxia in a short period of time, this trapping formation made Xianxia extremely annoyed. Doubai sneered and went straight for Xianxia. If he did not attack now, his chances would be even slimmer. On the other side, Reverend Yuenda and the others were already suppressed by Monk Tyrant. The might of the god suppressing monument made everyone's scalp tingle. Once they were suppressed by the monument, they would die without a burial place. Brat, die. No one can save you. Doubai attacked in the air. His feather fan flew up and approached Xianxia. Xianxia's expression turned cold. He sat steadily on the praying mat and slapped his palm. The moment his palm intersected with Doubai's, he forcefully pushed Doubai back. Xianxia stood up slowly and looked at Doubai with murderous intent. If you want to kill me, you'll have to wash your own neck first. Instead of retreating, Xianxia advanced. At this moment, he had finally sounded the horn to launch a counterattack. Although his strength hadn't fully recovered, Doubai shouldn't be a match for him at all. Xianxia did not even need to use the dragon transformation. He forcefully pushed Doubai back with the strength of his flesh and blood. A terrifying aura rose. Doubai was not a match for Xianxia at all. His punches landed on Doubai's body. Even though Doubai was a half-step divine emperor, he could not withstand Xianxia's terrifying strength. The more Doubai fought, the more shocked he became. His expression was extremely ugly. It was unbelievable that Xianxia could recover so quickly. Battle God Space. The Battle God Space was incomparably terrifying. It was one of the strongest means of the Battle God clan. The Battle God Space could directly change the structure of the space and form a space-type formation. If one wasn't a core disciple, he wouldn't be able to come into contact with the Battle God Space. In the past, the Battle God Space that Xianxia had snatched from the disciples of the Battle God clan was just a formation that the Battle God clan was most proud of. However, this Battle God Space was extremely terrifying. The Battle God Space could even directly seal people in the space. Those who were weak would be crushed to death by the Battle God Space. Xianxia was calm and indifferent. The appearance of the Battle God Space had instantly sealed him and isolated him from the outside world. In the space, there was nothing around Xianxia. The Battle God Space was constantly compressed and became smaller. Xianxia's range of movement was also getting smaller and smaller. It was like a cage of heaven and earth, sealing him inside. However, at this moment, Doubai's Battle God Space was obviously not complete enough and it wasn't powerful enough. This guy's strength was only at the intermediate level. It couldn't be considered as having absolute control over the space. Even Xianxia was shocked when the Battle God Space appeared. However, Doubai's level of attainment was still not enough. What a strange method. Xianxia murmured. His eyes were filled with surprise. However, this Battle God Space wasn't flawless. Xianxia was shocked, but he didn't panic. This self-contained Battle God Space wasn't something that ordinary people could break. Let's see how you escape from my Battle God Space. Doubai sneered. The space was constantly compressed and it would become more and more solid. Shrinking the space would also make it more and more difficult for Xianxia. Dragon transformation. Xianxia shouted angrily. Under the dragon transformation, he punched crazily. With absolute explosive power, the Battle God Space was completely deformed. How could this be? Doubai couldn't believe it. Xianxia actually used absolute divine power to make the Battle God Space become distorted. It even felt like it was on the verge of collapse. He couldn't control the Battle God Space anymore. Once the Battle God Space was broken, he would definitely be seriously injured. Trying to trap me? Dream on. Xianxia gathered his strength and punched out. His entire person became incomparably ferocious, and the momentum of the attack instantly broke through the Battle God Space. Doubai was sent flying hundreds of meters away, smashing into the rock wall. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and his face was pale. His eyes were filled with an indescribable fear. This Xianxia was simply too strong. Invincible. The battle god space was rather domineering, but it was completely suppressed by Xianxia and shattered with one punch. This scene was too shocking. Xianxia, this guy can actually be so ferocious. Although Doubai's strength wasn't considered top-notch, he wasn't mediocre either. Shangyuan Yuma and the others stared at Xianxia in shock. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tyrant attacked consecutively. Yuan Qing and Yuan Bao, the two spiritual masters of the All-Life Temple, were suppressed and forced to retreat. The force of the god-suppressing monument was like the pressure of 10,000 mountains. It was extremely ferocious, and the two of them couldn't withstand its sharpness at all. Xianxia instantly joined the battle. At this moment, he faced Yuan Da, Yuan Qing, and Yuan Bao alone. The three of them were completely shocked by Xianxia's strength. They were no match for him at all, and they were shocked. However, the strength that Xianxia displayed was unquestionable. Xianxia used the limitless sword to cut through the attacks of the three spiritual masters without holding back. "Brat, do you really want to be our enemy?" Spiritual Master Yuanda said while panting. The three of them were no match for Xianxia. They had really underestimated this guy. They didn't expect that the weakest person among them was actually such a terrifying expert. "Isn't it a little too late to try and rope me in? What were you guys thinking when you pushed me into the bottomless abyss back then? When you wanted to put me to death, what were you guys thinking? To think that you guys could say such shameless words. I'm really impressed by how thick your skin is. All the skills that you guys have cultivated for so many years are all based on the thickness of your skin, right?" Xianxia sneered. The faces of spiritual master Yuanda and the other two turned extremely ugly. However, what Xianxia said was not without reason. Bah. The sea of bitterness knows no bounds. Repent and you will be saved. Back then, it wasn't the three of us who wanted to kill brother Xianxia. They did it on purpose. Why can't we bury the hatchet? If we capture that reincarnated living Buddha together, our all-life temple will definitely reward us handsomely. With brother Xianxia's methods, why do you have to worry about not being able to rise to the top? Why do you want to ruin yourself here? Taoist Yuan Qing explained. He was trying his best to dissuade Xianxia. Ha ha ha. What a joke. You guys have the ability to stop them but you didn't. You brought me here just to be cannon fodder. Does my life or death mean anything to you? Now, you guys want to rope me in? How shameless. This monk is my brother. Anyone who dares to touch my brother will be killed without mercy. Xianxia said angrily. The faces of spiritual master Yuanda and the other two turned pale. It seemed that they had underestimated Xianxia. However, the other party was determined to fight to the death with them. The three of them were filled with regret. It was all the fault of those four fellows who forced Xianxia into a desperate situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood against them. Bah. Xianxia, don't blame us for being merciless. Spiritual Master Yuanda put his palms together with a solemn expression. Old monk, if you have any tricks up your sleeves, just use them. Otherwise, I will send you guys to the 18th level of hell. Don't you guys always say that if I don't go to hell, who will? Haha. Xianxia laughed and said. He glanced at the rest of them. Tyrant completely ignored Shanyuan Rain Demon, King Luo Bin, Lan Mao, and the others. Don't hurt the woman. Goddess Luo is De Huang's woman. Xianxia transmitted his voice to Tyrant. Tyrant's eyes sparkled as he looked at Goddess Luo. Sure enough, she was a phoenix among men. It seemed like Big Yellow's luck with women wasn't bad. Since she was Big Yellow's brother, he surely wouldn't be interested in her. As for the other person, Little Chen didn't say anything. It must be his woman, Tyrant thought. At the same time, Xianxia also transmitted his voice to Goddess Luo, telling her that Tyrant was also De Huang's brother. Goddess Luo understood tacitly. She stood at the periphery and did not attack Tyrant. Although she seemed to be attacking, it was just a superficial attack. As for Lan Luo, Xianxia could only guarantee that she wouldn't be injured by Tyrant. As for her life and death, it was up to fate. At this moment, Xianxia couldn't even guarantee his own life. How could he guarantee her life, In an instant, Jiang Chen's expression changed when he turned around again. Because spiritual master Yuanda and the other's strength had increased instantly. Their bodies were shrouded in golden light. How could this be? Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold as he murmured. Little Jiang Chen, you asked for this. We wanted to enlighten you, but you are too stubborn. So, we have no choice but to do this. Since we can't enlighten your body, we will enlighten your soul first, said Jiang Chen. Look at my Arhat golden body. Spiritual master Yuanda roared. This time, he was not afraid of Jiang Chen at all. With the strength of the three of them, any one of them was enough to shake Jiang Chen. The power of the Arhat golden body made Jiang Chen not dare to slack off. It turned out to be the Arhat golden body. Rumor has it that the Arhat golden body is passed down by the Arhats of the 10 great temples. Only those who are valued by the Arhats will have this blessing. Once the Arhat golden body appears, even a divine emperor realm expert would have to avoid it. You have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. But I like it. Jiang Chen roared. The ancient soaring dragon technique had greatly improved his strength, surpassing the half-step deity emperor realm. This battle was strenuous for him, but it was still far from enough to kill him. The golden light was resplendent, dazzling, and sublime. Under the Arhat golden body, the three of them were a foot taller, and their momentum was flourishing. 5 Arhat Fist. Heavenly Shade Arhat Fist. Drunken Dream Arhat Fist. The 3 golden Arhats forced Jiang Chen into a dilemma. Countless fist shadows came crashing towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was naked, his blood vessels were boiling. The battle between the 4 of them became extremely exciting. Jiang Chen was fighting against 3 of them alone. At this moment, he was no longer a half-step divine emperor, but 3 golden Arhats with the aura of an emperor realm expert. Jiang Chen swore not to take a step back. Countless dragon marks surged. Between Jiang Chen's fist shadows, there were vague dragon shadows. Even though he was fighting against 3 golden Arhats, he was not afraid at all. 3,000 Flaming Heavenly Seal. True Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen consecutively displayed several terrifying seals. The sky faded and the earth trembled. The vulture cave was shaken by the battle between the 4 of them. Even Tyrant was shocked. Can little Chenzi withstand the attacks of the 3 golden Arhats? Tyrant was shocked, but he did not panic. He knew that Jiang Chen would not be defeated so easily. Although he was confident, he might not be able to defeat little Chenzi. Even with the God-suppressing monument, he might not be able to suppress little Chenzi. Although the 3 golden Arhats were very strong, they were not invincible. Jiang Chen used the might of the ancient soaring dragon art to push his strength to the peak. The emperor realm was a huge dividing line. Even if Jiang Chen pushed the ancient soaring dragon art to the extreme, he still could not break through the emperor realm. Therefore, he was only infinitely close to the emperor realm. But even so, he was not inferior to the 3 golden Arhats. Jiang Chen clenched his fists and fought against the 3 golden-bodied Arhats. Clanging sounds could be heard incessantly. The strength of the 2 had reached the peak. Jiang Chen fought against the 3 of them, but his strength was constantly being suppressed. After all, the strength of the 3 golden-bodied Arhats was already comparable to a divine emperor expert. This was the most terrifying aspect. On the other side, Tyrant was no longer as relaxed as before. Xianyuan Rain Demon, Lan Mao, and King Luoben had also used all their skills. It wasn't easy to suppress the 3 of them. The water of the Luo River comes from the heavens. The Luo God's light. King Luoben held the Luo River in his hand and turned into an endless rainbow, closing in on Tyrant. The Luo God clan was also a great clan in the divine world. Although they were declining in recent years, they were still in existence that made people fear them. The water of the Luo River gushed out. Tyrant retreated as he fought. Xianyuan Rain Demon followed behind and displayed the divine might of the Xianyuan sword art. Xianyuan Sword's Heaven Mark. Although Xianyuan Rain Demon did not have the Xianyuan sword, the Xianyuan family's legendary sword art, the Xianyuan sword art, was incomparably powerful. It tore apart the heaven mark and left behind a sound of sword chi. Shepherd God Spear. Lan Mao brandished his glowing spear and unleashed his strongest move. They had already been completely suppressed by Tyrant. If they continued to cower in fear, they would only be asking for trouble. Under the combined strength of the three of them, they were actually able to resist the attack of the god-suppressing tablet. The Luo God clan, Shepherd clan, and Xianyuan clan weren't clans with an undeserved reputation. The god-suppressing tablet was powerful, but the three of them were not to be underestimated. The Shepherd God's light, Xianyuan Tianhen, and the Shepherd God's spear almost completely resisted the god-suppressing tablet. The four of them were in a stalemate. The scene was extremely chaotic and it was difficult to determine the winner. Finally found them. At this moment, several figures appeared in front of the vulture cave. They were Spiritual Master Wu Yin, Spiritual Master Shen Yin, Spiritual Master Wu De, Wei Xiaolong, and the 7 half-step Divine Emperor realm experts behind them. At this moment, the entire vulture cave became lively again. What a gathering of heroes. Ha ha ha. I never thought that there would be so many experts here. It's really enjoyable, really enjoyable. Wei Xiaolong was excited. Such a magnificent scene was unbelievable. However, he was shocked to see that Jiang Chen was still alive and the red-bone horseape was severely injured. The rest of the people were the reincarnated living Buddha and the other great monasteries. This was going to be a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. Ba. Looks like I'm not too late. Wu De Spiritual Master's expression turned solemn. He squinted his eyes and looked at everyone. He knew that the battle had just begun. Jiang Chen and the reincarnated living Buddha were fighting passively. The experts of the All-Life Temple had already arrived before them. However, there was no clear winner yet. They still had a chance. Yeah. Jiang Chen is here. The reincarnated living Buddha is also here. Looks like we don't have to run anymore. Today, we will finally end this once and for all. Silent Sound Spiritual Master said. He could not wait to kill Jiang Chen as soon as possible. At least the god-suppressing tablet would depend on who was more capable. They were unwilling to give in to each other and were unwilling to submit to each other. However, they had to unite against a common enemy. They had to defeat Jiang Chen and the reincarnated living Buddha first. Jiang Chen had already offended too many people. He had killed Reverend Yu Yin and Reverend Tian Yin, as well as Reverend Gao Da. He had offended almost everyone here. When Jiang Chen and Tyrant saw the arrival of enlightened Wu De and the others, their facial expression became extremely gloomy. Now that they were facing a few golden-bodied arhats, they were already in a dilemma. Given the current situation, it would be extremely difficult for them to rush out of the vulture cave. These bastards. Why are they all gathered here? Jiang Chen was also helpless. He smiled bitterly and forced a golden-bodied arhat Yuan back with a punch. His expression was extremely unsightly. He was confident that he could defeat these people. However, with Reverend Spiritual Master and Silent Sound Spiritual Master, he would be in a difficult situation. It seems like it's time to fight with our lives on the line. Tyrant glanced at Jiang Chen. Back then, he had to fight with his life on the line to preserve his life. However, the strength of those people back then was obviously not as strong as these people. There were also differences in the strength of half-step deity emperors. These people were super experts from the West Pole Divine region and even from all directions. They were peerless talents and had the support of powerful sections. Just like a golden-bodied arhat, they could at least fight 3 to 5 half-step deity emperors effortlessly. However, Jiang Chen and Tyrant had nothing. They could only fight with their backs to the wall. Ba. Benefactors and eminent monks, we are late. Reverend Divine Sound said faintly. His words had a profound meaning. Although they were late, they had to get a share of the loot. Let's get rid of these two guys first. Otherwise, none of us will have a good ending. Esteemed monks, you've come just in time to help us capture and kill this fiend. Golden Arhat Yuan glanced at enlightened Master Wu De and the others. It would not be easy for them to kill Jiang Chen. Although they could suppress him, the outcome was not optimistic. Once enlightened Master Wu De and the others arrived, Jiang Chen and the reincarnated living Buddha would die. That would be their chance. As for who would obtain the god-subduing monument, that would depend on their luck. Now that they were fighting against Jiang Chen together, it was the common belief of many monasteries. Naturally, it was all for the god-subduing monument. Esteemed monks, we'll lend you a hand. Enlightened Master Wu De sneered. Together with Enlightened Master Wu Yin and Enlightened Master Divine Sound, they quickly joined in the attack against Jiang Chen. They all had a deep grudge against Jiang Chen. As for Wei Xiaolong, he led the people behind him and charged at Tyrant. With so many experts joining in, the danger that Jiang Chen and Tyrant faced increased. Even the Spirit Vulture Cave was filled with the aura of death. Enlightened Master Wu De and Enlightened Master Divine Sound joined in, forcing Jiang Chen to retreat. The three golden arhats gave Jiang Chen a great deal of pressure, allowing Enlightened Master Wu De and the others to fight like fish in water. Brat, today is the day you die. I'll kill you and avenge my junior brother. Enlightened Master Wu De held the Buddhist discipline rod in his hand, while Jiang Chen's cold river stone pressed down. Enlightened Master Wu De was sealed in ice. He roared and broke through the ice, but he was repelled by the cold river stone. Enlightened Master Divine Sound and Enlightened Master Divine Sound exerted all their strength and attacked from the side, wanting to deal a great blow to Jiang Chen. Both of them were repelled by a single punch from Jiang Chen. However, the three golden arhats were not so easy to deal with. Jiang Chen was attacked from the front and back, and was repelled by 3 arhat punches. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his aura became much weaker. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and once again displayed the limitless sword. The 14th sword had already reached the state of perfection. Jiang Chen now had to constantly explore and find the essence of the 15th sword in order to gain the upper hand. Jiang Chen transformed himself into a sword. The 12th sword, the 13th sword, and the 14th sword continuously slashed down. A series of limitless sword was constantly deduced. Jiang Chen continued to sublimate in the battle. The sword will became fiercer and the edge of the sword became sharper and sharper. The 15th sword. The 15th sword. The heart bears the sword, the essence of the sword. The 15th sword, the pinnacle of infinity, the heart of the sword, explode. Jiang Chen used his body as a sword, constantly exploring and making breakthroughs in the battle. The sword realm of the 15th sword was finally grasped by Jiang Chen. The essence of the sword Qi, the essence of the sword Dao, the essence of the sword Will. The 15th sword rushed out and swept away the 4 seas. Jiang Chen's sword Will and sword realm had reached another level. Under the 15th sword, the 3 golden-bodied arhats were forced to take a few steps back. Enlightened Wu De and the other 2 did not dare to face the sharpness of the 15th sword. Jiang Chen's limitless sword had a qualitative leap. Relying on the heavenly dragon sword, it was hard for him to meet a worthy opponent. The might of the 6 people could not shake Jiang Chen at all. It's time, we can't let this bastard continue to be arrogant. Enlightened Wu De said in a low voice. He kept his Buddhist discipline rod. His eyes flashed and golden light rippled. The 3 of them also displayed their true skills. They were also golden-bodied arhats and their strength was close to the divine emperor realm. With 6 golden-bodied arhats, Jiang Chen was in a precarious situation. However, his 15th sword had at least made him as stable as Mount Tai. All of you are golden-bodied arhats? Let's see how long you can last. Jiang Chen held his sword and stood up. What was the difference between 3 golden-bodied arhats and 6 golden-bodied arhats? However, Jiang Chen's 15th sword had truly displayed its full potential. The 6 golden-bodied arhats had completely forced him to retreat and blocked all his escape routes. The Battle of Tianwang Mountain, this was the battle. Compared to the 14th sword, the 15th sword was more incisive and sharper. It allowed the heavenly dragon sword to fly freely and the sword Qi was frightening as it slashed through the sky. However, the combined might of the 6 golden-bodied arhats was far stronger than the red-bone horse ape. Even if Jiang Chen had comprehended the 15th sword, he could only guarantee that he would not be crushed. Their current situation was still not optimistic. At this moment, Tyrant was in a more dangerous situation than Jiang Chen. King Luo Bin of the God Luo clan, Doubai of the Battle God clan, Lan Mao of the Shepherd clan, Shanyuan Yuma of the Shanyuan clan, Wei Xiaolong of the Tong Tian Divine Palace, and the 7 half-step deity emperors. Tyrant was in danger at every step. Even with the God-suppressing monument in his hand, it was still difficult for him to withstand such a powerful attack. Qin Xian was still trapped in the formation by Doubai. Although he was not in danger, Tyrant's injuries were gradually worsening. Xianxia's heart sank once again when she saw that tyrant was being pressured. This time, it was even more dangerous than the previous attacks. At the critical moment of life and death, Xianxia could not escape and could not even protect herself. On the other hand, tyrant was being besieged, but she could not do anything. She was even more depressed and furious. Xianyuan sword, heaven's mark covers the sun. The Xianyuan sword technique swept across the void. The god-suppressing monument resisted with all its might. Xianyuan Yuma was pushed back and looked quite miserable. However, wave after wave of attacks came, completely overwhelming tyrant. The God Luo clan, the Wood God clan, and the Battle God clan all had their own terrifying techniques. At this moment, the god-suppressing monument was also a little exhausted. After being attacked continuously, tyrant's aura became more and more unstable. Moreover, he had consumed more than half of his divine origin chi. However, his opponents were not weak at all. Tyrant gritted his teeth, but it was still useless. The god-suppressing monument suppressed one after another. However, there were too many opponents and they were too ferocious. He could only avoid their attacks. Divine Dragon scorches the sun. Wei Xiaolong also rushed to the front line. This time, he did not hide anything. Whoever obtained the god-suppressing monument first would have the upper hand. Now that the god-suppressing monument was in front of them, who wouldn't go crazy? Wei Xiaolong swung the divine dragon tail and the scorching sun scorched the sky. Tyrant squinted his eyes as he was forced back by the fire dragon. The injuries on his body were extremely severe. At the same time, King Luobin descended once again. Water and fire fused together. The Luo god's water was like ice and sword, causing Tyrant to suffer unspeakably. Tyrant retreated again and again, but at this moment, he no longer had any path of retreat to speak of. Tyrant was in an even more miserable state than Xianxia. His injuries were getting more and more serious. None of these people were ordinary, and he was starting to feel like he was on the verge of losing. F***CKU. I'll fight it out with all of you. God-suppressing monument, eternal Buddha's will. Suppress for me. The god-suppressing monument was forcefully taken out by Tyrant. A strong Buddha aura surged out from it, forcing everyone to retreat. The god-suppressing monument was undoubtedly powerful. Tyrant was also a top-notch expert among the half-step divine emperors. However, there were too many of them. He had no time to deal with them. Even if he managed to force everyone to retreat, they still had to work together to withstand the pressure from the god-suppressing monument. Although it was extremely difficult for them, they were still unable to injure them. Even if they resisted the attacks of the crowd, it was still like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. They could not stop the momentum of the onslaught. This kind of pressure had already made Tyrant breathless. Xianxia seemed to be unable to fight against the 6 golden-bodied arhats. If this continued, their situation would only become more difficult. At this moment, a strange movement was heard from the Zulong Tower. A deep voice resounded in Xianxia's heart. Good, ha ha ha, this is the perfect time. Xianxia laughed and released the fire qilin from the Zulong Tower. At this moment, the fire qilin's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, reaching the half-step divine emperor realm. Back then, this fellow had eaten more than half of the medicine glazed Buddha's medicinal garden. Now, he had finally woken up. However, his appearance could be said to have come at the right time. The flames descended upon the world with a monstrous momentum. Go help the monk. I don't need it yet. Xianxia let out a low roar as the fire qilin flew across the sky, directly stepping over everyone's heads. The terrifying scorching waves were practically unstoppable. Looks like the fire qilin that has advanced to the half-martial monarch realm has undergone a complete transformation. Xianxia thought in his heart. Just as expected, flames surged out from the fire qilin and no one dared to take a step forward. Everyone's expressions became extremely solemn. The strength of this fire qilin was almost equal to that of Tyrant. Now that the fire qilin had appeared, their battle would become even more difficult. The fire qilin's might was boundless. Flames rushed into the heavens, making everyone tremble with fear. After all, this fellow was a true ancient divine beast. Who dared to look down on it? Ordinary fire qilins and human experts of the same strength would be crushed without a doubt. Even the appearance of a fire qilin had cast a haze over everyone's hearts. Samadhi true fire. The fire qilin stepped on the air, soaring high up into the sky. True fire descended, blazing waves of heat rolled in the air, causing Xianyuan Rain Demon, King Luoben and the others to not dare to face it head-on. The flames wreaked havoc, no one dared to provoke it. The fire qilin's powerful return had not only digested the immortal herbs and spirit medicines in the alchemist's glazed Buddha medicine garden, but it had also transformed its strength. This was the most terrifying aspect of the fire qilin. With its inherited memories, the fire qilin was not inferior to any of the ancient divine beasts and ferocious beasts. Right now, he had only just begun to reveal his talent. Good heavens! Tyrant's eyes lit up. The fire qilins might have given him a lot of confidence. With the two of them working together, they were able to completely block everyone's attacks. For a moment, they fell into a stalemate, and no one could do anything to the other. Not good. With those two fellows joining hands, I'm afraid our days will be even more difficult. Lan Mao said in a low voice. However, in the face of those blazing and ferocious flames, they could only fight and retreat at the same time. For a time, they had fallen into a stalemate. Fortunately, Xianxia had fallen into a passive state in the battle against the 6 golden arhats, which gave them some comfort. Xianxia's situation was worrying, and it also worried the fire qilin and tyrant. Now, it's time for me to perform. 6 golden arhats? If the golden-bodied arhat behind you came, I might be a little afraid, but you guys are not qualified. Xianxia swept his sword and retreated. He kept the Sky Dragon sword and slowly condensed Sky Thunder in his hand. That's heavenly lightning? Venerable Divine Sound said with a solemn face. Looking at the lightning surging in Xianxia's hand, his heart was pounding. This guy could actually control the heavenly thunder. It was really shocking. Yes, it's heavenly thunder. What is this guy trying to do? 2 types of heavenly thunder is indeed terrifying, but if he wants to fight against us golden-bodied arhats with just this, he's too naive. Humph, Venerable Wuda said with a cold smile. He was not afraid at all. Instead, he took a step forward, and the light of heavenly thunder also flashed and gathered into a lightning snake, surrounding Xianxia's body. The power of heavenly thunder. He's fusing the 2 heavenly thunder. Venerable Yuenda exclaimed. Everyone's expression changed. At that moment, they finally realized what Xianxia was trying to do. I've never heard of fusing heavenly thunder together. Even if it's fusing, what can he do? I'd like to see what tricks this guy can play. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are just paper tigers. Venerable Divine Sound said coldly. In their eyes, Xianxia no longer had any strength to fight back. It was absolutely impossible for him to escape. With 6 golden-bodied arhats guarding the place, he would not be able to escape even if he had wings. At this moment, only Wei Xiaolong's eyes were twitching. He knew that Xianxia used the heavenly thunder to kill a half-step divine emperor expert. However, the expert from the Battle God clan was not that strong at that time. Could Xianxia's heavenly thunder fusion really have such great power? Although he knew about it, he still wanted to see if this guy had the strength to do so. I'm also very curious. How could this guy control the heavenly thunder? He's really extraordinary. I'll give you this chance. Let's see what you're capable of. Venerable Yuan Qing's eyes turned cold as he waited for Xianxia. They had already treated Xianxia like a turtle in a jar. It's impossible for him to escape. Why should they be afraid of him? The corner of Xianxia's mouth curved into a faint smile. Back then, Dou Qing didn't even dare to receive the fusion of heavenly lightning. However, it seemed like these talented and bold fellows still wanted to try and see if his fusion of heavenly lightning could pose a threat to them. Most importantly, Xianxia's strength back then was far from what it was now. Hence, the heavenly thunder fusion this time would definitely be terrifying. Even he himself was not sure how terrifying it would be. The dawn sky golden lightning and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning gradually fused together. The terrifying power of the lightning was so strong that no one dared to look at it directly. At least, everyone could feel the terrifying power fusing together. After the heavenly thunder fusion, it was extremely domineering. The feeling that it could explode at any time made them realize that it was not as simple as they thought it to be. This guy does have some ability. Venerable Wu De murmured. He had to admit that when Xianxia fused the dawn sky golden lightning and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning together, they felt a sense of danger. At this moment, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Zhiyu drought heavenly lightning was shot out from his mouth. The moment the third lightning appeared, everyone's facial expression changed. This lightning was much scarier than the previous 2 lightning bolts. Once the 2 lightning bolts fused together, the danger it would bring wouldn't be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Not good. Enlightened Being Silenting said immediately. His facial expression changed drastically. The transformation of the third heavenly lightning was not something that anyone could resist. From the initial disdain, to a serious look, and then to the current shock. At least, Enlightened Being Silenting didn't dare to let Xianxia fuse the third heavenly lightning together. We must not let him continue fusing the heavenly thunder together. Venerable Wu De also sensed the danger. They were not stupid. To be able to cultivate to this stage, they were all extremely intelligent. They could tell that the severing drought heavenly thunder was not ordinary. Moreover, Xianxia could fuse 2 heavenly thunder together. The third heavenly thunder must be under his control. Once the fusion was complete, it would be too terrifying. The heavenly thunder was not ordinary. It was a sign of the lightning punishment's death. It was a sign of an expert's breakthrough. It was difficult for anyone to control the heavenly thunder. However, Xianxia could control 3 heavenly thunder at the same time. That itself was terrifying. Now that he could fuse 3 heavenly thunder together, it was even more unbelievable. This guy is getting more and more terrifying. Now do you know how powerful my heavenly lightning is? Seems like it's a little too late. Xianxia said faintly. In the blink of an eye, the 3 heavenly lightning had already fused. At that moment, the 3 heavenly lightning fused into a tricolored lightning snake. Electricity surged and gathered in Xianxia's palm. Xianxia's face turned solemn. The leaping lightning snake was like a ferocious prehistoric beast bearing its fangs, trying to break free from the cage of heaven and earth and wreak havoc in the sky. In that instant, even Xianxia felt as if the divine origin energy in his body had been completely drained. The fusion of the 3 heavenly lightning was not an easy task for Xianxia. Therefore, he would not use the 3 heavenly lightning unless he had no other choice. However, at this moment, it was already too late and he had no choice but to fight to the death. Xianxia knew that if he continued to wait, it would only become more difficult. The fusion of the heavenly lightning turned into a tricolored lotus, blooming with beautiful petals. Lightning flickered faintly, carrying with it the power to destroy heaven and earth, causing everyone's expression to change. Retreat! Venerable Wu De roared and took the lead to retreat. However, how could Xianxia give him the chance to do so? Weren't they clamoring to see how powerful Xianxia was after fusing with the heavenly lightning? Now, they had turned into cowards and retreated at the first moment, their faces pale with fright. The other 5 did not dare to stay any longer and quickly retreated. Facing the terrifying fusion of the 3 heavenly lightnings, they finally understood what it meant to truly underestimate one's enemy. They might even pay with their lives, causing everyone to turn pale with fright. However, the 6 golden-bodied arhats, enlightened Master Wu De and the others who stood at the very front could not escape. It's too late. Xianxia said with a faint smile as the heavenly lightning lotus in his hand was unleashed. Like a comet exploding, it spread throughout the entire spirit vulture cave. The 6 golden-bodied arhats were the first to bear the brunt of it. They had no chance of escaping. A gigantic lightning lotus spread out. As it surged, heavenly thunder rumbled, and lightning snakes filled the void. Streaks of white light, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, completely devouring the 6 people. At that moment, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Even Tyrant, Wei Xiaolong, and the others felt their hearts palpitate. They were forced back by this incomparably terrifying fusion of heavenly thunder. Its might was too great, and they were almost implicated. Xianxia heaved a long sigh of relief and knelt on one knee. His face was deathly pale. He had almost exhausted all the strength in his body. He was truly exhausted to the point of collapse. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the gradually fading brilliance of the heavenly thunder. The entire spirit vulture cave was already in a mess, but it was not damaged. This was what shocked Xianxia the most. As expected of the place where the Gautama Buddha attained enlightenment, it was not to be underestimated. At that moment, everyone felt their throats go dry. The fusion of the 3 heavenly lightning had completely defeated the 6 golden-bodied arhats. When the lightning and thunder stopped, everyone raised their heads in anticipation. However, of the 6 golden-bodied arhats, only 3 were left, and they were heavily injured and on the verge of death. Perfected Master Yuanda, Perfected Master Wuda, and Perfected Master Wuing's bodies were riddled with holes. The severity of their injuries almost caused their souls to dissipate. Their eyes were filled with terror. Venerable Yuan Qing, Venerable Yuan Bao, and Venerable Shen were completely annihilated, their bodies scattered. Isn't Xianxia a little too strong? Such a terrifying method, he's simply shameless. Yeah, the fusion of the heavenly lightning, I don't even dare to think about it. Before the heavenly lightning could fuse together, I might have been struck to death by the heavenly lightning. This guy is really dancing alone. I have to say, this guy has exceeded all of our expectations. Even so, his current strength has been greatly reduced. The entire Great Snow Mountain spiritual vulture cave was dead silent. This Xianxia was too terrifying. At this moment, no one dared to act recklessly. Damn it, how does the fusion of my heavenly lightning feel? Xianxia sneered and looked at Venerable Yuanda and the other 2. The 3 of them hated Xianxia to the core, and their faces were extremely ugly. Their current strength was not even a tenth of their original strength. Yuan Qing, Venerable Yuan Bao, and Venerable Shen were completely annihilated just because their strength was slightly weaker than the 3 of them. One could imagine the trembling in their hearts. The current you should be an arrow at the end of its flight. You might not be any better than us, Venerable Yuanda said coldly. At this moment, they had nothing to be afraid of. They were already seriously injured and on the verge of death, but Xianxia's strength had also been depleted. In addition to his previous injuries, his current situation might not be any better than theirs. Most importantly, the Fire Qilin and the reincarnated living Buddha were quite difficult to deal with. Fire Qilin, fight with me. Let's kill all of these guys. Little Chenzi has protected us for so long. Now, it's time for us to kill a path of blood for him. Tyrant said bare-chested, his eyes extremely gloomy. Today, I'm going to start a massacre. Let's see who can stop me. Buddha said that if I don't enter hell, who will? Since I'm going to the 18 levels of hell, I'll start with you guys. Tyrant looked at the Fire Qilin. The Fire Qilin growled and nodded heavily. All right. 1 man and 1 beast charged towards each other. At this moment, their momentum had completely blocked Shanyuan Rain Demon and the others. However, at this moment, both sides were evenly matched. No one could do anything to the other. The Fire Qilin was strong, while Tyrant was ferocious. However, the other party was not to be trifled with. Wei Xiaolong, Shanyuan Rain Demon, Dou Bai, Lan Mao, King Luo Bin, and 7 half-step divine emperors. This force was quite terrifying. It would be quite difficult to break this peace in a short period of time. Xianxia was constantly recovering his strength. The myriad chi body had greatly improved his condition. Xianxia had to recover as soon as possible so that he could help the Fire Qilin and Tyrant. At this moment, Xianxia had a feeling that something else was going to happen. He was most afraid that someone would come after the cicada while the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The battle between the Fire Qilin and Tyrant had been going on for a long time. However, the 2 of them had fallen into a passive position. After all, the other party had too many people and each of them had different tricks up their sleeves. If they could not force the other party to retreat as soon as possible, they could only rely on their own tricks. However, at this moment, the thing that Xianxia was worried about finally happened. Because at this moment, a few extremely powerful figures broke through the sky and appeared in front of the Great Snow Mountain Spirit Vulture Cave. Ba. 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 All the eminent monks have suffered. This poor monk has arrived. The demons have nowhere to hide. A monk in a golden kasaya chanted the name of Buddha with one hand and said solemnly. Beside him, there was another person with similar strength. Behind him, there were 4 half-step divine emperors. "It's you." Enlightened Master Wuda's expression froze and his breathing became rapid. These people were none other than Reverend Jianan and Reverend Anan from Kasaipa Temple. Kasaipa Temple was only inferior to the Great Laying Temple and Little Laying Temple, as well as the Wisdom Temple. After the Great Laying Temple was destroyed, the Little Laying Temple did not care about the mortal world. The only force that could compete with Kasaipa Temple was the Wisdom Temple. It had to be said that the appearance of Reverend Jianan and Reverend Anan had changed the situation. Xianxia no longer had any chance of winning. Their good days were finally here. It was a pity that the god-suppressing monument was not destined to be theirs. The Kasaipa Temple was like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The final victory was already theirs. Ba. Reverend Wuda pays his respects. Reverends, this humble monk Jianan will definitely send all of you back to the temple. You will not be invaded by the demons. Reverend Jianan said calmly. However, at this moment, it was clear that he had announced his arrival. Everything here had nowhere to hide. The reincarnated living Buddha is truly a peerless demon. I, Reverend Anan, will not tolerate this. If you convert to Buddhism and follow me to the Kasaipa Temple to receive the precepts for 10,000 years, Buddha might spare your life. The sea of bitterness knows no bounds. Repent and be saved. Buddha can forgive all living beings. As long as you are willing to put down the butcher's knife, everything will be settled. Unfilial son, surrender and be captured. Ba. Reverend Anan's eyes were like torches as he looked at Tyrant and the fire Qilin. At this moment, their expressions turned ugly. Even Wei Xiaolong, Shan Rain Demon, and the others were delighted. However, even though they had the upper hand, they had no fate with the god-suppressing monument. Even though these people were reinforcements, they had to be compensated. Otherwise, why would they be willing to sacrifice themselves? Jiangchen squinted his eyes. After all his calculations, he was still one step behind. He had not seen these two fellas in the illusion of the Great Laying Temple. However, their appearance here made his heart sink. However, even Reverend Wu Da and the others did not look too good. These fellas were not to be underestimated. At this moment, Tyrant and the fire Qilin were extremely respectful. The real danger had just begun. What if I refuse? Tyrant Lingling said. What difference was there between these sanctimonious fellas and Reverend Wu Da and the others? Which one of them did not do it for their god-suppressing monument? They claimed to be upholding justice, but they were blinded by greed. After the collapse of the Buddha world, there was no one upholding justice anymore. The entire divine world was in a desperate situation. What was true justice? What is true morality, power? In a world where strength reigned supreme, the harder your fist was, the greater the truth. If you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then I can only say that you don't know what's good for you. Buddha will never forgive you. After killing so many people, Buddha is merciful, so I advised you to convert completely and return to Kasaipa Temple with me to receive your precepts. But you are stubborn. I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven for all the injustice and injustice in the world. My Buddhism will not allow a stubborn person like you to exist. You have killed countless people and still do not repent. You are not worthy of the 2 words Buddhism. Anan said disdainfully, belittling Tyrant even more. At this time, he had already given Tyrant the best choice, but he still didn't know how to repent. In that case, they could only use force to settle this. Ba, that's all I have to say. Tyrant, today is the day of your parinirvana. Jianan looked at Tyrant coldly and said in a deep voice. Their strength was even stronger than Venerable Wu Da after he displayed his Arhat golden body. When the 2 of them joined forces, no one could stop them. Even Xianyuan Yuma and the others could only avoid them, not daring to steal their limelight. Let's do it, senior brother. This bastard won't listen to our advice. We can only send him to hell to repent. Humph, Anan clenched his fists, ready to fight at any time. All right. Jianan and Anan quickly joined the battle. The 2 of them used thunderous methods to force Tyrant and the fire Qilin back. Terrifying waves of air rolled out. The strength of Jianan and Anan had even exceeded Jiang Chen's expectations. The two of them were already infinitely close to the Emperor realm. They weren't any weaker than the golden-bodied Arhat. In fact, they were even stronger. Tyrant and the Fire Qilin couldn't withstand their attacks at all. Almost in an instant, the scales of victory tilted in their favor. Jiangchen squinted his eyes. They would surely be killed by the two venerables of Kasyapa Temple if this went on. His current strength could not be restored to its peak. He only had 20% to 30% of it left. Trying to repel him, it was impossible for him to defeat them. Even if he used the heavenly lightning fusion again, it would be like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. Jiangchen could only hope that Tyrant and the Fire Qilin could last a little longer. Once he recovered to 70% of his strength, Jiangchen was confident that he could repel these two fellows. However, time waits for no man. In the end, Jiangchen's prediction didn't come true. Tyrant was defeated like a landslide. Even the god-suppressing monument couldn't protect him. He was repeatedly injured by Jianan, and his body started to deteriorate. It was hard to imagine how terrifying Jianan was. Most importantly, Jianan had an incomparably powerful Buddha bead in his hand. Jiangchen noticed it, and so did Tyrant. If it wasn't for that terrifying Buddha bead, Tyrant wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. On the other side, Wei Xiaolong, Xianyuan Yuma, and the others also quickly caught up. They didn't give Tyrant any chance. At this moment, the Fire Qilin was in a terrible state. However, the Fire Qilin's divine beast body could withstand powerful attacks. This was something that Tyrant didn't have. However, the tragic state of the two made Jiangchen's eyes turn extremely cold. He had to find an opportunity to attack. Otherwise, they would definitely die. "Damn it, I'll kill all of you here," Jiangchen said coldly in his heart. As time passed, Tyrant was on the verge of death. However, he still held the god-suppressing monument in his hand. At this moment, Jiangchen had quietly and invisibly set up a protective formation. Once the formation was activated, it would be able to withstand the attack of a divine emperor expert for at least 30 minutes. This was the last time that Jiangchen could buy for them. Once he entered the Zulong Tower, Jiangchen was very worried that these guys would see through him. These people weren't ordinary people. Jiangchen didn't dare to release the Zulong Tower. If his strength wasn't enough to support the Zulong Tower, they would be in an extremely difficult situation. Therefore, the last thing he could do was to set up a protective formation. Tyrant and the Fire Qilin were already seriously injured. Jiangchen continued to exert his strength. He wanted to snatch these two people away in an instant. This was his ultimate goal. Go to hell. You don't deserve to be a disciple of Buddhism. Reverend Anan shouted angrily. The Buddhist beads in his hand turned and the sky changed color. The beads directly crushed down. Tyrant was injured once again and spurted out mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, Qin Xian also broke free from the formation. However, he was directly thrown into the protective formation by Jiangchen. Great Void Technique. Jiangchen displayed the Great Void Technique and directly flew across the sky. He threw the seriously injured Fire Qilin and Tyrant into the protective formation. Then, he retreated step by step. You're about to die, yet you still want to save people. Do you really think that you can escape from the palm of our hands? Reverend Jianan said faintly with a hint of contempt in his eyes. At this moment, they were only delaying their deaths. At that moment, Jiangchen stood proudly and stared at everyone coldly. He had actually rescued Tyrant and the Fire Qilin from under everyone's eyes and threw them into the formation behind him. This scene caused everyone's spirits to rise. Could it be that this fellow still had the strength to fight? At least, enlightened Master Wu De and the others did not believe that Jiangchen was on the brink of death. He was struggling on the brink of death. If he were to make a move now, it would only be a forceful struggle. It was impossible for him to change the outcome of the battle. Although the 6 golden-bodied Arhats were heavily injured, Jiangchen did not gain any advantage either. It was impossible for Jiangchen to turn the tide now. No matter how strong he was, it would be useless. Does he really think he's the savior? He's still struggling on his deathbed even at this moment. It's undeniable that Jiangchen's strength is extraordinary, but he no longer has a chance. At least, Xianxia Temple will not give him any chance. He's not qualified to protect the reincarnated living Buddha. Let's see how Xianxia Temple will deal with this kid. I can't wait to see that bastard Xianxia get punished by the experts of Xianxia Temple and die without a burial place. Doubai and the others spoke one after another, taking pleasure in Xianxia's misfortune. Given Xianxia's strength, there was no way he could turn the situation around. Therefore, they did not have to worry about any accidents happening. However, the chance of getting the reincarnated living Buddha was too slim. Xianxia Temple was the strongest force in the world and no one dared to go against them. You're a centipede, but you won't fall even if you die. Do you still want to go against us? Venerable Anan said coldly and glanced at Xianxia. He did not take Xianxia seriously at all. A late hierarch realm expert was nothing in front of him. Moreover, he was seriously injured. Even if he could still fight, how much trouble could he cause? To the people of Xianxia Temple, Xianxia's appearance was just an interlude. The person who could really change the situation would not be a defeated general like him. Little Qinzi. Tyrant said with a gloomy face. He was extremely worried. Xianxia had saved him, but what should he do? Xianxia was already exhausted when he faced the 6 golden-bodied arhats. How could he still have the strength to fight now? Now that Xianxia was fighting all by himself, it was almost certain that this was a fight to the death. However, Tyrant didn't want to see this scene. For them, this might be Xianxia's final battle. Although Tyrant didn't want to think this way, the result wasn't hard to imagine. Both he and Xianxia were on the verge of death, so who would come and save them? Was it God? Don't worry. I won't die so soon. Xianxia smiled faintly. On the other hand, Tyrant felt extremely sad. If it wasn't for him, Xianxia wouldn't have ended up in such a difficult situation, and he was almost killed by someone. With his current strength, he would be able to look down upon the entire world, and any sect would be eager to recruit him. However, because of him, Xianxia's bright future had been wasted, and he was now trapped in a dangerous situation. Tyrant knew that he should not think so much. After all, Xianxia was his brother. But this was an indisputable fact. It was him who had harmed Xianxia and pulled him closer to this hopeless situation. Tyrant's heart was filled with guilt. I won't die, but you can't change the current situation. Jianan said faintly. He looked coldly at Xianxia. He did not expect that the most inconspicuous guy would make a move at this time. Xianxia's great void technique had really shocked them. He moved like lightning and his figure was blurred. No one could catch him. That might not be the case. Xianxia said coldly. Jianan's confidence seemed to be innate. On the contrary, they treated Xianxia as if it was an incomparably ordinary thing. How much ability could a person who was about to die have? Ba. Are you really not afraid of death? Jianan smiled faintly. Xianxia's decisiveness made him see a devil living in the depths of his heart. This guy would not be easy to deal with. He would not give up until he reached the Yellow River. As long as he was still breathing, he would definitely not surrender to them. Xianxia was not afraid of death. He could see a hint of disdain in Xianxia's eyes. This was what shocked Jianan the most. Could it be that this guy really wanted to defy the heavens and change his fate to save the reincarnated living Buddha? He was really overestimating himself. I won't die. Xianxia said in an incomparably serious manner. He looked coldly at the crowd. Xianxia, do you really think that you're an unrivaled hero? You're a lunatic. You're an idiot. This clearly has nothing to do with you, yet you insist on getting involved. You're clearly an expert invited by the All-Life Temple, yet you insist on making a mistake. Now that you're about to die, you still don't have the slightest bit of self-awareness. You're really a complete fool. Reverend Yuanda sneered. Along the way, Xianxia should not have become the helper of the reincarnated living Buddha. He shouldn't have stood on the opposite side of them. However, reality was incomparably cruel. He walked step by step towards the abyss. No one could save him. What's the use of speaking in such a dignified manner? Who can stop me from doing what I want? You guys don't even have the qualifications to clean up my brother's mess. What capabilities do you have to point fingers here? Haven't all of you been defeated by me before? Xianxia's expression was cold. Reverend Yuanda's expression was gloomy. Xianxia was indeed too domineering. All of them had been defeated by Xianxia. This matter was truly shameful and shameful. If the experts from the Xianxia temple did not intervene, perhaps you could really be the final winner. However, things don't turn out as you wish. The experts from the Xianxia temple will definitely let you know who the final victor is. Remember, the devil grows 1 foot higher, and the righteous grows 10 feet higher. Evil will never prevail over the righteous. You will never be able to defeat us. Reverend Silence's expression was gloomy. Although they were not the ones who defeated Xianxia would definitely die. They, on the other hand, would be able to live. This was the best outcome. You speak as if you're the embodiment of righteousness. Then why are you so weak? Do you still need to rely on others? The reincarnated living Buddha has fallen into the hands of others, and you have no right to fight for the God-suppressing monument. Yet you're still so arrogant and happy. Perhaps when you return to your sex, the pressure and punishment you'll have to endure won't be any better, right? You're all so happy now. I think you're the ones who think too highly of yourselves. A bunch of people who only know how to talk. Trash is trash, the divine realm is supreme. Being weak is the original sin. In my eyes, which one of you isn't a pile of trash? Ha ha ha. Xianxia's gaze was piercingly cold. Reverend Silence and the others blushed and were speechless. These fellows were all gloating. However, what Xianxia said was the truth. When they returned, the punishment they would receive would probably be more severe than their current injuries. Not only did they not obtain the final victory, but other than the Xianxia temple, which faction did not suffer heavy losses. And all of this was thanks to Xianxia. Trying to make a fuss? It seems that you're only SOSO. Today, I will definitely make you die without a burial ground. Evil will never prevail over righteousness. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The experts of the Xianxia temple had waited until the last moment to make their move. They were extremely patient. After all, no one could be sure that there would not be other experts lying in wait after them. However, now that all the great temples had gathered here, it was already a foregone conclusion that they would be the final victors. Bah. You're right. In the immortal world, strength is everything. There's no other reason. Being weak is the original sin. You're the same. It won't be long before you become the first person to die here. Reverend Jianan said coldly. Xianxia had appeared out of nowhere and stood in their way. Only by sweeping away all the obstacles in their way could they have the last laugh. To them, Xianxia was just an arrogant and mischievous person. It was impossible for him to change the current situation. He did not have the ability to do so, nor did he have the vigor to do so. Currently, he was heavily injured. It was already not easy for him to pull Tyrant away in front of Reverend Jianan and the others. However, if he wanted to save all of them, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Monk, catch. Xianxia did not care about them. He casually threw the Saraira to Tyrant. In an instant, a powerful divine origin energy filled the entire vulture cave. Tyrant looked at the Saraira in his hand with a dumbfounded expression. He knew better than anyone else how terrifying this Saraira was. Tyrant couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. This Saraira was completely different from the ones he had seen in the past. There was no need to mention the surging divine origin energy. The most terrifying thing was that the Saraira had an incomparably powerful and auspicious force, which was the so-called Buddhist charm. It was continuous and endless. If he could devour this Saraira, he would definitely undergo a great transformation. His strength was secondary. Once he could obtain the incomparably powerful Buddhist aura within the Saraira, he would definitely be able to soar into the sky and completely surpass his own strength. What a terrifying Saraira. This Taoist Wuda's complexion was ashen. When the relic appeared, everyone's eyes lit up, even with a hint of blood. Because of the powerful Buddhist aura within the relic, everyone felt that it was most likely a relic left behind by a bodhisattva. Taoist Wuda had seen the relic left behind by an Arhat ancestor in his own temple, but it was far from being as pure and terrifying as this relic. That incomparably majestic Buddhist aura made them feel a sense of carefreeness all over their bodies. Everyone stared at Xianxia and Tyrant with a gloomy expression. Both of them were simply clowns. Even if they were the ones who obtained such a terrifying saraira, they wouldn't dare simply devour it. If they did, their bodies would explode and they would die from it. Where did you get this saraira? Spiritual Master Silence shouted in a deep voice, staring straight at Xianxia. Who cares where I'm from? What right do you have to question me? A pile of trash. Xianxia said disdainfully and turned to look at Tyrant. This is our last chance. If you can completely swallow the saraira and recover your strength, we might be able to get out of here. Xianxia's words moved Tyrant. It went without saying how precious this saraira was, but Xianxia actually gave it to him without hesitation. Moreover, this was their last hope. There was no need for words between brothers. We won't die, we definitely won't die. Tyrant held the saraira tightly in his hand. This was their last hope. As long as he could break through, everything would turn for the better. Even Jianan took a deep breath. The value of this saraira might not be lower than that of the God-suppressing monument. If they obtained this saraira, they might be able to make a better choice. We definitely can't let him swallow that saraira. We are determined to get this saraira. Jianan glanced at Anan, who was beside him, and the latter nodded his head. Their chance had come. They didn't expect that they would obtain such a powerful saraira together with the God-suppressing monument at the last moment. They reckoned that this saraira was at least left behind by a Buddhist supremacy at the level of Bodhisattva. It couldn't be underestimated. Once they obtained it, it would definitely become the sect's treasure. Kid, it seems like you have a lot of treasures on you. I want this saraira. Anan squinted his eyes and looked lingling at Xianxia, ready to attack at any time. Then you can try. Let's see who can get past me, Xianxia. Haha. Xianxia stood proudly. No one should even think about getting past the protective array. You're just a stubborn fool. Jianan said in a deep voice. The two of them didn't stand on ceremony and directly charged towards Xianxia in an attempt to break through his protective array. Both of them used 70% of their strength and directly pressed against the array. Two terrifying palm prints fell from the sky and hit Xianxia's protective array, but it didn't even cause any ripples. At that moment, everyone's expression changed drastically. Wasn't Xianxia's protective array too abnormal? Even the two great experts of Kasyapa Temple couldn't break this protective array together. Most importantly, Xianxia's strength was already less than 10% of his original strength. How could he still withstand such a terrifying array? Reverend Wu Yin and the others watched this scene silently. They even found it hard to believe that Xianxia was a freak. He was really surprising and shocking. This protective array was actually so sturdy. I didn't expect that. We've underestimated you. This protective array does have some tricks up its sleeves. Reverend Jianan's expression was cold, but his heart was in turmoil. However, he couldn't show it at this moment. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for them to mess up their formation. If those guys wanted to take advantage of the chaos and take advantage of it, it would be even more difficult to deal with them. After all, although Reverend Wu Yin and Reverend Wu Da's strength was greatly reduced, Xianyuan Umo and the others still had the strength to fight. They had no choice but to consider everything carefully. Reverend Jianan and Reverend Anan exchanged glances. They understood that they had to use their true strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to break the formation. I'd like to see how long you can last. This formation needs you to support it. Your strength is the best proof. Ha ha ha. Reverend Anan laughed. Only then did everyone calm down. After all, Xianxia's current strength was too weak. If he wanted to support such a powerful protective array, he would definitely need to put his life on the line. But could he really last until the end? That might not be the case. Then continue with your performance. Xianxia swallowed a mouthful of turbid air. His internal organs were in turmoil. Reverend Anan was right. Xianxia couldn't avoid this. He needed to support the protective array with his strength. However, it was unknown how long he could last. Even if you kill that bastard, you must dig out the saraira from his body. We must not let him taint the supreme treasure of our Buddhist sect, Jianan said with a cold expression. Reverend Jianan said with a cold expression. Even though he was just killing someone, he still made it sound so noble and righteous. Jiangchen couldn't help but sneer at him. You bunch of shameless fellows. When the monk wakes up, all of you will definitely be killed by him. Jiangchen said confidently. That will depend on whether he can last until then. No, it should depend on whether you can last until then. If you want to kill the reincarnated living Buddha, you must die first. Jianan and Jiangchen stared at each other. He could no longer stand Jiangchen, that bastard. He must kill him as soon as possible. The Saraira, the reincarnated living Buddha, the God-suppressing tablet, he wanted all of them. Jianan and Jianan attacked again. This time, they used almost 90% of their strength to fight against Jiangchen's guardian formation. At that moment, the guardian formation was continuously attacked by the two of them. Buddhist seals shot out in all directions and surged up, engulfing the entire vulture cave. Everyone had no choice but to retreat. As the attacks landed on the guardian formation, Jiangchen's expression was extremely ugly. Whether the guardian formation could last or not depended on whether Jiangchen could. Jiangchen's strength was continuously depleted by the two of them. At one point, he was in a difficult situation. The two of them cancelled each other out, which allowed the guardian formation to last until the very last moment. Time ticked by. Jiangchen had endured for 7 days and 7 nights. His face had also turned from red to pale. If it wasn't for the myriad chi body as his foundation, not only would Jiangchen recover, he would also be on his own. At that moment, even Jianan and Jianan's strength had been depleted by Jiangchen. Even Tao Master Wu Yin and the others had recovered half of their strength. However, it was extremely difficult for Jiangchen to resist the attacks of the two of them. If this continued, Jiangchen would not be able to last for more than a day. Break! Blazing fury burned in Jianan's eyes as he unleashed all of his abilities. However, Jiangchen's defensive formation remained impregnable. Every time it looked like it was about to break, Jiangchen would forcibly hold on. For Star's Do formation technique. When Jiangchen used the Do formation technique, he could at most hold on for a day. Now it was up to the monk to recover. Rumble. Loud noises reverberated throughout the Great Snow Mountain's vulture cave. All the snow on the mountains within a 10,000-mile radius was shaken off, forming avalanches. It was a spectacular sight. However, everyone in the Spirit Vulture Cave was extremely shocked. The fact that Jiangchen could hold on until now was beyond everyone's expectations. This guy was really risking his life. What a great 4 stars Do formation technique. Venerables, let me lend you a hand. No one understands the Do formation technique of my Battle God clan better than me. Ha ha ha. Doubai sneered and took a step forward. With him around, the 4 stars Do formation technique would definitely not allow Jiangchen to hold on for too long. Bastard! Qin Xian's face darkened as he roared angrily. This bastard was really everywhere. He was abominable. Thank you, Benefactor Do. Jianan's eyes lit up. The experts of the Battle God clan had always been known for their formations. Moreover, the Battle God clan had always been known as the #1 formation sect in the divine world. Although they had declined over the years, the foundation of the formation was still there. With the addition of Doubai, there would be more confidence in breaking Jiangchen's defensive formation. Let's give it a try. Jiangchen was fearless and said coldly. The appearance of Doubai would definitely reduce his Do formation technique. At most, he would only be able to hold on for half a day. However, Jiangchen must not show the slightest bit of fear. Otherwise, they would become even more aggressive. He only needed to defend the formation and buy enough time for Tyrant. Jiangchen glanced at Tyrant. His current strength had undergone a great change. It seemed that the Saraira was of great benefit to him. Moreover, there were no adverse reactions or situations where his body would explode. Jiangchen was satisfied with this. Venerables, let's attack together. I will guide you to the flaws of the formation. We will definitely be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Doubai narrowed his eyes and stared at Jiangchen. He was not aiming for the treasure. As long as he could kill Jiang Chen, he would be satisfied. Brother Dou, I'm afraid that you still don't know that the 3 experts of your Battle God clan have all died in the hands of Jiang Chen. At that moment, Wei Xiaolong of the Tongtian Divine Residence took a step forward and said in a low voice. It's you. It's really you. Dou Bai's eyes were cold and he was furious. He had long suspected that it was Jiang Chen. However, he did not have any evidence. Otherwise, why would the experts of his Battle God clan disappear for no reason? Dead. They were really dead. Although he was unwilling to accept this fact, Wei Xiaolong would not lie, especially at this moment when they were facing the same enemy. I am Wei Xiaolong of the Tongtian Divine Residence. Tongshan Mansion was the divine residence where Jiang Chen was. This guy did not only disrespect his seniors, but also wreaked havoc in Tongshan Mansion. Even the 3 half-step divine emperors of the Battle God clan who came to help were killed. I don't think I need to explain this point, Brother Dou should know about it. This guy is a shameless and despicable person. Now that the 4 great divine palaces have put him on the wanted list, this guy is destined to not have a good ending. Now that I think about it, dying here at the hands of Brother Dou Bai and the others should be a worthy death. Wei Xiaolong said with a righteous expression. At this moment, Dou Bai's anger had reached its peak. Dou Qing was his elder, and he was the one who had nurtured him greatly. But now, he was killed by Jiang Chen. The anger in Dou Bai's heart was completely ignited. It's me. So what? 3 trash like you. It doesn't matter if they die. There's no reason for me to spare their lives since they wanted to kill me. Jiang Chen said coldly. This Wei Xiaolong is also a shameless guy. Looks like I'll have to get rid of them if I have the chance. There's nothing good in the Tongtian Divine Residence. Jiang Chen, I'll turn you into ashes and take revenge for my uncle. Arg. Dou Bai's long white hair was disheveled and his eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to kill Jiang Chen. Dou Bai soared into the sky and appeared at the forefront. He would kill Jiang Chen even if he was a moth flying into the flame. His hatred was so deep that it was irreconcilable. Dou Bai had gone completely mad. With the addition of Dou Bai, the momentum of the trio breaking the formation became more and more obvious. It was already a miracle that Jiang Chen could hold on. Jiang Chen, you must hold on. I'm back. Boundless Buddha aura energy gushed out continuously from Tyrant's body, spreading to every corner of his body. The Buddha aura energy was like an unparalleled faith. It was the will of Buddha, the power of all living beings in the Buddha world. Ever since Tyrant swallowed the Saraira, his mind had become extremely clear, because he knew how frightening this Saraira was. It was highly possible that his body would explode and kill him. Therefore, he had made all the necessary preparations. Even if he was going to die, he wanted to die before Jiang Chen did. Tyrant's heart was filled with killing intent. When Jiang Chen gave him the Saraira, Tyrant had already decided that he would never let little Chenzi down. He had even placed all his hopes on Tyrant. This was trust, and it was also the silent affection between brothers. No one could understand the brotherly affection between the two. They both wanted to leave the hope of life to each other, to the person they cared about the most. In the eyes of the tyrant monk, the essence of the Buddhist charm within the Saraira was like a boundless mind power that could make his Buddhist charm even stronger, make his heart as clear as a mirror, and allow his realm to undergo a qualitative transformation. Tyrant continued to absorb the Sarairas. His strength did not improve at all, but his soul realm improved by leaps and bounds. From a half-step divine emperor to a mid-divine emperor, it was an indescribable leap. It was far more terrifying than the increase in his strength. Tyrant's body trembled. Tyrant's body trembled. The Buddhist aura essence within the Saraira allowed Tyrant to improve his soul realm again and again, changing his control over the Buddhist aura. It was like a sublimation of his thoughts, a true transformation. Tyrant felt that his eyes could sweep across the 6 worlds, and he could even see through the heavens and the earth. He could see through all the illusions around him, and he could see the greed, anger, and evil in the world. He could see the flow of time like a flowing river. Is this the benefit of improving my soul realm? Tyrant murmured in his heart. At this moment, the Saraira in his body had completely disappeared, turning into an invisible force of Buddha charm, spreading to every part of Tyrant's body. This soul-stirring feeling made him incomparably carefree, joyful, and excited. Tyrant's strength did not increase by much, but he was able to see through evil spirits and see through the hearts of humans. There was no doubt that the Saraira was powerful. Waves of shock surged in Tyrant's heart. He couldn't believe that the Saraira could actually bring him such great benefits. Just whose Saraira could it be? Was it an Arhat emissary? Or was it a bodhisattva worshipped by tens of thousands of people? Or was it an almighty expert of the Buddha world? Tyrant did not know any of these, but he was very clear about one thing. After fusing with the Saraira, he had been reborn, and he was no longer the tyrant of the past. In the future, his vision would be higher, and his strength would be stronger. He would stand at the peak of the Buddha world, and he would look at the masses. Ba, thank you, Buddha. Tyrant's heart was filled with gratitude. Having Buddha in one's heart was true devotion. This is the last attack. Let me see how much strength you have to resist us. Doubai roared and charged forward. The defensive formation that Xianxia had set up was already riddled with holes. With the addition of Doubai, the formation was getting more and more difficult, and it could collapse at any time. Xianxia had used his own body as the formation, which was why he was able to hold on until now. It could be said that he had exchanged his life for this period of time. No matter what the final result would be, Xianxia would have no regrets. He believed that Tyrant would not disappoint him. Get lost. Xianxia roared in anger, and he threw a punch. The thunderous punch shook the surroundings, and the defensive formation turned into ripples, and dispersed. Doubai's face turned pale, and he staggered backwards. Xianxia was no exception, and he also slowly retreated, and he almost fell down. He had already used all his strength, and this was his last attack. It was no longer important whether he could stop them, and Xianxia had done what he should do. You lost in the end. Ha ha ha, Xianxia, although I can't kill you, and I can't take revenge for my uncle and the two seniors of the Battle God clan, you won't be any better off. You will definitely die an ugly death. Humph. Doubai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and he was also an arrow at the end of its flight, just like Xianxia. However, he had a way out, and Xianxia had no way out. You can't kill me in the end. Xianxia sneered and looked at Doubai. The people of the Battle God clan are a bunch of trash, and you are no exception. You, trying to win with words, is this what you are capable of? Now it seems that you are only SOSO. No matter how strong you are, what's the use? Aren't you still going to be cannon fodder? Do you think that you can change everything with your determination? Pooh, Xianxia, today is the day you die, but I, Doubai, will not die. I will watch you die slowly, ha ha ha. Doubai said arrogantly. He had already tried his best to help the two reverends of the Kasyapa temple to break the formation as soon as possible. This was the only thing he could do, and it was also the only way to change the situation. He wanted Xianxia to die without a burial, and he wanted the seniors of the Battle God clan to die without any regrets, so that they would no longer be wandering ghosts. Benefactor Do, step aside. It's time for us to act. Reverend Jianan and Reverend Nan took advantage of the situation, and the two powerful attacks completely forced back Xianxia. At this moment, the protective formation finally vanished completely, turning into dust. No one can stop the footsteps of the Kasyapa temple. Reverend Jianan said Leng. His eyes were like torches, and he locked gazes with Xianxia, and the corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful smile. You're just putting up a desperate struggle. The weak will never have the qualifications to stand here. Reverend Nan took a step forward, and his palm turned into lightning. As it roared, it sent Xianxia flying. Xianxia attacked with his palm, retreating in order to advance. Every step he took was filled with danger, and he was already in an extremely miserable state. Reverend Nan had already decided to kill Xianxia. He wanted to tear Xianxia into 1,000 pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. If it wasn't for him, they would have already succeeded. However, he had set up a protective formation, and persisted for 7 days and 7 nights, which was extremely exhausting for them. Golden light and Buddhist light surged as Reverend Nan approached Xianxia again. Terrifying waves of qi caused the entire spirit vulture cave to be incomparably hot and oppressive. Everyone silently muttered in their hearts and sighed. Is Xianxia, the devil in human form, the reincarnated Buddha, finally going to die? His attacks surged, domineeringly dominating the world. Life and death hung by a thread, it was a matter of life and death. Boom! An incomparable Buddhist aura rippled out, and a white figure appeared in front of Xianxia, blocking Reverend Anan's attack. The oppressive force in the entire spirit vulture cave vanished. Tyrant's figure appeared in the void and slowly descended. He casually waved his palm and Buddhist aura leisurely dissipated Reverend Anan's attack. At this moment, everyone's expressions turned grave as they looked at Tyrant from afar. This fellow has finally recovered his strength. Such a terrifying aura. Although his strength is still at the half-step Divine Emperor level, I feel that this fella is several times stronger than before. That's right. His strength hasn't changed much, but his realm and aura are completely different from before. There's even a kind of awe-inspiring righteousness. Could it be that the Saraira has been completely devoured by him? From the looks of it, it seems so. Damn fella, the Saraira has been devoured in the end. Everyone was incomparably shocked, but they were even more furious. That was because the Saraira that they had been longing for had really been devoured by the tyrant monk. Otherwise, how could he have completely recovered his strength in such a short period of time? Moreover, how could he have made such a huge leap in his realm? The current tyrant was like a completely different person compared to the one he had been in the past. I knew it. My brother won't fall so easily, Xianxia said with a faint smile. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of gratification. His weight and effort did not go to waste. Tyrant did not disappoint him. At this moment, it was time for him to dominate the world. You've suffered, brother. Tyrant heavily placed his palm on Xianxia's shoulder. He knew that Xianxia had risked his life for this, and he could never bring shame to Xianxia. He had to teach these guys a good lesson, and he wanted to bury all of them here. Tyrant's palm was placed on Xianxia's shoulder heavily. A towering anger erupted from Tyrant's body. This was not the anger that a Buddhist disciple should have. It soared to the sky as if it wanted to incinerate the world. This fella is really abnormal. It seems that we have to join forces again, Wei Xiaolong said in a deep voice. At this moment, the power that Tyrant had revealed was not something that they could contend with alone. Yeah, it looks like we have to fight side by side again. Xianxia can't hold on anymore. This reincarnated living Buddha is their last hope. After killing him, this trip to the Great Laying Temple's dreamland will come to an end. King Luoben said in a low voice. Xianxia's death was inevitable, but right now, the person they wanted to kill and the person they should deal with was Tyrant. Tyrant was the only person they could deal with. Xianxia was incomparably emotional. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to see Tyrant again. That would be the torture of her life. Even if she died, she wanted to die together with Tyrant. Even if the mountains have no edges and the heavens and earth merge, I will not dare to be separated from you. Qingshuan's heart was filled with hope, and as she watched Tyrant soar into the sky, her hope was reignited. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled up into a brilliant smile. He was not surprised that the tyrant monk would be able to stand up again. He, Xianxia, was not a coward. I didn't expect you to really devour the Saraira. Reverend Jianan's face was extremely ugly. The Saraira was supposed to be his, but he didn't expect it to be devoured by Tyrant. How could he not be angry? Xianxia resisted with all his might and bought some time for Tyrant, which caused the Saraira to fall into the hands of an evil person. Reverend Jianan's anger started to surge. The Saraira was too precious, but it was ruined by this shameless person. Who wouldn't be angry? Everyone present felt that the Saraira had been devoured by Tyrant, which was a waste of God's gift. Judging from Tyrant's strength, he must have benefited a lot. His aura was much stronger than before, and his realm had a qualitative leap. Although he still hadn't broken through to the Divine Emperor realm, he was no longer the tyrant monk he used to be. This battle was bound to be very difficult. So what? The Saraira is a sacred object of Buddhism. Of course, it belongs to the virtuous. As a disciple of Buddhism, why can't I, Tyrant, have it? Humph, is it the right way of the world for you to get all the good stuff? Is this what you think it should be? What a joke. Ha ha ha. Tyrant held the god-suppressing monument in his hand and mounted on his horse. He looked at everyone with disdain, fearless and fearless. He was already prepared to fight with his life on the line. He was someone who had died many times, so why would he be afraid of death? Moreover, with Xianxia around, he was even less afraid. His life could be said to have been saved by little Xianxia. He must hold on until the end. Even if he died, he would send Xianxia and little Xianxia out of the vulture cave of the Great Snow Mountain, so that they could escape. Bah! You stubborn fella, how dare you be so full of yourself? You're really a scum of Buddhism. It's a waste of God's gift for the Saraira to fall into your hands. Today, I'm going to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. What right do you have to be so arrogant here? Reverend Jianan said coldly. He put his palms together and had a confident and calm demeanor. It was as if he was the savior of the world. If he didn't subdue Tyrant, it would be against human nature. Why are you still wasting your breath on a reckless demon like him? Reverend Jianan, you must kill him as soon as possible to prevent future troubles. Reverend Wuda's face was gloomy. As long as Tyrant and Xianxia didn't die, he would feel extremely uneasy. These two fellas had made him suffer countless times along the way. Now, he was the only one left. All the monasteries, with the exception of Xianxia Temple, had been tormented by Xianxia and Tyrant. How could he feel at ease if he didn't kill them? That's right, Reverend Jianan. Now, you're the only ones who can deal with Tyrant and Xianxia. Don't hold back. Reverend Wuyin said sincerely. They were all looking forward to the death of Xianxia and Tyrant so that they could leave this place with peace of mind. Otherwise, if they left the Great Lane Temple's illusory realm with their tails between their legs, how would they be able to face the elders and even their brothers in the temple? Tyrant's current strength had greatly increased. Reverend Jianan was also quite angry. However, he wasn't being lenient. The cause of all this was because Xianxia had delayed for 7 days and 7 nights. Only then did Tyrant had enough time to devour Tyrant. Both of them must die. Bah! We only hope that Reverend can help us take revenge. Release the souls of the dead Buddhist disciples from the afterlife and offer sacrifices to those innocent souls who died in vain. Reverend Yuanda said desolately. However, all of this depended on the people of Xianxia Temple. They were all looking forward to seeing Xianxia and Tyrant die without a burial place. Indecisive and reckless. Since you've offended me, Tyrant, you can all wait to die. What bullshit tea Xianxia Temple? In my eyes, it's just a pile of trash. Tyrant bellowed angrily. Those who were skilled were bold. After his strength had increased, he became even more confident. He took the initiative to attack, not giving Reverend Jianan and Reverend Anan a chance to attack. The one who made the first move had the upper hand. This was a principle that everyone understood, and Tyrant was no exception. He had to show off his strength to these two fellows. Attack and kill this bastard. This time, I'll see who can save you. Reverend Jianan said coldly. He quickly faced the enemy. However, Tyrant's attack was incomparably powerful. This fellow's morale was like a rainbow, so Reverend Jianan didn't dare to underestimate him. What a terrifying aura. This Buddhist aura is actually so pure. Good job, monk. Xianxia's eyes lit up. At this moment, he knew that everything he had done before was not in vain. Tyrant stood up again, and his strength was more than 10 times stronger than before. This was the return of a true expert. Looks like this Saraira is really extraordinary. Xianxia thought in his mind. It was the Saraira that gave Tyrant his current strength. Their lives were hanging by a thread, and their lives were in danger. Xianxia was worried about them. Xianxia placed all his hopes and bets on Tyrant, and it was not without reason. Not to mention whether he could devour the Saraira completely, even if he devoured it, the effect would not be as good as Tyrant's. There was no distinction between him and Tyrant. Naturally, he would choose to gain the most benefit. Moreover, Tyrant would not be able to protect him. If he were to suffer a serious injury while devouring the Saraira, both of them would definitely die. This scene was within Xianxia's calculations, and it was also within his expectations. From the looks of it, Tyrant's power should be enough to put Reverend Jianan and Reverend Anan in a terrible situation. Tyrant did not disappoint Jiangchen. He was like a ferocious tiger. Reverend Jianan and Reverend Nan fought Tyrant with all their might, but they were forced to retreat again and again. Their current situation could be said to be quite dangerous. Buddha's radiance. Right now, Tyrant's Buddha seal was already countless times stronger than before. Terrifying Buddha light rippled out, like the light of judgment, the power of judgment. It forced Reverend Jianan and Reverend Yun to retreat step by step, unable to withstand its sharpness. The Buddha light shone down, and the two of them could barely open their eyes. Everyone was suppressed by this terrifying Buddha light. This fella is too terrifying. Is this the battle strength of a half-step divine emperor? Yeah, even a true divine emperor wouldn't be this strong, right? It's hard to say. The current reincarnated living Buddha has already reached the peak realm. No one can stop him. I think the two from Xianxia Temple are also in danger. It's really full of twists and turns. What's the origin of the Saraira that this fella devoured? Everyone was extremely shocked, praying for the two reverends of Xianxia Temple in their hearts, hoping that they could last longer and defeat Tyrant. Otherwise, their situation would become even more difficult. However, in the eyes of Wei Xiaolong and the others, this was exactly what they had hoped for. Only when the strength of the two venerables of Xianxia Temple was suppressed would they be able to benefit from it. Xianyuan Rain Demon, King Luo Bin, Lan Mao, and the others all had the same idea. After all, if they were to openly oppose the experts of Xianxia Temple, it would be equivalent to offending Xianxia Temple and even the entire West Pole Divine region. This was not the result they wanted, but if they were defeated and Tyrant was severely injured at the same time, then their opportunity would come. Ba, 9-leaf golden lotus. Reverend Jianan shouted coldly. He waved a lotus leaf in his hand, which instantly turned into a 9-leaf golden lotus. Reverend Jianan stepped on the 9-leaf golden lotus and soared into the sky, charging towards Tyrant. The 9-leaf golden lotus burst out rays of terrifying Buddha light, which resonated with Tyrant. Both of them did not back down. At the same time, Reverend Nan was not to be outdone. The demon subduing pestle in his hand slashed towards Tyrant with boundless power, causing the entire vulture cave to tremble. Eat my pestle. Reverend Nan swept across the void, but Tyrant was not stingy at all. He struck out another Buddha seal, forcing Reverend Nan to retreat. My Buddha's wrath, Samsara Palm. 100 generations of Buddha's karmic scriptures. Tyrant struck out another Buddha seal, forcing Reverend Nan to retreat. Reverend Nan took a deep breath and spurted out blood. He was in a sorry state. Even the 9-leaf golden lotus beneath Reverend Nan's feet had begun to crack and was on the verge of collapse. However, at this moment, Tyrant also felt that it was extremely strenuous. The 9-leaf golden lotus was extraordinary. Although he managed to cause cracks to appear on the golden lotus, he had also suffered a great impact. My 9-leaf golden lotus. No. Reverend Nan's expression was extremely unsightly. He did not expect this fellow to be able to crack his 9-leaf golden lotus. It should be known that this was the Bodhisattva golden lotus that was passed down to him by the abbot. It possessed the power to pierce through the heavens and earth. It was much stronger than the Arhat golden bodies of Reverend Nan and the others. However, it was still forced back by Tyrant. It was simply too inconceivable. Now, do you know how powerful I am? Haha, who dares to be unconvinced? I, Tyrant, will accompany you to the end. Everyone looked at Tyrant in a new light after witnessing his prowess. The current Tyrant was no longer comparable to him. Everyone, let's attack together. I want to see how long he can last. There are so many of us, he definitely won't be able to hold on. Reverend Nan said in a deep voice. At this moment, he and Reverend Wu De had recovered more than half of their strength. Although they might not be able to crush Tyrant, their chances of winning were still very high. Alright, Reverend is right. Let's attack together and fight against this fiend. Let's kill him first. Reverend Nan's eyes lit up. Many people gathered around him. Reverend Wu De, Reverend Nan, Reverend Yuenda, Wei Xiaolong, Xianyuan Yuma, Lan Mao, King Luo Bin, and more than 10 half-step deity emperors. This battle would be a real battle of life and death. They initially thought that they would be able to benefit from it. However, they did not expect Tyrant's strength to be so terrifying. Everyone, let's attack together and kill this fiend. Let's get rid of this evil for our Buddhist sect and serve as a warning to others. Reverend Jianan shouted in a deep voice. He took the lead and charged towards Tyrant. At this moment, everyone was united against a common enemy. They were unstoppable, determined to kill Tyrant. Ha ha ha, if one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill a pair. You guys don't have the ability to kill me. Tyrant laughed wildly. At this moment, Reverend Jianan and the others had already arrived. After a series of attacks, Tyrant was instantly caught in a sea of people. As time passed, Tyrant gradually pushed back the half-step Divine Emperors. However, his strength was also greatly suppressed. After all, there were too many people on the other side. Under the tactic of overwhelming numbers, it didn't take long for Tyrant to feel that he was in a pinch. Although he had already severely injured more than 20 people, his own injuries had also worsened. Tyrant fought against the crowd with his peerless strength. However, to him, this was an extremely difficult battle. Jiangchen's heart was tightly clenched. At this moment, he knew how long Tyrant could last. However, Reverend Jianan and the others were bound to be stronger than him. Although they might also be severely injured, the final loser would still be Tyrant. Monk, I don't know if you can withstand this. Jiangchen sighed softly. With so many experts joining hands to attack, although Tyrant's Buddhist charm had increased a lot and his realm had increased a lot, he still did not have a true peerless divine might. Compared to the Divine Emperor experts, he was still slightly inferior. The sea of people was still extremely fatal to Tyrant. At this moment, before the previous wave subsided, another wave arose. Two silhouettes had already appeared in front of the Great Snow Mountain's Vulture Cave. At this moment, the battle between Tyrant and Jianan's group was nearing its end. Tyrant had suffered heavy injuries, and his strength had been suppressed once again. After all, the other party had too many people, and it was reasonable for him to be unable to hold on by himself. However, even if he was mercilessly crushed, Tyrant would not give up. More than a dozen half-step Divine Emperors were killed by Tyrant first. That tragic scene made the onlookers panic. Their mangled limbs were torn apart by Tyrant. The half-step Divine Emperors were slaughtered mercilessly like wild beasts. Every step was filled with killing intent. Half of them were either dead or injured. It was a ghastly sight. Tyrant gritted his teeth and held on to his last bit of strength. As long as his will was not extinguished, he would not fall down willingly. That scene was extremely tragic. Jiangchen could not bear to look at it. Tyrant used his last bit of flesh and blood to resist the attack of Reverend Jianan and the rest. The scene was incomparably shocking. There was not a single part of Tyrant's body that was left intact. His entire body was riddled with thousands of holes and he was in extreme pain. Monk. Xingxuan's eyes widened. The anger and sorrow in her heart were self-evident. However, she was powerless at this moment and could only look on helplessly. At this moment, Tyrant suddenly erupted. The power of the Saraira in his body was constantly repairing his body. However, it was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. However, Tyrant was no longer in a disadvantageous position. He was even able to stand on equal footing with Reverend Jianan and the rest. No one was willing to take a step back. Everyone wanted to kill the other party. This battle of life and death was far from over. Tyrant desperately clashed with Reverend Jianan and the rest. They kept colliding and roaring. Both of their auras were getting weaker and weaker. There were even signs that both of them were injured. Currently, there were only a few people left standing in the Spirit Vulture Cave. Reverend Jianan, Reverend Anan, Reverend Wuda, Reverend Yuanda, Wei Xiaolong, Xianyuan Umo, and King Luo Bin. Even they had suffered a fatal blow. Currently, they did not dare to fight against Tyrant at all. If Tyrant were to fight with his life on the line, it was very likely that they would be killed by Tyrant. This kid is really too heaven-defying. I can't fight him, I can't fight him. Reverend Wuda's face was solemn as he subconsciously retreated. However, at this moment, Tyrant was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The impact they received was too great. Tyrant was like an unparalleled berserk beast that descended from the sky, sweeping away everything in its path. Even with the combined strength of so many people, they were still unable to bring him down. If you want to die, come over. I don't have anyone to die with me. Ha ha ha. Tyrant was domineering as he shouted in a deep voice. Other than Reverend Jianan and the others who were bitterly holding on, the remaining people were either dead or injured. The scene was extremely chaotic. They were in a worrying situation and looked extremely miserable. Vile spawn, the day of your death has arrived, yet you're still putting up a stubborn resistance. Die. Venerable Jianan unleashed his final aura that soared into the sky. As the ripples spread out, the dreadful Buddhist aura finally intertwined with Tyrant's. Both of them flew backwards, their auras fluctuating, and it was extremely difficult for them to move. Puff, Tyrant spurted out a mouthful of blood. This time, he really could not stand up. His body had already suffered countless impacts and his injuries were extremely serious. However, Reverend Jianan and the others no longer had the strength to continue fighting. At this moment, the entire spirit vulture cave of the Great Snow Mountain had fallen into a deathly silence. Monk, Xianxia murmured. His strength had yet to recover. Tyrant had almost sacrificed his life for their hope. But now, it seemed like there was no way out for them anymore. Xianxia looked at Tyrant. Now, no one can save you. Just obediently surrender yourself to us. Perhaps, you might even be able to leave your corpses intact. Ha ha ha. Reverend Anan laughed heartily. Although they did not have much strength to continue fighting, Tyrant was even more miserable than them. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil. This was their last chance. Dream on. Jiangchen said in a deep voice as he coldly looked at them. These guys did not know that someone had already quietly appeared behind them. A centipede dies, but it doesn't fall down. Let's see how long you can still be so stubborn. Humph. Reverend Wuyin sneered. Jiang Chen and the others were already in a dead end. Even at this moment, they were still unwilling to give up. It could only be said that they were too stubborn and self-righteous. Even if we don't have the strength to continue fighting, the final victor will not belong to you. Jiang Chen sneered. You guys better turn around and take a look first. Jiang Chen's words made their hearts tremble. They turned around and saw that it was Reverend Scarlet Moon. This guy had been hiding all this time and only appeared at this moment. However, if he wanted to forcefully attack this time, they might be able to make him stay here if they combined their strength. It's him. Why is he here? Reverend Scarlet Moon. I didn't expect him to appear at this moment. This guy, could it be that he's here to pick up the scraps? Humph. Who knows? However, if this guy wants to pick up the scraps, he won't be able to leave even if we combine our strength. Everyone present looked coldly at Reverend Scarlet Moon. Reverend Scarlet Moon walked into the Great Snow Mountain's vulture cave. His cold eye swept across the crowd and finally landed beside Jiang Chen and Tyrant. I'm not too late, am I? Reverend Scarlet Moon smiled faintly. Could it be that you're here to pick up the scraps? Reverend Scarlet Moon, you should understand that this has nothing to do with you. Reverend Silence said coldly and exchanged glances with Reverend Scarlet Moon. Ha 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 ha, that's right. However, I just happened to appear here. What do you have to say? Don't tell me that I'm going to pretend to be an old blind man and not enter? Since you guys have put in so much effort, how can I take advantage of your difficulties? Since that's the case, I can only express my sincerest gratitude to everyone here for their hard work. I'll kill this Jiangchen for you guys and bring this reincarnated living Buddha away for you guys. How's that? Ha ha ha. Reverend Scarlet Moon said with a gloomy expression. He was the final victor now. He was the one who could change the situation. I've never seen such a shameless person. You're really impressive. Oh? Isn't this the Kasayapa Temple's Reverend Jianan? Otherwise, do you think I'm going to be your cannon fodder? Humph, I'm just a human shadow, so I'm afraid I'm not qualified to do so. Therefore, I can only wait until the very last moment. If I can't wait until the very last moment, then I'd rather return with my face covered in dirt. However, I've waited until you've all been heavily injured and both sides have suffered. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Patience is required, Daoist Ling Ling said. He did not think that there was anything wrong with him at all. On the contrary, these fellows did not take him seriously, yet he managed to take advantage of the loophole. This could only mean that they were really too stupid. To be able to make shamelessness sound so dignified, you're also a talent. What's the difference between you and those despicable and treacherous people? Reverend Annan said disdainfully. Daoist Scarlet Moon was a shameless piece of trash, the scum of the Buddhist sect. Well said, as if you're more noble than me. So many of you besieged him, swearing to kill him. How did he offend you? In the end, aren't you blinded by greed? Aren't you the ones who wanted to snatch the treasures from their hands? Now, you've become the righteous side. You don't even have the heart of shame, so what right do you have to criticize me? A bunch of trash, I'm just cleaning up the mess for you. You should be thanking me, he he he. Sage Crimson Moon's words caused Reverend Jianan and the others to be unable to restrain their anger, while Tyrant clapped his hands in praise. This fellow was truly interesting, but he was also their enemy. However, at the very least, he recognized that he wasn't a good person. This might be the reason why he reflected on himself. If not for this, how could he criticize everyone? Jiang Chen, die. Today, the only person I want to kill is you. Daoist Scarlet Moon roared and rushed forward, aiming for Jiang Chen's lifeline. At this moment, Jiang Chen's pupils shrank. This fellow's strength was not weaker than Daoist Wuin's. At this time, his sudden attack had indeed caused everyone present to fall into a passive position, and the first person he wanted to kill was Jiang Chen. Little Chenzi, be careful. Tyrant roared. He wanted to rush in front of Jiang Chen and block Daoist Scarlet Moon, but his current strength was too weak. He was simply unable to do so. Daoist Scarlet Moon's fatal strike was aimed at killing Jiang Chen. However, Tyrant could only look on helplessly, which made him feel extremely sad and pained. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and quickly retreated. The 5-elemental trigram fire array was instantly set up. Then, Master Scarlet Moon punched out, forcing Jiang Chen to retreat step by step. Jiang Chen used his flesh and blood to block the attack. The two of them collided. Jiang Chen retreated more than 10 steps. At this moment, although he had recovered some of his strength, he was still not Master Scarlet Moon's opponent. To think that you can even take one of my moves. Truly unexpected. Daoist Scarlet Moon shook his head and looked at Jiang Chen with interest. Now this is a little interesting. Otherwise, it would be too disappointing to kill you directly. Resist, this is your last chance. Daoist Scarlet Moon roared and rushed forward again. His fists were ferocious, and he did not leave any leeway. Jiang Chen's steps were steady, and he did not give Daoist Scarlet Moon any chance at all. Although his situation was extremely dangerous, not everyone could defeat Jiang Chen. Daoist Scarlet Moon was furious. He did not expect this fellow to still have the strength to fight. Although he was not on par with him, it still made him extremely depressed. This fellow was supposed to be in his bag, but he was still so arrogant. If he did not teach him a lesson, he would not know who the real overlord was. Blood Moon Roulette. A scarlet blood moon descended from the sky and turned into a sharp roulette, crushing down. Jiang Chen was constantly forced back by the blood moon roulette. The terrifying force continued to attack. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and was ready to fight to the death. But at this time, outside the Great Snow Mountain Spirit Vulture Cave, another person appeared. A person that made Jiang Chen yearn for her, but he could not let go of her. His life is mine. A low voice sounded in everyone's ears. Daoist Scarlet Moon was stunned for a moment. A terrifying sword aura swept past him, and he could only retreat quickly. On the contrary, Jiang Chen had escaped a calamity. A beauty that could cause the downfall of a city, independent from the world. The person who came was Yuki Chihian, the one who brushed shoulders with Jiang Chen twice. At this moment, her eyes were cold, filled with endless killing intent. The ice jade sword emitted an awe-inspiring might. Daoist Scarlet Moon's face was ashen, waiting for Yuki Chihian. The anger in his heart rose once again. He did not expect that there would be a fish that slipped through the net. It was not as easy as he thought to become the final winner. Although this fellow was alone, the cold aura from her body gave off an extremely cold and domineering feeling. What a strong woman. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. This woman's strength was not any weaker than Taoist Scarlet Moon's. Do you want to be my source of wealth? Taoist Scarlet Moon Lingling said. Get lost, or else, die. Yuki Chihian said coldly. The word die made everyone's throat dry and their bodies tremble. Her strength has become stronger again. Xianxia murmured. Although he did not know her origin, Yuki Chihian was the most terrifying existence. She had almost grasped the initiative of the entire Great Snow Mountain's Vulture Cave. I'm afraid you're too full of yourself. If you want me to leave, you'll have to show me what you're capable of. Taoist Scarlet Moon said coldly. He and Yuki Chihian stared at each other. The battle was about to begin. This girl is a little interesting. I wonder if she can defeat Taoist Scarlet Moon. I think it's a little difficult. Although Taoist Scarlet Moon's strength is not considered to be the top, this woman's strength is not too strong either. Then let's wait and see. It's best if both of them suffer. If that's the case, we don't need to be so worried. Haha, that's right. I hope that Taoist Scarlet Moon can persist until the end. Everyone was silently watching this scene. The two of them started fighting as soon as they said they were going to fight. Terrifying airwaves constantly blocked the vision of the surrounding people. Reverend Jianan and the others raised their heads in anticipation. Taoist Scarlet Moon's strength could not be said to be weak. However, he was still one step behind. In front of Yuki Chihian, he did not have the slightest strength to fight back. Yuki Chihian, who seemed to be light and weak, became more and more courageous as the battle went on. It shocked everyone. They had not expected that the battle would be so one-sided. Moreover, Yuki Chihian seemed to be crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. In less than half an incense stick's time, Taoist Scarlet Moon was killed. From the initial arrogance, to the current ruthless and tragic death, one could not help but say that this was the cycle of heaven and karma. If he had persisted until the end, perhaps he would not be in such a situation. However, he could not endure it. He thought that he was the final winner. I'm not willing. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed like they had all underestimated this little girl. Her appearance had taught everyone a lesson. It was not a good thing to underestimate a woman. It's over. Venerable Red Moon is dead. Will it be us next? What are you thinking? We are now an arrow at the end of its flight. She doesn't even care about our life and death. I hope so. Her target seems to be Jiangchen and the reincarnated living Buddha. Yuki Chihian walked towards Jiangchen step by step. Hand over the Sky Dragon Sword, Zulong Tower, and the Myriad Chi Cauldron. Yuki Chihian Lingling stared at Jiangchen. At that moment, Jiangchen was slightly shocked. How could it be? Even Yuki Chihian did not know what his Zulong Tower and the Myriad Chi Cauldron were. Who was she? Or rather, who was the person behind this? How could he know him so well? Who are you? Jiangchen frowned and asked in a low voice. If you don't hand them over, you will die. Yuki Chihian said coldly. I, Jiangchen, am a troublemaker. I really don't want to hand them over to you. If you have the ability, you can come and get them yourself. Jiangchen stood with his arms crossed and smiled indifferently. The coldness and seriousness intertwined at the corner of his mouth made him very confused. Who could have such great ability? There were only a few people who knew about his Zulong Tower. Those who knew about his Myriad Chi Cauldron were even rarer. Only the people closest to him knew about it. But she was very familiar with it. All right, then I will fulfill your wish. Shui Qianying took a step forward and pointed her sword towards Jiangchen like the stars moving in the sky. Jiangchen retreated in order to advance. The Sky Dragon Sword buzzed and trembled. At this moment, he still wanted to fight with his life for a chance of survival. This guy still has the strength to fight? It's unbelievable. That's right. This guy has been seriously injured several times, but he's still able to fight against this woman. It's really unbelievable. The only explanation is that his recovery ability must be very overbearing. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to fight continuously in such a short period of time like an undying god of war. Everyone was in awe of Jiangchen. This guy was like an immortal god of war. At this moment, at the last moment, he actually stood up again. Even Tyrant couldn't believe it. However, he knew that his brother wouldn't disappoint him. Well done, little Chenzi. Tyrant let out a furious roar, cheering for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen knew that this battle would be very difficult to fight. Regardless of whether he could defeat Yuki Chihian or not, even if he did, Jiang Chen would not be able to kill her. However, if he lost, he would probably face the judgment of death. I hope that you can wake up. Jiang Chen looked at Yuki Chihian and murmured. Yuki Chihian frowned. At that moment, there was only one thought in her mind, and that was to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen held the Sky Dragon sword in his hand. Sword chi swept across 800 zhang and intertwined with Yuki Chihian. During this period of time, his strength had recovered to about 60%. At least it wouldn't be that difficult to fight against Yuki Chihian. 13th blade. 14th blade. 15th blade. Jiang Chen's sword chi was amazing. Yuki Chihian stepped on a long dragon. Her jade sword slashed through the mountains, and the sound of her sword shook the heavens. Intertwined with Jiang Chen's sword chi, the two were evenly matched. This scene made everyone depressed again. The person they looked down on the most was Jiang Chen. If it was dragged to this moment, maybe Jiang Chen could really reverse the situation. This guy's sword was like the scythe of the god of death, taking lives and destroying hearts. No one dared to look down on Jiang Chen anymore. The battle between the two continued to sublimate. Not only their attacks, but Jiang Chen's sword chi also became stronger. It had always been Jiang Chen's best skill. This time, he naturally would not fall behind. His attacks were almost equal with Yuki Chihian's. For a moment, no one could do anything to the other. Jiang Chen's 15th blade had repeatedly repelled Yuki Chihian. However, Yuki Chihian was not easy to deal with. Her sword technique was exquisite beyond imagination. There is actually such a sword technique in the world that can be comparable to my limitless sword. This is really an eye-opener. Jiang Chen thought in his heart, but the battle with Yuki Chihian did not fall behind at all. It's time to let you know who the real overlord is. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth slightly raised. The battle between the two had entered a white-hot stage. At that moment, Jiang Chen was ready to display his real skills to seriously injure Yuki Chihian. Under the situation where both of them were fighting intensely, Jiang Chen's soul-stealing divine art would definitely be able to display a miraculous effect. Even if he could not kill Yuki Chihian, he would definitely be able to seriously injure her. However, Jiang Chen was also a little nervous. He did not know whether Yuki Chihian still had a soul or not. From her eyes, he should be able to see that she should not be dead. In other words, she was not a puppet. If she was not a puppet, she would have her own soul. In that case, there would be room for the soul-stealing divine art to be displayed. Soul annihilation. Jiang Chen suddenly burst out a terrifying spiritual perception power, instantly engulfing Yuki Chihian. At that moment, Yuki Chihian's delicate eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Her complexion greatly changed and became pale. She was directly injured by Jiang Chen's soul-stealing divine art and was sent flying. Her entire spiritual strength had suffered a heavy injury and it would be extremely difficult for her to recover in a short period of time. Puff, puff, puff. After spurting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, Yuki Chihian's expression was also extremely gloomy. Jiang Chen's body had also become extremely weak. Now that Jiang Chen was using the soul-stealing divine art, it was already a little difficult for him to stand up. This was because the person he was going to deal with had extremely strong spiritual strength. If he did not have absolute confidence, Jiang Chen would not make a move. Otherwise, he might go for wool and come home shorn. The one who would regret it would be too late. Have I finally defeated you? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth carried a trace of a bitter smile. It was unknown whether he was happy or distressed. Yuki Chihian was seriously injured and temporarily lost her combat strength. However, Jiang Chen felt that this battle did not seem to be over. What a boy that makes people look at you in a new light. Outside the Great Snow Mountain's vulture cave, a monk wearing a blood-red ribbon on his head slightly moved the corner of his mouth, his expression indifferent. No one knew of his existence. No one knew that outside the Great Snow Mountain's vulture cave, there was a person who seemed to be in charge of everything here. When he slowly raised his head, both of his eyes were incomparably empty. He was a blind monk, a monk whose eyes were blind but his heart was not. His Tao techniques and aura seemed to have transcended the mortal world. What a powerful guy. We never thought that the one who would have the last laugh would be Xianxia. How ironic. He. Spiritual Master Wu Yin said with a bitter smile. Xianxia had used his terrifying soul to suppress and force Yuki Chihian to retreat. It was truly shocking. We've all underestimated him. I never thought that he would be the one who knows how to endure patiently. Sigh, Spiritual Master Wu Da also sighed. Now that Xianxia had won, their situation was worrisome. It's hard to say. This guy's strength has been severely damaged. Even if he defeats this gorgeous lady, he may not have enough strength to kill us. Spiritual Master Yuanda said in a deep voice. You're right. As long as we join forces, he won't be our match. Reverend Anan said quietly. Although they were unwilling to believe it, they had to admit that Xianxia and Tyrant were too powerful and terrifying. They were able to survive such a deadly situation. Moreover, many of them were already dead. The only ones who survived were the true top experts. Xianxia, it's already come to this. You'd better surrender. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Why do you still need to bitterly hold on? Even if you defeat her, you won't have the strength to fight anymore. With so many of us, we'll definitely be able to defeat you. Wei Xiaolong said proudly. He no longer had any fear in front of Xianxia. Xianxia had suffered heavy injuries again and again. Now, he really had no strength to recover. Their chance had come. Xianxia, to think that you'd have such a day. Ha ha ha. What a pity. Aren't you very strong? Aren't you very powerful? In the end, aren't you still unable to withstand a single blow? Lan Mao said with a sneer. However, now that everyone was determined to kill Xianxia and Tyrant, Xianxia knew that he could not take a step back. Taking a step forward would mean dusk, and taking a step back would mean his life. Xianxia was already on the brink of death. Let's take a look behind you first. Xianxia said with a faint smile. The corner of his lips curled up and his expression became extremely solemn. Because he knew that the other party did not come with good intentions and should be a true expert. It was still unknown whether he could escape from this place alive or not. Even the hope was extremely slim. Just as Xianxia's voice faded, everyone turned their heads and looked behind them. They saw a mass of black mist shrouding a man wearing a black monk's robe. The black mist didn't disperse, it kept on rising. That dreadful black mist didn't disperse, it made everyone feel incomparably shocked. There's actually such a terrifying black mist lingering around him. This guy is definitely not simple. It seems that he's not from our West Pole Divine region. Our West Pole Divine region has never had such a strange sect. That's not necessarily true. The world is vast and full of strange things. The West Pole Divine region is not necessarily pure and flawless. The more such a place is, the more likely it is to be a place that harbors evil. Everyone was shocked by the terrifying black mist, but no one was able to tell where it came from. You've finally shown yourself. Xianxia said with a faint smile. Looking at the black mist, Xianxia became even more curious about the person within it. Ba. Almsgiver, you've waited for a long time. Hee. I didn't expect that even Yuki Chihian was not your match. It seems that I've miscalculated. The black mist was unpredictable. No one could see the face clearly. However, this person was obviously a Buddhist. So you had to make a move. I'm afraid that the time you can make a move is limited. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. If you had made a move from the beginning, there might not have been so many people who came to die one after another. Xianxia looked at the black mist and said quietly. You're very smart. Indeed, I can't exist for too long. However, it should be enough to kill you. I just don't want him to know of my existence. As for these people, their deaths are not to be regretted. The person in the black mist said in a low voice. His heart was cold and desolate. He seemed to have no pity for these people. If they died, then so be it. What did it have to do with him? Who exactly are you? Jiangchen asked Leng Leng. He knew that the other party had come with ill intentions. However, he had no idea who the other party was. If nothing unexpected happened, Yuki Chihyun should have been saved by him. That was why she was used by him. Jiangchen knew that it was almost impossible to save Yuki Chihyun now. The other party's appearance would definitely put him in an extremely difficult situation. He might even be killed by the other party at any time. The dense black mist didn't seem to want to answer Jiangchen's question. However, at this moment, Tyrant felt that the black mist was using an extremely powerful force to suppress him and devour him completely. Who I am is not important. What's important is that all of you here have to die. Living is torture. Why don't you get rid of yourself and enter the pure land of bliss? The voice in the black mist gradually became low. At this moment, even Jiangchen didn't expect that the black mist would directly envelop Tyrant. Be careful! Jiangchen shouted angrily. However, the black mist had already enveloped Tyrant. At this moment, incomparably terrifying waves of air rolled around Tyrant. Tyrant's expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated. He held the god-suppressing monument in his hand and exerted all his strength to launch an attack. This time, it seemed like he had blocked the black mist's attack. However, it was impossible for him to block the continuous attacks. Divine Golden Bell. God-sealing prohibition. Jiangchen moved his palm and enveloped Tyrant within the divine golden bell. However, in the next moment, the black mist continuously corroded the divine golden bell, causing Jiangchen to be incomparably shocked. It was like water flooding a golden mountain. Wherever the black mist passed, Jiangchen's divine golden bell became completely useless. Insignificant skill. The voice in the black mist became colder and colder. It constantly locked onto Tyrant, wanting to devour him. Monk, retreat quickly. Leave it to me. Jiangchen shouted angrily. He stretched out his hand and clenched it. The Zulong Tower suddenly descended and directly sucked Tyrant into the Zulong Tower. Meanwhile, Jiangchen faced the black mist directly. This guy, what a powerful technique. I didn't expect him to still have the strength to resist at this moment. Yeah, this Jiangchen is really too terrifying. It seems like we're lucky that we don't have a chance to fight him this time. Look, the black mist has changed again. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Why do you have to put up a desperate struggle? You know better than anyone else how long you can hold on. This pagoda is really a reckless waste of God's gift in your hands. Sigh. A sigh was heard from the black fog. Jiangchen's expression remained unchanged. Even if he had to fight to the last moment, regardless of life or death, he would never give in. The Zulong Tower has been with me all my life. How can it be a reckless waste of God's gift? One day, I will make it shine with the strongest light in the world. No one can compare to it. Jiangchen said proudly without any fear. At this moment, although he was in a desperate situation, if he didn't even have the slightest confidence, then he would really be walking towards death step by step. I can give you the same life as Yuki Chihyun, as long as you work for me. The voice in the black fog became a lot gentler as it said in a low voice. Ha ha ha, then maybe you're really thinking too much. Do you think you can control me? Wait until you have the ability to defeat me first. Jiangchen said with a laugh. Humans are always stupid. It seems that you insist on seeking death. I admire you very much, but you don't know how to cherish it. Even Yuki Chihyun, whose life was hanging by a thread, was brought back to life by me. Do you think I need to go through so much trouble to kill you? The voice in the black fog became colder and colder. Jiangchen was also shocked. What he said was very reasonable. He just didn't want to end the battle so quickly. It seemed that he had really underestimated this guy. Since you're so stubborn, you can't blame me for being ruthless. You're walking towards the abyss step by step. You'll eventually regret the choice you've made. The voice in the black mist was filled with murderous intent as it started to engulf Jiangchen. No one can disobey me. Even if it's the entire West Pole, I can go anywhere I want. Going against me is equivalent to courting death. Jiangchen retreated step by step. The profound Cyan Fire Qilin and Tyrant were sent into the Zulong Tower by Jiang Chen. At this moment, he could only defend passively. The person in the black fog was too terrifying. He was simply a great killing machine. Jiang Chen held the Zulong Tower in his hand. He was not afraid at all. However, the result made him feel extremely sad. The tyrannical attack from the black fog made him retreat a full 100 feet before he could stabilize his body. That kind of indestructible tyrannical attack had made Jiang Chen somewhat disappointed. A divine emperor expert, and not just a divine emperor, Jiang Chen's eyes shone brightly. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to escape. The further the better. This person was undefeatable. He was undefeatable, however, Jiang Chen was not willing to give up. He wanted everyone here to die. He wanted those who forced him into a hopeless situation to die a horrible death. You guys forced me to do this. Now, I'm going to start the trial. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up coldly. Even if he was going to die, he would kill all of these guys. Jiang Chen held the Zulong Tower in one hand and the Heavenly Dragon sword in the other. Wherever he passed, not even a blade of grass was left. Venerable Wu De was almost killed by Jiang Chen in an instant. Retreat, this guy has gone mad. Venerable Wu Yin exclaimed. However, his strength was no longer enough to contend against the crazy Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was as fast as lightning. Sword after sword, Venerable Wu De, Venerable Yuan De, Shan Yuan Yuma, Do Bai, and Lan Mao all died in Jiang Chen's hands. Miserable screams resounded in the void. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Death was too easy for them. Wherever Jiang Chen passed, he killed several people. Even the black mist could not avoid him. To be exact, the expert in the black mist did not bother to save them. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would not have succeeded so easily. No, don't kill me, no, Wei Xiaolong said with incomparable horror. However, his head was instantly cut off by Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. The scene was incomparably brutal and terrifying, causing everyone's heart to tremble. King Luo Ben and Luo Shen managed to escape this calamity. The remaining ones were Venerable Jianan and Venerable Anan. The two of them were a level higher than the rest. Therefore, they quickly retreated and did not give Jiang Chen any chance to escape. However, that scene made their mouths dry. Jiang Chen was too monstrous. Even if he had to die, he would drag Jiang Chen down with him. I've killed enough, it's time to leave something behind. The expert in the black mist made his move again. At this moment, Jiang Chen's expression was extremely unsightly. The heavenly dragon sword and Zulong Tower were placed in front of his chest in an attempt to block the attack of the expert in the black mist. However, Jiang Chen was disappointed in the end because he did not have the ability to continue blocking the attack. The heavenly dragon sword that he was holding tightly had already split open and blood was dripping down. The Zulong Tower was on the verge of collapse and could only be retrieved by Jiang Chen. At this moment, he finally could not hold on anymore. He knelt down on one knee and his expression was extremely unsightly. Puff, Jiang Chen gently wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil. At this moment, there was no way out for him. Before you die, can you tell me a question? Who are you? Jiang Chen looked at the black mist and said in a low voice. In the current Buddha realm, I should be the supreme. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted. Reverend Jianan and the other's facial expression changed drastically. This sentence was priceless. How powerful and capable was the person in the black fog? He actually dared to say such a thing. The Buddha world should respect him as the supreme being? Then, who was he? Could it be the legendary Buddha and Bodhisattva? Venerable Anan murmured, his heart was filled with a touch of piety. The real Buddha and Bodhisattva have all perished in that battle. Even the few remaining arhats were the losers who escaped back then. It's easy to say that the Buddha realm should be the supreme, but it's unknown whether he really has such ability. Venerable Jianan said in a low voice. However, the person in the black mist did not pay attention to them. His target was only Jiang Chen. The Zulong Tower, heavenly dragon sword and myriad chi cauldron in Jiang Chen's hands were all things that he wanted. Of course, there was also the reincarnated living Buddha, Tyrant. It seems that I have underestimated you. However, it's not that easy to make me, Xianxia, lower my head. Xianxia immediately swung his blade horizontally. This time, he had to use all his strength, because this was his only chance. Oh? You still want to fight back? Interesting, interesting. He, it seems that you have not disappointed me. I also want to see how capable you are. A divine emperor realm powerhouse is not worth mentioning in front of me. If I let you escape from my palm, how can I gain a foothold in the Buddha realm in the future? In less than the time it takes for an incense to burn, I have to leave. However, I still think highly of you. There's still plenty of time. Let me see your true means. It was no wonder that after Xianxia confronted him once, he knew that this person was unbeatable. Even when Xianxia used the heavenly dragon sword to fight against the Zulong Tower, he was still unable to block the attack from the person in the black fog. Xianxia knew that he did not have much time and opportunity left. This was his last moment of glory, and he would not let Tyrant down. In the Zulong Tower, Tyrant constantly hammered the ground. Waves of terrifying air waves shook the Zulong Tower, but he had no way to leave the Zulong Tower. Seeing Xianxia falling into a hopeless situation, Tyrant could not do anything. At that moment, he felt as if his heart was being twisted by a knife. Why did you let little Xianxia appear here? Why? God, you bastard. You blind bastard. It's fine if I die alone, but why did you let little Xianxia fall into this as well? Why? Tell me why. Tyrant roared hysterically as he looked up at the sky. The anger in his heart could not be extinguished. This is not your fault. Xianxia gently placed his hand on Tyrant's shoulder. Tyrant roared again and again as he blamed himself. Now, there was nothing he could do to save the situation. Xianxia was already at the end of his rope. In the face of that incomparably terrifying black fog, Tyrant could only watch as Xianxia died. If it's not my fault, then whose fault is it? Little Xianxia, I, Tyrant, have let you down. Tyrant could not help but beat his chest and stomp his feet. No one could understand the pain of watching one's brother fall into a hopeless situation and not being able to help. It was more torturous than death. Outside the Zulong Tower, Xianxia held the power of 2 heavenly thunders in his hands and faced the figure in the black fog. Is it this trick again? Although the fused thunderbolt is powerful, and it is indeed a method that you can use alone in this world, it is impossible for you to hurt me. The figure in the black fog said indifferently. Wait and see, I will give you a surprise. A faint smile hung from the corners of Xianxia's mouth. However, it was at this moment that the surrounding void began to vibrate. The Great Snow Mountain Spirit Eagle Cave seemed to be on the verge of collapse. It was as if there was an earthquake in the surroundings. Everyone was scared witless. Is it finally going to be destroyed? It seems like even you want it. The voice in the black mist murmured. Xianxia was baffled. What was the origin of this black mist? He still couldn't figure it out. Was there someone above him? Didn't you set up these endless illusions to attract everyone to explore the Great Tempest Temple? However, don't forget that the illusion of the Great Laying Temple is just an illusion. The world in your hand can't turn the illusion into reality. Within the black mist, a monk in a black robe didn't show himself. However, his voice was incomparably deep. Streams of black mist soared into the sky. Xianxia knew that this guy was finally going to make his move. I have no patience to play with you anymore. His world is finally going to collapse. The illusion of the Great Tempest Temple. What a great setup. What a great bait to lure the snake out of its hole. Ha ha ha. The black mist continued to hover above Xianxia's head, ready to attack. Xianxia held the death lotus that was formed from the fusion of 3 heavenly thunderbolts. At this moment, his palm moved slightly. Finally, it was about to change. At this moment, the 3 golden praying mats were sucked into his hands and transformed into a flash of lightning and fire. In the end, they fused together. The flames interweaved with lightning, and lightning shot in all directions. Fire chi soared into the sky, bringing with it a destructive roar that seemed capable of incinerating anything in this world. Lightning flame of wisdom? The person in the black mist exclaimed in disbelief. This is the lightning flame of wisdom that was left in the praying mat after that person passed away. Although the person in the black mist was shocked, he had to admit that Xianxia had impressed him. He could actually see the lightning flame of wisdom that was left in the praying mat. When the ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas passed away, they had to burn themselves with the lightning flame of wisdom in order to turn into relics. This lightning flame of wisdom was left behind after they passed away. At this moment, Xianxia actually wanted to use this lightning flame of wisdom to fuse with his 3 heavenly thunderbolts. This was an extremely crazy move. The lightning flame of wisdom was both thunderbolts and flames. It was even more terrifying than the 3 true flames. Compared to the heavenly thunderbolts, it was even more untraceable and rootless. However, the terror of this lightning flame of wisdom was no less than the Ziyu drought lightning in Xianxia's hands. Even Xianxia didn't dare to imagine what would happen when the Ziyu drought lightning and the lightning flame of wisdom collided. However, Xianxia knew very well that this was his only chance. Fusing 4 heavenly thunderbolts? Let's see if you are qualified to do so. The black mist kept surging towards Xianxia. Xianxia kept retreating. At this moment, Xianxia was holding the myriad qi cauldron in his hand, resisting the waves of attacks from the black mist. However, the fusion of the heavenly thunderbolts in his hand was not slow at all. Xianxia resisted with difficulty. His face was pale and his face was pale. He couldn't hold on any longer. Every second was a great torture for Xianxia. Can he really hold on till the end? Lan Luo murmured. He hoped that Xianxia could have the last laugh. However, the black mist was too powerful. It made one unable to resist it at all. I hope so. The brother of De Huang won't fall so easily. When he was in the divine tomb, no one could resist his peerless style. Goddess Luo said in a low voice. That was in the past. How powerful was he at that time? It goes without saying that the person he is facing now is very powerful. If it's me, I might be able to do better than him. King Luoben said faintly. His eyes were filled with sharpness after escaping from a crisis. The Xianxia mentioned by Goddess Luo seemed to be omnipotent. This made King Luoben even angrier. Finally done? Xianxia murmured. When the last wisp of lightning fire fused with the 3 heavenly thunderbolts, even Xianxia could feel a destructive aura. He even trembled a little. The black lotus became more and more enchanting and terrifying. Such a terrifying fusion of heavenly thunderbolts, the voice in the black mist said in a low voice. The collapse of the surrounding sky and earth was getting more and more serious. The illusion of the Great Laying Temple would collapse soon. At that moment, everything here would cease to exist. Now, I will show you my true strength. The 4-colored death lotus blossomed with a peculiar luster, causing the entire Great Snow Mountain Spirit Vulture Cave to become incomparably silent. Even the people within the black fog could not help but hold their breaths. The destructive aura emitted from the terrifying death lotus made one's heart tremble. Go to hell! Xianxia roared in rage. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. The dawn sky golden lightning, 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning, severing drought heavenly lightning, and the wisdom lightning fire that formed the death lotus exploded. The black mist was the first to bear the brunt of the explosion. The terrifying energy ripples shook the entire vulture cave. Everyone was thrown out of the cave, only the black mist was still resisting. However, Xianxia knew that the death lotus formed by the 4 types of lightning was definitely not ordinary. Although the wisdom lightning fire was not a true heavenly lightning, the wisdom lightning fire was the lightning fire of the Buddha. It was not something ordinary. Therefore, Xianxia dared to try it. At this moment, even Xianxia himself felt a terrifying wave of air rolling towards him. He stabilized himself, and the moment the death lotus bloomed, the black mist could no longer withstand it and was thrown back 800 meters. What a terrifying fella! A deep roar came from the black mist, but he didn't give up. He still wanted to charge forward, but he still underestimated the tyrannical and terrifying power of the death lotus. When he tried to charge at Xianxia for the second time, he still couldn't withstand the terrifying impact. Xianxia knelt on one knee. He was completely exhausted. When he fused the 4 types of lightning, he knew that he had done his best. He had used up all the divine origin qi in his body. Even with the myriad qi body, he could not recover in a short period of time. Even a divine emperor can't withstand my 4 types of lightning. Xianxia was full of confidence. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were full of confidence. As expected, the black mist wanted to get closer, but it could not withstand the sharpness of the Death Lotus. The majestic wave of air released by the Death Lotus pushed the black mist back again. It was extremely terrifying. Puff, the monk in the black mist spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. He had never thought that he would lose his wings in the hands of a kid who was not even a divine emperor. It was a great humiliation. Even a mid-divine emperor expert might not be able to withstand this attack. It was imaginable how terrifying it was. Damn fella. The black mist retreated. A monk in black robes appeared with a gloomy expression. His eyes had lost their light, but his heart was clearer than anyone else's. On his back, there was a golden dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. It seemed as if it was trying to break free from his body. Blood dripped onto his black robes, but he did not move at all. Even though he was heavily injured, he did not take a single step back. His expression was extremely cold. As the dust settled, the vulture cave of the Great Snow Mountain had also collapsed. The entire Great Lane Temple's illusory realm became more and more terrifying. It trembled as if it could collapse at any time. The blind monk slowly took a step forward and said faintly, "I have to say that your strength is extremely powerful, even exceeding my expectations. However, you still can't escape from the palm of my hand. You have indeed seriously injured me, but before I leave, I have enough time to kill you and take you away without anyone knowing. Even he might not be able to discover it." Xianxia Lingling stared at the blind monk in front of him. The coldness at the corner of his mouth was obvious. It seems like this is a well-planned plot. The reincarnation of the living Buddha has been targeted by someone who is much more powerful than you. You're smart, but it's useless now. You're already a dead man. The reincarnation of the living Buddha must die too. The blind monk said coldly. Aren't you afraid of being warned by the Buddha world? Aren't you afraid of being despised by the Buddha world? You're a Buddhist, but you want to kill the Buddha. It's ridiculous. Do you think that the person behind you can't see through all of this? Xianxia stared at him. He had already guessed something, but he wasn't sure. The blind monk slowly raised his head. His expression was still cold and unmoving like a mountain. You don't have to worry about that. No one knows who I am, and no one knows that I'm still alive. The Buddha world has collapsed. You're the Supreme One under the Gautama Buddha. In other words, you're the first disciple of the Gautama Buddha. Am I right? Yuki Chihian's sword technique is so sharp, but she only has the shape of the sword but not the spirit of the sword. That's because she has received your true inheritance. The number 1 blade in the Buddha world, Yanluo Inifa. Xianxia looked at the blind monk with a strange light flickering in his eyes. He was just guessing. As for whether this person was the legendary first disciple of the Gautama Buddha, he didn't know either. The blind monk's sunken eyes moved slightly and his expression was extremely gloomy. You're really smart. You can actually guess who I am. You're the first one since the collapse of the Buddha world. It seems that I didn't hide myself well after all. Yanluo Inifa sighed and said. Since Xianxia already knew his identity, there was nothing for him to hide anymore. The collapse of the Buddha world, how many people are still alive? Who was the one who created the illusion of the Great Tempest Temple? What kind of secret does the reincarnated living Buddha have? Xianxia stared at Yanluo Inifa, but the other party was indifferent. It seemed that she didn't intend to say anything to Xianxia. At this time, the vulture cave of the Great Snow Mountain had begun to collapse gradually. Xianxia and Yanluo Inifa quickly flew out of the vulture cave. However, Xianxia knew that he had been trapped by Yanluo Inifa and there was no way for him to escape. These are not things that a nobody like you should know. If you're going to die, then die thoroughly. Humph, Yanluo Inifa sneered and said. Then let's see if you have the ability to do so. It's not that easy to catch me. Xianxia sneered. You've already exhausted your limited abilities. It seems that it's time for me to show you how powerful I, the number 1 blade in the Buddha world, am. Ha ha ha. Yanluo Inifa laughed and said. The 3 inches of cold radiance in her hand was terrifying. Jiangchen felt an extremely cold and terrifying aura. It seemed that Yanluo Yanfa was really going to take action against him. At this moment, the entire illusion of the Great Laying Temple had almost collapsed by half. Jiangchen's expression became more and more solemn. No one can escape from my palm. As the great disciple of the Buddha world, you should know that it's a great honor to die in my hands. The terrifying blade shadow approached Jiangchen in an instant, and countless cold lights flashed out. One blade, 10,000 blade pincers. Jiangchen quickly retreated, holding the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, and fiercely slashed down. However, he still could not avoid being pushed back 800 feet, and he felt that he was on the verge of death. Jiangchen clenched his teeth, and he felt that he was in a desperate situation. Jiangchen knew that the second blade was likely to take his life, and even the heavenly dragon sword in his hand was shaking violently. Not bad, you can actually take my first move, again. The corner of Yanfa's mouth curled into a cold smile. However, at that moment, thunder rumbled in the sky, and dark clouds covered the sky. A blue figure appeared in the void, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He was wearing a deep blue linen robe, and he gave off a terrifying pressure. Who is he? Such a terrifying power. Isn't he? Although Yanfa could not see it, he could feel the terrifying aura, and even he was crushed in an instant. It's him. Jiangchen's pupil shrunk. That blue figure was none other than the man in the ice who broke out from the 10,000-year cold ice. At this moment, he was standing on top of the nine heavens thunder, as if he had existed for eternity. Not even the lightning dared to get close to him. The dark clouds were densely covered the sky, as if he was the one who stirred the wind and clouds. Who is it? Yanfa shouted in a deep voice. I don't know. If you want to know, you can ask yourself. Jiangchen's mouth curved into a smile. He naturally knew how terrifying the man's strength was. Even the destructive ice god could not compete with him. Those unknown bronze thrones were also trembling under his feet. Jiangchen did not know when he would be able to reach the strength of the man in the ice. Let alone him, even Yanluo Yanfa was choked by Jiangchen at this moment. If I have that kind of strength, I'll be able to defeat him. Do I need to go through so much trouble? It seems like the aura of the primordial era. Yanfa's face drastically changed as waves surged in his heart. Even the strongest in the Buddha realm, Dipankara and Tathagata, couldn't resist the Almighties from the primordial era, not to mention him. The collapse of the Buddha realm was greatly related to the Almighties from the primordial era. Although Yanfa didn't know the truth, the Buddhist ancestor had told him that the Buddha realm's calamity that would last for billions of years was about to descend. Jiangchen frowned. He had no idea what Yanluo Yanfa was talking about. What primordial aura? This man in the ice was the strongest person Jiangchen had ever seen. There was no one else like him. What kind of terror was his existence? Just when Yanfa was about to take action, the man in the void held 100 thunderbolts in his hand and forcefully controlled them. A monstrous demon chi descended from the sky as if it was going to completely surround the man in the ice. The figure of the man in the ice was like a hook, as if he was an invisible existence between the heavens and earth. He wasn't afraid of the monstrous demon chi at all. With a palm strike, the illusion of the Great Laying Temple trembled. What a terrifying power! Jiangchen said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with excitement. When would he be able to have the strength of the man in the ice? That kind of high-spirited and domineering aura made Jiangchen's blood boil again. Peerless and peerless was not enough to describe the strength of the man in the ice. The monstrous demon chi and the attack of the man in the ice shook the entire world, causing it to collapse more and more violently. His battle strength was shocking and magnificent. Such a battle should at least be at the Emperor realm, right? Jiangchen also didn't know why he would appear here. Who was that monstrous demon chi? If his guess was right, it should be that guy who created the illusion of the Great Laying Temple. He's here too. Yanfa's face became more and more unsightly. At this moment, he had to take action as soon as possible. Although that person had come, he was entangled by the blue-robed man. It seemed like he still had a chance. The illusion of the Great Laying Temple is a world of its own. If one doesn't go out from the entrance, no one will be able to escape. I only managed to escape by relying on the concealment technique. It took me a lot of effort. Now, come with me and I'll leave your corpse intact. Yan Luo Inifa was closing in on Xianxia. This was his only chance. If he failed, he would have to leave this place. Otherwise, he would be destroyed by the Great Lightning Tune Temple's illusory realm and vanish into thin air. This place is a world of its own. Can my warrior's gate escape from the illusion of the Great Lightning Temple? Xianxia couldn't help but think. At this moment, he didn't have the slightest chance. This was the only way. Since Inifa said that the illusion of the Great Lightning Temple was a world of its own, then his warrior's gate would also be a world of its own. Only by entering the warrior's gate would he be able to survive. There were enemies ahead and fierce tigers behind. Whether it was Inifa or the monstrous demon Qi, Xianxia wouldn't be able to deal with them. As for the Iceman, how would Xianxia know if he was hostile towards him? Damn you! Let's go all out. Xianxia clenched his teeth. He formed a seal with both hands and opened the warrior's gate. At this moment, Xianxia instantly jumped into the warrior's gate. At this time, Inifa was completely dumbfounded. Where did he go? How could he disappear into thin air? However, Inifa could sense the aura of another world. How could this be? Bastard! How could he just disappear into thin air? Inifa used her soul power to search the surrounding 10,000 miles. However, she couldn't find anything. She could only shout angrily with a pale face. In the end, all her efforts were in vain. It was really frustrating. Helplessly, Inifa could only quickly retreat from the illusion of the Great Lightning Temple. Otherwise, he would definitely die here. The Iceman turned around and looked at the place where Xianxia disappeared. He frowned slightly and struck out a palm to repel the monstrous demon Qi. In the end, both of them were evenly matched. The illusion of the Great Lightning Temple finally collapsed. The entire world seemed to be annihilated in the void and became eternal dust, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The moment the Great Thunderclap Monastery's illusion disappeared, the entire West Pole Divine Land seemed to explode with an earth-shattering shock and tremble. The 10 great monasteries and the 100 great factions were all fearful. The monstrous demonic barrier was gone, the man in the ice was gone, Xianxia was completely gone. Along with the destruction of the ashes and dust, the entire West Pole Divine region was shaken and shocked. After the shock, the West Pole Divine region regained its peace. The Great Lightning Tune Temple, which was in a state of devastation, once again appeared on the land of the West Pole Divine region. When the Great Lightning Tune Temple's dreamland disappeared, those who entered the Great Lightning Tune Temple's dreamland also disappeared. There were only a few who managed to walk out of the Great Lightning Tune Temple's dreamland. Goddess Luo and King Luo Ben were lucky. They managed to escape from the Great Lightning Tune Temple's dreamland together with Lan Luo. Reverend Jianan and Reverend Ah Nan also managed to escape from the dreamland. They would never forget the tragedy and horror of that dreamland. Xianxia suppressed everyone with his own strength. That scene was too terrifying. A late hierarch fella could actually be so strong. It was truly terrifying. Now that the dust had settled, they knew that those who did not manage to get the information out of the Great Lightning Temple's illusory realm would disappear forever. Goddess Luo and Lan Luo looked at each other. Both of their eyes were filled with doubt. Both of their eyes were filled with despair. In the end, Xianxia did not manage to escape. Especially Goddess Luo, her mood was extremely complicated. De Huang was still waiting for Xianxia's news in the God Luo clan. But how should she explain to De Huang? Although Xianxia fought against the crowd and broke through everyone's attacks, he still could not escape death. Perhaps this was his fate. No one could change it. No one could understand the horror and bitterness in it. Lan Luo murmured as she looked at the Great Lightning Tune Temple that had returned to its original state. Her heart was filled with sorrow. If it wasn't for her, perhaps Xianxia would not have died. She blamed Xianxia's death on herself. Her heart felt like it was pierced by thousands of swords. No one could understand her pain and bitterness. Xianxia, I'm sorry. Lan Luo knew that he owed Xianxia a favor that he would never be able to repay in this lifetime. However, death was like the extinguishing of a lamp. The Great Thunder Tune Temple had disappeared, and the illusory realm had been destroyed. Everyone had disappeared along with it. This was a fact that no one could change. The appearance of King Luoben and the others caused Master Yunlan and martial discipline to rush over. Their eyes were filled with solemnity. They were worried about the final outcome. Where are they? Perfected Master Yunlan asked in a low voice. His face turned a little ugly. Although he didn't want to think that way, the truth in front of him was hard for him to accept. His guess might be the truth. Everyone, they all died there. Along with the destruction of the Great Laying Temple, they vanished into thin air. King Luoben sighed. It wasn't easy for the few of them to escape with their lives. It could be considered as a chance given to them by the heavens. However, the rest of them would forever remain in the Great Laying Temple's dreamland. They all died? Venerable Cloudbillow's breathing stagnated as he asked in a daze. His face was a little pale. This outcome was still beyond their expectations. No one could have imagined that this would be an epic disaster that was difficult to hope for. The people who died were all the cream of the crop in their monastery. They were all top experts that they had recruited from all over the world. But in the end, they still ended in failure. What's going on? Martial Discipline asked in a low voice. He looked at King Luoben and the others. Those people, did they all die in there? That was too terrifying. Other than the few of us, it seems like no one else came out alive. It's too tragic. All the genius disciples, at that moment, became ordinary. Experts gathered together, but the one who had the last laugh wasn't us. The reincarnated living Buddha had also vanished into thin air. King Luoben said. Ba. It's good indeed. Marshal Yan's face darkened as he said in a low voice. His palms were placed together and his face was pale. Although the result was not what he had hoped for, it made him understand one thing: nothing can be forced. This time, they had gathered many people to enter the Great Lightning Tune Temple's illusory realm. Initially, they wanted to obtain the reincarnated living Buddha and the God-suppressing monument, but who would have thought that they would suffer a double loss? Ba. Perfected Master Martial Discipline, in your opinion, is this the fate of our Buddha world? Perfected Master Yunlan looked at Martial Discipline and murmured. It's hard to say. At least, it seems like our vitality has been greatly damaged. No one understands how much bitterness we've gone through. We should reflect on ourselves. The Buddhist sect has collapsed for over 1 trillion years, but we only care about our own fame and profit. How many of us know that the spiritual leader of the Buddhist sect has passed away a long time ago? In other words, everyone wants to become the true leader, to become the symbol of the Buddhist sect. That's why the war was born. Martial Discipline said earnestly. His expression was full of regret. No matter what the result is, we're the losers. The dead will never come back. However, we're still chasing after the reincarnated living Buddha. No one knows whether it's true or not. The God-suppressing monument has truly appeared in the West Pole Divine region. Many people understood this, but no one stopped chasing after it. Greed, lust, tyranny, and anger made us lose our nature, our respect and devotion to the Buddha. Our hearts are no longer in front of the Buddha but in front of benefits. The 7 emotions and 6 desires have been included in our hearts. Joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, evil, and desire shouldn't exist. Color, sound, smell, taste, touch, and dharma shouldn't exist. This is our infatuation, and also the Buddha heart that we should have comprehended long ago. This failure, for us, is not necessarily a kind of liberation, or even a formless epiphany. Perfected Master Martial Discipline's words entered Goddess Luo's ears. Her eyes were filled with reverence. Ba. Perfected Master is right. It seems like we need to reflect on ourselves after we return. Since the outcome has been decided, it seems like we need to go into seclusion to reflect on our mistakes. Wasn't this disaster also a warning from the heavens? The unification of the Buddha world, we don't know how long it will take before it can be realized. Sigh. Perfected Master Yunlan shook his head and bade farewell to Perfected Master Martial Discipline and the others. His expression was full of loneliness. This time, they were completely annihilated and they didn't even receive any news. Whether it was the reincarnated living Buddha or the God-suppressing monument, it was the same. Perhaps, we were wrong from the beginning. Perfected master martial discipline murmured and prepared to return. The Great Laying Temple's dreamland had finally come to an end. No one knew where the reincarnated living Buddha died, and no one knew where the God-suppressing monument would go. However, their mission had been completed. A game is a dream. When will life and death disappear in the blink of an eye? It seems real and illusory, endless and endless. In the end, there's no trace. The moment Xianxia stepped into the warrior's gate, the outside world had no effect on him at all. However, he was powerless. Yuki Chihian and another unexpected person were taken away by Yan Luoyanifa. Xianxia's heart was filled with anger, but he did not have the ability to bring these two people back to the warrior's gate. The warrior's gate was connected to the three worlds. Even Xianxia did not know about it. Although the dreamland of the Great Laying Temple had been destroyed, he was still safe and sound in the warrior's gate. However, before the dreamland of the Great Laying Temple was destroyed, he still felt a violent tremor in the warrior's gate. Xianxia was very determined. He believed that the warrior's gate would not disappoint him. Not long ago, this was a divine object that could trap and kill the 9 supreme elders of the dragon clan. Even Xianxia was amazed by it. One could imagine how powerful the warrior's gate was. However, the current Xianxia was still far from understanding how powerful the warrior's gate was. I wonder how the outside world is now. I guess the dreamland of the Great Laying Temple has been destroyed. Xianxia murmured. Little Qinzi. Are we not dead yet? Ha 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 ha. Tyrant laughed and said in the Zulong Tower. Xianxia quickly released Tyrant and Xianxia from the Zulong Tower. I almost reported to the King of Hell after surviving a disaster. Xianxia said with a smile. What are you doing? Forming a world of your own? Don't scare me, little Qinzi. Tyrant sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at everything around him, his heart was filled with raging waves. No one knew better than him how much ability it took to create a world of one's own. The illusory realm of the Great Laying Temple that he had stepped into, although it was just an illusory realm, it was also the embodiment of creating a world of one's own. In order to create a world of one's own, one must at least reach the Emperor realm. This isn't my world. I don't have such a great ability. This is the Brave Warrior's Gate. Behind the Brave Warrior's Gate is a brand new world. It seems to be a world that has been waiting to be opened. However, this Brave Warrior's Gate is also extremely powerful. I don't know what this Brave Warrior's Gate is used for. Both of us would have died if we hadn't relied on it to escape at the critical moment. Xianxia shrugged and said, feeling a little emotional. Brave Warrior's Gate. What a great warrior's gate. Interesting, this world can actually allow people to live in it. It's not simple, it's really not simple. Tyrant said with a sigh. Xianxia had given him too many surprises. If Xianxia wasn't here, he would have never been able to escape alive. No matter how powerful he would have been captured by someone else. This time, the entire Great Laying Temple's illusory realm was either dead or injured. Only a few people managed to escape. Oh yes, those people, almost all of them were dead or injured. There should be no more than 5 people who managed to escape alive. Xianxia said confidently. At the very last moment, they managed to escape from the Great Laying Temple's illusory realm. Even Yan Luoyanifa was in a difficult situation. At the last moment, he didn't dare to entangle himself with Xianxia anymore. Otherwise, he would have been trapped in the illusory realm. Hiss, Xianxia inhaled a breath of cold air. She didn't expect so many top-notch experts from the West Pole Divine Continent and from all directions to die in the Great Laying Temple's illusory realm. Only a few of them managed to escape alive. It was really a pity. Humph. Those guys deserve to die. They can't even dream of getting what they want from us. I'll join hands with little Qinzi. Who can stop us? Ha ha ha, this time, we can fight side by side again. Let those reckless guys go to hell. They've been chasing me for dozens of years. Now, all of them are dead. They deserve to die. They wanted to snatch the God-suppressing monument from me. This is called retribution. Tyrant's eyes were extremely cold as he spoke. All of these people deserved to die. Their deaths would put an end to all troubles so that they wouldn't go against him in the future. This time, the experts of the 10 great temples have suffered heavy losses. I don't know when they'll recover. These people should be the cornerstones of the younger generation. Now that they've all died, they should reflect on their actions. Those who kill will be killed. These people only have themselves to blame. In a short period of time, they won't take any action unless they're not afraid of death and come to us. We can rest assured about this. Xianxia said with a smile. Big brother Jiang is right. At least we don't have to be on tenterhooks anymore. Those guys have suffered heavy losses. They will definitely be fearful. Moreover, after the Great Laying Temple's illusory realm is destroyed, they should be thinking about what to do next. We definitely won't sit still and wait for them. Xianxia revealed a smile at the corner of her mouth. Previously, they had narrowly escaped several times. However, who could guarantee that they would be so lucky next time? They wouldn't be blessed by Buddha every time. Now, they could finally be at peace for a period of time. Let's go out now. Little Xianxia, I always feel uncomfortable in your Warrior's Gate world. Ha ha ha. Anyway, it's not as comfortable as the outside world. However, it's a good place to seek luck and avoid calamity. I don't think anyone will be able to find us in this small world. Tyrant said with a smile. All right. Xianxia nodded. He also wanted to go out and have a look at the West Pole Divine Region. After the Great Laying Temple's illusory realm was destroyed, the current West Pole Divine Region would definitely be in a turbulent situation. There would definitely be great changes. This time, they had offended all the experts of the 10 great monasteries. Moreover, it was a grudge that wouldn't end until one of them died. When the enemies saw each other, they would definitely not let them go. Therefore, they had to be more cautious when they went out. After all, it was better to be safe than sorry. When Xianxia pushed open the Warrior's Gate, the three of them were completely dumbfounded. Because everything in front of them wasn't the West Pole Divine Region that was filled with yellow sand. Instead, it was a huge forest that stretched for thousands of miles. The surrounding area was filled with ferocious beasts. Waves of terrifying aura came from the depths of the mountain range. The once vast yellow sand had turned into a forest. What, is this place? Tyrant murmured. Xianxia didn't know where this place was. He was at a loss. The scene here was completely different from what they had seen before. If I'm not wrong, this should be the border between the Central Region Divine Region and the Wild Divine Region. At this moment, the fire Qilin behind Xianxia slowly stood up and said in a deep voice. Central Region Divine Region? Xianxia's eyes lit up. A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha. I've finally arrived at the Central Region Divine Region. I've wanted to come here for a long time. Unfortunately, I didn't have a good opportunity. Tyrant was also extremely excited. Above the Divine World, there were 9 prefectures and 18 counties. The Eastern Divine Continent and the Southern Divine Continent were sorrowful and prudent. The Western Divine Continent was divided into 4 prefectures. The Savage Divine Continent, the Forbidden Divine Continent, the Ancient Divine Continent, and the Great Divine Continent were protected by the 18 counties. The Central Divine Land was the center of the world. It was the center of the entire Divine World. It was the place where the strong gathered. There was no one who didn't want to step into the Central Divine Land. They wanted to start their own path of becoming a strong cultivator. There were ancient strong cultivators who used the Central Divine Land as a base. They used the power of the 9 heavens and 10 earths to sweep across the heavens. They conquered the 8 wilderness and the 9 prefectures. It could be said that the Central Divine Land was the place that countless strong cultivators dreamed of. There were countless geniuses and strong cultivators. Even a monstrous genius like Xianxia was like a fish in the river. There were billions of people in the Divine World. The Central Divine Land was the center of the gathering. It was the center of the gathering. It was the center of the gathering. Is this place really the Central Divine Land? Could it be that we directly crossed from the Western Divine Land to here? Xianxia still had a look of disbelief on his face. Xianxia hadn't recovered from the shock yet. However, the fire Qilin wouldn't lie. Moreover, it had its own inherited memory. It was extremely sensitive to the geographical location. At this time, Xianxia's heart was filled with excitement and shock. He didn't know what kind of changes had happened to the Warrior's Gate. He also didn't know what kind of fluctuations had appeared in the Great Thunder Tune Temple's illusion. However, it was a good thing that they were directly transported from the Western Divine Land to the Central Divine Land. After all, if they appeared in the Central Divine Land, they would probably be attacked by the people of the top 10 temples. Even if they were fearless, they would still be followed by a swarm of flies. I can't wait any longer. Ha ha ha, little Xianxia, what do you think if we join forces and turn the Central Region Divine Land upside down? Tyrant beamed with joy as he looked at Xianxia. His eyes were filled with anticipation. This guy was someone who craved for the whole world to be in chaos. If Xianxia were to be with him, he would definitely become extremely active. No matter where he went, he would be a troublemaker. Putting everything else aside, he would first offend all the people from the Central Region Divine Land. You're always restless. Xianxia glared at Tyrant. At this moment, his strength had already reached the half-step Divine Emperor realm. He could even fight against an ordinary Divine Emperor. What was there for him to be afraid of? Now that they had left the West Pole Divine Land, there was nothing for Tyrant to be afraid of. In the Central Region Divine Land, what place didn't have experts? What kind of sect did they not have? Even the top 10 monasteries of the West Pole Divine Land could only be considered as a mid-tier force in the Central Region Divine Land. They could not be compared to those super forces. Billions of years ago, the Buddha world of the West Pole Divine Land was indeed the ancestor of all realms. However, the current divine world had been divided for billions of years. The 9 prefectures and 18 counties were no longer what they used to be. How can this be restless? It wasn't easy for us to escape from the West Pole Divine Land. If we don't do something to them, I will feel sorry for myself. We only have one life. Shouldn't we have a free and easy time? TSK, after entering the divine world, I realized that your hands and feet are tied. Little Xianxia, this time I will take care of you. Don't worry, if anything happens, I will take care of it for you. Tyrant said in a domineering manner. He sniffled and his eyes shone with a strange brilliance. He was determined to create a storm in the Central Region Divine Land. Are you still a monk? Monks are supposed to be compassionate. A monk's heart is calm and peaceful. You, on the other hand, only want to see the world in chaos. It seems like you're going to join in the fun. Xianxia scolded with a smile. Xianxia looked at Tyrant's current expression, and he felt a complicated feeling in his heart. Where did the polite and refined Tyrant go? Why did he look like a bandit now? Xianxia never expected that the righteous person in his heart would turn into a monk who was even more ferocious than a bandit. He had to admit that the difference was huge. Monk, you've changed. Xianxia said in a low voice. Xianxia and Tyrant were slightly stunned. Tyrant smiled and said, Xianxia, it's not that I've changed. Xianxia, it's not that I've changed, but with little Chen here, I'm the same old me. When I was traveling alone in the divine world, I was very careful and kept a low profile. I didn't want to be a living target for others. I hoped that one day, I would become a thorn in someone's eyes. However, in the end, the entire West Pole Divine Land still chased after me. I knew very well that that wasn't the real me. When I met little Xianxia again, I changed. I became the old me, the fearless and fearless me. It's not that Tyrant isn't domineering enough, but when I'm alone, I feel that the world is filled with coldness and loneliness. Xianxia looked at Tyrant with a half-understanding look. However, she understood that it was not easy for Tyrant to reach where he was now. Therefore, she didn't expect him to become the same as before. She just felt that the current Tyrant seemed more real. Compared to the refined and courteous enlightened person, she preferred the current Tyrant because he wouldn't take anything to heart. It was Xianxia's appearance that caused an unimaginable chemical reaction in him. It allowed the hidden self in the depths of his heart to stand out again. This is his true nature. If one day, he wears a golden robe and stands in front of me with a serious expression, saying Ba to me. A monk doesn't lie. I'll feel out of place then. Ha ha ha. Xianxia said with a smile. The two of them looked at each other. They understood each other better than the other. Don't be too happy yet. I said that this is the border between the desolate divine land and the Central Plains divine land. However, I didn't say that this is the Central Plains divine land. The fire Qilin's deep voice reverberated in the ears of Jiangchen and Tyrant. So what? The desolate divine land isn't even comparable to the Central Plains divine land. Why can't I go there? TSK, Tyrant said proudly. Raise your heads and take a look first. The fire Qilin's voice was a little hoarse. When they raised their heads, they found that it was pitch black above their heads. It was as if they had lost the sunlight. Jiangchen squinted his eyes. The moment he raised his head, even though he was mentally prepared, he still felt incomparably shocked by what he saw. The 1,000-zhang-tall existence that was like a mountain was actually a spider. If it was a dragon, phoenix, or rock, Jiangchen wouldn't feel so shocked, but it was actually a 1,000-zhang-tall spider. Each of its legs was thousands of zhang long. It was truly unbelievable. Mother *Ker, isn't this too scary? Is this the desolate divine region? Tyrant murmured. His expression changed a few times as he felt the pressure on him. He didn't dare to provoke so many terrifying beasts. Although the Wildlands divine region is inferior to the Central Plains divine land, the West Pole divine region, and the Northern Cold divine region, these 4 divine regions are the most terrifying. The Great Earth divine region, the Wildlands divine region, the Forbidden Land divine region, and the Primordial divine region. There are very few humans living in these divine regions. In fact, there might even be none. That's because the 9 prefectures' experts and demonic beasts coexist in the divine world. The desolate divine region, as the name suggests, is inhabited by beasts from the desolate era. Even a fly could be a species from billions of years ago. Hence, our current situation isn't easy. Fire Qilin said. Looks like we're in trouble. So many giant spiders are migrating at such a fast speed. They must be doing something. Jiangchen said in a deep voice. However, at this moment, a scream could be heard within 100 li help. Someone's here? Jiangchen furrowed his brows. The 3 of them looked at each other, then they quickly flew toward the direction where the sound came from. They hoped that these gigantic beasts wouldn't go berserk, or else they would be in deep trouble. Once these gigantic beasts went berserk, it would be a tragedy. Jiangchen's group and Fire Qilin rushed forward, passing through countless thorns. In the forest, there were also beasts the same size as them. However, their strength didn't exceed the Divine King realm. Jiangchen thought that those fellows must be the food of those giant beasts. In this world where the weak are prey to the strong, there was no need for any explanation. The strong could live freely. Jiangchen saw a group of dozens of men fighting a ferocious giant beast in front of him. The giant beast was none other than the giant spider beast above their heads. Although it wasn't as big as the others, it was only a few dozen meters tall, but it was still quite frightening. The surrounding forest within a 10 li radius was almost flattened. Only the giant spider and a dozen people were left. The number of people that had fallen was also several times more. It could be seen that this was a group of more than 10 people. However, at this time, they were massacred and there were only less than 10 people left. Looks like these people are in trouble. Jiangchen said. Are you going to help or not? Tyrant looked at Jiangchen as if asking for his opinion. This giant spider is quite strong. I'm afraid that it has the power of a half-step divine emperor. But I don't know if those spiders above us are its reinforcements. If this giant spider is in cahoots with those wild beasts, I think it's better for us to protect ourselves. The Fire Qilin looked at the dozens of half-step divine emperor giant spiders with fear. These guys were not easy to deal with. Let's save as many as we can. Jiangchen said. If it was a battle between 2 groups of ferocious humans, he would definitely not care about it. However, watching those humans being devoured and killed by the giant spiders made him feel uncomfortable. Bah. I already knew that you wouldn't sit back and do nothing. Buddha is merciful, this monk is here. Tyrant took the lead and rushed towards the giant spider. The strength of a half-step divine emperor was evident. Even ordinary divine emperors might not be able to suppress him. Tyrant took the lead and struck out a seal. The Buddha's light shone brightly and forced the giant spider to retreat. Waves of terrifying chi were sent flying. The giant spider was completely repelled by Tyrant. Its eyes were filled with endless anger. "Thank you for your help, great monk." The leading young lady cupped her fist and said with gratitude. She was dressed in a blue robe. She had bright eyes and white teeth. She held a 3-foot-long sword in her hand. She had a stunning face and an extraordinary coldness. She was like a goddess of war. She gave off a feeling that she was not inferior to any man. She did not have the gentleness of an ordinary lady. Instead, there was only a frosty killing intent. Of course, this killing intent was directed towards the giant spider. Such powerful strength. He's really a role model for our generation. Even if you're also a half-step divine emperor, I'm afraid that you might not be his match. A hunchbacked old man said solemnly. Tyrant's attack had shocked everyone. Although he was also a half-step divine emperor, he seemed insignificant in front of Tyrant. "Teacher Wu, how do you think his strength is compared to yours?" the lady asked in a deep voice. "I'm not his match. Xuanzang, this time, we're not going to be a match for these guys. Don't get carried away," the old man called Teacher Wu said in a deep voice. "I understand, Teacher Wu." Xuanzang nodded heavily. Her pretty face was incomparably cold, as if it was carved by a knife. Her beauty was breathtaking. "Lowly humans. You'll all become my food." "Ha ha ha." The giant spider sneered. The appearance of the tyrant monk did not make it feel the slightest bit fearful. "Little guy, compared to those big guys, you're really nothing. You're only a half-step divine emperor and you're already so arrogant. Looks like you won't know how powerful I am if I don't teach you a lesson." Tyrant harumphed coldly. The killing intent in his eyes became even more intense. "A bunch of ignorant and stupid humans. You guys can already announce the death penalty," the giant spider said disdainfully. It did not put Tyrant in its eyes at all. Its terrifying giant legs were like sharp blades, rapidly approaching Tyrant. The slender giant legs were long, thin and extremely sharp. As it swept across, the void shook. It was as imposing as a sword. Buddha's radiance. Tyrant didn't show any signs of weakness. He formed seals with his hands and engaged the giant spider in a fierce battle. The giant spider was completely suppressed by Tyrant. Terrifying Buddhist aura continued to erupt as Tyrant defeated the giant spider with a force that could sweep away all obstacles. "Look at my Tyrant's invincible might." "Ha ha ha." Buddha's angry reincarnation. Tyrant struck out a strike. Lightning flickered and shadows flickered. The giant spider was flipped over and even 3 of its legs were broken. "Trash. Truly trash." Tyrant shook his head and said. He did not take the giant spider seriously at all. "Damn it. How dare you injure me? I'll never let you go." "I won't." The giant spider roared in anger. "Teacher Wu, Xuanzang, let's leave quickly. Otherwise, it'll be too late if this giant spider goes berserk," a young man said in a deep voice. His strength was pretty good. However, he was still lacking compared to Teacher Wu and Xuanzang. "This eminent monk has saved us. What would it mean if you just left like that? Sun Xiaolong, you've really disappointed me." Wu Zhentian shook his head and said. Tantai Jingzong also glanced at him. His expression was cold, and he said nothing. "A woo. Woo woo woo." As the giant spider growled, 10 half-step divine emperor realm giant spiders appeared not far behind him, and their strengths were on par with him. Wu Zhentian, Sun Xiaolong, and the others' facial expression drastically changed, especially those middle hierarch realm experts. They were trembling in fear. Only 1/3 of the 30 middle hierarch realm experts were left. Their journey to the wild divine land had become extremely difficult. Every step they took was extremely difficult. Another 10 half-step divine emperor giant spiders. Tantai Jingzong squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice. They thought that they would be saved after repelling the giant spider, but they did not expect another 10 giant spiders to appear. It was really terrifying. The wild divine land was indeed a place of death alongside the forbidden land. It was different from the great earth divine land and the ancient divine land. The forbidden land and wild divine land were known as the most terrifying divine land. Almost no one could walk out of it alive. If it wasn't for an extremely important matter, they definitely wouldn't have fallen into such a dangerous situation. Although they had made sufficient preparations, the outcome was still unacceptable. More than half of them had died, which greatly hindered their journey. You guys go first. Leave this to us. Xianxia said in a deep voice and looked at Tantai Jingzong and the others. No, how can we allow Grandmaster and the others to put themselves in danger for us? If that's the case, this old man will truly be ashamed. Wu Zhentian said in a deep voice. They did not plan to leave this place. Although they were facing the pressure from the 10 giant spiders, they could not be ungrateful. You guys go first. Master should be able to handle it. Jiangchen said with a smile. These 10 giant spiders weren't that scary, they just looked like they were hard to deal with. With his and Tyrant's strength, it wouldn't be hard for them to deal with them. If they were here, they would just be a hindrance to the others, and they would have to take care of them. You're just a late hierarch realm. What right do you have to say that? Master has risked everything to save us. How can we just leave like that? I, Tantai Jingzong, am definitely not someone who fears death. If you're afraid, you can leave. Tantai Jingzong glanced at Jiangchen. His strength was the weakest, but he dared to talk nonsense, which really made her a little angry. There were many dangers around the master, so she could not leave just like that. Ha ha ha, isn't that right? Little Chinzi, with your meager strength, why don't you just watch from the sidelines? Tyrant stared blankly for a moment before laughing heartily. Jiangchen smiled as he pointed at Tyrant. Although his words were laced with a hint of mockery, he was telling Jiangchen that there was no need for him to do anything. With his strength alone, he could completely block these guys. Jiangchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that he would be looked down upon by others. However, he was too lazy to explain. Now, it seemed that he had decided to save a few sentimental and righteous people. Then, Big Brother Jiang, you should rest first. Tyrant and I are enough to handle these guys. Qin Xian also smiled bitterly. Little did he know that the person that Tantai Jingzong looked down upon the most was actually the strongest among them. Heh, kid, just stay here. Don't force yourself if you're weak. Ha ha ha. In the end, even the Fire Qilin teased Jiangchen and quickly took action. The 3 of them did not even need to fight against the 11 giant spiders. Brother, we're weak. Let's just stay here. How's my strength compared to yours? Isn't I stronger than you? But in a battle between half-step divine emperors, we can't help at all. The gap between us and a half-step divine emperor is just too huge. It's a chasm that's hard to cross. Sun Xiaolong sighed. He was prepared to run away, but Wu Zhentian and Tantai Jingzong did not agree to it. He could only stay here. You're right. Jiangchen nodded his head in agreement. He didn't say anything else and looked at Tyrant and the others. At this moment, they were still able to deal with the 11 giant spiders with ease. Tyrant was the leader of the group. The Fire Qilin was blazing furiously, sweeping through the void fearlessly. Qin Xian stepped on a green lotus and soared into the sky, fighting the beasts with all his might. Countless spider webs covered the sky, each of them as thick as the threads of a diamond. They almost completely sealed off their paths of retreat. However, the Fire Qilin charged at the front, burning the spider webs with its Qilin beast fire. The 3 of them were having a great time fighting the dozen or so giant spiders. Both sides were exchanging blows, and Tyrant and the others didn't seem to feel the slightest bit of pressure. 1 inch these people are the true peerless experts. The one with the green sword and the Fire Qilin are not any weaker than you. Only the eclectic Grandmaster is a true peerless genius. You're the only one in the Tantai family who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. But you're still not his match. Wu Zhentian said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with battle intent. They got involved in this battle to save us. We can't just sit back and do nothing. Otherwise, how can our Tantai family face the world in the future? Wu Zhentian's snow-white brows twitched as he said coldly. He gave Tantai Jingzong a glance and joined the battle. Tantai Jingzong's expression was cold. Her strength was not weaker than Qin Xian's. At this moment, she had to join the battle as soon as possible to kill these giant spiders. No one knew if these giant spiders had any helpers. Moreover, every single one of them was a half-step divine emperor. No one dared to underestimate them. The experts that they brought with them were like cannon fodder in front of these giant spiders. The weak should have the awareness of the weak. You won't understand the world of the strong. Tantai Jingzong glanced at Jiang Chen and said in a deep voice. He then turned around and stepped into the sky, joining the battle to help Tyrant and the others. Jiang Chen rubbed his nose and shrugged helplessly. He looked at Sun Xiaolong and said, "Do I look that weak to you? In my eyes, even I can defeat you with a single palm, let alone Tantai Jingzong. You don't know how powerful he is." Sun Xiaolong looked at Jiang Chen in disdain and looked at Tantai Jingzong. His eyes were filled with admiration. Recently, Old Su would play Expedition mobile game when he was free. He had fought a few national wars with Long Wen's brothers. It's really satisfying. Oh right, let me tell my brothers that the iOS version of Expedition mobile game is out. You can download it from the Apple Store now. It's interoperable with Android. All fans of the game can fight on the same server. Jiang Chen, who was being looked down on, was happy to watch the show from the side. There was no need for him to do anything at this time. The fire Qilin and Tyrant were in the front. The Buddha's light shone brightly, and the fire Qilin's sacred fire completely dispersed the attacks of the giant spiders. Their spiderwebs were perfectly restrained by the fire Qilin. No matter how strong and tough the spiderwebs were, they could not withstand the burning of the Qilin's sacred fire. At this moment, with the addition of Tantai Jingzong and Wu Zhentian, the 5 of them could easily deal with more than 10 giant spiders. Tantai Jingzong was the most at ease in the face of the powerful oppression of the giant spiders. Although her strength was different from Tyrant's power, the fire Qilin's ferocity, or even Xianxia's cruising, she seemed to be at ease, and the strength she displayed was not that terrifying. However, Jiang Chen could see that this woman's upper limit was perhaps the most terrifying, because even he did not know where her true weakness was, or how strong she could become. What an interesting woman. Perhaps even Tyrant is not a match for her, but she refuses to completely release her strength. It seems that this is not her original strength. Jiang Chen looked at Tantai Jingzong. This woman had a valiant and heroic bearing that was different from other women. She was not chivalrous or gentle, only cold and elegant. She was elegant and refined, unparalleled in the world. She was not arrogant, but she did not associate herself with the secular world. Perhaps this was what made her different. Let me tell you, don't underestimate these giant demonic beasts. They are all natives of the desolate divine land. We can't afford to provoke them. After we defeat them, we must leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, a large number of demonic beasts will gather here. At that time, even a god emperor would be afraid of them. You are still too weak to understand that kind of true fear. You only know that they are invincible, but you don't know how terrifying they are. Sun Xiaolong looked at Jiang Chen and said in a low voice. Although Jiang Chen's strength was weak, it was his 3 companions who had helped them block the attack of those giant spiders. He had to repay this debt of gratitude. I know, these guys are not easy to deal with. Jiang Chen nodded his head and said confidently. His expression was solemn. It seemed that the group of giant spiders was already somewhat powerless because the attacks of the 5 of them had completely crushed the giant spiders. It's good that you know. But I have to say, little brother, you really make people look down on you. Look at those 3 beside you. The fire Qilin, one of the most powerful divine beasts in the wildlands. The bald Taoist has a Buddhist charm that can shake the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. That green-cloaked woman is incomparably cold and domineering, no weaker than the scripture canon. I'll say something that you don't like to hear. Little brother, you really don't want to improve yourself. There are 3 peerless experts by your side, yet you're so weak. It's your good fortune that the 3 of them can bring you along. Jiang Chen, Sun Xiaolong curled his lips and said with a cold expression, as if he felt sorry for Jiang Chen. If it were me, I would have broken through to the half-step divine emperor realm a long time ago. But in the end, my strength is only at the late hierarch realm. How can I be on the same level as the 3 half-step divine emperors? Don't tell me you're the lackey of those 3 experts? I'm flattering you. Sigh. But as the saying goes, a good bird chooses a good tree to nest in. A bird that flies with a phoenix is a handsome bird. You must grasp this opportunity well. Whether your strength can make a breakthrough or not depends on whether the 3 half-step divine emperor realm experts will help you. Sun Xiaolong talked non-stop with a stern expression, as if he had become Jiang Chen's mentor and guiding light. I'll remember. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. Remember, you must keep it in mind. Don't forget about it after you've agreed to it. You can't be careless in the future. The divine world is so vast, you can't be a frog in a well. The desolate divine land is so vast and dangerous. You must be careful. Even if it's us, we don't dare to be careless. Isn't this a problem? But my petrified sect is not afraid of death. We will definitely fight against the giant beasts with your friends. Sun Xiaolong said proudly. He could be said to be Sun Xiaolong's senior, so he naturally had to teach Sun Xiaolong a lesson. No matter how strong others are, they are still others. You need to be strong to forge iron. Do I need to tell you this? I'm telling you this for your own good. Take care of yourself. Jiangchen nodded silently. I've learned something. Are you also from the Central Region Divine Land? Of course. I'm from the Central Region Divine Land and one of the elite disciples of the Petrified Sect. My Petrified Sect is one of the 17 major sects of the Central Region Divine Land. It's quite powerful and not something ordinary sects can compare to. Back in the days when our Grandmaster was at his peak, he competed with the heroes of the divine world. Unfortunately, the turmoil in the divine world has caused all the superpowers to be reshuffled. It's not something we can control. Even so, our Petrified Sect is still one of the famous sects in the divine world. Sun Xiaolong seemed to be very proud of his sect. One of the 17 major sects of the divine world. It sounded quite powerful. It seems that the Petrified Sect that you're in is indeed a major sect. What about the other sects and forces? Do you know a thing or two about them? Jiangchen said respectfully. Sun Xiaolong's eyes widened. His interest was immediately piqued. How can you say I know a thing or two about them? That means I understand them quite well. What do you mean by quite well? Jiangchen looked at Sun Xiaolong with interest. The two even sat on the ground and chatted. Jiangchen's expectation stimulated Sun Xiaolong's desire to show off. His chatterbox was instantly opened. You've asked the right person. In the entire Central Region Divine Land, there's no one in the entire Petrified Sect or even the entire Kunshan Commandery who knows the most about it. Then tell me about the division of forces in the Central Region Divine Land. How is it divided? Jiangchen was extremely curious about the Central Region Divine Land. Sun Xiaolong's face was filled with arrogance. Obviously, he knew the Central Region Divine Land very well. It was a good thing that there was someone who could help him solve his problems. Jiangchen was just suffering from his lack of understanding of the Central Region Divine Land. He had long wanted to explore it. When he obtained the 3 rushing thunder diagrams, he had already found the location of the sky thunder. It was in the Central Region Divine Land, but he never had the chance to go there. Listen up, the Central Plains Divine Land is huge, and it's not as simple as you think it is. Every force has at least one county. There's an old saying in the Central Plains Divine Land. A pagoda and a hall occupy 2 sides, Silver Ocean 8 extremes mountain in front, Wu Yin sun covering ghost pill appears, sword drawing galaxy drunken beacon smoke. I'll have to start from the beginning. Wu Yin sun covering ghost pill appears, which refers to the Wu Yin sect and the ghost pill sect. The sword-drawing galaxy drunken beacon smoke refers to the sword-drawing sect, the galaxy master sect, and the smoke beacon sect. These 5 great sects are the pillars of the Central Plains Divine Land. Any one of them could make the Central Plains Divine Land tremble with just a stomp. Silver Ocean 8 extremes mountain in front refers to Silver Mountain Zhou, the mountain and sea sect, and the 8 extreme sect. These 3 great sects are even more terrifying than the 5 great sections. Of course, the most terrifying thing is the first sentence. A pagoda and a hall occupy 2 sides refers to the Buddha Pagoda and the Martial Pellet Hall. These 2 great forces are beyond your imagination. The Martial Pellet Hall is a gathering place for alchemy and blacksmithing grandmasters. Both grandmasters and rogue cultivators are extremely powerful. Moreover, there are countless grandmasters in the martial pellet hall, and even many rogue cultivators are willing to serve the martial pellet hall. You can imagine how terrifying the martial pellet hall is in the Central Plains Divine Land. As for the Buddha Pagoda, it's a nightmare in the hearts of the people of the Central Plains Divine Land. Sun Xiaolong's face turned solemn when the Buddha Pagoda was mentioned. His eyes were filled with shock. Compared to his previous calmness, he seemed to be a little nervous. Is this Buddha Pagoda really that terrifying? Jiang Chen continued to ask when he saw Sun Xiaolong's expression change. He had to find the Buddha Pagoda, the 8-divisional pagoda, and Yin Gayao before he could find Yan Qingqing. I wouldn't dare to say that. Do you know how powerful the Buddha Pagoda is? All I can tell you is that the Buddha Pagoda seems to be even stronger than the Martial Dan Hall. Although it's a pagoda and a hall in name, the strength of the Buddha Pagoda is slightly higher than the Martial Dan Hall. The pagoda is only a symbol. Below the pagoda is the 8-divisional pagoda. The 8-divisional pagoda is where the true power lies. Every divisional pagoda occupies a county. I don't need to explain how terrifying it is. I don't want to meet anyone from the pagoda in my lifetime. Sun Xiaolong said in a serious manner. He had changed from his previous undisciplined style. It seemed like he was extremely secretive about the Buddha's pagoda. What about your fossil sect? What's your ranking? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Our petrified sect is one of the 17 major sects in the Kunchen Commandery, which is under the jurisdiction of the sword-drawing sect. Within the Kunchen Commandery, we are at least one of the top 10 sections. Isn't that impressive? Sun Xiaolong looked at Jiang Chen and said. It's indeed impressive. You don't have to think that it's shameful for our fossil sect to be ranked as one of the 17 major sects in the Kunchen Commandery. When you truly enter the divine world, you will understand how big the Kunchen Commandery is. Within the territory of the sword-drawing sect, a divine emperor expert would need 100 years, a hierarch expert would need 1,000 years, and a divine king expert would need 10,000 years. As for a heavenly god expert, they would need at least 1,000,000 years to cross the entire sword-drawing sect. Ordinary cultivators might not even be able to leave the territory of the sword-drawing sect in their lifetime. Think about it. Even if you want to cross the sword-drawing sect, you will need 1,000 years without rest. Not everyone can afford to use the teleportation formation. Sun Xiaolong said faintly. No matter what, my fossil sect is a super powerful sect within the territory of the sword-drawing sect. There are tens of thousands of unranked sects in the divine world. It's impossible for you to cross over to the divine world. However, with your hierarch strength, it won't be difficult for you to become an overlord. However, it won't be easy for you to join a major sect like the fossil sect. Unless you have 3 friends to lead you, you might be able to join the fossil sect. Sun Xiaolong was very proud. However, after hearing what he said, Jiang Chen took a deep breath. The vastness of the divine world was completely beyond his expectations. A distance of tens of thousands of miles could be traversed by a rock. Even a hierarch expert would need tens of thousands of years to cross the entire Central Region Divine Land. This was the real Central Region Divine Land, the center of the divine world. Tens of thousands of miles was simply too far for people to see. Looking at Jiang Chen's sigh, Sun Xiaolong patted Jiang Chen's shoulder with a sense of accomplishment and said with a smile, reading 10,000 books is not as good as walking 10,000 miles. You still have a long way to go. Little brother, don't slack off, don't neglect yourself. One day, I believe that with the talent of your 3 friends, they will help you to become a half-step divine emperor expert. By then, even a great power like my petrified sect will treat you differently. That's right. That's right. That's right. I understand. Thank you for your advice. I will not let you down. The revolution has not succeeded yet. Comrade, you still need to work hard. Jiang Chen said with a solemn expression. What Sun Xiaolong said might be from the bottom of his heart. In the Central Region Divine Land, only the strong could become an existence respected by tens of thousands of people. Only the strong could be their ultimate goal. Because the strong could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. There was nothing they couldn't do. Because the strong could make countless people bow down to them. They could make the heavens and earth change color. They could live forever. Is that right? Let's all work hard. I will strive to reach the half-step divine emperor realm within 10,000 years. Then, my position in the fossil sect will rise. I have cultivated for more than 370,000 years and have already reached this level. This is extremely rare in the divine world. Normally, it would take hundreds of thousands or even millions of years to reach the divine king realm. However, to reach the hierarch realm from the divine king realm is not something that can be solved with time. It requires enlightenment. Since you can reach the hierarch realm, it means that you have great talent. How long have you cultivated till now? Sun Xiaolong said seriously. He had reached the peak of the hierarch realm in 370,000 years. Such talent was rare in the divine world. Although he did not become a true elder of the fossil sect, he was still one of the top 10 elite disciples. However, it was extremely difficult for him to reach the half-step divine emperor realm. Moreover, time did not mean anything. Some people could never make a breakthrough in their lifetime. However, according to Sun Xiaolong's judgment, he should be able to make a breakthrough within 10,000 years. More than 100 years. Xianxia calculated and said. It should be less than 200 years since he entered the divine world. More than 1,000,000 years. That's not bad. There's still hope. It's not easy. Just work hard. Tantaizong has been cultivating for 3,000 years. She's one of the few peerless geniuses in our fossil sect and even in the entire Xianxia County. Being able to reach the half-step divine emperor realm in 3,000 years is not something an ordinary person can do. She's a monstrous genius that only appears once in 1,000,000 years. We can only look at her from afar. Sun Xiaolong was full of admiration for Tantaizong. Needless to say, he liked her. However, he also knew that he had to be at least a half-step divine emperor in order to be qualified to be with Tantaizong. It was hard to say whether he could win Tantaizong's heart. In the entire fossil sect and even Xianxia County, Tantaizong was the dream lover of countless men. 3,000 years is enough to be called a monstrous genius. It seems like the experts of the divine world are just SOSO. Xianxia said with a faint smile. Boy, it seems like you don't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. You can't simply say that. You must remember not to be arrogant and impatient in the path of cultivation. If your friend didn't save us, I would definitely teach you a lesson. 3,000 years is just a blink of an eye in the divine world. In our fossil sect, before Tantaizong, the fastest expert to reach the half-step divine emperor realm took 7,000 years. You don't have to feel that it's inconceivable, and you don't have to feel that it's unfair. It's normal for you to spend more than 1,000,000 years. You're not the best, but you're better than the worst. After all, there are many who have just broken through the divine king realm after 1,000,000 years of cultivation. Sun Xiaolong said in a deep voice. At this moment, the scene of the battle in the distance suddenly changed. Originally, more than a dozen giant spiders were completely suppressed by them. However, at this moment, the number of giant spiders increased again, reaching more than 20, which doubled the number of spiders. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Even Tyrant was not as calm as before. More than 20 giant spiders, all of them were half-step divine emperors. Although they were simple-minded, they were half-step divine emperors after all. They were natives of the desolate divine continent. They knew how to advance and retreat better than anyone else. At this moment, more and more giant spiders gathered, giving off a feeling that they had nothing to fear. If this continues, I'm afraid we'll be eaten by these giant spiders. Fire Qilin resisted with difficulty and said in a deep voice. You're right. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Xianxia's expression was solemn. She stood beside Tyrant and did not leave his side at all. I'll stop these giant spiders. Wu Zhentian. Master Wu, you can't do that. Tantaizong said solemnly. If Wu Zhentian stayed here, it would be equivalent to sending him to his death. How could they stop so many demonic beasts? More than 20 half-step divine emperors. This force was almost invincible. These guys are really difficult to deal with. Looks like I have to show them my true strength. Tyrant chuckled. With the god-suppressing monument in his hand, he instantly forced the 4 large spiders back. With the god-suppressing monument in hand, Tyrant's terror had reached a whole new level. The god-suppressing monument's suppressive effect on these large spiders was extremely obvious. Tyrant was practically fighting 1 against 4, while he was fighting 10 large spiders alone. Reverend, you're really powerful. You're able to remain unmoved in such a situation. You're really a role model for our generation. Wu Zhentian admired Tyrant. At this moment, he knew better than anyone that Tyrant's strength was comparable to that of a Divine Emperor expert. 10 half-step Divine Emperor giant spiders couldn't do anything to him. His battle strength was shocking. Even in the Central Region Divine Land, Tyrant would definitely be the target of all the major powers. He might not be an ordinary person. Moreover, the god-suppressing monument in Tyrant's hand had shocked everyone, especially Tantai Jingsong. Even the sheathed sword in his hand was trembling. What a great Tyrant divine weapon. It's really suitable for Reverend. Wu Zhentian said with a solemn expression. He was filled with admiration for Tyrant. With the divine weapon in hand, the battle situation became a stalemate once again. However, they couldn't go on like this. After 2 waves of giant spiders came one after another, they also felt a lot of pressure. No one could guarantee that there wouldn't be a 3rd wave of giant spiders joining the battle. When that time came, everyone would become fearful, and it would be quite difficult. We must get out of here as soon as possible. Wu Zhentian shouted in a low voice. Everyone nodded. It was difficult for the giant spiders to kill them, but it was easy for them to entangle them. Little Chinzi, what are you waiting for? Tyrant said in a deep voice. He also felt a lot of pressure when facing 10 giant spiders alone. Even though he had the god-suppressing monument, it was still impossible for him to fight against so many experts. If Jiangchen didn't join the battle, it would be very difficult for them. Jiangchen smiled. At this moment, even Tyrant couldn't hold on any longer. After all, it was quite painful to be entangled by those giant spiders. All right. Jiangchen nodded and took a step forward. However, he was caught by Sun Xiaolong. Little brother, are you really going to die? In this kind of battle, you might be dragged into it if you're not careful. Sun Xiaolong frowned. He felt that Jiangchen was very close to him as he was willing to listen to his show-off. That's why he didn't want to lose a good listener like Jiangchen. I forgot to tell you. I actually didn't use more than 1,000,000 years to cultivate until now, but only 100 years. That's quite a long time. If I had 200 years, I reckon that these guys would turn into ashes in the blink of an eye. After saying that, Jiangchen stepped on the sky and left. Sun Xiaolong was stunned as he looked at Jiangchen in disbelief. Reaching the late hierarch realm in 100 years? He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. This guy is definitely a better show-off than me. Nowadays, there are always people who like to show off, especially in front of beautiful women. However, you're dreaming if you want to pursue Tantai Jingsong. Sun Xiaolong sighed. Jiangchen didn't know what was good for him. Once he stepped into this battle, his life and death would be uncertain. I hope you won't be a hindrance. Tantai Jingsong glanced at Jiangchen. Jiangchen's appearance had obviously made Tantai Jingsong fearful. He hoped that he would not lose the upper hand just to save Jiangchen. This is what I wanted to say to you. Jiangchen smiled faintly and turned to look at Tyrant and the others. You guys retreat first. Let him have a taste of my 5-elemental divine fire. Jiangchen's lips curved into a cold smile. All right. Tyrant, the Fire Qilin, and Xianxia looked at each other and quickly left. At this moment, Tantai Jingsong and Wu Zhentian were dumbfounded. They did not expect Tyrant and the others to leave just like that, leaving only Jiangchen behind. How is this possible? Wu Zhentian's expression changed drastically. Retreat, old man. You guys go first. Don't worry about me. Jiangchen said in a low voice as he raised his blade. This, Tantai Jingsong could not believe it. He did not expect Tyrant and the other half-step Divine Emperor experts to let a late hierarch guard their path of retreat. Isn't this too unbelievable? One should know that a half-step Divine Emperor and a hierarch could not be mentioned in the same breath. Go. Don't be a hindrance here. Jiangchen said faintly. Tantai Jingsong almost went berserk. This fella really makes me speechless. Since you want to die, I will not stop you. Wu Zhentian and Tantai Jingzong also retreated, leaving Jiang Chen to face 20 half-step Divine Emperor giant spiders alone. At that moment, the 5-elemental trigram fire formation burst into flames. Jiang Chen faced the attacks of 20 giant spiders with ease. The 5-elemental divine fire was able to restrain those giant spiders. It was even more powerful than the Qilin Saint fire. You do have some ability. No wonder you dare to be so unbridled. Tantai Jingzong said with a solemn expression. However, Wu Zhentian saw something else terrifying. The 5-elemental divine flames. Obtaining even one of the 5 flames would be a great fortune. However, gathering all 5 flames in one body meant that it would definitely be extraordinary. He must be a master refiner or master alchemist. Wu Zhentian said in a deep voice. His heart was in turmoil. Although Jiang Chen's strength had not reached the half-step Divine Emperor realm, he was able to fight against a half-step Divine Emperor realm expert with the help of 5 divine fires. It was truly a blessing from the heavens. 5 divine fires, it was truly shocking. You're right about that. Little Chenzi's skill in alchemy is quite high. Let's hurry up and leave, lest something unexpected happens. Tyrant said in a deep voice. Is it really alright to leave him here alone? Tantai Jingzong said in a low voice. Although she was not optimistic about Jiang Chen's chances as he was weak and arrogant, he was besieged by those giant spiders because he wanted to save them. Tantai Jingzong still felt bad for leaving him alone. Don't worry. It'll be fine. Tyrant said with a smile. Wu Zhentian glanced at the dozen disciples behind him. Their strength was only at the middle hierarch realm. Their fates might be completely changed if something bad happened to them. Their trip to the Divine Land would be a failure on the verge of success. Alright, that's the only thing we can do now. Wu Zhentian said while gritting his teeth. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go. I didn't expect this kid to be so powerful. Looks like we've underestimated him. Sun Xiaolong was also rather shocked. If this 5-elemental divine fire was in the petrified sect, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. This fellow was truly the chosen son of the heavens. To be able to possess 5 types of divine fire at the same time, it was truly enviable. You guys go first. I'll cover you guys. Tantai Jingzong still did not plan to leave Jiang Chen alone. Everyone quickly left, except for Tantai Jingzong who retreated slowly. Jiang Chen turned his head and exchanged a glance with Tantai Jingzong. Both of their gazes were filled with playfulness. When Jiang Chen turned around and looked at the giant spiders again, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Jiang Chen held the 5 elemental divine fires in his hand fearlessly. He passed through the 20 giant demonic beasts with murderous intent. In less than half an incense stick's time, all 20 hierarch realm giant demonic beasts were heavily injured. However, what came next was beyond Jiang Chen's expectation. More than 30 half-step Divine Emperor giant spiders came and surrounded Jiang Chen. Damn fella. Did I poke a spider's nest? Even Jiang Chen felt his scalp tingling. These fellas were too terrifying. They seemed to be endless. With the suppression of the 5 elemental divine fires, these giant spiders were heavily injured. But now, with so many giant demonic beasts, no one would be able to stop these fellas. As the number of giant spiders increased, there were almost 70 to 80 half-step divine emperors. Jiang Chen also suffered some injuries. There was blood at the corner of his mouth and his face was gloomy. These fellas were really hard to deal with. Even an elephant could be killed by a large number of ants. This saying was not without reason. Jiang Chen could only evade. If he were to fight with his life on the line, it was not impossible for Jiang Chen to kill them. But what was the point of doing so? As long as Tyrant and the others could escape, his mission would be accomplished. Out of the 36 stratagems, escape was the best. Jiang Chen laid out the 5 elemental trigram fire formation and cast the Great Void technique. He instantly escaped from the battlefield, completely deceiving those giant demonic beasts, making them think that Jiang Chen was still in the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. A bunch of brainless fellas. I'll take my leave first. Jiang Chen turned around abruptly, almost crashing into Tantai Jingzong. The fragrance that assaulted his nostrils seemed to originate from her body. Jiangchen took a step back subconsciously. There was no emotion on Tantai Jingzong's face, but his heart was pounding. "Are you all right?" Tantai Jingzong asked. "I'm fine. Those fellas can't do anything to me." Jiangchen shrugged and wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. "That's good. Don't force yourself in the future. Although you have 5 types of divine fires, it doesn't mean that you can fight those of a higher realm. What you faced today was just a giant demonic beast that was restrained by your divine fire. If you were to encounter other beasts in the future, you might not be able to escape so easily." Tantai Jingzong said coldly. "I know very well how much I try my best. However, is this how you treat your savior?" Jiangchen looked at Tantai Jingzong with a smile. "Wipe the blood at the corner of your mouth first." Tantai Jingzong took out a spotless white handkerchief and tossed it to Jiangchen before turning around and leaving. Jiangchen held the handkerchief tightly and gently wiped off the blood on his mouth. He took a gentle sniff and felt refreshed. This was the so-called body fragrance. It didn't smell like a peony, a daisy, a green lotus, or an orchid. It was more like a fragrance that could make one feel relaxed and happy. Not only Tantai Jingzong, even Tyrant did not know what Jiangchen had experienced after they left. It was no longer 20 giant spiders, but 30 to 50, and in the end there were 70 to 80 demonic beasts. The danger and terror that Jiangchen had experienced was self-evident. In Tantai Jingzong's eyes, Jiangchen was also their savior. However, he was more impetuous than Tyrant. He liked to show off and even liked to act mysterious. She had never seen someone as arrogant as him fighting against more than 20 half-step divine emperor demonic beasts with his late hierarch strength. Of course, Jiangchen defeated those fellows because he was able to restrain those giant spiders. It was not because of his true strength. In the end, it was Jiangchen and the others who saved them. Even Sun Xiaolong expressed his gratitude to Jiangchen. "This time, we are fortunate to have the help of the spiritual masters. This old man is really grateful. I hope that the spiritual masters will visit my fossil sect when you enter the Central Region Divine Land in the future," Wu Zhentian said with a smile. Although more than 20 of them had died, they were all middle hierarch experts. As long as Tantai Jingzong and him were not injured, they were not heavily injured. After all, Wu Zhentian was Tantai Jingzong's mainstay in their group. "Thank you." Tantai Jingzong nodded silently, expressing her gratitude to Jiangchen and the others. She did not say much, but her words were sincere. After all, she was a carefree woman who had a clear distinction between love and hate. "This time, it's all thanks to Jiangchen. Otherwise, it would not be easy for us to leave this place," Xianxia said seriously. However, in Tantai Jingzong's eyes, they were just saying good things for Jiangchen. If it was not for his divine fire that could restrain those giant demonic beasts, he would have died a terrible death. Moreover, he almost sacrificed himself for the sake of fighting back. "Brother Jiang, haha. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Although you haven't reached the half-step divine emperor realm, you're already so powerful. But your divine fire is really amazing. I'm really envious of you. Haha. Every alchemy grandmaster or blacksmith grandmaster hopes to have an extremely strong divine fire. Only then will they be able to walk further and further on their own path. If I can have a powerful divine fire, it is not impossible for me to become a blacksmith grandmaster," Sun Xiaolong said with a solemn face. His expression was downcast. Jiangchen had used 5 types of 5 elemental divine fire to fight against the giant spider. This had brought them a great shock. What Xiaolong said makes a lot of sense. "Little brother, when you walk in Jianghu, you must know that a gentleman is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring is a crime. You possess 5 types of divine flames. If someone with ulterior motives were to see you, they would definitely want to snatch you away and kill you. In the future, I hope little brother can protect yourself well. Don't reveal too much of your divine fire, lest you get into trouble." Wu Zhentian's words were very useful to Jiangchen. Jiangchen nodded. He knew what Wu Zhentian said was the truth. The Central Region Divine Land was huge, it was incomparable to other places. Moreover, he had offended the Buddhist pagoda. He would have to be more careful in the divine world in the future. What Mr. said is right. I will definitely keep it in mind. Xianxia said with a smile. Ba. Since you guys came from the central region Divine Land, why did you come to the desolate Divine Land? The danger here is on par with the forbidden land of the Divine Land. Now that there are so many casualties, it's a sad thing. Tyrant probed. These people must have entered the desolate Divine Land for some reason. Otherwise, why would they launch such a large-scale attack into the depths of the desolate Divine Land? Moreover, their strength was not to be underestimated. If they had not encountered these giant spiders, they wouldn't have suffered such a heavy loss. Tantai Jingzong and Wu Zhentian looked at each other, then Tantai Jingzong said in a low voice, "We came to look for treasures this time. This time, we are here to search for treasures. The fossil sect has received an extremely exciting piece of news. In a place 500,000 kilometers away from the central continent Divine Land and the wild Divine Land, there is a small isolated mountain. More than 70,000 years ago, a fallen heavenly meteorite landed on that mountain. Fallen heavenly meteorites are top-quality materials for refining divine weapons. They have unimaginable value, and the purpose of our trip is here." After Tantai Jingzong finished speaking, Wu Zhentian smiled and said earnestly, "We came to look for treasures this time. Young friends, to tell you the truth, although our strength is not bad, I always feel that the search for the outer space meteorite this time will not be that simple. What happened before has confirmed my guess, and the crisis that we may encounter next is also difficult for us to predict. I can see that he is extremely pure in nature and is certainly not a thief. Moreover, I am indebted to everyone's great kindness, so this old man boldly wants to ask several little friends to help my fossil sect successfully find fallen meteor. At that time, my fossil sect will definitely thank you." "The fallen heavens?" Xianxia murmured. The fallen heavens was a real gem. Even if it was the worst material, it was definitely more terrifying than any origin divine tool. It was even possible that the origin stone could reach the level of a primal origin treasure. Then, the divine weapons refined from it would be quite precious. Xianxia also continued to use some meteorite iron. His 108 origin divine tools were already somewhat insufficient. It was impossible for him to kill a divine emperor realm expert. If the Ashura sword formation wanted to become stronger again, the grade of the divine weapons must be strengthened. If the 108 origin divine tools made a breakthrough, even if they did not reach the level of a primal origin treasure, they would still reach a higher level. "Alright." Xianxia nodded and directly agreed. Wu Zhentian was overjoyed because his and Tantai Jingzong's strength, together with Sun Xiaolong and the others, were just a drop in the bucket after all. It was already quite difficult for them to encounter those giant demonic beasts. If they encountered more danger, their situation would be even more difficult, and they might not even be able to move an inch. Therefore, Wu Zhentian planned to let Xianxia and the others help them. Otherwise, it would be hard to predict the dangers they would face along the way. "But I have a condition." Xianxia paused and said. Tantai Jingzong frowned and looked at Xianxia, saying, "What condition?" "I want half." Xianxia said faintly. "You are simply asking for too much. Can you swallow it?" Tantai Jingzong said in a deep voice. "Then why don't you try swallowing one for me?" Xianxia asked. Xianxia was startled by his own words. He didn't think too much about it. However, he didn't mean what he said. His words were indeed a little deeper than what he said. "Haha, little friend, are you saying that you want to separate from my fossil sect?" Wu Zhentian said with a smile. He was neither happy nor sad, and no one knew what he meant. "I think the old man should understand that with your strength, you may not be able to achieve your final goal. Coincidentally, we are here at this time, and this is a good thing for you. Rather than going through all the effort and not being able to obtain what you want, I think you should know better than me which is easier." Xianxia also said with a smile. The smile on Wu Zhentian's face became more and more radiant. It had to be said that Xianxia's words had hit the nail on the head. He was also worried about this. If there were any changes, it was very likely that they would not be able to resist. However, if Xianxia and the others were here, then everything would be hard to say. Although Wu Zhentian couldn't completely trust Xianxia and the others, this person had after all saved their lives. In general, he could be regarded as a kind person, so he had no reason to not trust Jiang Chen. Of course, if old Master Wu is not willing, then we won't disturb you anymore. We will directly go to the central province Divine Land. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, Wu Zhentian's smile gradually disappeared. He pointed at Jiang Chen and shook his head helplessly. You are really giving me a general. I have been forced into a corner by you. Haha. Wu Zhentian smiled bitterly. His face was full of solemnity. Jiang Chen was giving him an ultimatum. If he didn't agree, then he wouldn't have this shop anymore. Wu Zhentian was also very clear that this was a win-win situation. However, he might need to make a certain degree of concession. It was better to be safe than sorry. If the previous incident happened again, then their lives might be in danger. If they lost their lives, then what was the use of having more treasures? Wu Zhentian pondered again and again. He knew that he had to make a decision. Whether Jiang Chen really wanted to leave or not, he had to show his attitude. Otherwise, this alliance might not be so simple. I'm just stating the facts. Jiang Chen loosened the reins only to grasp them better. This was also a method, but it was also very beneficial for Wu Zhentian. He knew that their ability was limited. If they forced their way into the Wildlands Divine Land, the consequences might be unbearable. More than 20 Middle Hierarch realm experts had died previously was the best proof. Although they were not the true core strength of their sect, it was very difficult to cultivate a group of Hierarch realm experts. It was not as simple as they thought. The greatest foundation of a sect was the number of Divine King and Hierarch realm experts. No matter how strong a sect was, without a core strength, the sect was destined to not last long. Tantai Jingzong saw Wu Zhentian's expression and knew that Wu Shi was really going to agree to Jiang Chen. Then, their secret would be exposed. Those things originally belonged to their fossil sect, but now they had to share it with someone else. This was not good news for them. Teacher Wu, Tantai Jingzong wanted to say something, but Wu Zhentian waved his hand and said, there's no need to say anything else. We'll split the meteorites evenly. What do you think, little friend? Alright, I like talking to people like you, never beating around the bush. Jiang Chen looked at Tantai Jingzong indifferently. Tantai Jingzong stared at Jiang Chen and snorted, but there was nothing she could do. After all, Wu Shi had already decided. It was impossible for her to change her mind. She still had to listen to Wu Shi's command this time. Tantai Jingzong no longer had any hope for Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen was quite capable, he was completely different from a real half-step divine emperor. At least, it would not be difficult for her to kill him. I hope you won't disappoint us. After that, Tantai Jingzong turned around and left, leading the way. She's always like this. Little friend, please don't mind her. It's just her personality. Most people with a pure nature are like this. Wu Zhentian said. Most people with a pure nature are like this? I'm afraid you're speechless because of this girl's words. If she was by my side, I probably wouldn't have spoiled her. She's a typical arrogant person. However, this was not the case for others. Jiang Chen could not understand. Did I really put on an act in front of her? Haha, looks like someone finally dares to challenge you. Little Chenzi, hurry up. Tyrant said as he looked at Jiang Chen with a joyful expression. An ambiguous look could be seen in his eyes. It's not that I'm trying to discourage you, brother, but don't have any ideas about Tantai Jingzong. Otherwise, you'll die very, very miserably. Although no one will make things difficult for you here, if you enter the fossil sect and the Kunchen commandery, you'll be attacked by countless young prodigies if you dare to target Tantai Jingzong again. By then, no one will be able to save you. Sun Xiaolong shook his head and said with a sigh. You're thinking too much. I don't have any ideas about her. There are many good-looking women, but I can't afford to be with a witch like her. Don't worry, even if all the women in the world die, I won't be with her. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. Then I'm relieved. I'm also worried about you. After all, not everyone can resist Tantai Jingzong. Although you have some ability, you must remember to guard against arrogance and rashness. You can't be arrogant. Otherwise, you'll have a hard time after you enter the Central Region Divine Land. My words to you are from the bottom of my heart. You must take them to heart. Sun Xiaolong said earnestly. At this moment, Jiangchen finally felt that this Sun Xiaolong was a blabbermouth. He would never stop nagging, and was even more difficult to deal with than a woman. Thank you for the reminder. Jiangchen said helplessly with a frown. However, this guy seemed to be very interested in guiding Jiangchen's life. He kept talking to Jiangchen. Look, that's little lonely mountain in front. Sun Xiaolong walked at the front and kept talking. Everyone looked to the front. A ring-shaped mountain ridge appeared in everyone's sight, and an extremely powerful energy fluctuation spread out from the small mountain. Damn it. Why is it so hot? That's the little lonely mountain. The mountain is like an eagle spreading its wings. However, the ridge in the center seems to have changed. Sun Xiaolong said in a deep voice. He frowned, not knowing what happened here. If a meteorite really fell here, it's very likely that it was caused by a meteorite. Otherwise, this place wouldn't be so dry and hot, and even the mountain ridge wouldn't have undergone such a huge change. If there's no movement of the Earth's crust, the terrain of the mountain will never change. Wu Zhentian said in a low voice. His eyes swept around. They felt more and more anxious, which meant that a meteorite really fell here, causing the current situation. The top of the mountain is bare. It seems like there's nothing left in this little lonely mountain. Even the cute little animals are gone. Could it be that they were burned to death by the impact of the falling meteorite? Bah. Tyrant said with a surprised expression. You really think too much. It seems that monks are compassionate. You finally feel a trace of enlightenment. Jiangchen looked at Tyrant with a startled expression on his face. The heavens had always been kind to all living things, and he never thought that Tyrant would finally be enlightened by Buddhism. Bah. That's natural. Little Chenzi, you don't understand. The cuter the animal, the tastier it is. I've eaten them all these years. Tyrant said with a straight face. Jiangchen rolled her eyes and looked at Tyrant. Was this guy serious? The cuter the tastier? What kind of logic was this? Jiangchen wanted to praise him and feel that his realm had improved. However, she didn't expect this monk to eat cute little animals. What a pervert, Qingxuan's mouth twitched. Even she felt a little embarrassed for Tyrant. However, he still had an arrogant attitude and was unrestrained. Hee, you are a true man. Wine and meat pass through your intestines, but Buddha stays in your heart. Wu Zhentian said with a smile. He turned around and his eyes became sharp. The ring-shaped mountain ridge is right in front. Let's hurry up and see if there are any rewards. Wu Zhentian charged at the very front. He was old but vigorous as he walked in the air. He directly landed on a huge rock on the mountain ridge, and he just happened to be able to overlook the mountain ridge within 10,000 miles with a single glance. The closer they got to the depths of the mountain ridge, the more Jiangchen could feel an incomparably blazing energy that seemed to be constantly attacking them, trying to disperse them. However, Jiangchen didn't care because others didn't seem to have this kind of feeling. Maybe he was just hallucinating. Wu Shi, look. There seems to be a massive crimson meteor over there. Tantai Jingzong narrowed his eyes and pointed ahead. His pupils constricted. It's really an extraterrestrial meteorite. I also felt it. There's an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation coming from there. It's right there. Wu Zhentian's expression went cold as he nodded heavily. Jiangchen had also noticed the scarlet-red meteor that was 30 meters in size, and it seemed like an enormous savage beast that would explode at any moment. It's him, it's him, it's him. The extraterrestrial meteorite that we've been looking for is this. Even Sun Xiaolong was extremely shocked. He couldn't help but cry out, and his heart was filled with joy. Ha, it's really hard for you guys to find this place. Everyone, it's really not easy for you guys to find this place. It really makes one sigh. However, we still have to thank our friends from the fossil sect. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for us to find this place. A deafening laugh traveled thousands of miles and reverberated in the void. 7 figures appeared behind Tantai Jingzong and the others. The leader was a long-haired old man. He had a cold expression on his face, and his smile was cold and feminine. Old man, you shameless thing. You actually want to take advantage of the situation. Wu Zhentian suddenly turned around and looked at the long-haired old man as he said angrily. Old dog Wu, we haven't seen each other for many years. Your strength hasn't improved much. He. The long-haired old man, Guan Muran, said sourly. Since when did Guangdong men do such shady things? As one of the sects under the sword-drawing sect, don't you feel ashamed? After all, your Guangdong men is one of the top 10 sects in Kunshan County. It's really despicable. Wu Zhentian frowned. At this moment, he finally felt that something was wrong. If it weren't for Jiang Chen and the others, he would have turned around and fled. However, with Jiang Chen and the others around, he was also quite confident. It seemed that his previous choice was right. Master Wu, are they from Guangdong men? Tantai Jingzong also looked at Master Wu in surprise. We have never had any relations with Guangdong men. Why would they appear here? Tantai Jingzong said in puzzlement. They were currently in a very difficult situation. Fortunately, Master Wu had chosen to bring Jiang Chen and the others along. Otherwise, they were afraid that they would not be able to move a single step forward. Master Wu's foresight had saved them. Tantai Jingzong looked at Jiang Chen. At this moment, this guy was actually looking at them casually as if it was none of his business. If there was a life and death battle, she really didn't believe that Jiang Chen and the others would fight to the death. Although you guys have suffered heavy losses, you actually have a benefactor to help you. It seems that you guys are not fated to die in the hands of the giant spider. But now, I'm afraid you guys won't be so lucky. Guan Muran crossed his arms and said with a sneer. Even so, it's impossible for you guys to escape from our Guangdong men. Guan Muran, do you really think that you can make our fossil sect bow down to you? You're too full of yourself. With just 7 half-step deity emperors, do you really think that you can cover the sky with one hand? Wu Zhentian said in a deep voice. Although their current strength was slightly weaker, it was not enough to sit and wait for death. Moreover, Jiang Chen's strength was not enough, but Tyrant, Fire Qilin, and Xianxia were all true experts. They could definitely fight 1 against 2. At this moment, they might not be at a disadvantage. TSK. I thought that fossil sect was very powerful. Don't you still need to rely on others to help you? Otherwise, you're just a pile of trash. Guan Muran said disdainfully, mocking Wu Zhentian and the others. There's no need for you to set me up. Guan Muran, you despicable and shameless bastard. You've been hiding behind us all this time, trying to snatch the meteorite away from us. Today, even if I have to sacrifice this old life of mine, I won't let you succeed. Guan Muran's appearance had directly disrupted Wu Zhentian's previous plan. Fortunately, he was wise enough to bring Jiang Chen and the others along. Otherwise, he would have no way out now. Not to mention fighting for the meteorites, it would be very difficult for him to leave this place with his life intact. Wu Zhentian's expression changed drastically. Tantai Jingzong's eyes were cold as she looked at these people. A battle was already unavoidable. They must make a decision as soon as possible, otherwise, they would be at a disadvantage. Strike first and gain the upper hand. No one wanted to let the other party leave this place alive. However, everyone had fear in their heart, including Guan Muran. She did not know the means of Jiang Chen and the others, but even so many giant spiders could not do anything to them. These fellows were definitely not ordinary people. Tantai Jingzong's expression was grim. She had already prepared herself. It wouldn't be that easy for these fellows to snatch the food from their mouths. Haha. You speak so dignified and with such certainty. How did you get this information? Do you need me to explain it too much? As if your petrified sect is a righteous sect. If it wasn't for the annihilation of a small sect, would you guys be able to get this information? I'm just enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Our Guangdong men has been paying attention to you guys for a long time, so you don't have to feel any pressure. This is fate. You guys dying here is also the will of the heavens. Of course, you guys don't have the qualifications to take the meteorite. Guan Muran sneered. Although the people of the petrified sect had done their best to keep it a secret, it was because they had been watching the people of the petrified sect for a long time. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so clear about it. Despicable and shameless fellows. So it turns out that you guys are the ones who killed the people of the Seven Brilliance sect. You bunch of despicable bastards. Today, I will definitely take revenge for the innocent disciples of the Seven Brilliance sect that died. What's so great about the Guangdong men? Do you think that my petrified sect is afraid of you? Wu Zhentian took a step forward and faced Guan Muran with equal harshness. Guan Muran's expression was also cold as he stared at Wu Zhentian. A great battle was about to break out between the two of them. Don't blame me for not reminding you, old dog Wu. If you go against me, Guangdong men, you won't have a good ending. I have to give you a warning right now. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, I might leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, your soul will scatter. At that time, everyone here will die. Guan Muran faintly said as if he was giving Wu Zhentian a final ultimatum. You're a shameless madman. You want me to kneel and beg for mercy? You're dreaming. Let's see who's stronger. If you can defeat me, then I, Wu Zhentian, will accept your punishment. Wu Zhentian pointed his sword at Guan Muran, emitting a chilling aura that shook the heavens. Xianxia looked at the confrontation between Wu Zhentian and Guan Muran. He had some understanding in his heart. So it turned out that these two fellows had enmity from the beginning. Whether it was the Guangdong men or the petrified sect, they didn't seem to be easy to deal with. This time, it seemed that he had to take action. At the very least, he had to deal with these people first. Fine, then I'll give you a taste of my strength. In this world, there will always be people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Ha ha ha. Guan Muran laughed wildly. His eyes were filled with coldness. At this moment, he had no reason to hesitate. If he could subdue the enemy without fighting, it would obviously be a good thing. However, these fellows from the petrified sect were stubborn. He had no choice but to punish them. Today, although the Guangdong men did not turn out in full force, they had brought out nearly half of their experts. 7 half-step divine emperors were already a considerable force of the Guangdong men. These 7 experts were enough to make countless people tremble in fear. If it was only Wu Zhentian and Tantai Jingzong, the 7 of them would definitely be able to suppress them. However, there was a half-step divine emperor Fire Qilin and 2 half-step divine emperors. It was enough to make Guan Muran take this seriously. Even though they had the upper hand, Guan Muran did not dare to let his guard down. If he failed, it would be a total annihilation. Guan Muran had brought out the mainstay of the entire petrified sect. He could not afford to lose them. Moreover, he had bought a double insurance this time. He would not return empty-handed. There's no point in talking. What are you waiting for? Wu Zhentian said coldly. His sword chi buzzed, pointing at Guan Muran. Both of his hands were ready to fight. Everyone, we might have to trouble you again. Wu Zhentian looked at Jiang Chen and the others and said. It's all right. It's a must. After all, we have a share of the meteorite. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. We're not talking about you. You don't have to be humble. Tantai Jingzong glanced at Jiang Chen. This was a battle between half-step divine emperors. Jiang Chen would not be able to participate in it. This time, they were outnumbered by 2 people. It would be hard for them to gain the upper hand. That's right. Monk, you guys might have to suffer again. Sigh. Jiang Chen shook his head and looked at Tyrant. Haha, you weakling. Just stay here and watch me teach them a lesson. Tyrant looked at Jiang Chen with delight. He was secretly pleased to see little Chenzi being scolded by Tantai Jingzong. Hee, to think that you'd have such a day. Tyrant said through divine sense. This wasn't the first time that Jiang Chen was ignored. Jiang Chen was too lazy to take action. With Tyrant here, he didn't need to worry at all. There was still a gap between the strength of these people and Tyrant. This was also a good opportunity for him to understand how strong the experts of the Central Region Divine Land were. Reckless fools. Go. Let's show them the power of our Guangdong Gate. Guan Muran waved his hand and the 6 half-step deity emperors behind him charged forward at this moment. An incomparably domineering aura swept across the area. The 6 of them had boundless might, their aura towering like a silver snake, like a surging sea. Guan Muron's eyes turned cold as he charged towards Wu Zhentian. The silver ring great blade in his hand shone brightly, tearing the void apart. Wu Zhentian and Guan Mu's swords clashed. Sparks flew everywhere and shot up into the sky. Terrifying waves of qi rolled out. Neither of them were willing to give way. Neither of them was willing to give way. Every step they took was filled with killing intent, and it seemed as if every inch in front of them was filled with killing intent. The monk didn't hold back at all. He charged forward and fought 1 against 3. He single-handedly pulled the attacks of the 3 of them and didn't show any signs of being defeated. Tantai Jingzong, Qing Xian, and Fire Qilin each faced a half-step Divine Emperor. The momentum of their attacks was not weak at all. They almost completely crushed their opponents. Titan Jingzong, Qing Xian, and Fire Qilin were all ferocious. They would not feel pressured even if they were to fight 1 against 2. However, their opponents were all taken away by Tyrant. This person was completely fighting 1 against 3. No one could do anything as they were all suppressed by Tyrant. The terrifying aura caused the surrounding Tsang mountain to crumble. The mountain ridge was in a mess, the rocks were shattered, and the ancient trees were turned into ashes. The battle between half-step Divine Emperors was incomparable to the battle between half-step Divine Emperors. Hey, truly powerful. Brother, we are in the same boat. How long do we have to wait to be as outstanding as them? We are all in the same boat. Why do we need to know each other? It's sad, truly sad. Sun Xiaolong patted on Jiang Chen's shoulder and said with a sigh. It's not our fault that we are weak, it's just that we haven't cultivated for a long time. Jiang Chen shrugged and said. This is not a reason. You have cultivated for more than 1,000,000 years, yet they are stronger than you in just 3,000 years. Don't you have any shame? Although you can't be compared to the strongest prodigies, you should at least be better than them, right? Otherwise, how would you have the face to continue cultivating? Your way of thinking is wrong, I have to criticize you. Little brother, we only have 1 life, to pursue the path of the strong, to pursue the Tao of eternal life, to be unrivaled, we have to put on the right attitude. As the saying goes, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. We have to strive to be the strongest in order to gain a foothold in the divine world. It's not a good thing to be complacent. You should always think that I'm the weakest, I must work hard and cultivate hard, only then can I be stronger than anyone else. Sun Xiaolong said earnestly. He felt that Jiang Chen did not have the attitude that an expert should have. Compared to the other 3 half-step Divine Emperors, he was a typical example of a person who did not want to improve. You can't give up on yourself. You are the weakest among the 4 of you, don't you feel ashamed? Don't you feel wronged? If I had reached the half-step Divine Emperor realm, the situation today would have been reversed. I would have fought against 10 of them and killed them all, for the sake of our petrified sect. It's a pity that the heavens don't fulfill our wishes. I still can't reach the half-step Divine Emperor realm. This step is too difficult. But that doesn't stop me from having the heart of a powerhouse that doesn't dare to yield. Do you understand? Sun Xiaolong tirelessly taught Jiang Chen. His face was filled with pride. After all, he was stronger than Jiang Chen. There was no doubt about it. That was why he was able to slightly satisfy his pride. If not, he reckoned that he would be the weakest one, and his heart would definitely suffer a severe injury. It would be harder for him to fight Jiang Chen than to fight Jiang Chen himself. Seeing Jiang Chen nod, Sun Xiaolong continued. You see, my strength has already reached the peak of the hierarch realm and is even comparable to a half-step Divine Emperor. It's impossible for an ordinary half-step Divine Emperor to kill me. However, I have never been arrogant or rash. I take the sect as my responsibility and cultivate quietly without any regrets. One day, I will become an elder of the fossil sect. One day, I will make them look at me in a different light. At that time, it will be the moment when you witness a miracle for me. That day shouldn't be too far away, right? With your current strength, you will need at least 100,000 years to reach the half-step Divine Emperor realm. That's the least. However, you mustn't be discouraged. The path of cultivation is about stealing yin and yang, seizing fortune, grasping life and death. If you want to achieve great things, you must start from your heart. If not for the enlightened master's help today, I'm afraid I would have to fight against the two of them alone. In front of the enlightened master, I won't show my meager strength. Sun Xiaolong had a proud look on his face. Jiang Chen was his best listener. Moreover, he could show off from time to time. It was really comfortable. Even if it was a life and death battle, Sun Xiaolong wouldn't need his help. Sun Xiaolong was here to cheer for the fossil sect. This was what Sun Xiaolong was best at. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth was still hanging a faint smile. This Sun Xiaolong was really arrogant, but it was true that he didn't want to stand out. However, his arrogance was still within the scope of his actions. After all, he would never act in front of a true half-step divine emperor expert. However, he always felt that he could suppress Jiang Chen when he was in front of Jiang Chen. Moreover, Sun Xiaolong was giving Jiang Chen advice like an elder. Even Jiang Chen felt that Sun Xiaolong was too hateful. However, it didn't affect Sun Xiaolong too much. This fellow was quite amusing. He saw through Jiang Chen's tricks but didn't point it out. Moreover, he was only a late hierarch. He was indeed not qualified to challenge the world. Even Tantai Jingzong ignored him. Sun Xiaolong would definitely not believe him. Looks like the enlightened being's strength is really unparalleled. To be able to fight against three at a time like this, it really makes us sigh with regret. Sun Xiaolong said respectfully to Tyrant. His eyes were filled with admiration. Tyrant was undoubtedly the strongest among them. Even Tantai Jingzong and Wu Zhentian were no match for him. Everyone knew this. However, Tyrant was also a half-step divine emperor expert, yet he was able to fight against three of them at the same time. This was something that everyone had to take note of. When they were fighting against the giant spider, they already knew how strong Tyrant was. How could they not be shocked when they saw him fighting against a half-step divine emperor expert? He's really powerful. The enlightened being's strength is definitely comparable to a divine emperor expert. That's right. With such a powerful means, we are truly left in the dust. Even our teacher Wu and senior Tantai might not be a match for Taoist master. That's only natural. Taoist master is kind and compassionate, which is why we are able to live our lives today. Otherwise, when we faced the giant spider, we would have definitely died. Even Master Wu and Senior Tantai could only watch from afar, and we would only be cannon fodder. With the enlightened being here, this Guangdong men wouldn't dare to kill us. Now that the enlightened being is as stable as Mount Tai, we have already gained some advantages. Those middle hierarch realm disciples of the petrified sect were also shocked. As the elite disciples of the petrified sect, they could see that the current situation was quite advantageous to them. Once they were defeated, the entire petrified sect would be in deep trouble. Look at you. Why can't you be compared to the enlightened being? You're not as strong as the enlightened being, but you can still boast. Although you have the protection of the 5 divine fires, it's still not your true strength. There's an old saying that goes, to forge iron, you need to be strong. If you're not strong enough, you won't be able to achieve anything. You need to learn from this lesson. You need to understand that I'm saying these words for your own good. If it was someone else, I wouldn't even bother to say these words to them. However, you and I are kindred spirits, that's why I'm telling you this from the bottom of my heart. You need to know where you stand and how far you are from becoming an expert. Our senior brother Sun's words are priceless advice. Yeah, with senior brother Sun's help, we have avoided a lot of detours. Senior brother Sun is warm-hearted, but he is always misunderstood by others. We all feel disappointed for him. However, senior brother Sun has never been afraid of power, and he takes good care of us, the weaker disciples. Hearing Sun Xiaolong's words, Jiangchen smiled bitterly. This guy is really a weirdo. The name Big Mouth Sun is really suitable for Sun Xiaolong. Look, senior sister Tantai has taken the upper hand. That person from Guangdong Gate is almost at his limit. Someone exclaimed. Sure enough, Tantai Jingzong's opponent was already struggling. He was forced to retreat step by step. He could not even contend against Tantai Jingzong. As expected of senior sister Tantai. She's amazing. Many people were cheering for Tantai Jingzong. Tantai Jingzong was the ultimate goddess in their hearts. Although they could not fight side by side with their goddess, Tantai Jingzong was the pride of their fossil sect. Tantai Jingzong did not disappoint them. He was the first to defeat his opponent, and even heavily injured that half-step deity emperor. At this moment, the morale of the fossil sect soared. Besides Tantai Jingzong, the Fire Qilin and Qingxuan's opponents were not their opponents at all. They were being suppressed miserably. The Fire Qilin did not even use 30% of his strength, and his opponent was already on the verge of falling. Tyrant was strolling leisurely as if he was playing around. He had already defeated 3 half-step deity emperors. Now, only Guan Muran was still struggling. The battle between him and Wu Zhentian was quite intense. Both of them did not give way to each other. However, seeing the people around him falling one by one, Guan Muran's expression became more and more unsightly. "Your people are about to die." Wu Zhentian sneered. At this moment, Guan Muran's breathing stagnated and his face turned solemn. 6 half-step deity emperors were severely injured. None of them were spared. The situation instantly became one-sided. Guan Muran never thought that the people behind Wu Zhentian would be so terrifying. Moreover, they only met by chance. This could only be said that their luck was too good. It should have been easy, but he didn't expect that something would go wrong midway. These people were actually in cahoots with the petrified sect. This made Guan Muran quite depressed. Now, his situation had been completely reversed. He should have been the one to punish the petrified sect, but he was the one being punished instead. This kind of disparity could be said to be quite big. No one could understand Guan Muran's current gloomy mood, but this was the truth. He had still underestimated Tyrant and the others. If there were only these people from the petrified sect, he would naturally be able to capture them easily. "Bastard! I can't accept this." Guan Muran roared in rage. His face was as gloomy as water. When he turned around, Tyrant struck out a seal and killed 3 half-step deity emperors. Their heads flew and fell down, rolling in front of Guan Muran. Guan Muran took a deep breath and his body trembled. 3 half-step deity emperors were killed just like that. Who exactly is this guy? Guan Muran struck out with his palm, and his blade swept horizontally as he forced Wu Zhentian back. At this moment, he was completely exhausted, and it was completely difficult for him to continue. He was all alone, and it was difficult for him to hold on. Want to leave? Not so easy. Wu Zhentian did not intend to let Su Muran leave just like that. Unexpectedly, not only did Su Muran not leave, but he even turned around and attacked Wu Zhentian crazily. "Please help me, Divine Messenger." Guan Muran's eyes were cold and his expression was cold. He shouted in a low voice that made everyone's heart tremble. "Divine Messenger?" Wu Zhentian's expression was cold and his face was extremely cold. "Who is this Divine Messenger?" "Useless thing." A loud roar resounded. A young expert in a black robe took a step forward and directly pushed Wu Zhentian back. His aura was imposing and majestic. His long robe was majestic and domineering. His eyes were like torches and his aura was like the wind. "Thank you, Divine Messenger." Guan Muran's eyes lit up. When this so-called Divine Messenger made a move, Guan Muran's expression immediately changed. The corner of his mouth was full of joy. "Your strength is too weak. I'm really disappointed," the Divine Messenger said with a cold expression. "Divine Messenger?" Xianxia furrowed his brows. Where did this guy come from? Why was Guan Muran so respectful? Not only Xianxia, but even Wu Zhentian was confused. Who is this guy? It's the Divine Messenger of the Divine Pagoda. Tantai Jingzong's expression changed as he said in a deep voice. Because he saw the faintly discernible Divine Pagoda in the young man's hand. Wu Zhentian's heart skipped a beat. He could not believe it and was unwilling to believe it. Is this guy really the Divine Messenger of the Divine Pagoda? Today's matter will not be resolved so easily. May I ask if you're really the Divine Messenger of the Divine Pagoda? Wu Zhentian was incomparably shocked. Whether it was true or not, he could not let his guard down. Otherwise, if he really offended the Divine Messenger of the Divine Pagoda, not to mention him, even the Fossil sect and the sword-drawing sect of the Kunshan Commandery would not be able to escape the blame. In the entire Central Province Divine Land, the Divine Pagoda was a taboo existence that could not be ignored. This matter has nothing to do with you. You can scram now. Otherwise, you'll be killed without mercy. The divine messenger of the divine pagoda said indifferently. He did not put Wu Zhentian and the others in his eyes at all. Even Guan Muran was the same. Wu Zhentian was a little sullen. He had gone through a lot of trouble to find the meteorite and even had dozens of elite disciples. Now, this bastard actually asked him to scram? Even if it was someone from the divine pagoda, Wu Zhentian found it hard to accept. This was simply a great humiliation. You can scram now. Ha ha ha, can't you hear me? The divine messenger wants you to scram. Scram out of here. Guan Muran laughed and said arrogantly. Although he had lost 3 half-step divine emperor experts, Wu Zhentian did not dare to challenge him anymore. He looked as if he was scared out of his wits. As for the people of the fossil sect, none of them dared to say a word. Guan Muran's heart was filled with pride. However, he was unwilling to let them go just like that. But the divine messenger would not become his chess piece. He could only swallow his anger. After all, the people of the fossil sect were more miserable than him. Guan Muran, don't go too far. Fight me to death if you're capable. Master Wu, so what if he's a divine envoy of the Buddha pagoda? Our petrified sect will never yield. Moreover, he's just a half-step divine emperor. There's no need to fear him. Tantai Jingzong said in a deep voice. Wu Zhentian glared at Tantai Jingzong and said in a low voice, you don't know how terrifying the Buddha pagoda is. You simply don't know how terrifying the pagoda is. Even if it's only a divine envoy of the pagoda, he's definitely not someone we can afford to offend. Once this matter is known by the pagoda, our petrified sect will have difficulty keeping our lives. You must not speak nonsense. Seeing how shocked and fearful Wu Zhentian was, even Jiang Chen's expression became serious. Was the might of this pagoda really that strong? A mere divine envoy, and a half-step divine emperor at that, could scare Wu Zhentian and the others to this extent? It seems like the Buddha pagoda is a totem in the central region divine land. No one dares to offend it. However, would Wu Zhen really be willing to give away the meteorite that he had gone through so much trouble and went through so many dangers just like that? He was unwilling, but what else could he do? Going against the divine envoy of the Buddha pagoda would not end well. Moreover, it might bring disaster to them. For the sake of the big picture, Wu Zhentian could only settle for the next best thing and choose to avoid it. Even if he had a lot of bitterness in his heart, he could only swallow it down. Sigh, what bad luck. How did we encounter the divine envoy of the Buddha pagoda? Our petrified sect can't be so unlucky. How did this Guangdong gate have anything to do with the Buddha pagoda? Sun Xiaolong sighed. His eyes were filled with shock, anger, and unwillingness. Every one of them was the same. However, they were intimidated by the might of the Buddha pagoda. Even if there was only a half-step divine emperor divine envoy standing here, they did not dare to act rashly. Is this Buddha pagoda really that powerful? There's only one person. Let's just kill him to avoid unnecessary trouble. Jiang Chen glanced at Sun Xiaolong. Sun Xiaolong's complexion immediately changed. He almost covered Jiang Chen's mouth and said in a low voice, oh. I don't dare to say that. If the people from the divine pagoda find out, then our entire fossil sect will not be able to escape death. You don't know what the divine pagoda means in the central province divine land. It's an unreachable existence, a sun that will never set. Sun Xiaolong's high evaluation of the Buddha's pagoda caused Jiang Chen to be slightly speechless. Aren't they deifying the Buddha's pagoda too much? Even if the Buddha's pagoda was sufficiently formidable, was it necessary to scare them to such an extent? However, there was one thing that Jiang Chen was now even more clear about. If he wanted to deal with the divine pagoda, it might be difficult for him to even take a single step forward. Even a large sect like the fossil sect would turn pale when they heard of the divine pagoda. No sect would dare to provoke them. The might of the divine pagoda was simply a taboo in the central region divine land. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. He didn't believe it. If it's the divine envoy of the divine pagoda, then does he have a token? Don't tell me that the divine envoy doesn't even have a way to prove himself? Jiang Chen took a step forward and said in a loud voice. At this moment, everyone's gazes were gathered on Jiang Chen. Tantai Jingzong was no exception. This guy was really arrogant. It was fine if he was arrogant in front of him, but now he actually dared to be so arrogant in front of the divine envoy of the divine pagoda. It really made people have a whole new level of respect for him. It must be said that at this moment, Tantai Jingzong actually somewhat admired Jiang Chen. This guy was extremely arrogant. He didn't even put the people of the divine pagoda in his eyes. But to put it bluntly, if he really offended the divine envoy of the divine pagoda, then his little life might also leave this world. You dare to question my existence? The divine envoy's eyes turned cold as he stared at Jiang Chen. The corner of his mouth revealed a bloodthirsty killing intent. No one had ever dared to question his existence before. This guy was simply courting death. The divine pagoda was unreachable. Even the divine envoys were supreme existences. No one dared to disobey them. Now that they were being questioned, one could imagine how angry they were. Please calm down, divine envoy. I'm not questioning the divine envoy. I'm just a little curious. Please don't blame me, divine envoy. Wu Zhentian quickly said. He did not dare to question the divine envoy's identity at all. Otherwise, if the divine envoy was angry, then everyone would be implicated. You're just a little late hierarch realm brat. How dare you challenge the divine envoy? I think you're tired of living. These people are simply disrespecting the divine envoy. Guan Muran added oil to the fire. At this moment, he naturally wanted to start a fire. It would be best if the divine envoy could make them disappear from this world completely. To Guan Muran, the death of several of his junior brothers was a great enmity. However, at this moment, the divine envoy was the leader. So, you're also questioning my identity? The divine envoy looked at Wu Zhentian. Wu Zhentian's expression changed. He subconsciously took a step back without saying a word. Please calm down, divine envoy. I didn't mean it like that. I hope the divine envoy can be wise and not listen to slanderous words. Wu Zhentian cupped his fists and said helplessly. The divine envoy flipped his hand and a black iron token appeared in his hand. He coldly said. Open your dog eyes and see if I'm the real divine envoy of the divine pagoda. The divine envoy coldly snorted and said. Everyone from the fossil sect was shocked. Jiang Chen was the one who made it, and Jiang Chen was the one who made it. They almost died in the hands of Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for Elder Wu's timely response, Jiang Chen's words might have implicated their lives. Their lives were saved by Jiang Chen, but they almost died at this moment. Please calm down, divine envoy. We understand our intention to offend you. Wu Zhentian sighed and said with a difficult expression. I can spare your lives, but that guy must die. No one can provoke the dignity of the divine pagoda. No one is an exception. The divine envoy looked straight at Jiang Chen and said angrily. He didn't care about Wu Zhentian and the others, but if someone dared to question his identity, then that person must die. Want to kill me? Ha ha ha, you're really dreaming. The divine pagoda? I, Jiang Chen, really don't put you in my eyes. Jiang Chen sneered and said. His words stirred up 1,000 ripples. Everyone looked at him in shock. He actually dared to challenge the divine envoy of the divine pagoda. Wasn't this too terrifying? Sun Xiaolong looked at Jiang Chen in astonishment. This guy was definitely crazy. Otherwise, how could he dare to challenge the divine envoy of the divine pagoda? Good, very good. There's actually someone who doesn't even put the divine emissary in his eyes. This kind of person should be dismembered and his soul refined so that he can never be reincarnated. Guan Muran gnashed his teeth and said. At this moment, he couldn't let go of such an opportunity. Otherwise, when would he be able to avenge his junior brother? To Guan Muran, hitting someone who was down was too easy. There was simply no one more suitable than him to do this. Good boy, you actually don't even put the divine pagoda in your eyes. You're really impressive. I have to say that you're the first. So, I must properly play with you. The divine emissary sneered and said. His eyes shone brightly and a terrifying aura pressed down, directly enveloping Jiang Chen. Wu Zhentian suddenly slapped his thigh. Jiang Chen, you're really too impulsive. At this time, it's very likely that you'll implicate others. Even my petrified sect is no exception. Do you know who you've offended? Even if you have a few powerful friends, can they protect you forever? His arrogance was simply unimaginable. At this time, their situation had once again fallen into a crisis, directly causing everyone to fall into a dangerous situation. On the contrary, Tantai Jingzong looked at Jiang Chen with interest. At this time, I want to see how you're going to deal with this. The person you've offended is the divine emissary of the divine pagoda. Do you think you can settle this with just a few words? It seems that you're well aware that there's a tiger on the mountain. The smile at the corner of Tantai Jingzong's mouth was profound and even had a hint of playfulness. Even if Jiang Chen died, he only had himself to blame. However, she naturally didn't want to see this scene happen. She only wanted to see Jiang Chen receive the slap in the face that he deserved for his arrogance. Enlightened being, tell me, what should we do now? Wu Zhentian was completely at a loss. Now that the divine emissary was enraged, the target of her anger was none other than Jiang Chen. Even if he wanted to protect Jiang Chen, he didn't have the strength to do so. He could only seek help from Tyrant. However, Tyrant and the others didn't care at all. It was as if they would raise both hands in approval of whatever Jiang Chen did. Even if it was wrong, they would still support him. It's not a big deal. What's there to fuss about? Tyrant shrugged. He was completely unafraid of the so-called divine emissary of the Buddhist pagoda. He was just one person, so how much trouble could he cause? At most, he would just kill him. The tyrant monk did not know anything about the slaughter pagoda. Even if he did, with Jiang Chen around, what was there to be afraid of? He and little Chenzi weren't cowards. Even in the West Pole Divine region, no one could catch them. Not to mention, the desolate divine region was desolate and uninhabited. Even if it was the divine emissary of the Buddhist pagoda, what was there to worry about? This, Wu Zhentian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After hearing Tyrant's words, the divine emissary didn't care about anything at all. They had offended the Buddhist pagoda, so they wouldn't have a good time. Now that the divine emissary of the Buddhist pagoda was enraged, the ending might be unimaginable to them. Sigh, what should we do? Wu Zhentian clenched his teeth and smiled bitterly. However, he had no other choice. The consequences of offending the divine emissary of the Buddhist pagoda was not something they could bear. Jiang Chen and the others were completely fearless. However, they had the entire petrified sect behind them, so they had no choice but to think carefully. It was not worth it to sacrifice the entire sect for a meteorite from outer space. Arrogant to the extreme. How dare you ignore the Buddhist pagoda? Today, I will use you as an offering to the heavens to clear the name of the Buddhist pagoda. Petrified sect, if any of you obstruct us, it will be considered as offending the Buddhist pagoda. You will be killed without mercy. The divine emissary said angrily. His gaze was locked onto Jiang Chen. This guy really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Killing him would be a good way to establish our prestige. What kind of ability could a late hierarch realm guy have? Wu Zhentian was in a dilemma. However, it was too inhumane to ask them to remain indifferent to Jiang Chen's death. After all, Jiang Chen had saved them before. You guys better not get involved. Otherwise, if the petrified sect offends the Buddhist pagoda, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to move a single step in the central region divine land. I can't bear this sin. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He wasn't being sarcastic. He didn't have anything to worry about, but they were afraid of the slightest thing. They had the petrified sect as their backing, but at the same time, they were also a burden. They were overcautious and didn't dare to go all out in a battle. If he were to implicate them at this time, it would definitely be a torture for them. Why do you have to do this? Wu Zhentian felt sad in his heart. Jiang Chen was purely looking for trouble for him. You're such a good fella, but you're too good at acting. Why do you have to be so serious with them? It's really sad. Little brother, you're going to die from acting. Sun Xiaolong felt sorry for Jiang Chen. He was such a good pretentious listener, but now his life was going to end soon. How could he not feel sorry for him? I want the meteorite, but they're blocking my way. Therefore, I can only kill them. That way, no one will be able to snatch my things. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Trash strength, but your ambition is not small. Do you think that the meteorite is something that you can touch? Humph. The divine emissary said with a sneer. He was already walking towards Xianxia with overflowing killing intent. I only know that you guys are not qualified to touch it. Xianxia said calmly. He was not afraid of the divine emissary at all. Arrogant fella, you're not qualified at all. Guan Muran said disdainfully. This kind of trash, I can kill him with a single palm. Why do you need divine emissary to do it? Trash? Haha, you guys are the trash. Whoever dares to touch Xianxia, I'll take your life. Tyrant charged forward, completely blocking the divine emissary's path. Both of them looked at each other. Tyrant was not interested in this so-called divine emissary at all. You want to do it with me too? Do you have the qualifications? The divine emissary looked at Tyrant coldly. Noisy fella, it's useless to say more. You better die. Tyrant ignored the divine emissary's words and attacked crazily. He did not put the divine emissary in his eyes at all. His momentum was incomparably ferocious. Previously, he had killed 3 half-step divine emperors. Now, even this divine emissary was not a match for Tyrant. If it wasn't for the divine emissary's identity, he would have already taken care of this fella. All of you must die. Anyone who dares to offend my Buddhist pagoda shall be killed without mercy. The divine emissary and Tyrant instantly clashed with each other. However, Tyrant was too strong. No one could stop his momentum. In less than 10 moves, the divine emissary was forced into a passive position by Tyrant. As one of the best half-step divine emperors, Tyrant was not afraid of anyone. Damned fellas, what are you guys still standing there for? What are you waiting for? The divine emissary furiously shouted and glanced at Guan Muran's group. Guan Muran's group of 4 felt their hearts tremble and they hastily took action to help the divine emissary. However, at the same time, Xianxia and the fire Qilin were not to be outdone. The 2 of them completely blocked Guan Muran's path and started fighting once more. Wu Zhentian felt ashamed in his heart and sighed. At this moment, he was the one who had sunk into deep self-blame. Go to hell. Tyrant's palm imprint was filled with a domineering aura, causing the divine emissary to be unable to retaliate. With lightning speed, the divine emissary was heavily injured. The fire Qilin also forced Guan Muran to retreat. Xianxia had killed 3 defeated soldiers in a row, and Guan Muran was forced into a passive position. He was suppressed by Xianxia and the fire Qilin, and it was almost impossible for him to turn the tables. A bunch of trash. Jiangchen shook his head and sighed. In Tantai Jingzong's eyes, Jiangchen was too pretentious. He did not take any action at all. A mere late hierarch could cause trouble and was so arrogant. Tyrant and the others were willing to clean up after Jiangchen's mess. This bastard will get his people into trouble sooner or later. At this time, Tyrant continued to rush forward, causing the insufferably arrogant divine emissary to retreat frantically. However, Tyrant's Buddhist charm was too terrifying, and the divine emissary was unable to escape. Under the shocked gazes of Wu Zhentian, Guan Muran, and the others, the divine emissary was killed. The divine messenger's body was destroyed and his soul wanted to escape. However, he was caught by Jiangchen, who was already prepared. He immediately grabbed the great Yu soul-forming light. Jiangchen picked up the Buddha token from the ground. This token seemed to be a good thing. He might be able to use it in the future. You've really picked up a bargain. Tantai Jingzong gave a faint smile that was full of charm, but he still had the disdain of Lung Lung. Jiangchen had no ability and had to rely on others. When he got into trouble, he could only hide behind others and only came out to show off now. This really made Tantai Jingzong very unhappy. This guy's vanity was too strong. Dead. He's really dead, Wu Zhentian sucked in a breath of cold air. The divine emissary of the Buddha pagoda was really dead. Jiangchen and the others were simply fugitives. They were too terrifying. They didn't even put the divine emissary of the Buddha pagoda in their eyes. Guan Muran was screaming miserably again and again. Even his last reliance, the divine emissary of the Buddha's pagoda, was dead. He didn't even have the strength to fight anymore. He was burnt to death by the divine flames of the fire Qilin, and even his soul was burnt to a crisp. The entire mountain ridge became quiet once again. The methods of Jiangchen and the others were simply too overbearing. Phew, they're all dead. This time, we can collect the meteorites without worry. Sun Xiaolong's eyes suddenly lit up. He was incomparably excited. Although Jiang Chen and the others had killed the divine emissary of the Buddha Pagoda, they must solve the matter of the meteorites as soon as possible. Now you're thinking about the meteorites? Why didn't you talk about fighting against the divine emissary of the Buddha Pagoda before? If it wasn't for us, would you still have the chance to stand here and collect the meteorites? Don't you have any shame? Tyrant directly rebuked Sun Xiaolong. Sun Xiaolong was rendered speechless. His face was ashen, but he couldn't say a word to refute. Because at this moment, even Wu Zhentian felt ashamed. His old face was red. How could he open his mouth to collect the meteorites now? It was simply too shameless. Tantai Jingzong stood there without batting an eyelid. She knew that they were no longer qualified to compete for the meteorites. Everyone was selfish. Even Wu Zhentian, Sun Xiaolong, and Tantai Jingzong were no exception. But at this moment, Tantai Jingzong knew that she didn't help Jiang Chen, so she was no longer qualified to touch the meteorites even though they were the ones who found them. However, there was an indisputable truth. If they had allowed the people of the Buddha Pagoda to act, then they wouldn't have been able to obtain the meteorites at all. So now, she didn't say a word. She wouldn't fight for something that didn't belong to her. This was her respect for Tyrant and the others, as well as her trust in them. Wu Zhentian's face was full of embarrassment. Previously, when they were dealing with the divine emissary of the Buddha Pagoda, they couldn't wait to draw a line with Jiang Chen. Now, no matter what, they couldn't raise their heads and ask for the meteorites. Didn't I think that we should share blessings and misfortunes together? After all, we've experienced life and death together. He he he. Sun Xiaolong said shamelessly with a smile on his face. Humph, humph, humph. How can you say something like that? Ha ha ha, this Buddha is going to die of laughter. Sharing blessings and misfortunes together, but did you guys do it? You don't want to face difficulties, but you want to share blessings. How ironic. Previously, I saved you guys because of Jiang Chen's benevolence. I didn't intend to help, but Jiang Chen asked me to help you guys get out of danger. Not only did you guys not thank Jiang Chen, but you also treated Jiang Chen coldly. Can't the weak get respect? Were the strong destined to step on the weak and shit on them? I don't think so. What else do you want to say this time? You still have the face to ask for the meteorites? What a joke. We are benevolent, but we aren't stupid. Tyrant's words left Wu Zhentian speechless. At this time, he indeed had nothing to say. Because of the previous incident, they had clearly lost Tyrant's trust. At this time, it was naturally impossible for them to make a move against Tyrant and the others. Tantai Jingzong also looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. He didn't expect that it was this meddlesome guy who saved their lives. It seemed that one really couldn't judge a book by its cover. Forget it, we can't blame them for this matter. I was the one who suggested that they don't join us, so we can't blame anyone else. I also don't want to implicate them. After all, the Buddha's pagoda's influence in the central region Divine Land is too great. To put it bluntly, I also don't want to cause a rift between us because of this matter. In the worst-case scenario, it is very likely that we will become a sect that will be destroyed. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, Little friend Jiang Chen, I'm really touched that you can think this way. I, Wu, am really ashamed to face you guys in this matter. Forgive me for my selfishness. I still have so many sect disciples to protect. Wu Zhentian was filled with helplessness. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and didn't comment. However, he really didn't blame them. You can take 30% of the meteorites. The rest belongs to me. After saying that, Jiang Chen walked towards the meteorites at the foot of the distant mountain ridge. Wu Zhentian and the others were overjoyed when they heard the news. Their faces were filled with excitement, especially Wu Zhentian. He was full of admiration for Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen's strength was ordinary, what he had done was worthy of respect. It seems that you are still a man. Jiang Chen had already done his best. After all, he felt that these meteorites were found by the fossil sect. Even if he obtained them, it would not be good for him to keep them to himself. Otherwise, it would be too greedy. Jiang Chen had never been a selfish person. Moreover, the people of the fossil sect also had their own difficulties. It was already a great fortune for him to obtain the meteorites out of nowhere. Jiangchen would not block the path of others. Wu Zhentian was also very grateful to Jiangchen. No one knew better than him how precious the meteorites were. Especially to the fossil sect, it was a considerable amount of wealth. Although 20 to 30% of it was not all they had, it was still a lot. Jiangchen had killed the divine messenger of the Buddhist tower. Those meteorites were supposed to belong to them. Wu Zhentian was already very happy to be able to obtain some. Right at this moment, Wu Zhentian could faintly feel that the backbone of this group of 3 men and 1 beast wasn't Tyrant, but Jiangchen, who seemed to be the weakest among them. Wu Zhentian was surprised by this. Wasn't strength the most important thing here? This late hierarch young man could actually make everyone listen to his orders. It was really surprising. Master Wu, look. That's a horrifying black whirlwind. Sun Xiaolong's eyes turned cold as he noticed the horrifying black whirlwind. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on it. However, the black whirlwind did not leave, nor did it sweep over. Instead, it was constantly rolling on the mountain ridge, filled with strange colors. It's indeed a black whirlwind. Is it intentional? Wu Zhentian said in a deep voice. Even he could not see the depth of the black whirlwind. He did not know what was going on. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Jiangchen's eyes were focused on the black whirlwind. He also felt a trace of a strange feeling. The black whirlwind seemed to be controlled by someone. It was not a natural wind. Let me go and see if someone is deliberately mystifying us. The fire Qilin bravely stepped on the auspicious cloud of flames and soared into the sky, directly flying towards the strange black whirlwind. Not long after, the fire Qilin rushed into the black whirlwind. Its flames were like torches, burning the void and scattering the black whirlwind. At this time, the fire Qilin returned with a satisfied smile. Perhaps we're just too nervous. It's just a gust of wind, nothing else. After the fire Qilin finished speaking, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Jiangchen took the lead and rushed down the mountain ridge towards the meteorites. At this time, the corner of Jiangchen's mouth revealed an increasingly excited smile. As long as he obtained these meteorites, he would have the opportunity to refine the 108 primordial divine tools. As long as he succeeded, there would definitely be a great change. At that time, the real change would be the Ashura sword formation. Once the sword formation expanded, it would be an existence that could destroy heaven and earth. Once Jiangchen finished refining the 108 primordial divine tools, he would have the confidence to challenge a divine emperor expert. It was too difficult for Jiangchen to break through to the divine emperor realm. He did not even know when he would be able to do so. However, once the Ashura sword formation changed again, his strength would definitely be more ferocious. With the fusion of heavenly lightning, Jiangchen would at least be invincible in the divine emperor realm. Even if he encountered a stronger expert, he could still try it. However, what Jiangchen cared about the most was the heavenly lightning in the rush thunder diagram. If he wanted to break through, the heavenly lightning would play a crucial role. It was likely to make Jiangchen soar to the sky. By fusing the 4th heavenly lightning, Jiangchen would have the strength to fight against stronger experts for a few months. However, it was quite difficult for him now. The only thing he could do now was to get this extraterrestrial meteorite as soon as possible. Jiangchen's eyes lit up. The extraterrestrial meteorite had a radius of 1 zhang and was covered with colorful meteorite powder. However, the most eye-catching thing was the layers of gray powder. The gray powder seemed to be a terrifying metal material. Although it had been burnt, it was still quite terrifying. It was likely that the meteorite had collided with the space of the divine world, causing the meteorite to become distorted. Wow! What a huge extraterrestrial meteorite! Sun Xiaolong was shocked. He even looked at the huge meteorite as if he was looking at a huge treasure. He stroked the huge meteorite and his eyeballs almost popped out. Even if it was only 30%, it was still a huge piece of divine stone. It could definitely be used to refine more than one divine weapon or treasure. Yeah, with so many meteorites, I wonder how many divine weapons or treasure could be forged. It's really a great fortune, a great fortune. Yeah, it would be great if all of them belonged to our fossil sect. This was originally found by our fossil sect. It should be our fossil sect that gets the biggest share. Sigh. A few disciples of the fossil sect muttered with indignation on their faces. However, they were reprimanded by Wu Zhentian. Don't talk nonsense. Little friend Jiang has already done his best and should not be immoral. Our fossil sect will never be such a heartless person. Wu Zhentian's words made several people's faces turn ashen. They didn't dare to say anything, let alone talk nonsense. Jiang Chen's expression was calm. He had already expected all of this. However, it was also a fact that a man who was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. No one could understand how much Jiang Chen had sacrificed. If it weren't for Jiang Chen, they would already be dead. If it weren't for Jiang Chen, they wouldn't have been able to obtain even a trace of the extraterrestrial meteorite. However, there would always be people who felt that this was unfair. They felt that what they had lost was far more than what they deserved. Fortunately, Wu Zhentian didn't disappoint Jiang Chen. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind killing everyone because he had to obtain the extraterrestrial meteorite. Giving them 30% was already the greatest kindness to the fossil sect. According to the character of Tyrant and the others, they wouldn't give him even a little bit. They had received Jiang Chen's kindness, but they didn't care about it. They only cared about their own personal interests. This was the most terrifying thing about a human's heart. Tantai Jingzong silently watched all of this. What Jiang Chen gave them was a reward for their hard work. Even if he didn't give them anything, it was still reasonable. However, it showed that he still had a trace of morality in his heart. This was what others wouldn't understand. Tantai Jingzong didn't expect that she would ridicule him and look down on him so much, but he still did something unexpected. This was true righteousness, this was a true man. Although he was the leader of this group, Tantai Jingzong still felt unconvinced. What virtue or ability did Jiang Chen have to make a peerless divine beast like the Fire Qilin and a powerhouse like Tyrant bow down to him? Although it wasn't the kind of relationship between a servant and a slave, it was obvious that everyone treated him as the center. Moreover, he was the most pretentious person every time. This was quite puzzling. But in the end, Tyrant killed the divine emissary of the Buddhist pagoda. This was Jiang Chen's boldness. He did not even frown from the beginning to the end, as if that guy's death had nothing to do with him. Even the people of the Guangdong sect were killed by him. These people's strength was quite terrifying. One should know that the 7 half-step Divine Emperor realm experts were equivalent to nearly half of the Guangdong sect's high-level experts, but they still failed in the end. Can you split the meteorite? Tantai Jingzong looked at Jiang Chen and asked. You don't have to worry about that. Jiang Chen said faintly. Being ignored by Jiang Chen, Tantai Jingzong was even more furious. No one has ever dared to ignore my existence. You're really too annoying. Why don't we bring this meteorite back to our fossil sect first? It's not too late to split it after that. Sun Xiaolong said with a smile. Bring it back to your fossil sect first? Hee, don't blame me for not believing you. Even if you let me out, I might not be able to come out. By then, will I still be able to get the meteorite? Teacher Wu, you won't refute my words, right? Jiang Chen said with a sneer. Wu Zhentian smiled awkwardly. Indeed, as long as Jiang Chen wasn't an idiot, he wouldn't bring the meteorite to the fossil sect. In that case, he certainly wouldn't take it out again. Even if they didn't go back on their words, it wasn't impossible for those old bastards of the Qi family to make a scene and act shamelessly. Little friend Jiang Chen must be joking. Hee, how should we split the meteorite? Wu Zhentian said with a smile. At this moment, Jiang Chen stretched out his hand. The moment the heavenly dragon sword appeared, Wu Zhentian and Tantai Jingzong's countenance changed drastically. They did not expect Jiang Chen to have such a terrifying peerless divine sword. This sword was too terrifying, it was definitely not any lower than a primal origin treasure. It was not something an ordinary origin divine weapon could compare to. It was really unreasonable to know how strong Jiang Chen was, but he already had a primal origin treasure. Not even Divine Emperor realm experts had a good primal origin treasure. Primal origin treasure was very attractive to them. Therefore, it was conceivable that the status of the master refiner in the divine world was very high. Even a master refiner would need at least 1,000 years to refine a primal origin treasure. Moreover, the success rate was extremely low, not even 1/10 of the success rate. However, the most important thing was the materials. The materials to refine a primal origin treasure were quite difficult to find. Some of them even required a mixture of several materials to refine a truly unparalleled primal origin treasure. Good sword, good sword. Wu Zhentian could not help but praise. He did not expect the divine sword in Jiang Chen's hand to make him shudder. Even he did not have a primal origin treasure. Wu Zhentian's heart was filled with admiration, even anticipation and excitement. If Jiang Chen's primal origin treasure was taken out in the central region divine land, it would definitely cause a fight. Do you know how to refine a divine weapon? Tantai Jingzong continued to ask. The divine weapon in Jiang Chen's hand was too shocking. Although they were a true refiner family, there was only one master refiner who could refine a primal origin treasure, and that was the strongest ancestor of their fossil sect. However, what he refined was only a divine weapon between a primal origin treasure and a peak origin divine weapon. It could not be called a true great weapon, and the success rate was also extremely low. I don't. Jiang Chen still rejected Tantai Jingzong with 2 words. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you are good-looking? I don't buy it. Tantai Jingzong was completely speechless. This bastard really made people speechless. Why was he so against him? Not only was he not romantic at all, he did not have the slightest bit of tenderness towards a beauty. It was extremely difficult for ordinary people to speak to him, but he did not even care about him. Tantai Jingzong's heart was filled with resentment, but he was helpless. Jiang Chen did have the right to be arrogant. At least, Tyrant and the others were willing to fight for him. Even if Jiang Chen wasn't strong enough, it had nothing to do with them, because Jiang Chen's strength was weak. Even he himself didn't care about it, so what right did they have to criticize him? This divine weapon has probably reached the level of a primal origin treasure, right? Wu Zhentian swallowed his saliva, his face filled with anticipation and excitement. He had to admit that he was tempted, but he could not snatch Jiang Chen's item, nor could he do so. It was exactly what he had said before. A gentleman's wealth was his own ruin. If such a good thing was seen by any divine emperor, they would definitely snatch it at all costs. Just watch carefully, Yi Zichen said. Jiang Chen said faintly. With a slash of his sword, 1/3 of the meteorite was cut off. At that moment, the heavenly dragon sword was still overflowing with brilliance. The meteorite was cut off with just 1 slash. That's 1/3 of the meteorite, no more, no less. Take it, that part should belong to you. After all, you are the ones who found this place. Wu Zhentian could not help but give a thumbs up to Jiang Chen's generosity. Such boldness, such courage, his future would definitely be limitless. It was just that his current strength was still too weak. Gold would always shine, Wu Zhentian firmly believed in this. Wu Zhentian did not hesitate and quickly kept the meteorite, as if he was afraid that Jiang Chen would regret it. It was really shocking to see so many meteorites. Jiang Chen's harvest was far more than theirs. But there was nothing to be envious of, after all, this was what Jiang Chen deserved. Look, what's that? Qin Xian's eyes lit up as he looked at the meteorite. Within the meteorite, there seemed to be a constantly churning molten salt-like mud tossing back and forth. Moreover, it was like a long snake, constantly rotating, liquid into lava. What a terrifying fire attribute energy. Even the fire Qilin felt extremely hot. Within the meteorite, there was actually such a terrifying fire attribute energy. It was really unheard of. What is this thing? Old man Wu, do you know? Jiang Chen was also not too sure what it was. It seemed to be a kind of terrifying magma. Its terrifying heat wave forced the surrounding people to constantly retreat. Only Jiang Chen, who was in the 5-elemental trigram fire formation, was able to resist and remain indifferent. It's hard to say, I have never seen it before. This thing is really strange. Wu Zhentian frowned, completely unable to determine what it was. However, the small piece in his hand did not have such a situation at all. It should be the magma from the meteorite. It will probably solidify soon. It seems to be a higher quality material. Tantai Jingzong said faintly. I hope so. Everyone's expression changed drastically, including Jiang Chen's. This terrifying magma was so terrifying that it instantly penetrated Jiang Chen's 5-elemental trigram fire formation. All the liquid magma swept up and wrapped Jiang Chen's body tightly. There wasn't even a single gap. His entire body was wrapped in the liquid magma. The rising and burning magma forced everyone to retreat. No one was able to get within 20 steps of Jiang Chen's body. Even the fire Qilin could only get within 10 steps of him. The terrifying waves of fire burned the surrounding air again and again. Everyone was sweating profusely. Little Chenzi! Tyrant furiously shouted out. His expression changed dramatically, and he wanted to rush over and save Jiang Chen. However, he couldn't withstand the heat wave. Jiang Chen was like a huge furnace right now, and no one could get close to him. His entire body was engulfed by the magma, and no one could see his palms, face, eyes, or even his mouth moving. Tyrant furiously shouted out. Jiang Chen was originally standing, but his entire body was wrapped in the magma. He took a step forward and fell to the ground, motionless. No. Little Chenzi, stand up. Stand up. Tyrant roared crazily, but Jiang Chen couldn't hear him at all. The waves of heat from the magma were even stronger than the fire Qilin's sacred fire. This scene shocked everyone. No one had expected such an ending. Jiang Chen was swallowed by the magma. The scene was quite terrifying. Everyone's heart was filled with bitterness and shock. The fire Qilin also wanted to save Jiang Chen, but he couldn't withstand the heat emitted by the magma. How could this be? Tantai Jingzong murmured. Tantai Jingzong murmured, her heart was filled with helplessness and sorrow. Although she hated Jiang Chen, she didn't want him to die. After all, he was her savior. The moment Jiang Chen fell into the magma, everyone's heart was hit hard. Tyrant's face was filled with despair. However, he was powerless and indifferent. What a terrifying magma fluid. What is this thing? Everyone was forced to retreat by the heat wave. They couldn't see Jiang Chen's face clearly as he was covered by the magma. Was Jiang Chen really done for? Fortune. What a tragedy. Wu Zhentian's face was pale. Jiang Chen was surrounded by the magma. There was no way he could survive. How could a late hierarch be able to survive? Even with the 5 types of flames, the 5-elemental trigram fire formation was instantly devoured. Even Tyrant couldn't escape from this wave of flames. How could Jiang Chen escape from it? Jiang Chen, you must hold on. Fire Qilin raised his head and looked forward. He trusted Jiang Chen very much. With the 5-elemental divine fire as support, Jiang Chen would not give up easily. Although the magma was terrifying, Jiang Chen was not someone who was easy to deal with. He would not give up easily. Even with the Qilin Saint Fire, Fire Qilin couldn't get close to the magma. It was obvious how hot it was. Fire Qilin had tried everything he could but to no avail. It was the same for Tyrant. Fire Qilin, will Jiang Chen be alright? Tyrant said with a pale face. What he said was to comfort himself. Jiang Chen had been swallowed by the magma, and the moment he fell down, it proved that he had suffered a great deal of damage. This was something that everyone could see with their own eyes. I hope he will be alright. The fire Qilin said in a low voice. He wasn't sure because the flame that Jiang Chen was facing wasn't an ordinary flame. It was a meteorite that came from the boundless firmament. No one knew what it was. Magma was just a name that they called it. Fire Qilin did not even know what kind of existence it was. How could he be sure that Jiang Chen would be alright? What do you mean by hope? Will he be alright? Tyrant roared. He seemed to have gone crazy at that moment. Jiang Chen was in danger and he could not do anything. As his brother, how could Tyrant not worry about Jiang Chen's safety? Life and death are up to fate. Our little friend Jiang Chen's strength is too weak. Encountering this magma, it's really... Sigh. Wu Zhentian was also speechless. He did not know what to say. The magma gradually formed a huge ball. Jiang Chen's body also disappeared in the magma. In other words, Xianxia had been completely melted by the magma. Tyrant subconsciously took a step back. One could imagine the torment in his heart. Was Xianxia dead? Was he really dead? Impossible. He would not fall so easily. Not for any other reason, but because his name was Xianxia. At that moment, a pitch-black whirlwind swept over from afar. It carried a strange and gloomy sound and appeared in the surroundings. What's going on? Is it that strange wind again? Didn't you say that you are all right? Tantai Jingzong looked at the fire Qilin. At this moment, everyone was as if they were facing a great enemy. Although they had not recovered from Xianxia's death, they had no choice but to be prepared in the face of that incomparably gloomy and strange wind. The black whirlwind split into 10 and 10 dark figures appeared in the air, causing everyone to feel an immense pressure. Could they be people from the ghost realm? Wu Zhentian said in a deep voice. The corner of his eyes twitched. The sorrow in his heart was clearly expressed in his words. It seemed that their situation this time would be incomparably dangerous. These fellows had always been ruthless and merciless. Master Wu, what is the ghost realm? Tantai Jingzong looked at Wu Zhentian and asked in a low voice. The ghost realm is not considered the strength of the central region divine land. This is because there is an extremely terrifying area at the border between the central region divine land, the northern cold divine region, and the ghost realm. It is called the ghost realm. The forces there are extremely evil. They are not only humans but also ghosts. However, no one is willing to provoke them. It is the same for the desolate divine region and the central region divine land. They are like a group of ghosts. Once you provoke them, you will definitely not have a good ending. No one knows how strong they are. Even the sword-drawing sect suffered a loss at their hands in the past. However, they only hide in the ghost realm. The forces in this place have a common characteristic. They can move with the wind and gather ghosts. I'm just guessing. Wu Zhentian said in a deep voice. He, I didn't expect an old thing like you to be so knowledgeable. You actually know about the existence of my ghost realm. Ah, all of you must die today. Moreover, the meteorite is mine. It's really them. Wu Zhentian gasped. They're not afraid at all. That black-robed figure seems to be fearless. He's definitely not someone to be trifled with. Looks like there's going to be another tough battle. Tantai Jingzong's expression was cold. His eyes were filled with battle intent. He was ready to fight to the death. At least, they couldn't let Xianxia die in vain. At least, they couldn't let others have the meteorite in front of them. So what if it's the ghost domain? Hiding your head but showing your tail? What kind of hero are you? If you want to snatch the meteorite, then fight properly. The winner becomes king and the loser becomes a bandit. There's nothing else to say. Wu Zhentian said coldly. His eyes stared at the black astral winds. This battle was unavoidable. Whoever dares to touch Xianxia's meteorite will have to step over my body. Tyrant's anger had reached its peak at this moment. Since someone dared to cause trouble for him, he naturally had to teach them a lesson. Xianxia's fate was unknown. He must protect the meteorite for Xianxia. He silently prayed for Xianxia, hoping that he would wake up. Hee. You're quite courageous. But so what if you're strong? You're still too weak in front of me. A divine emperor expert is something that self-proclaimed half-emperors like you will never be able to reach. Roar, roar, roar. Divine Emperor realm, Sun Xiaolong gasped. This fella is actually a divine emperor? That's too terrifying. No matter how strong they were, they still couldn't fight against a divine emperor expert. A divine emperor expert has a realm that a half-emperor expert could never reach. It's something that cannot be changed or crossed. That's why a divine emperor expert or dozens of half-emperor experts couldn't fight against a divine emperor expert. Wu Zhentian and Tantai Jingzong's expression became solemn. Looks like this fella came prepared. A divine emperor expert is a powerful figure even in the central region divine land. Once a divine emperor expert makes a move, millions of corpses would fall and blood would flow for thousands of miles. No one could stop them. Even those major sects like the sword-drawing sect would try their best to recruit divine emperor experts. A divine emperor was not something that could be cultivated easily. It was a combination of talent and strength. Without talent, it would be impossible for a person to reach the divine emperor realm in his lifetime. Once one attained the emperor realm, one would be able to obtain a seat as an advisor even within these large sections. If one possessed a formidable strength, one would even be able to obtain a seat as a revered elder, and even the elders of those sects would have to be respectful and reverent to one. Therefore, every divine emperor expert was not a nobody. Although there were not many half-step divine emperors, there were still more of them than divine emperors. A great sect could easily have dozens of half-step divine emperors, but there would only be 8 to 10 divine emperors in total. A divine emperor expert was already a true major sect. A major sect like the fossil sect only had 2 divine emperor experts, 1 sect master and 1 old ancestor. No one was willing to provoke a divine emperor expert. Even becoming an enemy of one was a mistake. A divine emperor expert wasn't a level that ordinary people could reach. In the central region divine land, they would be invited by various forces. This emperor is the Ghost Domain's 3rd domain lord, the evil dragon emperor. If you're smart, kneel before me. Maybe I can spare your lives. The evil dragon emperor rose into the clouds and gently parted the black clouds in front of him. His face was so white that it made people's hair stand on end. His eyes were deeply sunken, and his bone-like hand was scarlet red, as if there were layers of blood-red mucus on it. His slender body gave off an unparalleled might as he stood there. Evil Dragon Emperor. It's actually the Evil Dragon Emperor. Wu Zhentian had clearly heard of the Evil Dragon Emperor's majesty. At this moment, his expression greatly changed and he subconsciously took a step back. Back then, the evil dragon emperor had once slaughtered the northern cold divine region's 7 great sects in a fit of rage. He was a bloodthirsty and ruthless person. Everyone would run away upon hearing his name, not daring to fight. The evil dragon emperor's might spread throughout the northern cold border. Everyone knows about him. Tantai Jingzong silently lowered his head. At this moment, their fossil sect had clearly lost the will to fight against the evil dragon emperor. This guy was too terrifying. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. The evil dragon emperor's name shook the northern cold border. His name was renowned in the 3 provinces. No one dared to look down on him. At this moment, who dared to disobey the might of a divine emperor? We're from the fossil sect. We hope that Lord Evil Dragon Emperor can give us a chance. The meteorites, we don't want them. We'll give them all to Lord Evil Dragon Emperor. Wu Zhentian knew that this person was completely different from the divine emissary of the divine pagoda. Perhaps there was still a chance to turn things around. However, if this person was enraged, none of them would be spared. His strength was undeniable. Fighting him head-on now was no different from smashing a rock with an egg. He. Not bad. You know your limits. I, the evil dragon emperor, am not an unreasonable person. As long as you leave the meteorites behind, you can scram," said the evil dragon emperor with a faint smile. He glanced at Wu Zhentian's group with disdain. The meteorites were already in his hands without any effort. He was too lazy to make a big fuss. Although the evil dragon emperor's name was filled with evil and evil, his path was not filled with slaughter. Tantai Jingzong's expression was incomparably cold. At this moment, she chose to remain silent. She did not say anything, nor did she give any suggestions. Wu Zhentian was also forced to do this. He had to think for everyone. He was the elder of the fossil sect and the teacher of those people. If he stubbornly acted on his own, he might cause everyone to die. Wu Zhentian did not want everyone to die here. He was only doing this for the sake of expediency. At the moment of life and death, there must be a choice. Although they might not gain anything this time, it was already the best outcome. Teacher Wu is wise, Teacher Wu is wise. Sun Xiaolong was born to be afraid of death. There was no problem with Wu Zhentian's choice at this moment. If they wanted to protect themselves, they must give up on the things in their hands. There was no conflict and it was also very worthwhile. Because the meteorites were exchanged for their lives. Everyone chimed in. After all, facing a divine emperor expert, they would definitely die. This was a situation that no one could change. What they did not want to see the most was a battle between the two. they would definitely be cannon fodder. What I want to see is a battle between Divine Emperor realm experts. Let's go. Wu Zhentian said in a deep voice as he looked at Tyrant and the others. Tyrant snorted coldly with a disdainful smile on his face. You want to leave? You can leave, but I won't. Xianxia is still here, and I don't know if he's dead or alive. Someone is trying to take away his meteorite, and I will never give up. No one can take away what Xianxia wants, unless I die, said Tyrant firmly. There was no reason. He just wanted to protect Xianxia. It was that simple. He did not believe that Xianxia would die just like that. If Xianxia could wake up, he would be very sad if the first person he saw was not him. Even if Xianxia saw his corpse when he woke up, Tyrant would still stay here. Xianxia followed Tyrant. Life and death were fated. He would never run away. The Fire Qilin glanced at Wu Zhentian and the others and said disdainfully, looks like it was a mistake for Xianxia to save you guys. He wanted to save you guys from death and let you guys get what you want. However, you guys only know how to retreat. Ha ha ha, what a joke. The Fire Qilin, Tyrant, and Xianxia faced the evil Dragon Emperor alone without fear. They must fight to the last moment. Even if they died, they would die together with little Xianxia. However, heroes had to pay a price. Death could be as light as a goose feather or as heavy as Mount Tai. Wu Zhentian didn't want to die without knowing why. He only had one life, and those people were the elite disciples of the petrified faction that he had brought out. If they all died here, even after Wu Zhentian died, he would still be anxious and fearful. Wu Zhentian could only sigh and leave silently. Sun Xiaolong and the others quickly followed. Tantai Jingzong took a deep look at the flowing lava with mixed feelings in his heart. The people of Petrified Sect had left. Everyone had left. However, Tyrant was not afraid of the evil Dragon Emperor at all. If he joined hands with the Fire Qilin, they might not lose completely. Looks like you guys are really courting death. To dare to go against me, the evil Dragon Emperor. Ha ha ha. You guys must be tired of living. Great, it's been a long time since I last exercised my muscles. I'll chop you guys into pieces. After I eat them, my strength might even improve. Fire Qilin, Buddhist golden body, green lotus spirit. Interesting, all of you are treasures. If I eat all three of you, my strength might increase greatly. This is really a good fortune bestowed upon me by the heavens. Ao ao ao. The evil Dragon Emperor clenched his hand. His crimson hand gradually tightened. His eyes were eerie as he spoke in a low voice. Go. Along with the evil Dragon Emperor's roar, the 10 whirlwinds turned into 10 half-step Divine Emperors. Each of them held an eerie bone blade that was abnormally sharp. The 10 of them moved in unison and wore masks, looking like skeletons. A dark aura instantly spread out in all directions. It was as if 10 dark berserk dragons were chasing after the evil Dragon Emperor. Do it. Tyrant said in a deep voice with a gloomy expression. He had no choice but to fight. He wanted to leave a monument for Xianxia. He wanted Xianxia to never have to worry about anything. Tyrant formed a hand seal and charged towards the 5 half-step Divine Emperors. His attacks were as fast as lightning and his steps were ferocious. His dark aura was the exact opposite of his Buddha aura. Tyrant continued to gain the upper hand while the other 5 took on 3 half-step Divine Emperors while Xianxia took on 2. They did not seem to be at a disadvantage when facing 10 half-step Divine Emperors. Buddha's light illuminates all, deliver all living beings from suffering. Tyrant's Buddhist seal was too ferocious. Even the evil Dragon Emperor did not expect this guy to be so hard to deal with. It was a perfect counter to each other, causing the 5 half-step deity emperors to have a hard time against Tyrant. In this battle, Tyrant had the absolute initiative. Good boy, interesting. Looks like I'll have to increase the stakes for you guys. The corner of the evil Dragon Emperor's mouth curved into a sinister smile. He moved his palm and 10 gusts of astral wind swept out from his body. They turned into 10 half-step deity emperors and closed in on Tyrant. The battle bone puppets were his specialty. Now that he had sent out his full strength, it would be quite difficult to deal with them. In the magma, Xianxia was using the 5 elemental divine fire to resist the scorching liquid. It was like a terrifying flame. Xianxia was engulfed in it. His clothes had turned into ashes. Even his flesh had turned blurry at this moment. The five-elemental divine fire could not resist the magma at all. Xianxia could not move an inch. It was as if Xianxia was trapped by an invisible spider web. It was impossible for him to escape. However, it was impossible for the terrifying magma to engulf Xianxia and destroy him in a short period of time. Although the five-elemental divine fire was not as powerful as the magma, it was still able to protect Xianxia temporarily. At this moment, Xianxia knew that the magma was not an inanimate object. It was a living creature with consciousness. This damned fella. How can I break free from it? Xianxia had tried countless methods but to no avail. He could only rely on the five-elemental divine fire and his myriad chi body. If it was someone else, they would have been turned into ashes. Gradually, even Xianxia felt a great pressure. The magma was about to break through his five-elemental divine fire once again. Then, Xianxia might be severely injured. He, little fella, surrender quickly. You can't compete with my star fire. So what if you have 5 types of fire? You can't resist the burning power of my star fire. A childish voice echoed in Xianxia's ears. At this moment, Xianxia's body trembled. This fella's consciousness was communicating with him. Fire spirit? You are the fire spirit of this magma? Are you an otherworldly creature? Xianxia asked in a deep voice. Who knows what you are talking about? I was born here. Only by devouring you can I grow quickly. You are the nourishment that I have been dreaming of. The childish voice appeared in Xianxia's ears again. Xianxia knew that this fellow wanted to devour him as soon as possible and make him its own. It seemed that although it did not have a strong spiritual wisdom, it knew how to devour others to strengthen itself. Do you think you can get away with it? Do you think that I will be devoured so easily? Xianxia laughed coldly, looking down on the fire spirit. You don't have to worry. It won't be long before you are devoured by me. Although your flames are not weak, they are nothing in front of me. Aren't your thoughts a little too simple? Xianxia's heart was filled with unwillingness. He would never yield to this little guy. At this point in time, Xianxia had already made up his mind. Since you want to devour me, then I want to devour you too. Xianxia had the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. At this moment, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus would definitely play a crucial role. Whether or not Xianxia could devour the star fire depended on the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Karmic fire of the Red Lotus, it's up to you. A blazing flame suddenly appeared in Xianxia's heart. It was the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. However, this was only a part of the primordial fire of the Red Lotus. The real primordial fire was controlled by the Red Lotus. Xianxia did not know if he could succeed, but he had to try to devour the star fire of the Red Lotus as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would definitely be devoured by this tiny fire spirit and die. The game is finally about to begin. Xianxia laughed coldly. Under the divine fire of the 5 elements, a terrifying wave of fire rose to the sky. With lightning speed, it began to counterattack and devour the star fire of the Red Lotus. I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. This. What kind of fire is this? How can it be so terrifying? Bastard, what kind of fire is this? I won't give in. The little fire spirit roared furiously. An incomparable resistance rang out from the bottom of Xianxia's heart. The eruption of the spark fire spirit had forced the 5 elemental divine fires back, leaving only the primordial fire essence of the Red Lotus karmic fire to tangle with it. However, the spark fire spirit was abnormally terrifying. Xianxia constantly tried to fuse with it, but the little fire spirit dodged all of his attempts. It had even started a counterattack. It wasn't that easy for the little fire spirit to devour Xianxia. After all, the 5 elemental divine fires and the Red Lotus karmic fire could easily protect Xianxia. The little fire spirit constantly battered Xianxia's body. Even the Red Lotus karmic fire had lost its initial violence under its suppression. The Red Lotus karmic fire lost its initiative and began to retreat. Even the 5 elemental divine fires working together with it was useless. Jiang Chen's danger grew with each step, and the little fire spirit's attacks became faster and faster. Jiang Chen had fallen into an extremely passive state. Damned bastard, I can't let it devour the 5 elemental divine fires and the red lotus karmic fire. Jiang Chen kept roaring in his heart, but it was to no avail. At that moment, an even more intense flame was awakened in Jiang Chen's heart. Red lotus! Jiang Chen cried out. The primordial fire essence of the red lotus karmic fire was greatly suppressed. Hong Lian could naturally sense it. She was extremely shocked when she saw the fire spirit before her. She had never thought that such a strange fire spirit would exist in the world. This fire spirit hasn't finished evolving yet. If it did, I might not even be able to resist it. This doesn't seem to be an ordinary flame. It's like the various forms of lightning. This is an astonishing heavenly flame. I've never heard of a fire spirit like this before, so I can only rely on my current origin energy to devour it. Hong Lian's deep voice filled Jiang Chen with worry. Would this fellow be unable to even control the red lotus karmic fire once it finished evolving? How confident are you? Jiang Chen could not help but ask. 30%. Red Lotus whispered. Jiang Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. But at this moment, this was their only chance. You've worked hard, Red Lotus. Jiang Chen said quietly. He knew that he couldn't say anything else. If he failed, then both of them would vanish into thin air. However, at this moment, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus had to put its life on the line. If you die, I will die as well. It didn't just devour you, it also devoured my primordial flame, so you don't have to thank me. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. She was still as cold as ever. However, he could only place all his hopes on her right now. Jiang Chen was already helpless. If Red Lotus failed, then this would really be his fate. Although Jiang Chen was unwilling, there was nothing he could do because he could only place his hopes on Red Lotus. As expected, the fire spirit became fearful when Red Lotus primordial flame appeared. After all, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus was only a trace of Red Lotus primordial flame. Now that Red Lotus had taken action, the two were naturally incomparable. Interesting. It seems that I'm really lucky to have such a primordial flame for me to absorb as soon as I was born. What a great fortune, The Starfire spirit smiled coldly as it resounded in Jiang Chen's heart. Although the Starfire spirit was startled, it did not panic. It continuously collided with Red Lotus, testing each other. In the end, it crazily attacked and devoured the other. Both of them wanted to devour the other completely. However, things did not go as planned. Jiang Chen did not expect the Starfire spirit to be so powerful. Even if Red Lotus took action, the battle between the two was still one-sided. The Starfire spirit was too powerful. No other flames could rival it. Is this flame even more powerful than the karmic fire of the Red Lotus? Jiang Chen's heart violently shuddered. He had originally thought that the karmic fire of the Red Lotus was the most powerful flame in the world, but he had never thought that the star fire of the meteor would be on par with it. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus is indeed the most powerful flame in the world, but my origin energy is still not powerful enough right now. It's also absorbed by the meteor, so even though it's only been born recently, its terrifying origin energy is no weaker than mine, growled Red Lotus. Hong Lian growled. At that moment, she was already showing signs of defeat. If she continued to struggle, she would probably be done for. Even though Hong Lian had used everything she had, the suppression of the origin of fire was still unimaginable. It was something that could not be reversed. I'll keep it busy while you clear your mind of distractions. Use the divine fire of the 5 elements to expel the star fire spirit. You might have a chance at survival, growled Red Lotus. This was Jiang Chen's only chance at escaping. This is our only chance at survival, but if I escape, you'll be completely devoured by the star fire, won't you? Do you think that I, Jiang Chen, am a coward? Said Jiang Chen Leng. Jiang Chen could not exchange Red Lotus life for his own. But this is our only chance. Otherwise, we'll both die. You can't act on impulse. Barked Red Lotus. Impossible. Jiang Chen's determination filled Red Lotus's heart with helplessness and gratitude. If you die, how will we avenge the craftsman god? So you must live. The craftsman god's revenge is insignificant compared to you. Even if the craftsman god was here, I believe he would never allow me to do that. Xianxia persisted. You're a fool, a madman. You're courting death. Red Lotus cursed. Xianxia wanted to advance and retreat together with her, but the current situation did not allow him to do so. Among the two of them, only Xianxia had a slim chance to escape. She would certainly die. So what if I die? It's impossible for me to give up on you. Xianxia smiled faintly. At this moment, he persisted with all his strength and began to search for opportunities for the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Although the divine fire of the five elements couldn't play a decisive role at this moment, it could still slow down the devouring speed of the star fire spirit. But to Red Lotus, no matter how hard she and Xianxia struggled, it would only be a slow death. Why are you doing this? Red Lotus smiled bitterly. He was loyal, he was indeed worthy of great responsibility. The craftsman god's choice was not wrong. He was more suitable than anyone else to inherit the craftsman god's inheritance. Wu Zhentian led everyone towards the central region divine land. They didn't want to come back to the wildlands divine land ever again. Just as they heaved a long sigh of relief and finally escaped with their lives, Tantai Jingzong said faintly, Wu Shi, I'll be leaving now. With that, Tantai Jingzong did not even give Wu Zhentian a chance to react. He turned into a stream of light and flew in the direction they left in. Wu Shi, this, Sun Xiaolong looked at Tantai Jingzong's departing figure in astonishment. Wu Zhentian did not know whether to laugh or cry because he had already expected this. If she hadn't turned around and left, perhaps I would have been surprised. The reason why Jingzong did this was because he didn't want to feel guilty in his heart. If he doesn't turn back, she might never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Wu Zhentian said calmly. He had already expected Tantai Jingzong to do this, but he had no reason to stop him. Jiang Chen and the others were in imminent danger. If they left just like that, it would be extremely inhumane. But Wu Zhentian was different from Tantai Jingzong. He had to consider everyone, while Tantai Jingzong only had one belief in his heart, to have a clear conscience. That silly lass. The sutra is bound to be in danger. Teacher Wu, why didn't you stop her? She is the #1 genius of our fossil sect. If the scripture treasury really perishes here, you may receive an even greater punishment when you return. Sun Xiaolong let out a sigh. His face was extremely solemn. Everyone is different. What she pursued was what we disdained, and what we pursued was what she disdained. We cultivate, but she cultivates her heart. The reason why Jingzong was stronger than anyone else was because she had the heart of a fearless expert. Even in the face of an emperor expert, she would not cower. If she chose to escape this time, her heart would never forgive herself, and she would never be able to climb to the peak. To her, this is a tempering experience, a metamorphosis between life and death. If she passes it, she will soar into the heavens. If she fails, even if she returns alive, her achievements will probably stop here. Wu Zhentian said earnestly. Sun Xiaolong did not really understand, but he knew that Teacher Wu's words were directed at Tantai Jingzong. The path she walked was different from them, and what she pursued was also something they did not understand. This trip might really be the end of us. I hope you can take care of yourself, Jingzong, Sun Xiaolong kept sighing. Was the goddess in his heart going to die just like that? Sun Xiaolong didn't believe that those fellows were a match for the evil dragon emperor. Even Wu Shi was afraid of the evil dragon emperor. Who would dare to go against a god emperor? Those fellows were just like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They would eventually pay the price for their foolishness. I hope that you can come back alive, Jingzong. Wu Zhentian turned around with a burning gaze. I hope you can overcome the terror of the desolate divine continent. Even if you cannot come back alive, you did not bring shame to the fossil sect. You are the pride of the fossil sect. Wu Zhentian and the others could only escape at this moment. Tantai Jingzong also chose the path that she should walk, a path that she knew was a path of no return. I, Tantai Jingzong, am not someone who is afraid of death. Jiang Chen, I will definitely repay what I owe you. The sword in Tantai Jingzong's hand was finally unsheathed. For Jiang Chen, even if it was for his broken body and dead soul, she would definitely let Xianxia rest in peace. At this moment, Tantai Jingzong looked at Tyrant and the others. At this moment, the three of them were in an extremely dangerous situation. The 20 tireless skeletal puppets almost made Tyrant suffer. These skeletal puppets were all half-step divine emperors. Most importantly, they were not like the giant spiders from before. They were controlled by divine emperor experts. One could imagine how terrifying they were. Xianxia and the Fire Qilin advanced cautiously. They had completely lost the initiative. Now, they could only passively take a beating. Moreover, they were heavily injured. Only death awaits you if you go against me. Do you think you can fight against me with just a few reckless fools? I don't think you know what the name Evil Dragon Emperor represents. The Evil Dragon Emperor said plainly. Even with the Buddhist seal, 2 fists could not fight against 4 hands. Moreover, there were divine emperor experts eyeing on them. Tyrant could not continue. Count me in as well. Tantai Jingzong's clear voice resounded. Tyrant's eyes became gentle. She still hasn't given up on Xianxia. He, another one is here to die. Looks like you guys are really reckless. Life is precious, but in your eyes, it's like grass. You guys don't know how to cherish it. How sad. The Evil Dragon Emperor shook his head and said. He was extremely disdainful towards Tantai Jingzong's return. Whether you're here to die or not, it depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Tantai Jingzong charged forward like a dragon soaring in the sky. His sword momentum was graceful and his momentum was overwhelming. The sword in Tantai Jingzong's hand was actually a primal origin treasure divine sword. The sword chi was like a rainbow, sweeping across 800 zhang. Tantai Jingzong's swordsmanship was slightly inferior to Xianxia's, but it was different. Her sword was not as courageous as Xianxia's, but it was able to stop the heavens with ease. The moment Tantai Jingzong drew her sword, it was already determined that she would face death calmly. Laughable. How laughable. Ha ha ha. The Evil Dragon Emperor sneered. Even with Tantai Jingzong's help, they still couldn't contend against the Evil Dragon Emperor. Tantai Jingzong slashed the heavens with her sword, not fearing the battle bone puppets at all. The 4 of them actually managed to resist the battle bone puppets' attacks. They even seemed to be turning the tables. There's a path to heaven, but you chose to come to hell. Reckless fools, I'll give you a quick death. Going against me is courting death. The Evil Dragon Emperor roared. He held the bone blade in his hand. The 20 silhouettes turned into astral winds and fused into his body. The Evil Dragon Emperor personally took action, displaying the might of a deity emperor. He suppressed the 4 of them with lightning speed. However, Tantai Jingzong's sword and Tyrant's god-suppressing monument were great obstacles for him. It wouldn't be easy for him to eliminate them. In addition to the Fire Qilin's shadow, his Qilin Saint Fire was also able to suppress the Evil Dragon Emperor. As a result, they gradually stabilized the situation. Although Tantai Jingzong was very cold and arrogant, she was not an arrogant person. This time, when she returned to the desperate situation of life and death, she brought with her a fearless heart. She wanted to live a great life, and she wanted to die a great death. That was what life should be like. At this moment, Tantai Jingzong's domineering aura soared to the peak of the Milky Way. Dragon rises from Xianyuan, rule Sanzang. The Sanzang sword in Tantai Jingzong's hand pierced through the Milky Way and cut through the mortal world. He was invincible among the half-step deity emperors. Even when facing the Evil Dragon Emperor, he was fearless. That terrifying sword shadow shocked the Evil Dragon Emperor, causing him to not dare to be careless. Tyrant immediately went up against the Evil Dragon Emperor. The god-suppressing monument pressed down. Although it could not suppress the Evil Dragon Emperor, it could suppress his strength. Fire Qilin and Xianxia joined the battle again. The 4 half-step deity emperors fought the Evil Dragon Emperor. It was earth-shattering, like a tsunami. It shook the entire mountain, causing it to tremble. However, the Evil Dragon Emperor was a divine emperor expert after all. Even under the frenzied attacks of Tyrant and Tantai Jingzong, the Evil Dragon Emperor was still able to deal with it easily. After all, the Evil Dragon Emperor was the 3rd domain lord of the Ghost Spirit domain. He was not a nameless person. Naturally, the evil dragon emperor was able to hold his ground against the evil dragon emperor for the time being. However, the evil dragon emperor's evil aura continued to rise. Their situation could change at any time. They might even suffer a crushing defeat. Compared to the situation of Tantai Jingzong and the others, Jiang Chen's crisis was even more frightening. The current Red Lotus could no longer withstand the devouring of the Star Fire Spirit. Even though Jiang Chen and the 5 elemental divine fires had joined forces, they could not pose too much of a hindrance to the Star Fire Spirit. On the contrary, the Star Fire Spirit had already devoured nearly 1/3 of the Red Lotus origin energy. Jiang Chen's expression was incomparably gloomy. At this moment, he had no way to turn the situation around. The Star Fire Spirit was too strange and terrifying. Not even the Red Lotus could restrain it. It was invisible and formless, and it could do whatever it wanted to Jiang Chen. Damn it! Red Lotus, you must hold on. Jiang Chen's mind raced as he tried to think of a way to escape. Killing the Spark Fire Spirit was the most important thing. I can only try my heaven-defying Taoist connotation. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He had no other choice but to try. This was the last heaven-conquering Tao connotation. If the heaven-conquering Tao connotation could suppress the Spark Fire Spirit, it might be the chance for him and Red Lotus to turn the tables. Jiang Chen moved his mind and the Tao accumulation was born from his heart. The incomparable heavenly Tao accumulation was overbearing and directly wrapped the Spark Fire Spirit in it. At this moment, the Spark Fire Spirit could no longer sit still because Jiang Chen could feel the rapid oppression of the heavenly Tao accumulation on the Spark Fire Spirit. The Spark Fire Spirit almost couldn't fight back and instantly became dispirited. It was even difficult for the Spark Fire Spirit to use its devouring technique. Bastard! What kind of power is this? Why can't I move at all? What a terrifying realm. What is this? The Spark Fire Spirit kept struggling, but Jiang Chen's heaven-conquering Tao accumulation had completely suppressed it and it couldn't move an inch forward. Quick! Red Lotus, this is the time. We can't let him recover. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice with a solemn expression. This was their only chance. The heaven-conquering Tao accumulation was indeed powerful and it had perfectly suppressed the Spark Fire Spirit. However, the time that Jiang Chen could hold on was too short. Even he could feel the divine origin energy in his body was rapidly disappearing. The myriad chi body couldn't recover in time. All right. Red Lotus was extremely shocked. However, this was their only chance and they must grasp it. It's too difficult for me to devour the Fire Spirit now. You also have the Red Lotus Karmic Fire's origin energy. Together with the 5 elements divine fire, it should be easier for you. Red Lotus said in a low voice. You mean, you want me to devour it? Jiang Chen was stunned. Why not? Weren't you very skillful when you devoured the Sky Thunder in the past? This guy isn't even comparable to the Sky Thunder. He's just very unruly. Now that he's being suppressed by your Tao accumulation, you're the best candidate. Red Lotus said in a deep voice. Don't hesitate anymore. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. At this time, Red Lotus had already been severely injured by the Fire Spirit. It would be extremely difficult for him to devour the Fire Spirit. He could only rely on himself. You must be careful. This Fire Spirit is not easy to deal with. How long can you suppress it? You must completely devour it within this period of time. Otherwise, once it turns over, it will be our time of death. Red Lotus said in an extremely serious tone. I can't help you much. You must rely on the 5 elements divine fire and the Red Lotus Karmic Fire's origin energy in order to devour it completely. If you can use it for your own use, it'll probably be a peerless divine fire that's on par with my Red Lotus Karmic Fire. Jiang Chen nodded silently. At this time, he knew that he couldn't make any mistakes. Otherwise, both of their lives would vanish from this world. The Star Fire Spirit and the meteorite made Jiang Chen feel a great pressure. It was a pressure that he had never felt before. Damn it. I must devour you completely and destroy you completely. Jiang Chen said confidently. The heaven-defying Tao in his body made it hard for the Fire Spirit to resist. If Jiang Chen knew this earlier, he would have used the heaven-defying Tao long ago. the Starfire spirit would not have been so arrogant. Xianxia activated the Red Lotus karmic fire and the 5 elements divine fire and began to devour the Starfire spirit. He was very fast because the Starfire spirit was completely suppressed. At this time, the Starfire spirit was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. It had no power to fight back. I want to melt you completely. I want you to be suppressed by me for all eternity. Xianxia was extremely angry. The Starfire spirit was frantically resisting, but it was powerless because Xianxia's heaven-defying Tao was too strong. The Starfire spirit was powerless. At this time it could only let Xianxia control it. What a terrifying Starfire. This Starfire spirit is indeed not weaker than your Red Lotus karmic fire. The more Starfire spirit was devoured, the more shocked Xianxia became. This Starfire was almost a complete fire spirit's origin energy. Moreover, it already had its own consciousness. This meant that its existence was an irreversible fact. Who knew how many years it had to cultivate before it could transform into a Tao body and have its own consciousness? This Starfire spirit has surrendered. Oh no, it wants to assimilate my 5 elements divine fire and Red Lotus karmic fire. The fire spirit was extremely terrifying. After all, it was a foreign fire. Even Xianxia had no idea what it was capable of. At the very least, it seemed like the fire spirit had erupted with its most terrifying counterattack. Xianxia could not afford to be careless, or it was very likely that he would fail miserably. When the fire spirit was about to yield, it had already been suppressed by Xianxia's heaven-dominating way to the point where it could not put up any resistance. All it could do was retreat and seek a breakthrough. Roar! Roar! The fire spirit produced a series of ear-piercing shrieks. Without any hesitation, Xianxia used the karmic fire of the Red Lotus and the fire of the 5 elements to devour the fire spirit furiously. Once it devoured him, the consequences would be extremely terrifying. He would definitely be reduced to ashes. Little brat, I refuse to believe that I can't deal with you. Xianxia bellowed out furiously. Even Xianxia had never imagined that the power of the heaven-dominating way would render the fire spirit completely useless. Even if it wanted to devour and assimilate the fire of the 5 elements, there was no way out. As time passed, Xianxia finally subdued the fire spirit. At that moment, the fire spirit's powerful devouring ability completely devoured the fire of the 5 elements and the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. However, it did not devour them this time. Instead, the fire spirit devoured them on its own, completing its evolution in the end. A green-blue blazing flame rose from Xianxia's hand. It carried the domineering aura of the Red Lotus world-scorching flame, the charm of the endless starfire, and the blazing impact of the 5 elemental divine fire. Even Red Lotus was deeply fearful of the green-blue flame after looking at it. These flames, are they a fusion of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus and the fire of the 5 elements? Red Lotus took a deep breath as she looked at the blue flame in Xianxia's hand. Her face was filled with shock. Even she could feel an invisible threat from the blue flame. The flame was too overbearing and she had never heard of it before. Not bad. However, this foreign starfire is really hard to fathom. However, I can already completely control this cyan blue flame. Moreover, I can also split this flame into 2. Xianxia smiled and extended his hand. The 5 elemental divine flames, the foreign starfire, and the Red Lotus karmic flame were completely separated. With a thought, the 7 flames merged perfectly without any warning. You are truly too monstrous. This cyan blue flame is even more monstrous. However, it is still your own creation. You should give it a name. Red Lotus slightly frowned. She was quite surprised about Xianxia. In just a blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. However, Xianxia had grown from a nobody in the divine tomb to a late hierarch realm powerful young man. Undeniably, she had never dreamt that Xianxia would be this powerful. She had never seen or heard of such a terrifying cultivation speed. He was a peerless monstrous genius that could only be seen once in a million years. It was not a mistake for the craftsman god's inheritance to choose him. Then, let's call it the Azure Lotus Starfire. Xianxia squinted his eyes as he stared at the cyan blue flame in his hand. It had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. If someone was caught off guard, even an ordinary divine emperor would not dare to face it head-on. His azure lotus starfire was extremely terrifying. It was even more overbearing than the karmic fire of the red lotus. In just a short moment, it was extinguished. Even Xianxia didn't expect that he had accidentally fused the exotic star fire with the karmic fire of the red lotus. There was actually such a terrifying flame in the heavens and earth. Any divine weapon or supreme-grade pill forged by this flame must be extremely domineering. Xianxia could not wait to forge his 108 origin divine tools. Xianxia was looking forward to the effect of merging the meteorite into the 108 origin divine tools. Great name! Azure Lotus Starfire. Looks like my karmic fire of the red lotus will have to stand aside in the future. He. Hong Lian said indifferently with a sliver of desolation. There's no one that can be compared to you. Xianxia looked at Hong Lian with a burning gaze as he said solemnly. Hong Lian was slightly stunned, then she smiled. She never thought that Xianxia would be so loyal. This fellow will not disappoint her. Her mission was to bring him to find the only disciple of the craftsman god in the divine world, retrieve the inheritance and kill the traitor. However, it was too difficult to wait for Xianxia to grow. She thought that it would take millions of years. She never thought that Xianxia would have the strength to enter the central region divine land in less than 100 years. This made her feel gratified. There's finally hope to take revenge for her father. Now, it's time to tell you about the traitor of the craftsman god. He's the only person that you can't avoid after entering the central region divine land. Hong Lian said in a low voice. Xianxia's expression turned solemn. He had long wanted to know who this traitor of the craftsman god was. He's definitely not a nobody. After all, he's the only inheritor of the craftsman god in the divine world. Even though he didn't receive the true inheritance, he's still the true inheritor. Shangguan Hongyan, back then, he was already one of the most powerful grandmaster craftsmen in the central region divine land. Other than the craftsman god, he was the most powerful grandmaster craftsman. Back then, his strength had already reached the half-step divine emperor realm. Now, he must have broken through to the martial emperor realm. It's unknown if he could even reach the martial emperor realm. But now, countless years have passed, whether he can reach that realm or not is still unknown. Once he reaches the legendary martial emperor realm, I'm afraid it'll be impossible for us to take our revenge. Shangguan Hongyan is one of the most powerful grandmaster craftsmen in the central region divine land. Hong Lian said in a low voice. Ninth Great Emperor Venerable Heavenly King Realm, able to create a divine spirit with a single thought. It's not like there aren't any experts above the Emperor Realm. He's strong, and one day, I'll be stronger than him. Xianxia's expression was cold as he said firmly. Even if he's an Emperor Realm expert, he'll never give up on his revenge. Without the craftsman god, Xianxia wouldn't be able to reach such a powerful realm. Without the myriad chi cauldron, without the frightening refinement technique, he wouldn't be able to reach the peak. His achievements today were greatly related to the craftsman god. The transformation of the heavenly dragon sword was also created by the craftsman god. Even though the craftsman god didn't teach him much, he was more important than anyone else. Let's hope that he doesn't become that powerful. In the central region divine land, there was a sect that mainly focused on refining weapons. It was called the Golden Stone Sect. Although the sect was not a true old sect, it was an existence that transcended worldly affairs. It was just that no one knew what the Golden Stone Sect was like now. Millions of years have passed. Time is unforgiving. The sea can dry up, the stone can rot, the sky can collapse, and the earth can crack. Even people and things can change. Hong Lian's words were filled with sorrow. However, as the only successor of the craftsman god, Shangguan Hongyan's status in the divine world would definitely rise. It wouldn't be any weaker than it was now. Xianxia's heart was also filled with heaviness. It seemed like he still had a long way to go in his revenge. Back then, the craftsman god was known as the strongest person below the god emperor. He was very powerful, but he still fell in the end. Therefore, Xianxia had to be careful. Once he was strong enough, he would definitely not let Shangguan Hongyan go. However, he had to be careful after entering the central region divine land. It wasn't only because of Shangguan Hongyan, but also because of the Slaughter Pagoda. Before entering the Central Region Divine Land, Xianxia had already killed a divine emissary, and his grudge with the 8-divisional pagoda had begun. Don't worry. One day, I will take revenge for my master. It won't be too long. Xianxia said and clenched his fist. At this moment, his heart was filled with emotions. There would definitely be no problem. At this moment, Tantai Jingzong, Tyrant, and the others were having a hard time facing the evil Dragon Emperor. Even though they had used all their means, they had yet to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. They could only passively take a beating against the evil Dragon Emperor. Although they managed to stabilize the situation for a while, they were still in a terrible state, which infuriated everyone. Tyrant was covered in injuries, Xianxia was exhausted, and the Fire Qilin was also heavily injured. Tantai Jingzong was in the best condition, but she had also suffered some minor injuries. There was a trace of blood on her pretty face that was neither deep nor shallow, making her look even colder and more heroic. The four could only passively defend. However, with the evil Dragon Emperor's suppression, he had the absolute advantage. If this continued, Xianxia and the others would be exhausted to death. What should we do? To run or not to run? We can't hold on much longer. Xianxia said with great difficulty. His expression was extremely ugly. Time was gradually destroying their willpower. It was not easy for them to persevere until now. I won't go. I won't leave until I get that little bastard Xianxia out. Tyrant said through gritted teeth. F***CKU, you bastard. If Xianxia was here, he would definitely teach you a lesson. Tantai Jingzong frowned. With Xianxia's strength, he wanted to deal with the evil Dragon Emperor? Did he take the wrong medicine? Even you and I can't deal with the evil Dragon Emperor. How can Xianxia do it? Are you sure Xianxia is not dead? Are you sure he can deal with the evil Dragon Emperor? Tantai Jingzong glanced at Tyrant and said indifferently. Xianxia is definitely not dead. He will definitely be able to teach this guy a lesson. Tyrant said without any doubt. His expression was extremely cold. He trusted Xianxia unconditionally. Other than Xianxia, he had no other way to deal with the evil Dragon Emperor. It's rare for someone to trust me so much. All the more reason for me to not die. Xianxia took a step forward and crushed the magma that wrapped around his body. His entire body was glowing with radiance and vigor. Although he only had the strength of a late hierarch realm, Tantai Jingzong felt that this fellow was like a hidden Tyrannosaurus. Could he really defeat the evil Dragon Emperor like what Tyrant had said? Tyrant, Fire Qilin, and the others' eyes lit up. Xianxia did not disappoint them. I knew it. Kid, you won't die so easily. Ha 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 ha. Just as I expected. F***CKU, I'm saved. Tyrant laughed and said with his eyes sparkling. With Xianxia here, everything could be saved. Tyrant once again got to know Xianxia after the battle in the Great Snow Mountain's Vulture Cave. That fellow was still the fearless demon king in the immortal world. As long as he was here, there was nothing that could not be solved. You're still alive. Tantai Jingzong said with a hint of surprise in his eyes. However, it was not something incomprehensible. Why? Are you unhappy that I'm still alive? Xianxia shrugged and said. That's not what I meant. Tantai Jingzong said coldly and did not argue with Xianxia. Brat, even a hierarch like you dares to challenge me? Ha ha ha. What a joke. Kid, do you think you can save the damsel in distress from my hands? You're dreaming. Really? Don't think that you'll win until the very last moment. In fact, you're just a pile of mud. Xianxia said disdainfully. He did not put the evil Dragon Emperor in his eyes at all. Even Tantai Jingzong was curious about Xianxia. Why are you so disdainful of the evil Dragon Emperor and so confident? Where's your confidence? I'm also looking forward to you killing the evil Dragon Emperor. Tantai Jingzong looked at Xianxia with interest. You'll get what you want. A faint smile crossed Xianxia's lips as he looked into Tantai Jingzong's eyes. In the next moment, his target was locked on the evil Dragon Emperor. What an arrogant kid. Do you really think a hierarch like you can turn the situation around? You're too arrogant. It's my first time seeing someone as arrogant as you. Ha ha ha. Kid, you're not even aware that your death is coming. I'll make sure you die in style. I, the evil dragon emperor, will turn into 1,000,000 corpses and blood flow for 1,000 miles. Whoever dares to go against me will be killed without mercy. The evil dragon emperor's roar was deafening. Xianxia remained calm as he took a step forward. The mountains and rivers were shattered. That scene was Xianxia going against the evil dragon emperor with his hierarch realm body. Tantai Jingzong squinted her beautiful eyes. It was too shocking at that moment. Could Xianxia really withstand the evil dragon emperor's attack? Tantai Jingzong did not know. However, Xianxia was full of confidence as if he was the strongest existence in this world. Xianxia's strength was overwhelming the evil dragon emperor with absolute suppression. The battle between the two became more and more intense. Even the spectators could only quickly retreat in fear of being implicated. Under Xianxia's dragon transformation, a powerful airwave surged out as if he was assisted by God. Xianxia's physique was extremely strong. Under the dragon transformation, he could completely suppress a half-step divine emperor. He could even fight against a divine emperor like the evil dragon emperor. Just one palm strike was enough to show how domineering Xianxia was. A late hierarch fighting against the evil dragon emperor. Both of them retreated. Although Xianxia was a little flustered, he was still able to fight against the evil dragon emperor and was not at a disadvantage. Xianxia extended his hand and took out the heavenly dragon sword. Tantai Jingzong's eyes became excited again. A terrifying sword, a terrifying person. This fella is much stronger and crazier than she had imagined. With the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, Xianxia had gained the upper hand against the evil dragon emperor. At this moment, Tantai Jingzong finally realized how terrifying Xianxia was. The weakest person in her eyes was actually the most terrifying fella. At this moment, Xianxia had finally displayed his extraordinary strength. This fella is actually so terrifying. Tantai Jingzong was shocked. She had never thought that a late hierarch fella could fight against a divine emperor. It was unbelievable. However, Xianxia did it. Moreover, it was that unknown fella that she ridiculed. His appearance was like a peerless monarch that suppressed the evil dragon emperor, causing the evil dragon emperor to be unable to defend himself. Xianxia actually gained the upper hand. All of this was too shocking and unbelievable. It had completely overturned Tantai Jingzong's thoughts. However, it made her look at Xianxia in a new light. The hierarch fella who did not take action was not because he was weak, but because there was no one worthy for him to take action. At this moment, she finally understood how childish and ridiculous her previous actions were. Xianxia could fight against a divine emperor as a hierarch. Was there a need to doubt his combat strength? From the very beginning, he had disdained to make a move, but in their eyes, he was weak and arrogant. At this moment, it was like a slap to the face. It made Tantai Jingzong feel like he was blind. He did not expect things to turn out this way. In the past, perhaps he didn't think much of us, right? Now it seems like the one who's being ridiculous is not Xianxia, but us. Tantai Jingzong said with a bitter smile. Her heart was filled with helplessness. She could only silently watch the battle between Xianxia and the evil dragon emperor. With Xianxia around, Tantai Jingzong unknowingly felt that Xianxia would definitely suppress this matter. Ha ha ha, now you know how powerful little Xianxia is? None of us are his match. Sigh. I'm not his match in the immortal world. Never did I expect that I'm still not his match after training hard for 100 years. Tyrant's words caused Tantai Jingzong's expression to turn solemn once more. Did they ascend from the immortal world? Moreover, Xianxia and the enlightened being had only cultivated for 100 years. Tantai Jingzong took a deep breath. If that's the case, then they'll be known as peerless prodigies in the Central Region Divine Land. Cultivating for 100 years to the Divine Emperor realm, it's really terrifying, isn't it? Everyone was in awe and shock. This Xianxia is so powerful that it makes people's hair stand on end. Tantai Jingzong had never heard of a monster that could cultivate to the hierarch realm in 100 years, not even in the Central Region Divine Land. This Xianxia, what kind of monster is he? Tantai Jingzong sighed in his heart. He thought that he was one of the peerless monstrous prodigies in the 9 regions and 10 lands of the Central Region Divine Land. However, he was just a nobody in Xianxia's eyes. A divine emperor with just 100 years of cultivation. Countless people would be shocked if they knew about this. The evil dragon emperor unleashed all of his techniques. Phantoms of phantoms scattered in all directions. Black fog engulfed Xianxia. Illusory dragon shadows followed the evil dragon emperor and pressed down. Xianxia ignored the evil dragon emperor and the dragon's shadows. He shouted and unleashed sword chi. The evil dragon emperor was forced to retreat. It was extremely difficult for him to do so. This sword intent is so terrifying. Tantai Jingzong was shocked. Tantai Jingzong was shocked. Her sword was very different from Jiangchen's. It was impossible for her to reach such a ferocious realm of sword Dao. Jiangchen's realm and the Dao of sword technique had left her in the dust. Bastard, you're crazy. The evil dragon emperor was forced back again and again by Jiangchen. He had just broken through to the divine emperor realm using a secret technique. He was not a divine emperor realm expert that relied on his own strength to break through. Under Jiangchen's strong pressure, the evil dragon emperor was completely exposed. He could not compete with Jiangchen at all. Jiangchen's sword chi was shocking. Even Tyrant was impressed by Jiangchen. At this moment, Jiangchen was like an unstoppable god of death. No one could stop his sword. As one of the domain lords of the spectral ghost domain, the evil dragon emperor rarely met any divine emperor experts. Therefore, no one could go against him. He was used to being arrogant. However, he was suppressed by a hierarch. The evil dragon emperor's anger was imaginable. However, it was a fact that he was not as strong as Jiangchen. The evil dragon emperor could feel how terrifying Jiangchen was. The aura of the limitless sword was constantly unleashed. The evil dragon emperor knew that he had met a true expert this time. Even if Jiangchen was just a hierarch, he could still turn the tides. Sword of Solitude. Jiangchen charged forward and became even crazier. At this moment, after devouring the starfire, the aura in his body became even more violent. The green lotus starfire shot out like a ray of light and was slashed down by the Sword of Solitude. Two terrifying waves of air surged. A sword and a flame were unleashed. Such a terrifying attack. Tantai Jingzong was extremely shocked. If it was her, she would never be able to stop Jiangchen's attack. It was too terrifying. The invisible green lotus starfire shot into the evil dragon emperor's body the moment Jiangchen charged forward. However, the evil dragon emperor was unaware of it. Brat, you dare to kill me? I am the third domain lord of the spectral ghost domain. If you kill me, my two brothers will definitely avenge me. They will not let you go even if you run to the ends of the world. The evil dragon emperor was once again pushed back by Jiangchen's Sword of Solitude. His face turned pale. The surrounding mountain ridges cracked and fell down. The evil dragon emperor was in danger. Facing such a terrifying Jiangchen, the evil dragon emperor was shocked. His face turned red. Killing you is like killing a pig. Why wouldn't I dare? Jiangchen. Otherwise, it's better to let him go. The strength of the ghost spirit domain is extremely strong and extremely strange. They will definitely take revenge for any enmity they have, and they're basically equivalent to the second Buddha's pagoda. Once you kill a member of the ghost spirit domain, they will absolutely not let the matter go. Tantai Jingzong looked at Jiangchen. She was not afraid. She was just afraid that Jiangchen would have too many enemies. Although Jiangchen killed the divine emissary of the divine pagoda, there's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Once people knew that it was done by Jiangchen, the divine pagoda would definitely not let him go. If Jiangchen killed that guy from the ghost spirit domain, they would definitely not let him go. That's a divine emperor expert, the third domain lord of the ghost spirit domain. How could someone with such status die without knowing the reason? That's right. If you kill me, the people from the ghost realm will definitely not let you off. If you let me off, I will definitely not make things difficult for you. Otherwise, my big brother and second brother will definitely not rest until you die. The evil dragon emperor quickly nodded. His expression was extremely ugly. If Jiangchen wanted to kill him, it would only take a single thought. His heart was filled with fear. Jiangchen, kill people. Why do I need to hide? If I kill, then so be it. Who can do anything to me? Xianxia looked at Tantai Jingzong. Tantai Jingzong's expression was indifferent. What a reckless fella. Forget that I said anything. You don't have any reason to live since you dared to hurt my brother. Xianxia stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, the evil dragon emperor's body was covered in Brother Bear's azure blue flames. At that moment, everyone was shocked. Especially the evil dragon emperor. He never thought that this fellow would have such a terrifying ability. Tantai Jingzong's face was filled with confusion. No one knew how Xianxia did it, but the evil dragon emperor had already been burnt beyond recognition by the green-blue flame. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost, The evil dragon emperor roared and kept running. However, no matter what he did, he could not extinguish the azure flames on his body. In less than 10 breaths of time, the evil dragon emperor was burned to ashes. At this moment, even the fire Qilin swallowed its saliva. This flame could completely erase its Qilin saint fire, killing without a trace. This blue flame was too terrifying. A god emperor like the evil dragon emperor died in less than 10 breaths. They might not even last 5 breaths. You monster. Tyrant could not help but laugh. The stronger Xianxia was, the happier he was. This guy had never disappointed him before. He's a lunatic. Tantai Jingzong shook her head and sighed. However, a madman had his own tyranny and forcefulness. This madman had taught her and everyone else from the fossil sect an important lesson. I didn't expect you to come back. Xianxia looked at Tantai Jingzong and said with a smile. I just don't want to owe others anything, especially those arrogant and condescending people. Tantai Jingzong said with a serious expression. Now that you're fine, it's time for me to go. Looks like we can be considered as friends of life and death. You're willing to sacrifice your life for me. I'm really touched. Xianxia said meaningfully. I'm just afraid that you'll die too miserably and no one will collect your corpse. It's best if we never meet again. Goodbye. Tantai Jingzong snorted coldly and left. Although Xianxia was very powerful, he was still very annoying. However, an expert had his own temper. This kind of thing was reasonable. However, Tantai Jingzong did not buy it. Xianxia was powerful, but it had nothing to do with her. After Tantai Jingzong left, Xianxia also started to refine the meteorite. He wanted to refine all the meteorites into his Yuan God tools. His target was to refine all 108 Yuan God tools into peak Yuan God tools. This was quite a challenge for Xianxia. 108 peak Yuan God tools would become a terrifying existence. It would no longer be so difficult to fight against Divine Emperor experts. Today's battle was all because of Xianxia's strength that suppressed the evil Dragon Emperor. The evil Dragon Emperor could not be considered as the ancestral Dragon Emperor that relied on his own strength. If the evil Dragon Emperor was a true Divine Emperor, Xianxia would have to give it his all to win. I told you that you're lucky. Ha ha ha. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune. This evil Dragon Emperor is nothing. Tyrant patted Xianxia's shoulder and said. Xianxia could see that Tyrant had exerted all his strength to stop the evil Dragon Emperor and buy some time for Xianxia. You're not bad too. You can even stop a Divine Emperor fella. Xianxia's lips curled. I'm still far from you. I thought that I could slowly surpass you after entering the divine world. But it's still the same. Comparisons are odious. I don't want to compete with you anymore. Tyrant looked at Xianxia with disdain. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's go. I need to find a quiet place to refine my divine tool. Protect me. Xianxia said. All right. Tyrant and the others nodded silently. The group quickly found a quiet place and Xianxia started to refine the divine tool. The meteorite was extremely hard to melt. However, Xianxia used the azure lotus star flame to melt it, extracting the hardest meteorite iron. Xianxia added meteorite iron into the 108 primordial divine tools. Refining 108 primordial divine tools at once. Even for Xianxia, the burden on him was quite great. No one could understand how much he had to pay to refine 108 primordial divine tools at the same time. The bitterness and suffering he had to go through was not something that others could understand. However, Xianxia was not afraid at all. This time, Xianxia had already prepared to refine the pinnacle primordial divine tools. He must succeed. This would be one of his greatest trump cards against divine emperor experts in the future. Moreover, the speed of setting up the Ashura sword formation was constantly changed and evolved by Xianxia. It could even form a formation in a moment. At this moment, the myriad chi cauldron was bearing 108 primordial divine tools. Even Xianxia was amazed. It was indeed the craftsman god's proudest treasure. Even the craftsman god could not figure out the bottom line of the myriad chi cauldron. 108 primordial divine tools. I must refine all of you successfully. Xianxia clenched his teeth. Not to mention 108 primordial divine tools, even if it was just one, the person who could refine it would already be a true craftsman. However, Xianxia was able to refine so many of them at the same time. It was simply amazing, unprecedented. Both of them left, time passed quickly, and 3 years had passed. Spring passed, and autumn came. The desolate land was still filled with green willows and cries of birds and beasts. Xianxia was still smelting the 108 primordial divine weapons in his hands, but the fire Qilin moved quietly at this moment. Monk, help me tell Xianxia that I'm going to the depths of the desolate land to take a look. The fire Qilin said in a deep voice with incomparable determination. At this moment, he had been hesitating for a long time, but he didn't put it into action. Tyrant frowned and said, "Are you in such a hurry? Why don't you wait until Xianxia is done with the weapon? It's too late. Not long ago, I sensed something in the depths of the Wildland Divine Prefecture. There's an invisible force guiding me, calling me. It seems to be related to my parents. I have to pay them a visit." The fire Qilin's voice was extremely deep. Tyrant could clearly feel the pressure and anticipation in his heart. "All right then. When little Chinzi wakes up, we'll go find you," Tyrant said. The fire Qilin shook his head and said, "There's no need. I have the body of a divine beast, so it won't be a problem for me to travel in the desolate land. However, you're humans, so it'll definitely cause a lot of inconveniences. Perhaps it'll alarm some great demons hidden in the depths of the desolate land. You don't have to worry about me, just leave. When I'm done with the matters in the depths of the desolate land, I'll go to the central divine land to find you. Then take care of yourself." Tyrant patted the fire Qilin's shoulder and said. The two of them had fought side by side several times. Although they didn't communicate much, the look in their eyes was enough to explain everything. To the fire Qilin, this trip might be a huge change. However, Tyrant couldn't say much. He could only wait for Xianxia to wake up. Not long after the fire Qilin left, Qingshuan's heart was also filled with worries. Tyrant knew that she was about to leave as well. Back then, the two of them had ended up together due to a freak combination of factors. If she were to leave now, it would be reasonable. "I'm sorry, Monk," Qingshan bit her red lips and said in a low voice. Tyrant smiled and said, "It's not like we'll part forever. I know you're leaving." "You know everything?" Qingshan said in surprise. Before he could say anything, he already understood everything. "One day, I will convince my father." "No need," Tyrant said. Qingshan was shocked, and his expression became extremely ugly. "One day, I will go to your house," Tyrant said domineeringly. Qingshan was slightly startled. She threw herself into Tyrant's embrace and sobbed uncontrollably. Even the goddess of the past had become so sentimental and sentimental. "I'm a monk, I shouldn't have such delusions." Sigh. "I don't care. You said it. One day, you'll find me. I'll wait for you for a lifetime. I'll never leave or abandon you," Qingshan said solemnly as he slowly retreated. His eyes were filled with tears. His lips were as red as blood and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a swallow flying in the sky, silently moving forward. "Let's go. It's good that they're all gone. I'm happy to have some peace and quiet," Tyrant scolded with a smile. However, there was an indescribable blush at the corner of his eyes. Men naturally had no tears, so he couldn't cry. Little Xianxia, you're the only one left. Wake up quickly. Otherwise, I'm going to suffocate to death. Tyrant said in a bored tone. At this moment, Xianxia's training had reached the most critical moment. The 108 Origin Divine Tools had already gone through many transformations. Although they didn't need to be refined again, the smelting process was extremely difficult to make the original Origin Divine Tools reach the next level. The extraterrestrial meteoric iron in the meteorite was completely extracted by Xianxia. However, he didn't use all of it. He only used half of it. The strength of the extraterrestrial meteoric iron was much stronger and sharper than the Origin Divine Tools. This time, when the two were combined into one, it would definitely reach the next level. Another 3 years passed. Xianxia finally finished refining the extraterrestrial meteoric iron. The 108 peak Origin Divine Tools directly triggered the tribulation lightning above the 9th heaven. This caused waves of thunder to rise above Xianxia and Tyrant's heads. Tyrant was completely dumbfounded. He had never thought that Xianxia could actually trigger such a terrifying heavenly thunder. The birth of the 108 peak Origin Divine Tools was very likely a great tribulation that would shake the world. With Xianxia as the center, the surrounding 100,000 miles were almost enveloped in the tribulation lightning. The heavenly thunder rolled and rippled. The surrounding void was dyed with a layer of red. Between the flashes of lightning and the roars of thunder, countless birds and beasts fled in all directions. Giant trees that were hundreds of meters tall were split apart layer by layer. Mountains that were thousands of meters tall were crushed. Mountain rocks tumbled down and rivers were broken. This vast land, this desolate domain, was completely enveloped by the tribulation lightning above Xianxia's head. It caused all the beasts to flee in all directions. Mother ***. Oh my God. Little Xianxia, are you trying to make a hole in the desolate divine land? Tyrant couldn't help but shiver. He believed that even divine emperor realm experts would have to avoid such a powerful heavenly lightning. If it was the evil dragon monarch from before, he would probably be smashed to smithereens without leaving a single trace. 108 peak level essence divinity artifacts. It goes without saying how terrifying it was. It should be known that even a divine emperor expert could only have one primal origin divine tool of their own. Therefore, most of the divine weapons of divine emperor experts were peak origin divine tools. It was imaginable how difficult it was to obtain a primal origin divine tool. However, Xianxia had refined 108 peak origin divine tools at once. It was unprecedented. Even he himself was shocked by such a magnificent feat. However, it also consumed a lot of his energy. His entire body was almost emptied several times. If it was not for the recovery of the myriad qi, Xianxia would not have been able to hold on for a long time. Even a divine emperor expert definitely did not have the capital to refine so many peak origin divine tools at once. The success rate of refining a peak origin divine tool was extremely low. The most important reason why Xianxia could accomplish such a magnificent feat was because of the myriad qi cauldron and the green lotus star fire. Otherwise, even the cleverest housewife could not cook a meal without rice. Although Xianxia's craftsmanship was also very powerful, it was not enough for him to have such a magnificent performance. Is it finally going to be done? Xianxia raised his head and looked at the void. There were so many and such violent heavenly thunder. In the eyes of others, it was like a killing knife. However, in the eyes of Xianxia, it was a great tonic. Let the storm come more violently. Ha 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 ha. The heavenly lightning rumbled as Xianxia soared into the sky. The 108 peak origin divine weapons followed him like a shadow, rushing into the heavenly lightning. It was a magnificent sight. Tyrant could not help but admire Xianxia. This fella is getting more and more monstrous. Xianxia stayed in the heavenly lightning for another 3 years. Within these 3 years, he had refined all the peak origin divine weapons. Moreover, he had an unexpected harvest, which was to fuse the boundless heavenly lightning into 3 heavenly lightning beads, which could help Xianxia complete the fusion of the other 3 heavenly lightning at the crucial moment. Although it was not the heavenly lightning origin, these 3 heavenly lightning beads could still help him relieve a great deal of pressure. Before he found the 4th heavenly lightning, they could be a perfect substitute, allowing Xianxia to have no worries. Within these 9 years, Xianxia's strength had finally made a breakthrough, reaching the peak hierarch realm. However, it would still take some time for him to reach the half-step Divine Emperor realm. However, Xianxia was confident that he could kill a half-step Divine Emperor with a single palm strike, and even force a Divine Emperor to retreat. With the 3 heavenly lightning beads in hand, Xianxia's heart was filled with pride. Even a Divine Emperor could be killed in an instant if they were caught off guard. The fusion of heavenly lightning would be one of his strongest trump cards. After the 108 peak origin divine weapons were refined, Xianxia finally summoned 7 Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards. He wanted to refine all 7 Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards into half-step Divine Emperor realm puppets. With that, his strength would definitely rise. Once the 7 Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards were summoned, they would definitely be invincible. In the end, Xianxia cast all the meteoric iron onto the body of the Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards. With this, when Xianxia's strength reaches the half-step Divine Emperor realm, he could refine them with the Azure Lotus Star Fire and improve their grade, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, saving him a lot of effort. The meteoric iron, which was as hard as a primordial origin treasure, immediately melted under Xianxia's Azure Lotus Starfire, fusing with the 7 Dragon Guards. A low roar erupted from the 7 Dragon Guards. Although they had been dead for tens of thousands of years, their golden armor and unparalleled battle strength had already formed a trace of inertia and will. Compared to real puppets, they were much more terrifying. Xianxia used the Sword of Solitude to control the 7 Dragon Guards. Even he could feel the violent and domineering aura coming from them. By the time the Dragon Rider Celestial Guard was done, it was already his 10th thought. Xianxia finally opened his eyes, only to discover that 2 people were missing from his side. "You're finally awake." Motherf ****, it's been 10 years, I've been holding it in for so long. Tyrant couldn't help but roll his eyes at Xianxia. "Your strength has improved again? Sigh, looks like you'll be able to catch up with me in no time. Then why don't you hurry up and cultivate? As a Buddhist, you can't even do the most basic cultivation, how are you going to make a breakthrough?" "Haha," Xianxia said with a smile. Looking at the disappearing Fire Qilin and Xianxia, his face turned solemn and he continued to ask, "Where are the 2 of them?" "Xianxia's family is summoning her, she has to go back." The Fire Qilin said that he felt that someone in the depths of the wild divine land was summoning him, that's why he went there. Tyrant said with a serious expression. Could it be that there's something in the depths of the wild divine land that's summoning him? As an ancient divine beast, there's an ancient memory that has been passed down for billions of years. This is possible, Xianxia said after pondering for a moment. The Fire Qilin told us not to worry about him. He won't be in danger in the depths of the wild divine land, but we humans might be in danger, so he told us to go to the central region divine land and wait for him. That's good. The Fire Qilin isn't a reckless person. Since he has the confidence to enter the depths of the wild divine land, there should be something guiding him. Let's go to the central region divine land first. Xianxia nodded. The 2 looked at each other and made up their minds. They were ready to set off for the central region divine land. However, right at this moment, when Xianxia and Tyrant turned around, they saw a gigantic beast that blotted out the sun and sky. With a stump of its foot, the beast created a huge crater in the surrounding 30 meters of space, causing the surrounding rocks to crack. It was a ghastly sight. "Damned humans, how dare you step into my territory and injure my descendants? You all deserve to die." A deep roar resounded and the surrounding sky was completely blocked. 2 ferocious giant spiders completely blocked the path of Xianxia and Tyrant. These 2 giant spiders were 100 zhang in size and were extremely terrifying. Their strength had reached the Divine Emperor realm. They were many times more terrifying than the giant spiders from before. Their golden claws were extremely sharp and dazzling. They were extremely ferocious. These are 2 golden pincer spider kings. They must be the ancestors of those giant spiders from before. Damn it, we're really unlucky this time. Tyrant scolded. He didn't expect their luck to be so bad. They were about to leave the wild divine land, but such terrifying creatures appeared. I think these 2 golden pincer spider kings are very cute. These 8 pairs of golden pincer spider kings are definitely good stuff. Ha ha ha. Xianxia squinted his eyes slightly. The strong were bold. At this moment, after his strength broke through again, he became even more domineering. Damn it, little Xianxia, what are you trying to do? Tyrant looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Why do I feel that this guy is treating these two golden pincer spider kings as his lunch? Nothing much. These 8 pairs of golden claws are comparable to divine weapons. They're definitely good stuff. Why don't I cut them all off? Moreover, these divine emperor golden pincer spider kings are all treasures. It's a pity that they're too big. Otherwise, I'll definitely take them away. Xianxia said with a smile. Arrogant fella, I'll definitely let you die without a burial place today. Roar. The golden pincer spider king's roar was deafening. Such a huge savage beast could no longer be measured by common sense. Its roar shook the earth. It was probably the king within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so unscrupulous. A cold murderous intent flickered in Xianxia's eyes. Since these two fellas are so ferocious, I'll give it a try and see if I can defeat them with my strength. Come, let me see if the two of you are really trash. Xianxia sneered and said. He didn't take it seriously. Kill him and avenge our descendants. Xianxia wielded the heavenly dragon sword and unleashed his chi. He was fighting 2 spiders at the same time. Tyrant did not even need to attack as he was already having a good time fighting the 2 spiders. Xianxia retreated in order to advance. Under the fierce attack of the 2 spiders, he did not feel pressured at all. The heavenly dragon sword left deep marks on their bodies, causing their flesh and blood to fly everywhere. Tyrant's blood was boiling as he watched the scene unfold. Xianxia fought against 2 divine emperor realm demonic beasts with the power of his flesh and blood. How could Tyrant not be shocked by such a scene? If it was someone from the petrified sect, their jaws would have dropped to the ground. Xianxia's strength was undeniable, especially after his strength had increased once again. His sword chi was shockingly powerful. Rays of chilling light pierced through the sky. 13th sword, 14th sword, 15th sword, a sword that shook the sky shattered the void. Thunder rumbled and clouds rolled across the sky. Xianxia was fearless as he fought with his life on the line. However, the 2 golden pincer spider kings were not easy to deal with. Thick and capricious gossamer covered the sky and completely trapped Xianxia. Even Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword could not cut through it. The endless spider webs covered the sky. It was impossible for Xianxia to cut through them. Moreover, the limitless sword of the heavenly dragon sword was powerful. However, the power of the attack was greatly weakened by the spider webs. This was something that Xianxia did not expect. Layers upon layers of spider webs completely trapped Xianxia within. It was even more powerful than a formation. Xianxia struggled left and right, but was unable to break free. He, as long as you stay in my spider webs for 48 hours, you will be turned into thick water. Boy, just wait for your death. The golden pincer spider king sneered. Xianxia was wrapped in layers of spider webs like a cocoon. He had completely lost his freedom. Damn it, little Xianxia, you must be all right. Tyrant's heart was burning with anxiety. He shouldn't have let Xianxia fight the 2 golden pincer spider kings alone. He quickly dashed forward and unleashed numerous Buddhist seals, but when they landed on the golden pincer spider king's body, they seemed to be very light, as if they couldn't inflict any serious damage on it. You want to kill me? 48 hours? Even if it's 49 breaths, I will not give you the time. Xianxia snorted coldly. A green-blue flame broke through the air and rose slowly. In the end, all the spider webs were burned to ashes. The 2 golden pincer spider king's trump cards were easily broken by Xianxia. The terrifying flame was really shocking. Even their spider webs could not do anything to Xianxia. There were divine emperor realm experts who came to invade, but they were all sealed to death by the power of the spider webs. Xianxia was like a great rock flapping its wings when he broke free. The heavenly dragon sword shadow turned into layers of sword rain, forcing the 2 divine emperor realm demonic beasts to retreat. The scene was extremely explosive. Tyrant was already very excited. Xianxia always made him worried. However, the most shocking thing was that he was able to resist 2 divine emperor realm demonic beasts. Damn it, how dare you break my spider webs? Let's see how you're going to deal with my 8 golden pincers. The 2 golden pincer spider kings flew down once again. 16 golden pincers slashed down continuously, shattering the surrounding mountain rocks. The terrifying aura caused Tyrant's scalp to go numb. This group of fellows was simply too abnormal. Xianxia did not care. He strolled leisurely. The heavenly dragon sword slashed down one after another, intertwining with the golden pincer spider king's golden pincers. The clanging sound was incessant. Xianxia's sword was like a swaying swan, completely blocking the impact of the 16 golden pincers. It's time to show you the power of my heavenly dragon sword. Xianxia sneered. His eyes were sharp and as cold as frost. Sword shadows fell from the sky and directly slashed down on the mortal world. The golden pincer spider king could not resist at all. All 16 golden pincers were cut off by Xianxia, leaving it alone. The 16 golden pincers were directly kept by Xianxia. The golden pincer spider king was furious and retreated in defeat. Now that they had completely lost the initiative, a sense of crisis arose in their hearts. Run! This guy is too abnormal. The golden pincer spider king shouted in a deep voice and retreated. However, without the golden pincers, their speed was completely reduced. It was impossible for them to escape. Trying to run after acting tough? How could it be so easy? Humph, all of you stay here. The smile on Xianxia's face became more and more brilliant. These 2 guys were the touchstones for him to enter the central region Divine Land. Bastard, we have already escaped. Why are you still killing us? The golden pincer spider king roared. Really? Then I have already wanted to leave. Why are you still chasing me? Xianxia asked and sneered. The golden pincer spider king was speechless. Xianxia did not intend to provoke them, but they wanted to kill Xianxia. In that case, Xianxia could only give them a taste of their own medicine. This was his nature. Let these 2 golden pincer spider kings go? No way. Xianxia was not a kind person. Do you think begging for mercy will work? The 2 golden pincer spider kings began a crazy counterattack. Xianxia wanted to kill them, and they were not easy to deal with. They swore to fight to the death. Even if they had to risk their lives, they wanted to leave a fatal wound on Xianxia. However, how could Xianxia be fooled so easily? Xianxia retreated in order to advance. He held the azure lotus spark in his hand and did not confront them head-on. The scorching flames of the azure lotus spark made it almost impossible for them to rush forward. Moreover, the suppression was getting more and more difficult. If this continued, they might even be roasted alive by the azure lotus spark. Brutal, too brutal. But I like it. Ha ha ha. Tyrant was cheering for Xianxia from the side. He was able to help Xianxia, but Xianxia obviously wanted to test out his current strength. This battle should be fought by Xianxia himself. His previous worries were all for naught. Tyrant had no choice. Xianxia's blazing fire seals kept hitting the 2 golden pincer spider kings. The screams lasted for a long time. Xianxia laid out the ghost prison Ashura sword formation in the surroundings. The 2 divine emperor realm demonic beasts were completely suppressed by the azure lotus spark and lost their 8 legs. Now, they were attacked from all sides. 108 pinnacle essence divine tools were split apart. At that moment, the 2 golden pincer spider kings finally showed a look of despair. Burst out, let me see how powerful you are. Once the azure rises, a sword light shines through the 14 prefectures. Xianxia's sword shadow and Azura's sword intent had reached an unparalleled level. The 2 golden pincer spider kings were mercilessly killed by Xianxia in just 10 breaths of time, losing all of their vitality. The 2 giant kings of the golden pincer spider slowly fell beside Xianxia. Xianxia was also sweating profusely and his face was a little pale. The Ashura sword formation that was controlled by 108 primordial divine tools was a great burden for Xianxia. After all, the Ashura sword formation could kill a divine emperor expert. This was really shocking. A loud sound was heard and the mountain rocks were smashed. Tyrant looked at this scene and his heart trembled. Little Xianxia, you bastard. If this goes on, I won't be your opponent for the rest of my life. From the beginning to the end, the 2 kings of the golden pincer spider never thought that they would be killed by Xianxia. They didn't even have the chance to let out a miserable cry before they were killed by Xianxia. It was just too fast. Little Xianxia, I'm not convinced. Tyrant looked at Xianxia and said in a deep voice. Why? Xianxia smiled and looked at Tyrant suspiciously. Why are you so abnormal? It seems that even if I enter the Divine Emperor realm, I will still lose if I fight with you. Can you not be so abnormal? Tyrant looked at Xianxia helplessly and said while gritting his teeth. Then you can only cultivate as soon as possible. When you have the ability to level the West Pole Divine region, you might be able to fight with me. Xianxia shrugged and said. I can't be bothered to compete with you. As long as I can defeat Longshan next time, I will be satisfied. There's still De Huang and Han Yen. Even if I can't defeat you, I can still defeat them. TSK Tyrant was very confident in himself. He did not plan to compete with Little Xianxia in the future, but Longshan still had to compete with De Huang and the others. I am hailed as the reincarnated Buddha. Kid, you have to be careful in the future. Tyrant said with a prideful expression. Although he wasn't a match for Little Chen right now, he still wanted to boast about it. There's Overlord Spider fluid in the Golden Pincer Spider King's body. It's definitely good stuff for cultivation. Wait for me to extract it, and we'll have one each. As he spoke, Xianxia directly used the Heavenly Dragon Sword to cut open the bodies of the two Golden Pincer Spider Kings and extracted the Overlord Spider fluid from their bodies. The incomparably sticky Overlord Spider fluid was a good thing. It could be used for cultivation, alchemy, and it could even be used to refine some strange divine weapons. Looks like this thing is really good. These two Golden Pincer Spider Kings are really here to deliver warmth, ha ha ha. Tyrant laughed heartily as his eyes shone with a brilliant light. Are you going to the Central Region Divine Land? Little Xianxia. Tyrant suddenly asked in a low voice. He felt a little helpless in his heart. Why? You're not going? Xianxia frowned. Could it be that this guy had his own plans? Tyrant shook his head. He still had many things to do, and he had no choice but to do so. I also want to go to Xianxia, but I have to return to the West Pole Divine Land. Why? Xianxia asked. It was already very difficult for them to leave the West Pole Divine Land. If Tyrant still wanted to go back at this time, it would be no different from courting death. I said, my roots, my soul, and my beliefs are all there. Do you believe me? This was the first time Tyrant spoke to Xianxia in such a serious manner. Even Xianxia was not used to it. It seemed like this guy was serious this time. Xianxia was silent because there were some things that he could not persuade. Just like what Tyrant had said, his roots and his soul were all in the West Pole Divine Land. How could he give them up? This was a kind of understanding of life. If he really left the West Pole Divine Land, he might completely become like a walking corpse. I don't know when we'll be able to meet again. I thought you'd come with me to the Central Region Divine Land. Xianxia said with some disappointment. However, everyone had their own ambitions. Before they grew to the point where they could be feared by others, they had to move forward bravely and not sit and wait for death. Previously, we have killed almost everyone. If you return to the West Pole Divine Land, I reckon that all the forces in the entire West Pole Divine Land will target you. At that time, you will not be able to move an inch. Xianxia frowned. It would be nonsense to say that he was not worried. A place like the West Pole Divine Land would definitely be in a state of panic. They had caused a great disaster there previously, so they would definitely be wanted by all the forces. Xianxia could imagine what kind of place the West Pole Divine Land was now. As long as he entered it, he would definitely be targeted. Bah. Didn't Buddha say that? If I don't go to hell, who will? Ha 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 ha, Little Xianxia, when we meet again, I will definitely make you look at me in a different light. I will make the West Pole Divine Land kneel under my feet. Tyrant said in high spirits. His eyes were filled with arrogance. However, this was also in line with his character. No one could suppress him. If he wanted to do something, he would definitely do it. Even if his body was crushed into pieces, he would not frown. Tyrant, don't make me look down on you. This is what you said. One day, I will stand at the peak of the Central Region Divine Land and look down on all living beings with you. Ha ha ha. Xianxia said with an arrogant expression. However, his arrogance wasn't without reason. This was his dream, and it was also the requirement he had for himself. One day, he would make those guys who didn't know what was good for them disappear from this world. Xianxia's face was filled with arrogance and pride. His arrogance wasn't without reason. Ha ha ha, good, good. I will wait for that day. I will leave now. Tyrant turned around and left. He was afraid that he had some regrets in his heart. With Xianxia and little Xianxia, he was reluctant to leave the central region divine land. However, if he did not grow stronger, he would not even have the qualifications to see Xianxia again. How could Tyrant not make himself stronger? He was afraid that he would be reluctant to leave. A person's path was destined to be lonely. Tyrant was like this, so was Xianxia. However, they had no other choice. They had to fight for themselves, for their family and friends. They were not fighting alone. Xianxia could not help but feel a little disappointed in his heart. The fire Qilin had left him, and so had Tyrant. At this moment, he had become a loner once again. However, it was not necessarily a bad thing for a person to travel alone in the central region divine land. If that was the case, he would not implicate anyone. Even if he caused a great disaster like what happened in the West Pole divine land, he could just leave. He did not need to worry about whether others would be implicated or not. If one person was full, the whole family would not be hungry. Right now, Xianxia was in such a state. He had to enter the central region divine land as soon as possible. He had to find Yan Qingqing, and he had to find his master's enemy, that evil disciple. He had to avenge his master. Above the Luo River, on the peak of 1,000 mountains, there was a handsome youth with the appearance of a heavenly demon. He held a long spear in his hand, treading on the waves as he charged towards the mountain gate. The youth's clothes were as white as snow. He was thin, but he was like a pillar that could support the heavens and the earth. His temperament was cold, his long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were filled with coldness. The youth was enraged, his hands were constantly trembling. There was only one belief in his heart, to fight his way out of the mountain gate, to fight for a sky that belonged to him, to make everyone submit to him. That way, no one would be able to stop him. No matter who it is, those who obstruct me will die. The young man's cold voice reverberated above the Luo River. The 10 experts surrounded him, but they were forced to retreat again and again. These 10 experts were all elite disciples of the god Luo clan. Each of them had reached the half-step divine emperor realm, and the young man in front of them was also a half-step divine emperor. He fought against 10 of them alone, and his spear was extremely ferocious. No one could beat him. Stinking brat, don't be too arrogant. Behaving atrociously in my Luo god clan, I've long found you an eyesore. I'll fight you. King Luobin roared, his eyes were sharp as he stared at the white-clothed youth. The white-clothed youth gave King Luobin a cold glance and flicked his spear. Like a goddess scattering flowers, waves of air rolled and water arrows flew, completely sealing off King Luobin's path of attack. King Luobin's body trembled, and the spear was flicked away. Almost in an instant, the space beneath King Luobin's feet was shattered by the white-clothed youth. King Luobin was smashed into the void by the youth, blood gushed out, and his face was pale. This fella has actually become stronger, cough cough. King Luobin spurted out a mouthful of blood as he murmured. His heart was filled with dissatisfaction. How could he be so powerful? How could he occupy the source of the Luo River? If it wasn't for the source of the Luo River nourishing his body and helping him to break through, how could he stand at the peak of the Luo god clan? This was an extremely unfair matter. Get lost. The white-clothed youth went berserk once again. With a silver spear, he flicked away the 10 experts. None of them were spared, and all of them were heavily injured. The youth charged towards the mountain gate with unstoppable momentum. Let's return. A low and deep voice rang out. The white-clothed youth's face changed. He felt an incomparably powerful force that directly sent him flying. The white-clothed youth retreated 100 steps before stabilizing his body. His face was as gloomy as water. Why? Why won't you let me leave? You are imprisoning me, this is revenge. The white-clothed youth roared. His eyes were completely bloodshot. At this moment, his heart was cold without a trace of warmth. You're still not strong enough. When you break through to the Divine Emperor realm, you'll have the strength to dominate the central region Divine Land. At that time, I'll let you leave. But if you leave now, won't you be throwing the face of my Luo God clan? A series of shouts came from the sky again, but there was no one to be seen. The white-robed youth knew that with the Grand Elder guarding the mountain gate, he would not be able to leave no matter what. Not enough, not enough. When will I be considered strong enough? Do you want me to die of old age in this broken place of yours? Damn it, I've had enough of this Luo River. It's been over 100 years, I've been bored out of my mind. For my goddess, I've endured again and again. But in the end, even my brother's identity is still unknown. I don't know if he's still alive, but you guys still won't let me leave. You bunch of selfish bastards, I hate you guys to death. The white-clothed youth's eyes were extremely cold. His eyes were filled with killing intent, as though they could penetrate through the void. Get lost. Don't even think about leaving the Luo God clan before you reach the Divine Emperor realm. I'm doing this for your own good. Unfilial son, don't disappoint me. The voice in the void gradually disappeared and eventually turned into nothingness. At this moment, Goddess Luo raised her head and flew towards the white-clothed youth. Her eyes were filled with a trace of confusion. I'm sorry. Big brother, perhaps he's really gone. Even if you go out now, it's useless. I know that I can stop your body, but I can't stop your heart. I know that you guys have a deep relationship, but if you leave the Luo God clan now, you won't be able to cause any harm to them. You'll only be in danger. The Grand Elder's words should be for your sake. No matter what happens in the future, I'll follow you. But I hope that you won't hurt yourself. Even if Big Brother is really gone, I'll still be by your side if you want to take revenge for him. Goddess Luo murmured. The white-clothed youth grabbed Goddess Luo's shoulder tightly. If it wasn't for her, he would not be willing to stay in the Luo God clan. But in the end, he was imprisoned here. Even if he wanted to leave, it would be an extravagant hope. Although Goddess Luo was here, he knew that he had lost his freedom. Now that Xianxia's life and death was unknown, his heart was filled with sorrow and pain. Although Goddess Luo said that she saw Xianxia being buried in the Great Lightning Tune Temple's illusion, De Huang still believed that Xianxia would not die so easily. Unless he saw his corpse, otherwise, he would never believe that little Qinzi would die so mysteriously. Ever since he entered the divine world, he had never seen him. If Xianxia dared to die so early, he would definitely dig Xianxia's corpse up no matter what. I understand, De Huang turned around and left. His eyes were filled with sorrow. Little Qinzi, you better not die. Otherwise, even if I have to challenge the entire West Pole Divine region, I'll make them all die with you. None of those sanctimonious monks are good. After escaping from Goddess Luo's embrace, De Huang turned towards the source of Luo River. Goddess Luo's heart was filled with sorrow and pain. She knew how much pain De Huang was feeling at this moment. His brother's life and death were unknown, but he could do nothing. He could not even leave the God Luo clan. The anger and self-blame in his heart would definitely engulf him gradually. De Huang's departure was like escaping from her hands. Goddess Luo's heart was also in pain. The kind of heartache that she had never felt before. De Huang did not blame her, but her heart was filled with remorse. His heart needs peace. There are some things that you can't understand. No one can understand his pain. I just didn't expect that the omnipotent guy that he was talking about was actually such a disappointment. A faint moan came from beside Goddess Luo's ear. She wore a green dress that was like a waterfall. Her black hair was like the abyss. Her face was like jade. She had an extraordinary temperament. She was cold and elegant. She had bright eyes and white teeth. The lady's red lips moved slightly. Even King Luo Ben, who was far away, was afraid of her. One glance could topple a city, and another glance could topple a kingdom. Sister, it's not like what you think. Big Brother is really strong. Unfortunately, that Divine Emperor realm expert was too terrifying. With his late hierarch realm strength, he could not turn the situation around. In the end, he could only disappear into nothingness. The illusory realm of the Great Laying Temple was a dangerous place to begin with. He had almost killed everyone there. With his strength alone, he was able to support the heavens and the earth. He could even handle a divine emperor expert with ease. All of this is due to time and fate. Goddess Luo said with a bitter smile. She was filled with guilt for Jiang Chen's death. Not to mention that she could not do anything, even De Huang was trapped in God Luo clan when he wanted to avenge his brother. Trash will always be trash. Trash will always be trash. No words can erase it. Death is the end of it. You and he are not wrong. It's this ruthless and cold world that's wrong. You should also cultivate hard. Don't come out until you reach the Divine Emperor realm. You've wasted too much time because of love. You've already wasted too much of your time. This time, you should go into seclusion. The lady said faintly. Goddess Luo's expression changed. In the end, she nodded her head helplessly with an indescribable bitterness in her mouth. Central Region Divine Land, Broken Dragon County, Slate Blue Boundary, Dewing Mountain, thousands of miles of grass and trees form a slanting peak, 10,000 miles of mountain valleys do not see you, the winding mountain road turns to the end of the spiritual spring, a step into the sky crosses the mountain. The Dewing Mountain stretched as far as the eye could see and was surrounded by flowers and grasses. Jiang Chen had walked for half a year before he finally entered the boundary of the Dewing Mountain from the Wildland Divine Region. From here onwards, the real Central Region Divine Land could be considered. But even so, this was only the edge of the Central Region Divine Land. Jun Luohua, what do you mean? Do you want to fight to the death with me? Do you really think that I, Wang Fengqi, will be afraid of you? You want to attack me in the boundary of Dewing Mountain? Aren't you afraid that the people of Dewing Mountain will come out and kill you? A tall young man holding a heavy ruler said coldly. His eyes were cold. Beside him, there was a young girl in her 20s. The girl's eyes were filled with fear. There were more than 10 Hierarch realm experts surrounding them. They were firmly trapped in the middle, blocking all their escape routes. Why do I, Jun Luohua, need others to judge what I do? Who do you think you are? You want to be a hero and save the beauty? I'm afraid you are not qualified yet. You're really beautiful, Feng Yan is getting more and more beautiful. I like it. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Wang Fengqi, you are not qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Even if I kill you, does your Wang clan still have the guts to attack my Jun clan? You're courting death. Today, Feng Yan is mine. I didn't expect you to be so lucky with women. However, from today onwards, Feng Yan is my woman. After he finished speaking, Jun Luohua turned to look at the timid girl hiding behind Wang Fengqi. His eyes became brighter and brighter. This girl was slim and graceful. The Feng clan actually had such a talented girl. Why didn't he realize it before? He was really unlucky, extremely unlucky. Wang Fengqi had actually beaten him to it. Even if she wasn't a virgin, he still wanted to have some fun with her. If he, Jun Luohua, wanted a woman, there wasn't a single one he couldn't get in the blue plate world. Feng Yan, if you follow me in the future, your Feng family will definitely rise along with me. Otherwise, you'll have to face the wrath of my Jun family. Jun Luohua snickered and looked at Feng Yan with an extremely lustful gaze. However, at this moment, Wang Fengqi was protecting Feng Yan behind him. Brother Qi, I'm scared, Feng Yan whispered. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I won't let this bastard bully you. Wang Fengqi said in a deep voice, protecting Feng Yan with all his might, not giving Jun Luohua any chance at all. You trash. Let's see if you can protect your beautiful lady. Jun Luohua sneered and waved his hand. More than 10 Hierarch realm experts swarmed towards Wang Fengqi and instantly drowned him. Wang Fengqi's strength had already reached the early Hierarch realm. However, it was impossible for him to catch up to 10 Hierarch realm experts. He could only defend himself passively. However, the opponent's attacks were too fierce. It was difficult for him to defend himself. In just a moment, Wang Fengqi was forced into a desperate situation. The top 10 experts made it difficult for Wang Fengqi to move an inch. They had continuously injured Wang Fengqi. At this moment, Feng Yan's face was extremely gloomy. Her pretty face was filled with fear. Brother Qi. Sister Feng, leave first. Don't worry about me. Wang Fengqi shouted angrily. He wanted to stop the top 10 experts, but he was powerless. He was forced to retreat again. His face was pale and his strength was suppressed to the extreme. Feng Yan did not leave. Instead, she helped Wang Fengqi up with difficulty. The two of them supported each other and leaned on each other. Kaka, what a pair of ill-fated lovebirds. I, your father, love to break up lovebirds. In the future, little sister Feng doesn't need you anymore. I'll take care of her. I'll definitely make sure she's happy. Wahahaha, Jun Luohua said with a beaming smile. His eyes were filled with lust, as if he wanted to take her for himself. Damn it. You bastard. I'll kill you. Wang Fengqi roared angrily and rushed forward. He was extremely unwilling. He would not let this bastard taint his sister Feng even if he had to risk his life. With your strength, you're no match for me. Even without my guards, you'll still be defeated by me. Jun Luohua said disdainfully and directly faced Wang Fengqi. Wang Fengqi held the heavy ruler in his hand and slashed it down with a ferocious aura. His moves were extremely ferocious. However, it was nothing in front of Jun Luohua. Jun Luohua's strength had already reached the middle hierarch realm. Even the Wang clan's patriarch might not be stronger than him. How could the self-proclaimed genius of the Wang clan, Wang Fengqi, be his opponent? In front of the Jun clan, this guy was just a piece of trash that was not worth mentioning. Jun Luohua's palms struck continuously. Wang Fengqi's heavy ruler almost fell out of his hand. He was heavily injured by Jun Luohua again. The scene was extremely chaotic. Wang Fengqi was on the verge of death. Pfft. You're a piece of trash. You dare to snatch my woman? Are you worthy? Jun Luohua spat at Wang Fengqi and said with a gloomy face. He was disdainful towards Wang Fengqi. In front of the Jun clan, even 10 Wang clans were not enough. Did this guy really think that he could do whatever he wanted in the blue plate world? He was really shameless. Wang Fengqi clenched his teeth, unable to restrain his anger. However, he was not as skilled as Jun Luohua. He could only be so passive. He hated that his strength was not as good as Jun Luohua's. He hated that he could not even protect the woman he loved. Then, how could he face Feng Yan? Go and die. No dog of the Wang clan dares to bark at me. Jun Luohua struck out with his fist. Wind and thunder surged. Wang Fengqi's pupils constricted and his expression changed greatly. Was his life going to end at this moment? He still had endless revenge that he had yet to execute. He still had countless wishes that he had yet to fulfill. He still had to bring his clan to the top. He still had to protect the woman he loved for the rest of her life. However, at this moment, everything turned into a fleeting cloud. Because his life was actually going to be ended by Jun Luohua at this moment. Clang! Once the heavy ruler appeared, it directly blocked the momentum of Jun Luohua's attack. At this moment, Wang Fengqi also escaped from danger. Wang Fengqi looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The heavy ruler was originally in his hands. Why did it suddenly fall without any warning as if it was helped by the gods? It even blocked Jun Luohua's fatal attack. What's going on? Wang Fengqi's expression changed as he looked around in surprise. Who is it? Get out here. No matter what kind of monster you are, I will make you wish you were dead instead of going against my Jun clan. Jun Luohua shouted angrily as he looked around with a gloomy expression. On the treetop, Xianxia was lying there, swaying along with the sound of the wind. What a tragic story. Xianxia said with a smile. Brat, I think you must be tired of living. How dare you interfere in the matters of me, Jun Luohua? Who are you? Jun Luohua said angrily. There's something wrong with your surname. I just don't like you. Can't I? I just don't like you. Wang Fengqi did not know whether to laugh or cry. This is too overbearing. However, this expert in front of him did have the right to say such words. Strength is the hard truth. Jun Luohua did not expect Jiang Chen to be so direct. Can't you be a little more reserved? am I that annoying? I'm still the young master of the Jun clan. You don't give me any face, I'm really annoyed. However, he did not dare to say anything in front of such a powerful expert. After all, Xianxia's strength was much stronger than him. He might have reached the peak hierarch realm or even the half-step divine emperor realm. Even if a dozen of them joined forces, they might not be able to defeat Xianxia. This senior's strength is tyrannical. We are not as good as you. However, if senior wants to go against us, I think our Jun clan is not to be trifled with. If senior is willing to give face to our Jun clan will be grateful and treat you as our distinguished guest. Jun Luohua said proudly. As the descendant of the Jun clan, the young master of the Jun clan, he naturally had his own pride. Even when facing someone stronger than him, Jun Luohua did not have the slightest bit of fear. After all, the Jun clan's strength could not be changed by ordinary people. His clan was very famous. Even in the Broken Dragon County, it was one of the best. You dare to say such words in front of me, looks like you're threatening me? I don't care about your clan. You bully others and even want to snatch a woman. You scum, you're really something. How can you be so righteous? I'm just going to take care of the injustice in the world. What are you going to do about it? Xianxia said coldly. He looked at Jun Luohua. Jun Luohua's expression turned ugly. He subconsciously took a step back. He could clearly feel the endless killing intent from Xianxia. If he took another step forward, he might be killed mercilessly. Jun Luohua did not doubt that this arrogant senior in front of him was really unpredictable. Since he appeared here, how could he not know how strong the Jun clan was? Senior, you have to think this through. My Jun family is very powerful. Even in the Plate Blue world, we are one of the top existences. Jun Luohua continued with a cold expression. He had tried to use the Jun family to force Xianxia to back off, but he obviously didn't expect the other party to be indifferent. Does this person possess enough strength to disregard the Jun family? Jun Luohua didn't believe that there was anyone in the Blackboard world who wouldn't give face to the Jun family. Xianxia's eyes turned cold and he struck out with his palm. Thunder and wind moved and a wave of air rolled out. Jun Luohua and the others were all sent flying. Jun Luohua and the others fell not far away like dogs eating shit. Each of their faces turned pale. However, none of them dared to act blindly without thinking. The expert in front of them was too strong. They didn't even have the slightest strength to fight back. Senior, do you really want to make my Jun family your enemy? Jun Luohua said while gritting his teeth. His face was getting uglier and uglier. Xianxia's expression was cold. He didn't know if this Jun family was related to Jun Tianzhou, but those with the surname Jun were all bad guys. This was an indisputable fact. Since he had encountered such a dirty thing, he naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. Get out of my sight before I change my mind. Otherwise, do you really think that I won't dare to kill you? Xianxia's eyes were sharp like icy sword qi. It shot out, causing Jun Luohua and the others to retreat subconsciously. Each of their faces turned pale, not daring to have the slightest bit of resentment. My Jun family will remember this matter. We will meet again someday. Jun Luohua's expression changed. He snorted coldly and quickly retreated. If Xianxia wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as taking something out of his pocket. Jun Luohua didn't dare to continue challenging Xianxia's bottom line. He was afraid that he would die a violent death. That wouldn't be worth it. Xianxia didn't kill him because he was thinking about the other two. If he killed Jun Luohua and the others, he could just leave. However, they were also from the Blue Plate world. If the Jun family came to find trouble with them, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Xianxia didn't want to kill them. To him, Jun Luohua's death didn't mean much. But he could harm others. So, Xianxia didn't kill him. Thank you for saving my life, senior. Wang Fengqi's face lit up. He took a step forward and knelt on one knee. He looked at Xianxia respectfully. He admired Xianxia from the bottom of his heart. With just a wave of his hand, he forced that beast Jun Luohua to retreat. When would he have such strength? If he had such strength, that Jun Luohua wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of him. The moment Wang Fengqi looked at Jiang Chen, he was like a god. He looked at Feng Yan, who was scared out of her wits. Only by becoming strong could he protect the people around him. Only by becoming strong could he have the right to command the world. He wanted to become strong. He had to become strong. It was nothing. Oh right, I have something to ask you. Is this the Bluestone world? Jiang Chen looked at Wang Fengqi. Senior, this is indeed within the boundaries of the Bluestone world. It belongs to the Broken Dragon County and is within the territory of the White Tiger sect. I am a disciple of the Wang family of the Bluestone world. This is my fiancé, Feng Yan. Quickly greet Senior, Wang Fengqi said very respectfully. Thank you for saving me, Senior, Feng Yan said in a low voice. Feng Yan said in a low voice. Her weak look reminded Jiang Chen of the first time he met her. She was so weak, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. No need to be so polite. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. Then do you know the Fossil sect? The Fossil sect? That's the Kunshan County that's millions of miles away. It's much bigger than our Broken Dragon County. Sir, where are you going? Wang Fengqi asked in surprise. That's right. I'm going to the Fossil sect. Although Wang Fengqi didn't understand the situation of the Petrification sect, he knew that the Fossil sect was a big sect. If Senior dared to say that he was going to the Fossil sect, then his strength must be very strong. Jiang Chen thought for a long time. He didn't know anyone in the Central Prefecture Divine Land. He had only interacted with the people of the Fossil sect. Tantai Jingzong and the others weren't the kind of people who would curry favor with those in power. If he wanted to find information about Shangguan Hongyan and the Buddhist pagoda, the Fossil sect was the only place he could trust. The Central Plains Divine Land was vast and boundless. A distance of millions and millions of li was truly not close at all. Even with Senior's speed, I estimate that it will take more than half a year to reach the Fossil sect. I have a plan. I wonder if Senior would like to hear it. Wang Fengqi said in a low voice. He didn't dare to be disrespectful to Jiang Chen. Just say it. Wang Fengqi was delighted when he heard this. He continued, half a year later, there will be a 100-sect conference at the White Tiger sect. It is held once every 1,000 years, and the 100-sect conference is to select experts to be sent to the Fossil sect. As an outer core disciple of the Fossil sect, once you have the opportunity to enter the Fossil sect, you will be like a fish in the sea, a bird flying in the sky. Countless experts dream of entering the Fossil sect. Wang Fengqi said with yearning. He also looked forward to such a day, but his strength was too weak. It was impossible for him to become an outer core disciple of the Fossil sect. To him, this was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If you want to stand out in the 100-sect conference and enter the Fossil sect, there can only be 30 people. These 30 people must be from the powerful sects of the White Tiger sect. Moreover, it is said that the Broken Dragon County was chosen as the selection location after careful consideration. Although the strength of the White Tiger sect is not weak, compared to the Fossil sect, it is much weaker. The Fossil sect is one of the sects directly under the Sword Drawing sect in the Kunshan County. These experts who enter the Fossil sect will have the opportunity to advance to the next level and enter the Sword Drawing sect. If they enter the Sword Drawing sect, they will be the true pride of the realm of the gods. This is something that I did not even dare to think about in my lifetime. Wang Fengqi's eyes were filled with excitement, but so what if he was excited? Even if he entered the Fossil sect, he probably had no chance at all, let alone the Sword Drawing sect. The Sword Drawing sect was an extremely powerful and invincible existence. To Wang Fengqi, even to his entire Wang family, it was an extremely terrifying existence. The Sword Drawing sect was one of the supreme sects in the realm of the gods. How could he imagine it? The Sword Drawing sect, the pride of the realm of the gods? Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. He was not interested in the Fossil sect, but if it was the Sword Drawing sect, perhaps he would be a little interested. Even the strongest disciple of the Fossil sect, Tantai Jingzong, might not be his opponent. What was the point of entering the Fossil sect to him? As long as Senior enters the Petrified sect, everything will become extremely simple. With Senior's strength, you are definitely qualified to enter the top 30. 1,000 years ago, I was only a half-step ultimate god. However, I'll try my best this time. If it's possible, I'll enter the fossil sect. That's where the true experts gather. If I'm lucky enough to go to the fossil sect with you, it'll be my dream. Wang Fengqi said with a straight face. That's a good idea. I'll wait here in Broken Dragon County. There's no need to rush for half a year. Xianxia nodded and said. If Senior doesn't mind, you can stay at my Wang clan. How about it? Wang Fengqi continued. How could Xianxia not understand what he meant? However, he did not have much to do in the Plate Blue world. Going to the Wang clan would save him some trouble. Alright, I'll go to your place then. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Wang Fengqi became wild with joy. Being able to gain the favor of Jiang Chen was definitely a very exciting thing. Jiang Chen's strength was even more terrifying than the patriarch of the family. Wang Fengqi was very sure of this. Even the patriarch didn't give him such a huge pressure. I don't like noise. Just treat me as a friend. There's no need to cause too much commotion in your clan. Otherwise, I won't go. Jiang Chen said faintly. Wang Fengqi understood. Senior must be an expert who sought truth from ordinary people. He was definitely not an arrogant person. The Wang clan was considered to have some reputation in the Plate Blue world. Although it could not be compared to the Jun clan, it was still one of the strongest clans. It was also qualified to participate in the 100 Sect gathering. At least this time, Wang Fengqi was full of confidence. He wanted to enter and try his luck. Wang Fengqi was very smart. He knew that Jiang Chen did not like noise. Therefore, he did not tell anyone. He only arranged for Jiang Chen to stay in his own guest room to train quietly. Every day, he would go boating by the lake, drinking wine and practicing with his sword. Every time Jiang Chen trained, Wang Fengqi would stand at the side and watch Jiang Chen train without blinking. The splendor in his eyes grew more and more intense. But he never said a word. Moreover, he did not disturb Jiang Chen even once when he was training. He only watched attentively, and then trained hard. Although he could not achieve Jiang Chen's swordsmanship, he could feel that Jiang Chen's swordsmanship was of great help to him. It was also very effective for him to improve. To be precise, although he was known as one of the top talents in the Wang clan, Wang Fengqi was really not smart. On the contrary, he was very clumsy. This made even Jiang Chen sigh. Fortunately, he was very resilient. If the first time did not work, he would do it a second time. If the second time did not work, he would do it a third time. In short, every time he trained, he seemed to concentrate all his strength, as if the sword was his life. But, the results were still very little. Perhaps this was a problem of talent. Jiang Chen did not care about it, but his hard work was seen by Jiang Chen. The sword and the ruler were different tunes, but the heavy ruler was like a giant sword. The heavy sword had no edge, but it was more difficult to master the ruler than to master the sword. This was something that Jiang Chen understood better than anyone else. 3 months later, Wang Fengqi's strength had made great progress. His realm had also become sharper. The heavy ruler in his hand had also become lighter. Of course, all of this was due to Jiang Chen's boundless sword. The power of the boundless sword was something that even Jiang Chen could not completely understand. It could be said that the power of the boundless sword lay in the fact that it could strengthen the realm of the sword to the point of being invisible. The ultimate sword was endless and without end. It's still a little interesting. So hard-working, but still unable to comprehend the boundless sword. Jiang Chen rubbed his nose and said with a bitter smile. This guy is really stupid. How could he be called a supreme genius by the Wang clan? Of course, Jiang Chen did not know that in this world, how many people could reach the realm of his sword principle. Even the sword saint said that Jiang Chen was more terrifying than him. The boundless sword would definitely shine in the hands of Jiang Chen. Looking at others with his eyes, it was natural that there was no one who could enter his eyes. Kid, you're too stupid. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. Wang Fengqi's face turned red. Being called stupid by Jiang Chen, he could not help but feel a little embarrassed. However, the realm of the sword was too profound, and he could not understand it in a short period of time. He could only see it on the surface, and it could not be compared to the sword that Jiang Chen practiced. I'm sorry, Senior. I didn't mean to learn your sword technique. I was just curious. Xianxia didn't blame him. He waved his hand and said, I'm not saying that you shouldn't learn my sword technique, but you're too embarrassing. Is the sword principle realm so difficult to learn? I'm worried for you watching you practice the heavy ruler. How about this, I'll give you some pointers so that I can watch more comfortably. Wang Fengqi's eyes lit up. If he could get Senior Xianxia's pointers, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. He would be more confident in the 100-sect gathering. Thank you, Senior. Wang Fengqi said excitedly. Still calling me Senior? Shouldn't you be calling me Master? Feng Yan appeared behind Wang Fengqi. Xianxia could not help but smile. This little girl often came to look for Wang Fengqi and they were quite familiar with each other. She was indeed smarter than Wang Fengqi. At this moment, she directly asked Wang Fengqi to call Xianxia Master. Even Xianxia smiled and shook his head. I didn't say that I'll take him as my disciple. I, Xianxia, have never taken in a disciple. Xianxia said coldly. Senior, please accept him. You don't know how much effort Brother Qi puts into his cultivation. It's all because of his hard work that he was able to reach where he is today. He managed to break through from the peak Divine King realm to the Hierarch realm in just over 1,000 years. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to achieve that and they wouldn't be as determined as Brother Qi. Feng Yan said with a pleading expression. Xianxia couldn't bear to see the two of them looking at him with such a pitiful expression. He sighed. Feng Yan was delighted and gave Wang Fengqi a meaningful glance. Wang Fengqi blushed and said anxiously, Master. I didn't want to take in a disciple. You're really strange. Alright, I'll take in a stupid disciple. Let's see if you have the ability to comprehend. If you don't, this sword technique will be meaningless to you. Xianxia said with a serious expression. Wang Fengqi knelt down and cowed out heavily. I will listen to Master's teachings. The limitless sword has no realm. Your sword is your heart and your heart is your sword. Your sword follows your heart and your heart follows your heart. The limitless sword doesn't have any moves, but according to your understanding of the sword, it can continuously evolve attacks that are stronger than the previous one. This is the state of the sword realm. It can't teach you every move, but you can evolve endless sword techniques in the limitless sword. Understand? Xianxia said coldly. This was his first time being a teacher. I don't understand. Wang Fengqi's concise and comprehensive words almost angered Xianxia. Feng Yan snickered at the side. Xianxia glared at her. If it weren't for this damned girl, he wouldn't have been forced to accept Wang Fengqi as his disciple. Although Xianxia valued his perseverance and unwavering confidence, there was still a huge gap between these things and talent. It's true that an iron rod can be ground into a needle, but if you don't even know how to grind it, it's a bit unreasonable. Xianxia guided Wang Fengqi for a day. During this day, Xianxia almost cried because of Wang Fengqi's stupidity. This guy didn't look stupid, but he couldn't understand the essence of the limitless sword at all. Maybe he took it for granted. The complexity of the limitless sword wasn't something that anyone could understand. The sun was setting. Xianxia glared at Wang Fengqi and said, Master leads the way, but the cultivation is up to you. Master leads the way, but cultivation is up to the individual. Before you can use the third sword, don't say that you're my disciple. Yes, Master. Wang Fengqi's face turned red. He knew that he was too stupid. The exact same sword, when used by his master, possessed an endless amount of power, but when used by him, it was like an exhausted old woman. It didn't have any destructive force at all. No wonder Xianxia was so angry after teaching his disciple for just one day. Wang Fengqi's face turned red. Wang Fengqi's face turned red. After Wang Fengqi and Feng Yan left, Xianxia couldn't help but murmur, he really brought this upon himself. To be this stupid, he needs to be in a different realm. What? This bastard Jun Luohua is too shameless. I'm going to fight him. Wang Fengqi's face was pale and he said in a deep voice. Feng Yan pulled Wang Fengqi tightly. She was afraid that he would do something impulsive. Brother Qi, I know you're very angry about this matter, but I had no choice. My grandfather was intimidated by the Jun family's pressure, so he had no choice but to weigh the pros and cons. It's not like you don't know that even if our two families joined forces, we could at most tie with the Jun family. In this 100-sect conference, whichever one of you can enter the petrified sect to cultivate, can marry me. My grandfather has tried his best. I'm sorry, Brother Qi. Feng Yan bit her red lips, and her expression was ugly. The Feng family and the Wang family were no match for the Jun family, and the Jun family had even directly entered the Feng family to propose marriage, which made the Feng family look extremely bad. Wang Fengqi knew that this matter had nothing to do with little sister Feng, and even the Feng family could not do anything about it. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame the Jun family for going too far. Don't worry, Brother Qi. I will definitely not leave you. Although we are not together yet, I, Feng Yansheng, am your woman, and fourth is your ghost. Feng Yan said firmly. Wang Fengqi pulled Feng Yan into his arms. The more it was like this, the more he couldn't let little sister Feng down. If he was stronger than Jun Luohua, that guy probably wouldn't be so arrogant. At this time, he actually forced him into a dead end and forced little sister Feng into a dead end. Jun Luohua's strength is indeed stronger than mine. However, I will definitely train hard in the sword technique that Master taught me. I will definitely not embarrass Master. Jun Luohua, I will definitely make you my defeated opponent. Wang Fengqi fiercely punched the stone pillar. The reason why the Feng family made such a request was to protect both the Feng family and the Wang family's face. After all, this was the biggest concession they had made, and they had finally gotten the Jun family to compromise. However, the final result would depend on whether he could defeat Jun Luohua. At least for now, Jun Luohua was stronger and more terrifying than him. Wang Fengqi only had 30% confidence at most. Why am I so stupid? Why can't I learn the limitless sword that Master taught me? Wang Fengqi hated himself. He hated iron for not becoming steel. Senior Jiangchen is too strong. The limitless sword is definitely one of his strongest techniques. It's not easy for you to obtain Senior Jiangchen's inheritance. Therefore, you must cultivate well. I am also unable to understand the true essence of the limitless sword. This isn't something that can be changed overnight. However, once you understand the limitless sword, you will definitely be valued by Senior Jiangchen. Feng Yan said softly. Don't worry. I won't let anyone snatch you away from me. Not anyone. Wang Fengqi clenched his fist tightly. His face was incomparably gloomy. Jun Luohua, I will definitely not lose. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed, but Wang Fengqi's strength still did not improve much. The limitless sword seemed to have lost its soul in his hands. He could not even perform the first level of swordsmanship, the first sword. It showed how stupid Wang Fengqi was. Jiangchen sighed in his heart. He really should not have listened to Feng Yan's advice and accepted such a stupid disciple. Jiangchen knew that Wang Fengqi was stupid, but he was persistent and indomitable. However, he did not expect him to be so stupid that Jiangchen could not help but beat his chest and stamp his feet. The strength of the limitless sword was that everyone had a different understanding of the realm of swordsmanship, so the horror of each sword was more difficult to grasp. The first sword was only the beginning of the limitless sword. To break through the barrier of the limitless sword and comprehend the real limitless sword, this step was extremely difficult for too many people. In the end, Jiangchen did not expect this guy to complete the transformation of the limitless sword in a short period of time. Jiangchen was also speechless. However, the 100-sect gathering had arrived, so Jiangchen did not bother to argue with Wang Fengqi. The master showed the way, and the cultivation was up to the individual. He had already passed the limitless sword to him. As for how much he could comprehend, it was unknown. He could comprehend the sword one by one. The power and mystery of the 15th sword was not something that ordinary people could understand. Even the 7th sword, Wang Fengqi could not understand it. In the realm of swordsmanship, there were too many changes and mysteries. Even Jiangchen could only be regarded as a beginner. Because he understood swordsmanship, he could constantly break through the peak of swordsmanship. However, when Jiangchen looked at this burdensome disciple, he really did not know what to say. In the end, he gave him a pinnacle primordial divine tool as a token of his appreciation as a master. When Wang Fengqi held the pinnacle primordial divine tool in his hand, his heart seemed to have sunk. He had never seen a pinnacle primordial divine tool. Even his own master only had an upper-grade primordial divine tool. In the entire slate blue world, there were probably not many people who could have such a terrifying divine tool. With this pinnacle primordial divine tool, his strength would definitely rise. If he met Jun Luohua again, he would not be defeated so easily. "Thank you, master." Wang Fengqi's eyes were filled with excitement. To Jiang Chen, this pinnacle primordial divine tool was nothing. However, to Wang Fengqi, it was a priceless treasure. Now, Wang Fengqi was even more curious about his master's identity. Even the master did not have such courage because he himself did not have a pinnacle primordial divine tool. However, his master could give it to someone else so casually. This courage was definitely not something an ordinary person could have. Moreover, he did not participate in the 100 sect gathering to join the fossil sect. He only wanted to enter the fossil sect and negotiate with the people in the sect. Don't be blinded by external things. Don't use this primordial divine tool unless you have no other choice, unless you are in a life and death situation. When your strength can reach the late hierarch realm, then you can take this primordial divine tool out. Otherwise, as the saying goes, a gentleman's innocence will arouse the envy of others. Sooner or later, you will be targeted by others. Jiang Chen said. "I will remember master's teachings," Wang Fengqi said with a solemn face. He was extremely fond of the pinnacle primordial divine tool, Heavy Ruler. It was personally refined by Jiang Chen. It could be considered as tailor-made for Wang Fengqi. Although he was not very satisfied with this disciple, they met by chance and it was fate. In the future, he might not be able to help Wang Fengqi much, but he had done his best to teach Wang Fengqi the limitless sword and the heavy ruler. If you have the opportunity to enter the fossil sect, you might have a greater opportunity. However, by then, don't tell others that I am your master," Jiang Chen said faintly. Wang Fengqi's expression changed as he looked at Jiang Chen with a strange expression. "Why is that, master? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, you blockhead." Feng Yan pinched Wang Fengqi from the side. Jiang Chen did not say anything, but Feng Yan could see the seriousness in Jiang Chen's eyes. If it wasn't because he had something important to do, then he had many enemies. Otherwise, why would Jiang Chen be so afraid? Feng Yan knew that Jiang Chen was protecting Wang Fengqi and not letting him be in any danger. Folded Dragon County, White Tiger Sect, the 100 sect gathering was being held here. The experts from hundreds of sects were all waiting here with their heads raised. As one of the biggest sects in Folded Dragon County, White Tiger Sect was considered to be quite powerful. They must be quite capable to be able to host the 100 sect conference. Of course, Folded Dragon County was just a small county. It couldn't be compared to a big county like Kunshan County. The entire White Tiger Sect was bustling with people. Hundreds of sects had gathered. The scene was spectacular. Hundreds of hierarch realm experts were making their own preparations. Hundreds of sects were just a concept. The number of people participating in the 100 sect conference was no less than 200. Among them, their strength varied. There were half-step hierarch realm experts and early hierarch realm experts. There were only a few middle hierarch realm experts, which was already very eye-catching. After all, some of the sect masters were only middle hierarch realm experts. Looks like the people participating in the 100 sect conference are all very powerful. Who said so? Sigh, the competition is also very intense. We have to work hard again. We failed the last time. This time I will not be beaten back to my original state. Ha ha ha, you're right. We've already been here once. It would be too embarrassing if we were defeated by a newcomer. That's not necessarily the case. There will always be talented people in every generation. They'll lead the way for hundreds of years. Who knows, there might be a few devil incarnate. People like us should give up our positions. A group of hierarch realm experts laughed and said. However, the drive in their hearts was getting stronger and stronger. Wang Fengqi stood among the crowd, feeling incomparably proud in his heart. This time, no matter what, he would not fail. Moreover, he had to suppress Jun Luohua. Otherwise, little sister Feng might be snatched away by others. Once he entered the petrified sect, he would absolutely not feel the slightest bit of pressure. When facing the Jun family, he would not need to be so timid. Brother Zhang, I didn't expect you to lead the team again. Thank you for your hard work. The leader of the White Tiger sect, Bai Wenliang, said with a smile. Sigh, this is nothing. This little bit of tiredness for the sect is nothing. But as the leader of the sect leader Bai, you have worked hard. Zhang Tingxiu said with a smile. However, the person leading the team this time is really not me. It's my senior brother. It's just that he was delayed, but he will be here soon. Zhang Tingxiu said. That's good. However, I have a request this time. I hope Brother Zhang will agree to it. As for the reward, it will definitely satisfy Brother Zhang. Of course, I'm just a middleman. The one who really needs Brother Zhang's help is the Jun family. Jun family? Which Jun family? Zhang Tingxiu's eyes narrowed. Of course it's the all-powerful Jun family. It's just a branch of the Jun family. Bai Wenliang said with a playful look. Well said, well said. Bai Wenliang and Zhang Tingxiu looked at each other, and both of them revealed a knowing smile. The 100 sect tournament, to put it bluntly, was to select elite disciples and send them to the fossil sect. In the end, they would be selected layer by layer, and they might even have the opportunity to enter the sword-drawing sect. However, that was 1 in a million, and it was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Selecting 30 powerful genius disciples from more than 200 people was not difficult, but it was not easy either. Although Wang Fengqi had not comprehended the true meaning of the limitless sword, his strength was very strong. At least among these people, it was easy for him to enter the top 30. That was why he was full of confidence this time. Jiang Chen did not see anyone from the fossil sect. Tantai Jingzong would not show up in public. As for Sun Xiaolong, he did not see him either. Hence, he was not in a hurry to make a move. Wang Fengqi had been diligent in his cultivation and was indomitable. His strength had been cultivated step by step until now. He had achieved it through his own tenacious efforts. Therefore, he had overcome all obstacles along the way. He only needed one last battle to have the chance to obtain one of the 30 elite disciple spots. And in this last battle, coincidentally or not, the person Wang Fengqi met was Jun Luohua. It was as if the heavens had arranged it. Between the two of them, there was no turning back. Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. It seems like you're destined to die with a grievance this time. Jun Luohua said with a sneer. This battle was specially arranged by him. His purpose was to make Wang Fengqi's plan fail. In that case, Feng Yan would be his woman. However, he didn't expect that this coward hadn't gotten Feng Yan yet. It seemed that this time, it was quite worthwhile for him to win the heart of the beauty. He would definitely anger Wang Fengqi to death. Jun Luohua sneered. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Wang Fengqi said while clenching his teeth. At this moment, he didn't have much confidence in himself. In half a year's time, his strength was still far from being able to catch up to Jun Luohua. However, as long as he unleashed the pinnacle-grade primordial divine tool, he would definitely have the absolute advantage. However, his master had said that unless it was absolutely necessary, he definitely wouldn't unleash the pinnacle-grade primordial divine tool. This was his master's warning to him. Although Wang Fengqi was stupid, he could still guess some of the pros and cons overconfident fellow. Do you really think that you can have the last laugh? If it wasn't for someone saving your life in the forest, do you think that you can still live until today? You're really an idiot. Jun Luohua snorted. Wang Fengqi was defeated by him. There was no doubt about this. With Wang Fengqi's strength, it was impossible for him to defeat him. Therefore, Jun Luohua had absolute confidence. Moreover, if he were to kill Wang Fengqi in this battle, no one would say anything. Even the person in charge of the fossil sect, Zhang Tingxiu, was bribed by him. What did Wang Fengqi have to fight against him? Jun Luohua held the long sword in his hand and pointed it at Wang Fengqi. He was extremely arrogant. Come, loser. Let's see if you can last 10 rounds in my hands. Then, let's wait and see. Wang Fengqi said to Leng Leng. He did not know how confident he was in this battle, but he would definitely not give Jun Luohua any chance. Both of them wanted to kill each other. However, Wang Fengqi obviously knew that it was impossible for him to kill Jun Luohua. Even if he was lucky enough to defeat Jun Luohua, he would at most suffer a great loss. To him, the difficulty of this battle was self-evident. All right. Jun Luohua sneered and took the initiative to attack. His sword swept down and a gust of wind broke through the waves. Gentleman sword, first style, sword descends to the level sun. Jun Luohua's aura was like a rainbow. Among the experts who participated in the White Sect conference, he and Wang Fengqi were the best. The battle between the two had attracted many people's attention. Many people had gathered around. The battle between Hierarch realm experts was quite intense. Jun Luohua from the Jun family is too powerful. I think he can definitely enter the top 3 this time. That's hard to say. There is no ranking in the 100 Sect conference this time. It's a real battle of life and death. Some people will only show more experts when they fail and fall. Jun Luohua is so powerful. Isn't it because of the Jun family's strong foundation? If I'm given enough resources, I can definitely become a dragon among men. Strength and luck are indispensable. Plus, you need to reincarnate. Ha ha ha. Otherwise, it's hard to say. After all, there's only one Jun Luohua in our Broken Dragon County. Countless people were filled with questions and curiosity about the battle between the two. The genius of the Wang family, Wang Fengqi, is not someone to be trifled with. The battle between the two will be a real battle between tigers and wolves. Haha, you're right. However, I still favor Jun Luohua. After all, the Jun family's strength is there. Wang Fengqi will most likely lose if he fights against Jun Luohua. Jiang Chen looked at the scene silently. The surrounding people began to comment on it. He would not take any action. All of this was Wang Fengqi's luck and fortune. Whether he succeeds or fails, he has his own path to walk. This was not something that Jiang Chen could help him for a lifetime. If he could comprehend the limitless sword, it would not be difficult for him to defeat Jun Luohua. However, it was a pity that his talent was too weak. With Jiang Chen's swordsmanship, it was natural for him to cultivate the limitless sword. However, how many people in the world could reach his and the Sword Saint's realm? The two of them appreciated each other. Their understanding of swordsmanship was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Hence, even if the Sword Saint died, Jiang Chen would definitely be able to perform the limitless sword to its peak. That was the most terrifying thing. I think the Jun family's nephew will be able to kill that Wang family's kid in this battle. Bai Wenliang said with a cold expression. Hee, don't worry. No matter what, as long as I don't agree, he won't be qualified to enter my fossil sect. Zhang Tingxiu stood with her arms crossed and said faintly. This battle had attracted everyone's attention. Wang Fengqi held the heavy ruler in his hand as he unleashed one attack after another. However, he was still unable to grasp the might of the limitless sword. On the other hand, Jun Luohua seemed to be at ease at this moment, forcing Wang Fengqi into a situation where he could only retreat. It was rather difficult. Wang Fengqi lifted something heavy as though it was light. His sword stance changed again, but Jun Luohua's attack was obviously stronger than his. Everyone knew that Jun Luohua's cultivation technique, the family's glory, and all the Jun family's resources were all poured into him. If he wasn't strong enough, he definitely wouldn't be standing here. It could be said that Jun Luohua was the favored son of the heavens that everyone paid attention to. Although Wang Fengqi was not weak, he was still inferior to Jun Luohua in every aspect. Although Jun Luohua was extremely arrogant, he did have the right to be arrogant. At least in this remote place, in the Plate Blue world, in the Folded Dragon County, he was still considered a rather powerful person. The Hierarch realm experts clashed. The people around were all amazed. Wang Fengqi's heavy ruler was much stronger than before. Although he had yet to comprehend the power of the limitless sword, there was one thing that was beyond doubt. Jiang Chen's swordsmanship had helped him a lot. Although Wang Fengqi was still not as good as Jun Luohua, he was already much better than before. The heavy ruler was like the wind. Jun Luohua rose with his sword and the gentleman's sword chi shook the world. Both of them fought back and forth, but in terms of momentum, Jun Luohua was more than a few times stronger than Wang Fengqi. Feng Yan clenched her fists tightly and looked forward to it. If Wang Fengqi failed, then she would be occupied by the Jun family. The Feng family would not be able to turn the situation around. Facing the strong Jun family, they could only compromise and compromise. Brother Qi, you must hold on. Feng Yan bit her red lips. At this moment, her expression was getting uglier and uglier. Because Wang Fengqi was being forced back step by Jun Luohua, it was already showing signs of defeat. Jun Luohua was like a hot knife through butter. His sword slashed down horizontally, and a shocking wound appeared on Wang Fengqi's back. It was more than a foot long, and it slashed again in the air, tearing Wang Fengqi's long robe. His shoulder blade was completely penetrated, and Wang Fengqi was clearly at a disadvantage, and he retreated again and again. Trash like you isn't fit to fight me. Ha ha ha. Jun Luohua said with a wild laugh. Now that the victory had been set in stone, when he saw Wang Fengqi's damned face, he felt incomparably comfortable and carefree. Brat, you dare to snatch my woman? You're still too young. I can't lose, I can't lose. Wang Fengqi gritted his teeth and immediately swung his blade. Even if he had to fight to the death, he had to protect his dignity. If he lost, then little Feng would become someone else's woman. How could he bear such a blow? He definitely couldn't leave any regrets in his life. Jiangchen silently looked at Wang Fengqi. The competitive spirit in Wang Fengqi's eyes had already let Jiangchen see through his thoughts. He couldn't lose, he didn't want to lose, and he didn't want to become a loser. Wang Fengqi was forced to retreat step by Jun Luohua. Finally, he completely exploded in an instant. With a furious roar, Wang Fengqi held the pinnacle primordial divine tool in his hand and swept it horizontally. Terrifying waves of air rolled out unceasingly, and with an absolutely oppressive aura, Jun Luohua was sent flying. At that moment, Wang Fengqi's roar was like thunder as he rushed forward, crazily suppressing Jun Luohua. All the grievances he had suffered before, the anger that was suppressed, had finally erupted. Wang Fengqi was like a crazy bull, holding the heavy ruler in his hand. With the divine weapon in front of him, his aura suddenly increased by several folds. The terror of a pinnacle primordial divine tool shocked even him. The terrifying heavy ruler danced out continuously. Although Wang Fengqi couldn't comprehend the limitless sword, he had learned a bit of Jiangchen's swordsmanship. Under the suppression of the pinnacle primordial divine tool, Jun Luohua was completely defeated. The heavy ruler made Jun Luohua unable to breathe. Jiangchen sighed. This Wang Fengqi was still too young and impatient. Even if he couldn't enter the fossil sect, he wouldn't just watch him stay here. However, he still used the pinnacle primordial divine tool without any hesitation. Wang Fengqi's obsession was very deep. Jiangchen didn't know whether this was good or bad for his cultivation. At least at this moment, Jiangchen felt that Wang Fengqi was too young and impetuous. But in the end, he was still his disciple. Although his disciple died, there was already a master-disciple relationship. He couldn't shirk the responsibility. This Wang Fengqi is not simple. He actually forced Jun Luohua to such a state. Looks like we've all misjudged him. That's right. Looks like the Jun family's genius and the Wang family's genius have been decided. This Wang Fengqi is really not simple. In the end, it still depends on who has a stronger foundation. This Wang Fengqi actually has such a terrifying divine weapon. Although I don't know how powerful that divine weapon is, it's definitely not an ordinary weapon since Jun Luohua couldn't resist it. Countless people had not expected that in the end, Wang Fengqi, who had been suppressed to the extreme, would actually launch a crazy counterattack. Jun Luohua had completely turned into a drowning dog, and was suppressed by Wang Fengqi. Interesting. He actually has a pinnacle primordial divine tool. He's not simple. Zhang Tingxiu's eyes brightened. Even she didn't have a decent pinnacle primordial divine tool. This guy is really too greedy. Anyone would be tempted by it, right? A pinnacle primordial divine tool was really too tempting. This kid relied on the power of a pinnacle primordial divine tool to suppress Jun Luohua to such a state. It was reasonable. Originally, the difference in strength between the two of them wasn't too big. Looking at it now, it was completely the fault of a pinnacle primordial divine tool. Yeah. This kind of divine weapon shouldn't be owned by a weakling like him. Bai Wenliang laughed and said. There was a hint of coldness in the space between his brows. This guy actually defeated Jun Luohua. It's really hateful. Jun Luohua was extremely depressed. He was actually suppressed by Wang Fengqi. Moreover, he was in such a miserable state and had to flee. At this moment, Wang Fengqi displayed all of his skills and didn't leave any room for Jun Luohua. Jun Luohua was heavily injured by Wang Fengqi. In the end, Zhang Tingxiu came out and stopped the fight. Killing people like scything flax, bloodthirsty. Your thoughts are too heavy. It's just a competition, why take someone's life? You are indeed a vicious and merciless person. I'm afraid my fossil sect will not tolerate such a stubborn person like you. Zhang Tingxiu protected Jun Luohua and said lightly. The corner of Jun Luohua's mouth curved into a sinister smile. Zhang Tingxiu's words made Wang Fengqi's expression change. His heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this the same as sentencing him to death? Was he fated to enter the fossil sect just like this? Senior, you can't be like this. Why did other people also have a life and death battle? There were at least 20, if not 50, who died. Why are others fine? Yet, when it comes to me, I become a vicious, merciless, and evil person? This is not fair. Previously, he had killing intent towards me several times, but you were indifferent. Why is that? Isn't he the same? Wang Fengqi said while clenching his teeth. He was very anxious in his heart. He defeated Jun Luohua, would he still be sent out? Humph, what a sharp-tongued kid. Are you questioning me? Whether you can enter the fossil sect or not, it's up to me. You look like a sinister and cunning person. Furthermore, you are so crazy. In the future, you will definitely not become a true genius. Even if you have some achievements in the future, you will most likely enter the evil path. My fossil sect definitely does not welcome such a person to enter the sect. You being able to defeat Jun Luohua was completely a matter of luck. If you didn't have this peerless divine weapon, how could you have one? You completely relied on external objects, it can't be considered your own strength. Furthermore, you actually dared to question me. This is simply an insult to me. You make me very unhappy, very unhappy. If I let you enter the fossil sect, what would happen? Therefore, you are not qualified to enter the fossil sect. Zhang Tingxiu said in a deep voice, as if she was pronouncing a death sentence. Wang Fengqi's figure staggered, his face paled, and he almost fell to the ground. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Wang Fengqi was so angry that his entire body was trembling. I don't know where you obtained this divine weapon from. Just you alone, how could you be qualified to possess such a treasure? You must have stolen it or snatched it from somewhere. How could you be qualified to possess it? Give it to me. Zhang Tingxiu took the pinnacle primordial divine artifact from Wang Fengqi's hands. Zhang Tingxiu's eyes lit up. This trip to the Broken Dragon County was definitely worth it. She did not expect to get such a reward. This is Wang Fengqi was incomparably anxious, but Zhang Tingxiu still managed to snatch the peak-grade primordial divine tool away. He was furious and anxious in his heart. That was a gift from his master. Just as he was about to say these words, he suddenly recalled what his master had said before. If he couldn't comprehend the true essence of the limitless sword, he would absolutely not be allowed to say that he was his disciple. Return my divine weapon. Wang Fengqi took a step forward and was knocked back by Zhang Tingxiu's palm strike. His face was ashen, and he didn't have the strength to fight anymore. Humph, I don't know where you stole it from, but you actually want to take it back. What wishful thinking. Even if the patriarch of the Wang family was here, he would not dare to be so rude to me. I declare that you will never be qualified to enter the petrified school. It's the same now, it'll be the same 1,000 years later, and it'll still be the same 10,000 years later. Zhang Tingxiu said angrily. Wang Fengqi's eyes were filled with despair. He didn't listen to his master's words, and now he had finally caused trouble. A gentleman's wealth was his own ruin. Zhang Tingxiu obviously wanted to take it for herself, but he was powerless. At this time, how could he still have the face to look for his master? Even his master would not dare to offend the petrified school. Feng Yan rushed forward and helped Wang Fengqi up, but Wang Fengqi still spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His aura was extremely weak. His efforts were all in vain. His sister Feng would definitely become someone else's bride. He was unwilling, but he was still suppressed mercilessly. Jun Luohua was obviously defeated, but she could still replace him and enter the petrified school. He only used a pinnacle primordial divine tool. What crime was that? But all of this was too unfair. Who could he find to complain to? Wang Fengqi was filled with despair. Feng Yan looked at him with tears in her eyes. Both of their eyes were filled with bitterness. She wanted to leave with Wang Fengqi, to the ends of the earth, to fly together. But she could leave, but the Feng family couldn't. Once the Feng family left, they would definitely be destroyed, and they would become ghosts under the iron hooves of the Jun family. She couldn't sacrifice the lives of thousands of people in the family for her own selfish desires. If she did that, how different would she be from an executioner? I'm sorry, Sister Feng, I've let you down, Wang Fengqi murmured. His heart was filled with loneliness and helplessness, but he had no face to see his master. The weak are not qualified to be my disciple. Stand up. Jiangchen walked over step by step and shouted in a deep voice. Under the shout, Wang Fengqi's expression changed again and again. Finally, he clenched his teeth and stood up slowly. He lowered his head and stood behind Jiangchen. Not everyone is qualified to be my disciple, Jiangchen. You are the first, and I'm not sure if you will be the last. But as my disciple, you can't just fall like this. Jiangchen's expression was gloomy as he looked at Wang Fengqi coldly. Wang Fengqi nodded silently and set up a benchmark in his heart again. You don't have enough talent, but your strength is still passable. Besides training, you can make up for your lack of talent with diligence. This is the reason why I value you. But the things that I give you, others are not qualified to take them away. Jiangchen looked at Zhang Tingxiu and said indifferently. Things that you give me? It's funny. Hee, can I say that the entire folded dragon county is mine? Zhang Tingxiu squinted her eyes and looked at Jiangchen. Although the person in front of her was not weak, it was not to the extent that she was afraid of him. As the messenger of the fossil sect, even the lord of the White Tiger sect, a half-step divine emperor realm expert, had to give her some respect. Where did this young man come from? How dare he try to take away the things in her hands? He had nothing better to do and wanted to die. It seemed that he had found the wrong person. You are truly a little disappointing. It seems that your petrified sect is also a place that harbors evil. You are clearly siding with someone else, yet you still dare to speak such arrogant words and see someone else's things. This so-called envoy is truly impressive. Jiangchen sneered. At this moment, the Lord of the White Tiger sect, Bai Wenliang, also stepped forward. His face was gloomy as he looked at Jiangchen. The 100 Sect Conference is our most important event. How dare you come and cause trouble? Brother Zhang, I don't know where this guy came from. He dares to cause trouble in the 100 Sect Conference. Looks like he's tired of living. That's right. Senior, this kind of evil person should die without a burial place. This person is not a good person. He almost killed me before and he still dares to pretend to be a good person. He has no sense of shame, Jun Luohua said in a deep voice. He looked at Jiangchen and Wang Fengqi with a gloomy expression. At this moment, he wished that he could kill both of them and send them to the 18th level of hell, never to be reincarnated. If it wasn't for Jiangchen, he would have succeeded previously. Why would he wait until now? The Feng clan had to give in after the Jun clan heavily pressured them. Jun Luohua knew that it was impossible for him to fight against Jiangchen with his strength. However, the White Tiger sect and the Petrification sect were different. These two sects would not be afraid of Jiangchen. He did not belong to any sect and was alone. Even if the White Tiger sect and the Petrification sect wanted to kill him, there would not be any danger. They actually almost killed nephew Jun. It seems that these two people are not easy to deal with. Bai Wenliang said faintly. He was indeed qualified to say such words. He did not put Jiangchen in his eyes at all. As the leader of the Broken Dragon County and the master of the White Tiger sect, his strength was at the half-step divine emperor realm. It was quite terrifying. Apart from him, no one else at the scene could reach the half-step divine emperor realm. Even Xianxia, who came to participate in the 100 sect gathering, was only at the late hierarch realm. If you want to frame someone, you can always find a pretext. Looks like the word fairness can only be shown when one's strength is strong enough. Jiang Chen sneered. Although Wang Fengqi had betrayed his own thoughts in this battle, he did not violate the rules at all. From Zhang Tingxiu and by Wenliang's point of view, it was simply too much. Jiang Chen did not want to participate in this at first. However, the other party was not fair at all. Jiang Chen would not let his disciple be bullied like this no matter what. Get out of here if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, don't blame my petrification sect for being impolite. Zhang Tingxiu said coldly. Although Jiang Chen was very strong, as the envoy of the petrification sect, he naturally would not be afraid. Moreover, this was the territory of the White Tiger sect. If something happened, Bai Wenliang would not just stand by and do nothing. Why should he be afraid? Such arrogance. Not afraid that the wind will cut your tongue. The name of the petrification sect is really famous. Jiang Chen sneered, showing an indifferent look. He did not put fossil sect in his eyes at all. Zhang Tingxiu's eyes were incomparably cold. Jiang Chen had slandered and even ignored the fossil sect in public. He absolutely couldn't sit back and do nothing. Previously, Zhang Tingxiu could still ignore Jiang Chen's existence, but now that Jiang Chen had taken the initiative to find fault with them, it was a little unjustifiable. If the fossil sect continued to remain silent, wouldn't they become the laughingstock of the crowd? Most importantly, Zhang Tingxiu came here on behalf of the petrification sect. How could he not be angry when this person was openly looking down on the petrification sect? How could he not teach this guy a lesson? However, the person in charge had not returned yet. Therefore, Zhang Tingxiu was not in a hurry to make a move. However, he could not tolerate it. In his opinion, the prestige of the petrification sect was unattainable. Since Jiang Chen dared to look down on it, he could only bestow death upon him. It seems that you have made up your mind to become enemies with the petrification sect. Haha. What an imposing manner. May I know which sect my master is from? Zhang Tingxiu said coldly. No sect. However, I really don't put your petrification sect in my eyes. Jiang Chen said disdainfully. Zhang Tingxiu's face had already turned completely gloomy after being provoked by his words. Where did this guy come from? Could he be the savior of the Wang clan? He actually dared to look down on the envoy of the petrification sect. This is too stimulating. Haha. Who knows? There are all kinds of people in this day and age. However, this person's strength seems to be quite good. If he wasn't someone with some ability, he wouldn't dare to challenge the petrification sect. Even if he has strength, what can he do? Although the petrification sect's foundation isn't here, isn't it easy to deal with a kid who doesn't belong to any sect? Also, don't forget that this is the territory of the White Tiger sect. Do you think that the people of the White Tiger sect will just stand by and watch? That's true. It seems that this guy is destined to provoke the enmity between the petrification sect and the White Tiger sect. More and more people began to discuss the matter. Even Wang Fengqi's expression became extremely ugly. He stood behind Jiang Chen and said in a low voice, "Don't worry. Master, how about we forget about it? We can't fight against the petrification sect. For me, it's not worth it. That way, Master will definitely be consigned to eternal damnation." Wang Fengqi's heart was full of guilt. His master had stood up for him, but the strength of the petrification sect was not something they could imagine. Right now, not only was he unable to enter the petrification sect, but he had also dragged his master down with him. This caused Wang Fengqi's expression to become even uglier. If something happened to his master, wouldn't he become a sinner for all eternity? Although his master was very strong, the opponent was the petrification sect. Furthermore, he had the support of the White Tiger sect. At this moment, Wang Fengqi could already feel Zhang Tingxiu's dense killing intent. He was completely targeting his master. Jiang Chen glanced at Wang Fengqi indifferently and said, "Life only lasts for a single lifetime. If you want to live, you must be magnanimous and unrestrained. You must kill the weak as soon as possible. You can't bow and scrape, and you can't belittle yourself. If you do that, it will only make it impossible for your Tao heart to grow. But the one we offended is the petrification sect. Master, this matter was caused by me alone. Master, you don't have to stand up for me. This will definitely implicate you. Wang Fengqi was full of guilt towards Jiang Chen. Not only did he not give his master any face, but he had also become the target of public criticism. This was a very cruel thing for Wang Fengqi. So what if it's the petrification sect? Not to mention these small fry, even if it's the petrification sect's elders, I, Jiang Chen, can come and go as I please. Jiang Chen coldly looked at Bai Wenliang and Zhang Tingxiu. These two fellows were jackals of the same tribe. Not a single one of them was good. Whether it was the White Tiger sect or the petrification sect, it seemed like there was a foul atmosphere in both of them. Ha ha ha, this is the first time I've heard someone as arrogant as you. Your tone is really not ordinary. You want to step into the petrification sect's hall? What a fool's dream. You don't know what's good for you. Today, I must teach you a lesson. Zhang Tingxiu's eyes shone brightly. His eyes met with Jiang Chen's. His battle intent was high, ready to erupt at any moment. You're too trash. You're not my opponent. Jiang Chen said lung. I think you're tired of living. The dignity of my petrification sect cannot be violated. Zhang Tingxiu angrily shouted. Holding the heavy ruler, a peak primordial spirit artifact, he charged at Jiang Chen. He took a step forward, and his momentum was like a rainbow. As he charged, he was like a huge dragon rolling in the sky. What a terrifying momentum. Yes, I'm about to suffocate. This elder of the petrification sect is simply too strong. This ignorant fellow is seeking his own death. What a joke. It seems that the dignity of the petrification sect is really not something that anyone can ignore. At this moment, Zhang Tingxiu, with a strong momentum, closed in on Jiang Chen in one go. Wang Fengqi's expression changed greatly. He subconsciously retreated, his eyes filled with despair. Master. I'm sorry, however, Jiang Chen did not move at all. His expression was calm, and his aura was calm. Under Zhang Tingxiu's incomparably domineering attack, Jiang Chen stretched out his palm. With a light movement, an incomparable power instantly erupted. Like a sudden clap of thunder, it destroyed everything in its path. In an instant, Zhang Tingxiu was forced to retreat. The latter's momentum was instantly submerged, and her aura was completely gone. Her expression was extremely gloomy. Defeated in one move. It was too horrible to look at. Congratulations to the Ode of the Sorcerer for walking on the silver screen and traveling through Xia and Shang. The sorcerer exists between heaven and earth. Ritual, one and only, supporting each other. Technique, one who can penetrate the heavens and earth, possessing infinite power. The sorcerer, Tao, and mountains and seas under the blood-red pen have a different flavor. I wish the Ode of the Sorcerer to sharpen the sword for 10 years, and a sword will clear the sky. Defeated in one move, crushing everything in its path, who would have thought that the insufferably arrogant fossil sex envoy would be defeated in one move by Jiang Chen? It was simply unbelievable. Just how strong was Jiang Chen when he was still alive? Zhang Tingxiu couldn't even withstand a single attack from him. The great Tao was simple, one palm smashing the sky. Terrifying ripples appeared in the surrounding void in an instant. The crowd within 100 feet all retreated as they were shocked by the power of Jiang Chen's palm. Zhang Tingxiu, who bore the brunt of it, was even more so. The impact she received was simply unimaginable. Wang Fengqi was stunned, Jun Luohua was stunned, even the strongest Bai Wenliang was completely stunned. They had thought of countless ways to end the battle, but they never thought that Jiang Chen would be able to conquer the world with just one palm. It was a resounding slap to everyone's face. Even Bai Wenliang did not expect the ending to be like this. Although he knew that his master was very strong, he did not expect it to be this strong. Wang Fengqi's view of his master was constantly changing. His master's strength was already strong enough in his eyes, but he still could not understand how he could defeat Zhang Tingxiu in one move. How many means and abilities did he need to do that? Wang Fengqi suddenly felt that his master had become incomparably tall and majestic. He knew that his master was definitely stronger than anyone else here. The only one who could be compared to him was probably the Lord of the White Tiger sect, Bai Wenliang, who was as steady as Mount Tai. The one who felt the most aggrieved was Zhang Tingxiu. He originally planned to make the fossil sect proud, but who would have thought that he would be ruthlessly slapped in the face? If this matter were to spread, wouldn't he be laughed at? When he returned to the fossil sect, he must not let his senior and junior brothers know about this. Otherwise, he would really be too ashamed to continue living in this world. Was Zhang Tingxiu weak? That was impossible. The fossil sect's envoy was a late hierarch realm expert. His strength was unquestionable. Moreover, he must be a true expert to be entrusted with such a heavy responsibility by the fossil sect. Even an ordinary peak hierarch realm expert might not be stronger than Zhang Tingxiu. He still had this bit of confidence, but he was so weak in the hands of Jiang Chen. Bai Wenliang asked himself. Even he might not be able to defeat Zhang Tingxiu in one move. Wasn't this guy too terrifying? His strength was clearly inferior to his own, yet he possessed such shocking explosive power, causing everyone's expressions to change. It was to the extent where a huge uproar broke out. This wasn't a coincidence. Jiang Chen's strength left Zhang Tingxiu completely dumbfounded. She had been knocked back by Jiang Chen with a single palm and was severely wounded. What face would she have left? How could her fossil sect maintain its foothold? Zhang Tingxiu held it in for a long time, but in the end, he still couldn't hold it in. He spat out a mouthful of blood, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise. They couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This move had caused Zhang Tingxiu to completely lose his combat strength. His face was deathly pale, and his eyes were cloudy. Zhang Tingxiu had already done his best, but he was still defeated by Jiang Chen in a single move. To him, this was the greatest humiliation of his life, a great mockery. At this moment, even he himself felt ashamed. What a strong fellow! It seems that we've all misjudged him. Who said it wasn't? He defeated Zhang Tingxiu in a single move. I'm afraid that only the sect master of the White Tiger sect, Bai Wenliang, can suppress this fellow. The fossil sect's envoy was forced back by a single palm. Interesting. It seems that this time, none of them will retreat, nor will they give in. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Chen's figure didn't change at all. He retracted his hand and stood there. Wang Fengqi was simply dumbfounded. Wasn't his master too godly? This move was simply enough to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. What kind of palm was it to be able to instantly defeat Zhang Tingxiu, to the point where he didn't even have the courage to attack again? Moreover, he was madly spurting out blood and was seriously injured. At this moment, the fossil sect's face had been completely thrown away by Zhang Tingxiu, and he himself had sunk into silence. To Jiang Chen, this move was relatively simple. However, when it hit Zhang Tingxiu, he was filled with despair. Jiang Chen only used 50% of his strength in this palm. If he used 70% to 80%, Zhang Tingxiu would already be dead at this moment. Jiang Chen still wanted to enter the fossil sect, so he didn't need to kill Zhang Tingxiu. If he killed him, the fossil sect would more or less feel resentment towards him. Hence, Jiang Chen gave him a heavy blow, making him unable to stand up again, so that he could still fight. Sect Master Bai, it's all up to you now. My senior brother has yet to return. Please help me to capture this fiend. I, Zhang Tingxiu, will surely be grateful. Zhang Tingxiu said in a deep voice. Now, he could only place his hopes on Bai Wenliang because Bai Wenliang was the strongest among the people present. He was a half-step divine emperor. Capturing Jiang Chen would be a piece of cake. Bai Wenliang also nodded silently. He knew that befriending Zhang Tingxiu was the same as befriending the fossil sect. In the future, he would surely be able to gain some benefits from the fossil sect. So why not? Jiang Chen was only a peak hierarch. How could he be his opponent? Taking action against Jiang Chen at this time would leave a good impression on Zhang Tingxiu. This deal was really worth it for Bai Wenliang. However, to Bai Wenliang, a real promise would make him feel more at ease. Brother Zhang, there are 4 genius disciples in my White Tiger sect. All of them are very talented. It's a pity that they are still young. Bai Wenliang transmitted his voice. No problem. Leave this matter to me. I hope Sect Master Bai will do your best to capture this fiend for me. Zhang Tingxiu glanced at Bai Wenliang. He's really a greedy person. He won't do anything without benefits. This request wasn't too much for him. Although it was a bit far-fetched, Xianxia wanted to give Xianxia a heavy blow right now. Only by doing so could he regain his face. If not, he would lose all his face in this remote place. Xianxia didn't know what to do. Bai Wenliang's eyes lit up. With Xianxia's promise, he could deal with Jiang Chen without any scruples. After all, he had the strong backing of the petrified sect. He must not drop the ball at this time. Bai Wenliang's eyes lit up. Kid, you're too arrogant. Behaving atrociously in my White Tiger sect's territory. Looks like you're tired of living. You don't even put the fossil sex envoy in your eyes. Interesting. Humph. Let me give you a good lesson today. Bai Wenliang harumphed coldly and strode towards Jiang Chen like a meteor. Terrifying waves of air rolled out. The attack of a half-step divine emperor made everyone's countenance fall. They might not even have the chance to witness such an expert's attack in their lifetime. Of course, they would not dare to miss out a single bit of it. A half-step divine emperor's power was unparalleled. This battle was bound to be earth-shattering. Looks like this guy won't give up until he sees his coffin. Now, even the master of the White Tiger sect has joined the fight. He's definitely going to die. Ha ha ha, this guy invited by the Wang family is too arrogant. He has offended the Fossil sect and the White Tiger sect. How can he have a good life? Plus, this is not just a 100-sect conference. How can the Wang family establish themselves in the folded Dragon County in the future? What a failure. Are the heads of the Wang clan's people squeezed by the door? Now that the master of the White Tiger sect has joined the fight, it should be easy. Jiang Chen was the one who was the least optimistic. Even Wang Fengqi was holding his breath at this moment. Could his master really fight against the master of the White Tiger sect who was at the half-step divine emperor realm? In his memory, the master of the White Tiger sect was the strongest existence in the entire folded Dragon County. Other than him, it would be the June duo of the June family. However, the June duo obviously did not show up. In Wang Fengqi's knowledge, the half-step divine emperor realm was an unattainable existence. It was a kind of loneliness of being invincible. His master's strength should not have reached the half-step divine emperor realm. His master would probably lose this battle and he might even lose his life. Wang Fengqi took a deep breath. He knew that his master wouldn't be able to take this lying down. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring and had to be released. This battle would most likely cause his master to be consigned to eternal damnation. His death wouldn't be regretted, but his master would be trapped because of him. This made his heart filled with shame. Everyone was watching this scene. Jiang Chen was still standing there without moving an inch. Bai Wenliang's aura was ferocious. It was more than 10 times stronger than Zhang Tingxiu. Such a terrifying impact had shocked everyone. They sighed in their hearts. A half-step divine emperor is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Chen will definitely die in this battle, imminent peril. Between life and death, a single thought is eternal. Wang Fengqi clenched his teeth and dashed toward Jiang Chen. He wanted to stand in front of his master and block this attack for his master. This was all because of him, and he would never let his master become a scapegoat. Even if he had to die, he wanted to walk in front of his master and complete the final ceremony for his master. Brother Qi! Feng Yan cried out in surprise. No one had expected that Wang Fengqi would actually stand in front of Jiang Chen. Furthermore, no one had seen that scene at all. Bai Wenliang did not even expect that Wang Fengqi would be so reckless and actually dare to stand in front of him. In that case, he would kill Wang Fengqi first. Anyway, both of them had to die. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows, but a trace of gratitude flowed through his heart. It seemed that this guy was quite loyal. He actually wanted to help me block Bai Wenliang's earth-shattering attack at this time. If he blocked it, then Wang Fengqi would undoubtedly die. However, with Jiang Chen's current strength, how could he let Bai Wenliang have his way? 5 elements divine dragon seal. Jiang Chen's expression changed, and a terrifying seal was directly struck out. This caused Bai Wenliang's expression to change, and he was forced to retreat forcefully. The divine dragon's roar was deafening. At this moment, it completely became a terrifying scene. Bai Wenliang was forced to retreat by Jiang Chen. Although the outcome of the battle was still unclear, this move had saved Wang Fengqi and prevented him from being killed. Otherwise, he would definitely die. After a moment, the dragon's shadow dissipated. Wang Fengqi looked at this scene in disbelief. His master actually blocked the earth-shattering attack of the sect leader of White Tiger sect. How was this possible? Master. I'm sorry, Wang Fengqi stammered. His expression was also extremely ugly, and he did not know what to say. Do you have so little confidence in your master? If I still need you to save me, wouldn't I be laughed at by others? Get lost, go to the side, and watch carefully. I will only use it once. Sword 1, the starting sword of the limitless sword. If you still can't comprehend it, I have nothing else to say. Jiang Chen said coldly. He had to admit that Wang Fengqi's action had touched him a little. Jiang Chen wasn't a man who would easily fall in love, but this silly guy had shown him that there was true love in this world. Not everyone was cold-blooded and heartless. Jiang Chen's words touched his heart. I will only use it once. Can that silly guy learn it? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Senior Bai, you must make this kid pay the price he deserves. He dared to behave atrociously in the White Tiger sect, and disregarded the fossil sect. He deserves to die without a burial place. Jun Luohua said in a deep voice. He looked at Jiang Chen with a gloomy expression. Although I am not your opponent, the leader of the White Tiger sect can kill you easily. Jiang Chen took a look at Jun Luohua. He did not even bother to lower himself to his level. He only used it once because the leader of the White Tiger sect could only take one of his swords. Sword 1 was the starting sword of Jiang Chen's limitless sword. It was also the origin of the Great Path, a sword that turned complexity into simplicity. Although the sword looked simple, it included everything. Although it was not as strong as the 10th and 15th swords, it contained endless sword intent. You can actually take one of my attacks. It seems that I have underestimated you. This time I will not give you any more chances. Bai Wenliang took a step forward. His aura was like that of a tiger. This time, he wanted to set an example for the White Tiger sect. He wanted the Folded Dragon County to submit to him. Bai Wenliang's strength was the strongest in the Folded Dragon County. You don't have much time left. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Bai Wenliang let out a roar and charged forward. He held a 9-foot silver ring saber in his hand. The saber radiance shone brightly. His aura was ferocious, like a dragon or a tiger. The huge saber slashed horizontally. Along with Bai Wenliang's charge, it descended from the sky with the power to split the mountains and rivers. It was unstoppable. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand. The tree branch in the distance was picked up by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen reacted immediately. In an instant, the limitless sword swept out in the form of a tree branch. The sword chi broke the long saber. The shadow of the saber was invisible. The sword chi was unparalleled. It directly shattered all of Bai Wenliang's saber shadows. This sword seemed to have descended from the sky. Wang Fengqi was dumbfounded. The saber broke, the person fell, and his heart was shattered. Countless people around were shocked by the shocking sword intent. Bai Wenliang's aura was weak. His face was pale. Both of his hands were trembling. A half-step divine emperor was defeated by Jiang Chen in one strike. Moreover, his natal divine weapon was destroyed by a tree branch. How ironic, everyone on the scene held their breath. No one dared to say a word. Everyone was extremely shocked. A half-step divine emperor was defeated by Jiang Chen in one strike. Moreover, his natal divine weapon was destroyed by a tree branch. How ironic. Everyone on the scene held their breath. No one dared to say a word. Everyone was extremely shocked. A half-step divine emperor could not even withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen. Never in his wildest dreams would Bai Wenliang have imagined that he wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen. Just like Zhang Tingxiu, he had almost no power to fight back. The bitterness and struggle made Bai Wenliang realize how weak he was in the hands of Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen was clearly not as strong as him. How could this be? Wang Fengqi cried tears of joy. His master was really too powerful. This was his pride and glory. That sword just now contained too many things. He was confused, but he remembered a lot. The shock that sword gave him was the most real. He could feel that his master didn't even bother to use that sword. If it wasn't to show it to him, that sword might be the weakest sword in his master's hands, and it was performed with a tree branch. Wang Fengqi could empathize with his master's good intentions. His heart was filled with gratitude. To truly be without a sword is better than having a sword. To truly let the sword in one's hand become one with the heavens and earth. The spirit of the sword technique was nothing more than this. This was the true essence of the limitless sword. The sword was originally invisible. Only when one truly understood the existence of the sword, then having no sword in one's hand would be better than having a sword. One sword could stop millions of masters. Jiang Chen's figure was like a sword, like an immortal monument. Everyone's heart was filled with awe towards him. However, panic, trembling, fear, and various other emotions appeared in the hearts of Zhang Tingxiu and the others. Even Jun Luohua took a step back. This Jiang Chen is too abnormal, right? Is he still human? He's simply a monster. Who could defeat him? A tree branch defeated a half-step deity emperor. Such a hilarious scene had appeared in front of them, causing everyone to feel a lingering fear. Jiang Chen glanced up by Wenliang. The latter could not help but shiver. That gaze was too terrifying. It was filled with endless killing intent, and even more so, endless disgust. Don't kill me. This is all Zhang Tingxiu's idea. Don't kill me. Bai Wenliang took a step back subconsciously. His face was extremely ugly. He pointed at Zhang Tingxiu and said. He did not want to die, but Jiang Chen seemed to have sentenced him to death. No one can provoke me. Jiang Chen said faintly. He struck out a palm with an overwhelming aura. Bai Wenliang's pupils shrank, and his entire body trembled. Have mercy! A loud shout was heard. Everyone looked at the white-robed young man who was shuttling through the void. However, Jiang Chen didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Under the great Yu soul-forming light, Bai Wenliang's soul was sucked away and both his spirit and body were destroyed. Sigh. The white-robed young man sighed, and his expression was a little ugly. Senior brother, you're finally back. It's him. He killed the sect master of the White Tiger sect and ignored the existence of my petrified sect. I was also humiliated by him, but the petrified sect cannot be tarnished by him. Senior brother, you must kill him. Zhang Tingxiu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She gritted her teeth and stared at Jiang Chen. Pa, the young man in white slapped Zhang Tingxiu's face hard. Zhang Tingxiu looked at her senior brother with a dumbfounded expression. This. What the hell was going on? Senior brother, why are you still not kneeling down and kowtowing to brother Jiang? Otherwise, even I can't protect you. Bai Wenliang of the White Tiger sect asked for it. If he's dead, he's dead. What's there to be surprised about? The white-robed young man shouted angrily. His face was as gloomy as water. He was Sun Xiaolong, who was saved by Jiang Chen in the desolate divine land over 10 years ago. In the past, he had acted tough in front of Jiang Chen countless times, but he was ruthlessly slapped in the face. You bastard, you dare to act tough in front of brother Jiang. Zhang Tingxiu was instantly dumbfounded. However, he didn't dare to disobey. Even his senior brother wasn't standing on his side. He had no one to rely on. Do you know that brother Jiang risked his life to save the people of my petrified sect? Even senior sister Tantai kept it a secret and even teacher Wu treated him with respect. How dare you be disrespectful to brother Jiang? Do you think that the petrified sect will keep a stupid person like you? Sun Xiaolong shouted angrily, causing Zhang Tingxiu's face to turn pale. His voice was so loud that even the deaf could hear. There was a great anger burning in his chest. The entire White Tiger sect, the tens of millions of disciples, and all the people who participated in the 100 sect gathering were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect that even the petrified sect's ambassador would be so afraid of Jiang Chen and keep it a secret. It could be imagined that this Jiang Chen must be extremely terrifying. Even his background was like a mountain that they couldn't pry into. He killed the sect leader of the White Tiger sect with one hand, Yet he could still walk so leisurely and was treated as an honored guest by the petrified sect's ambassador. Who would dare to act rashly? Those who originally didn't think highly of Xianxia all shut their mouths. After all, a loose tongue can cause trouble. No one wanted to be like Bai Wenliang, dying without knowing the reason. He was originally a guy who used the tiger's skin to pull the flag, but in the end, he became a scapegoat. It really made people's hearts cold. The entire White Tiger sect was now in a state of panic. Under Sun Xiaolong's angry rebuke, Zhang Tingxiu hurriedly knelt in front of Jiang and kowtowed to admit his mistake. He didn't dare to have the slightest neglect. The petrified sect's ambassador, who was previously arrogant and high-spirited, actually changed his attitude towards Jiang, causing everyone's jaws to drop. Jiang could naturally see that Sun Xiaolong was venting for him. He was afraid that Jiang would kill Zhang Tingxiu in a fit of anger. Although Zhang Tingxiu was in the wrong, he was still a disciple of the petrified sect and a late hierarch realm expert. An elite disciple with such strength couldn't be easily killed. In the future, there was a high chance that he could become a deacon or even an elder of the petrified sect. It went without saying how much effort was needed to nurture a late hierarch realm expert. Even for the big sects like them, it was not something that could be replicated. Brother Jiang, do you still want to vent your anger? If you're not satisfied, I'll kill this bastard for you right now. Sun Xiaolong said with a smile. No need. Killing him won't help anything. My purpose is to go to the petrified sect. Jiang glanced at Sun Xiaolong indifferently. This guy was now very respectful to him, completely different from his previous pretentious attitude. After Tantai Jingzong went back and told them everything, they finally understood how powerful Jiang was. He was the real core figure of that group of people. Although the sect master of the White Tiger sect, Bai Wenliang, was not the strongest, Sun Xiaolong knew that it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat him. Jiang defeated Bai Wenliang in a single move. His terror was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Ha ha ha, that's great. Brother Jiang, it's been more than 10 years since we parted in the barbarian divine land. My heart is filled with shame. Brother Jiang, you must come with me to the petrified sect this time. Let's catch up. Sun Xiaolong said with a laugh. As for Bai Wenliang's life or death, he didn't care at all. If he died, then he died. It was no big deal. It was just a change of leader for the White Tiger sect. Broken Dragon County would have some simple power turbulence. Everything was not a big deal to the petrified sect. I must go to the petrified sect, but there are some things that I have to deal with. At this moment, everyone in the White Tiger sect was in danger. Everyone was looking at Jiang carefully. His next move would definitely affect everyone, only Jun Luohua had a feeling of extreme fear. He had an ominous premonition that Jiang was going to deal with him. Although it was just a premonition, Jun Luohua had to prepare in advance. He had already thought it through and wanted to retreat quietly. However, at this moment, he was still slowly stared at by Jiang. At that moment, Jun Luohua felt his whole body turn cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. A feeling of deathly stillness shrouded Jun Luohua's heart. It was a feeling he had never felt before. It was like the hand of the Grim Reaper was approaching him step by step. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down Jun Luohua's face. He felt that even if he wanted to leave now, he wouldn't be able to. The feeling of sitting on needles made him feel like he was facing a great enemy. Do you want to leave? Looks like you haven't realized your sense of crisis yet. Jiang said with a smile. I have no enmity with you. Why do you have to deal with me? Jun Luohua took a deep breath and mustered up his courage to say. Because compared to Jiang, he was just too weak. I have no enmity with you. Why did you let Zhang Tingxiu and the leader of the White Tiger sect kill me? Jiang asked back. Jun Luohua's breath stopped and he was speechless. This sentence just happened to poke at his weak spot. Jun Luohua smiled bitterly and his face turned pale. Senior, my Jun family is also considered a famous family in the Broken Dragon County. I hope that you won't make a mistake. If you kill me, my Jun family will not let you go. Jun Luohua had no other choice now. He could only use his own family to defend himself. Otherwise, he really couldn't do anything. But self-preservation was the only way for Jun Luohua. Sun Xiaolong sighed. Did this guy have sh*t in his head? At this moment, you still dare to threaten Jiangchen? You really deserve to die, ha ha ha, interesting. There aren't many people who would dare to threaten me. But, you're still so unyielding even in the face of death. I like it. The Jun family can be considered quite untamed. Jiangchen laughed and said. Jun Luohua knew that he had been completely sealed by Jiangchen. Was this guy really going to kill him? He didn't want to die. He was the genius disciple of the Jun family. He still had to bring the glory of the Jun family to the petrified sect, or even the sword-drawing sect. He would leave his mark on the entire divine realm. He was a monster who was the enemy of the entire world. He couldn't die without knowing why. You can't kill me, Jiangchen. You can't kill me. Otherwise, my Jun family will never forgive you. Jun Luohua subconsciously retreated. His eyes were filled with fear and apprehension. He didn't want to die here. He still wanted to become a genius respected by thousands of people. The Jun family. What a Jun family. Ha ha ha. I hate the Jun family the most. Do you know Jun Tianqiu? Jiangchen took a step forward and stared at Jun Luohua. Jun Luohua staggered. He was pushed back by Jiangchen's aura. His face was ugly. You know the strongest genius of my family? Jun Luohua's heart trembled. He knew that Jiangchen and the genius of the Jun family were not friends of life and death. They were enemies. Otherwise, Jiangchen wouldn't be so persistent. The strongest genius of the Jun family? Haha, then where is he? Jiangchen sneered. The Jun family in the Broken Dragon County is just a branch of the real Jun family. It's not the real Jun family. Jun Tianqiu is indeed the strongest genius of the Jun family. Do you know him, Brother Jiang? Sun Xiaolong looked at Jiangchen in surprise. This guy was everywhere. There was no sign of him in the Jianghu, but there were legends about him. Even the powerful genius of the Jun family was inextricably linked to him. Was this really the first time this guy came to the Central Region Divine Land? It seems that this is just a branch of the Jun family. If I kill you, won't I anger the Jun family? Jiangchen's smile became more and more serious. Don't. Before Jun Luohua could finish his words, Jiangchen's palm had already landed. Jun Luohua turned into ashes in front of everyone's eyes. Even Sun Xiaolong couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He had never thought that Jiangchen would be so arrogant and overbearing. Previously, he had acted arrogantly in front of Jiangchen. Fortunately, Jiangchen didn't hold a grudge against him, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape from his misfortune. Everyone at the scene was shocked. No one was not afraid. Jiangchen killed the white tiger with a raise of his hand, killed Jun Luohua with a raise of his hand. He was in high spirits and his murderous aura was overwhelming. No one could stop him. Bastard! Give me back my Jun heir's life. A loud roar resounded in the void. Two silhouettes broke through the void with a powerful aura. They were two half-step divine emperors, blocking Jiangchen's way. The Jun family's heroes. It's the Jun family's heroes. Both of them are here. It seems that it will be difficult for Jiangchen to leave today. The strength of the Jun family's heroes is quite terrifying. Although they are no match for Bai Wenliang in a one-on-one fight, when the two of them work together, it's not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. He only has himself to blame. Sigh, as long as Jun Luohua is not dead, the Jun family duo will probably not show themselves. At this very moment, he has already sealed off all his escape routes. From the looks of it, this will be another bloody battle. He's too full of himself. He could have left, but he insisted on making things so awkward. Now that the Jun family's heroes are here, it won't be so easy to get away with it. The group of people looked at the two heroes of the Jun family who were pressing down from the void with incomparable shock. Could Jiangchen withstand two half-step divine emperors? Although he wasn't afraid of Bai Wenliang alone, it wouldn't be easy to deal with two half-step divine emperors at the same time. The Jun family's heroes usually worked together seamlessly. In this battle, Jiangchen would definitely be forced into a passive position. Wang Fengqi's expression changed greatly when the mighty duo of the Jun family appeared. As someone who was born and raised in the Plate Blue world, Wang Fengqi knew how frightening the mighty duo of the Jun family were. They were practically one of the most powerful existences in the entire Folded Dragon County. Although the two of them had not left the mountain for a long time, even Bai Wenliang feared them like a tiger. Such power was definitely not something an ordinary person could deal with. Although the power that his master had displayed just now was extremely powerful, in Wang Fengqi's eyes, his master was also facing a great enemy. "Master, be careful. These two people are not ordinary people," Wang Fengqi said worriedly. "The Jun family's bloodline has been passed down for generations. How dare you cut off my inheritance? I will make sure you die without a burial place," Jun Ke said in a deep voice. Jun Ke said in a low voice. That was his own grandson. He had to avenge Jun Luohua. "Big brother, why are you still being courteous with him? Use his life to exchange for Jun Heir's life." "Although his life isn't that valuable," Jun Karen and Ling Ling said. Jun Karen said coldly. Jun Luohua's death was a great blow to both of them. It was their chance to return to the Jun family's ancestral shrine. Jun Luohua was their most beloved junior, but all of this was destroyed by Jiang Chen. How could they not be angry? "If that's the case, then all of you can die. At least you can accompany him. After destroying your Jun family, I will go and find Jun Tianzhou," Jiang Chen said lightly. Jun Tianzhou is the #1 genius of the Jun family. As a member of the Jun family, I am extremely proud. You? Ha ha ha, forget it. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can compete with the #1 genius of the Jun family? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Today, I will send you to the 18th level of hell. Boy, go to hell. Jun Ke roared angrily. His heart was already filled with anger. His own grandson, his own hopes, all of it had gone down the drain. What else could he not let go of? If he did not kill Jiang Chen today, he would not be a man. Why do you have to do this? Sun Xiaolong sighed. According to Tantai Jingzong, Jiang Chen could even be compared to a divine emperor expert. These two half-step divine emperors were just there to die. There was nothing to be afraid of. Sun Xiaolong's guess was right. Jiang Chen quickly made his move. Like a bolt of lightning, his hand seals linked together. His cheek controlled the universe. His palms were like thunder, shaking the mountains and rivers. The two heroes of the Jun family didn't even last 10 rounds in Jiang Chen's hands. They were defeated by Jiang Chen in a domineering manner, and they didn't even have the strength to fight back. When the two of them wanted to escape, they finally realized the threat of death. But at that moment, everything was too late. They wanted to escape, but they couldn't escape from Jiang Chen's palm. In the end, they were killed by Jiang Chen mercilessly. The Jun family had almost completely declined. The death of their genius disciple and the two old ancestors of the Jun family was a great blow to the vitality of the Jun family. They might not be able to recover even after hundreds of thousands of years. No one dared to go against Jiang Chen's words. At this moment, Jiang Chen was like a peerless divine emperor that no one could stand shoulder to shoulder with. Even Sun Xiaolong had no choice but to stand beside Jiang Chen and act as a foil. The most fortunate person was none other than Zhang Tingxiu. If it wasn't for Sun Xiaolong's timely arrival, if it wasn't for the fact that he was a member of the fossil sect, perhaps he would have died more miserably than anyone else. Even the 3 half-step deity emperors were killed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could control their life and death with just a flip of his palm. It was truly a blessing and misfortune to be able to survive. Jiang Chen's methods and the shadows of his spear were terrifying. At this moment, no one dared to say a word. Their faces were filled with shock. Such a strong cultivator was in existence that ruled over the world. No one in the entire Broken Dragon County dared to go against him. Even the envoys of the petrifying sect were willing to stay behind. How domineering was this? Wang Fengqi's eyes flickered with a strange light, his gaze was burning. One day, he would become like his master, an existence that was the focus of everyone's attention. He wanted to prove to the world that he wasn't a piece of trash, he wanted to become a man of indomitable spirit in this world. Brother Qi, Feng Yan held Wang Fengqi's hand tightly. Their eyes were filled with emotions and excitement. Jun Luohua was dead, and the Jun family duo was also killed by Jiang Chen. There was no longer any hindrance for them to be together. This was the most fortunate thing. Sister Feng, there will be a day when I become the strongest man in this world. At that time I'll come and marry you. This time I'll definitely enter the petrified sect. I'll become someone above all others. I'll protect you forever and not let you suffer the slightest bit of harm. Wang Fengqi said solemnly. The determination in his heart and the determination in his eyes made Feng Yan very happy. The smile at the corner of his mouth was also sincere. Jiang Chen glanced at Sun Xiaolong. Now, he was preparing to enter the fossil sect with him. Only by entering the fossil sect would he have the opportunity to show his strength and find Qingqing. Only then would he be at ease. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would never be at peace. Brother Jiang, this time I am not the only one who came. Tantai is also here. However, she is not here now. She is somewhere else. If Brother Jiang is interested, you can go together with her. Sun Xiaolong looked at Jiang Chen meaningfully and said in a low voice. What place? Jiang Chen asked. The relic of a great emperor. More accurately speaking, it is the temporary imperial residence of an ancient great emperor. It is located in the south of the Broken Dragon County. However, this time, two people came. Tantai and the number one genius of our fossil sect, by Qi Huayu. That fellow treats Tantai as his exclusive property. No one can be compared to him. He is also known as one of the three successors of the fossil sect. You can imagine how powerful he is. Compared to Tantai, he rose up faster and earlier. Moreover, after knowing that you saved Tantai, he seems to be very interested in you and wants to meet Brother Jiang. Sun Xiaolong said with a smile. It could be considered a kind reminder. Great Emperor's temporary imperial residence? What is that place? Jiang Chen frowned. If there was nothing to attract him, what was the point of going there? It is said that it is the remains of an extremely powerful great emperor. It is called the Five-Direction Imperial Residence. The Five-Direction Imperial Residence is the last great emperor of the divine world. Ever since the ancient era, the number of sovereigns became fewer and fewer. Even after billions of years, there were still a lot of people who couldn't break through to the sovereign realm. They were infinitely close to the sovereign realm, but they couldn't break through. The five great sovereigns were the last great sovereign of the divine world 60 million years ago. No one knows where he went, but after him, no one else broke through to the sovereign realm. Sun Xiaolong's words completely evoked Jiang Chen's thoughts. The last great emperor of the divine world? If that was the case, it was indeed worth going there. After all, no one had broken through to the great emperor realm for millions of years. This kind of difficulty and mystery was worthy of Jiang Chen's investigation. Emperor realm. This step, he had to work hard sooner or later. Therefore, it was reasonable that it attracted countless experts at this time. This time, as far as I know, there are 4 great sects that have sent out their strongest experts. The Extraordinary Will sect, the Water Charm Sword sect, and the Resurgence sect are all among them. The remaining one is my Petrified sect. These 4 great sects are also part of the 10 great sects of the Kunchen sect. I don't know where they got the news about the Five-Direction Imperial Residence. Although there are no Divine Emperor Realm experts, there are some genius experts whose strength is not inferior to Divine Emperor Realm experts. After all, Divine Emperor Realm experts are the pillars of the sect. It is impossible for them to be sent out casually. However, this time, the sect is also very concerned about the Five-Direction Imperial Residence. Otherwise, they would not have sent out 2 out of the 3 supreme geniuses of the sect. This is enough to show that the Five-Direction Imperial Residence will definitely become the target of public criticism this time. Whether we can get some good treasures will depend on our luck. However, what everyone wants to know the most is the reason why the Emperor Realm experts are unable to break through. If we can get the answer, I'm afraid that even the people in the Slaughter Pagoda and Marshal Dan Hall will rush to get it. How much do you know about the Five-Direction Temporary Residence? Jiang Chen asked. I don't know about the rest. The Five-Direction Temporary Residence was discovered by a half-step Divine Emperor expert, but he was already dead when he came out of it. I'm afraid Tantai and Bai Chi Huayu will have to find out the real secret. But if you don't want to go, you can follow me back to the fossil sect. Sun Xiaolong said with a smile. You don't have to provoke me. The Five-Direction Great Emperor is the last Great Emperor of the Divine World. It's worth it for me to find out. You fossil sect want to borrow my strength to help Tantai Jingsong, right? Jiang Chen said faintly. Ha ha ha. Brother Jiang is really Brother Jiang. You've seen through it. I know you'll be interested. Sun Xiaolong didn't try to hide it anymore. It was reasonable that Jiang Chen could guess it. However, Jiang Chen's help to the fossil sect was quite huge. An expert who wasn't any weaker than Tantai Jingzong would be a great help to the fossil sect. Moreover, Sun Xiaolong's help this time was an unexpected surprise. He would definitely report this to the sect when he returned. It was indeed a great contribution to the sect. Oh right. Brother Jiang, are your enlightened being friend and the fire Qilin not here? Sun Xiaolong asked in surprise. They have something important to do. They're not here. Show me the way. We'll set off immediately. Jiang Chen said and looked back at Wang Fengqi. He's my disciple. You don't have to tell others about him. Just take care of him for me. Thank you, Brother Sunday. Jiang Chen took out a peak origin divine tool and gave it to Sun Xiaolong. Sun Xiaolong's eyes lit up as he was overjoyed. Even for him, a peak origin divine tool was quite precious. Jiang Chen was so generous. The value of a peak origin divine tool was definitely beyond his imagination. Above the peak origin divine tool was the primal origin treasure. Not everyone could have a primal origin treasure. Even a divine emperor expert might not have a chance to get a primal origin treasure without a great fortune. Of course, of course. Haha, many thanks, Brother Jiang. Sun Xiaolong accepted Jiang Chen's primordial spirit tool without hesitation. He glanced at Wang Fengqi and nodded slightly. I'm leaving now. Enter the fossil sect and cultivate well. In the future, your path of cultivation will depend on yourself. I hope you can comprehend the limitless sword soon. Jiang Chen took a deep look at Wang Fengqi and transmitted his voice to him. Wang Fengqi nodded his head vigorously, then kowtowed heavily in the direction that Jiang Chen had left. This kowtow was his greatest gratitude to his master. Broken Dragon County Guidebook, Chiefing Mountain. The boundless secular world was filled with continuous mountains and thorns for thousands of miles. The road was at the end of the mountain and the river was scarce. It was filled with ancient trees and great rivers. It was incomparably barren. In this barren land, even birds and beasts were extremely rare, lacking vitality. The Chiefing Mountain is just ahead. In the 300 miles of Chiefing Mountain, there's a roundabout place. That's the entrance to the Five-Direction Pavilion. I still have to bring people back to the fossil sect to report, so I can't continue with you. Sun Xiaolong said. All right. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Sun Xiaolong turned into a stream of light and left. Looking at the vast mountain in front of him, Jiang Chen quickly flew forward. The sky above was gloomy, as if a storm was coming. Jiang Chen crossed the mountain and saw an inconspicuous valley. In front of the valley, there was a small door. There were no carvings of dragons or phoenixes in front of the door, nor were there any luxurious decorations. There was only an unlatched door. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and glanced at the front. It seemed like the door was forcibly opened. It seems like they've been in there for a long time. Jiang Chen frowned and murmured. Just as he was about to enter, a voice suddenly called out to him. Fellow Daoist, please wait. The person who came was a chubby Daoist. He wasn't tall and wore a Daoist robe. He had a smile in his eyes, a mustache, and a pair of triangular eyes. He didn't look annoying and even a little funny. He swaggered towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen frowned. Where did this person come from? He didn't seem to have anything to do with him, nor was he familiar with him. Amateus Buddha. Fellow Daoist, you have a full forehead and an imposing appearance. I can tell that you're the chosen one. The chubby Daoist said with a smile. What does it have to do with you? Jiang Chen asked. He didn't know where this guy came from, but he didn't look like a kind person. Hee hee, it's fate to meet each other. The fate between us has just begun. If you don't believe me, you'll definitely understand it in the future. This humble Daoist's Daoist name is Wuda. Greetings. Wuda bowed slightly, looking very respectful. Wuda? Could it be Wuda? Xianxia thought in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. After all, he had no enmity with this Daoist. This Daoist name is not very good. It's very easy for people to misunderstand. Hee. Xianxia also said with a smile. Sigh, this humble one's name before I became a monk was very nice. Unfortunately, my master gave me this Daoist name. However, I didn't dare to reject it and kept using it until now. In the past, I was Wu Liang. How is it? Nice, right? Wuda said with a smile, looking very proud. Xianxia couldn't help but roll his eyes. Are you serious? Big brother, it doesn't sound as nice as Wuda. It's also a name that makes one's imagination run wild. I'm not interested in what you're called. What do you mean by calling me? Xianxia asked. Nothing. I just want to go in with you so that we can take care of each other. Fellow Daoist, I can tell at first glance that you are a pure-hearted person. Compared to those murderers who kill like flies, you are much better. Wuda said seriously. Do you know what this place is? Xianxia said calmly. I know. Isn't this the Five-Direction temporary residence? It's rumored that the Five-Direction Great Emperors are the last Great Emperors of the Divine World. Someone must have entered this place before. For safety reasons, I'll go with you. I won't disappoint you, Wuda said seriously. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. This guy seems to be very familiar with the Five-Direction temporary residence. I wonder where he's from. Alright, let's go together. We can take care of each other. Please. Xianxia said with a smile. He didn't know where this fat Daoist came from, but he wasn't afraid of him. At least, he wanted to see what this guy had up his sleeve. Please. Wuda said. After you. Xianxia said. Please go first. If there's any danger, I can help you. Wuda said. All of a sudden, a white light flashed in front of the door. It looked like a spirit fox. Xianxia subconsciously took a step back and squinted his eyes. At this moment, Wuda was already on top of a mountain 1,000 meters away. Xianxia gazed at Wuda coldly. Nothing dangerous had happened yet, but this guy had already escaped 1,000 meters away. What the hell was going on? This is too much. Just a moment ago, he said that he wanted to help Daoist friend. In the next second, he ran away. There's no danger. Come down. Xianxia said faintly. This fella is really a clown. However, with his cowardly character, he might not be able to escape. Daoist friend, are you serious? If that's the case, I will open a path for you. Wuda said with a serious face. However, he did not have the slightest intention of opening a path for Xianxia. Xianxia was too lazy to care about him. As long as this fella did not pose a threat to him, it would be fine. Moreover, this fella did not seem to regard Xianxia as an opponent. This fella's strength should be at the half-step Divine Emperor realm. Xianxia directly entered the Xufeng Palace. Within the palace, there was a thousands of miles long underground tunnel. Xianxia walked forward step by step while Wuda followed behind him slowly. Daoist friend, you're really bold. I was just one step away from seizing the opportunity. However, Daoist friend was still one step ahead of me. Let's go together. We can go to the Xufeng Palace easily. Sigh. Daoist friend, wait for me. Xianxia completely ignored this fat old man. This fella has no ability, but he is the #1 coward. However, Xianxia was always on his guard against this fella. He had to be careful against an unknown person. After all, he did not know what the fellow wanted to do. After passing through 1,000 meters of tunnel, Xianxia and Wuda appeared in a huge underground square. It was 1,000 meters wide and it was quite calm. On the ground, there were many stone pillars with armless people carved on them. There were nearly 1,000 armless people on the entire underground square. They were divided into two sides and it seemed to be a huge formation. Xianxia could not see the end of it. Xianxia took a step forward and wanted to enter the formation. However, he was stopped by Wu De. "Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. This armless man seems to be an incomparably huge array formation. It's very strange, so it's best if you don't take any risks. Let me take a look first before making a decision," Wu De said in a serious manner. Xianxia was slightly surprised. He didn't expect this old Taoist to be so kind. It was rare. It seemed like this old Taoist wasn't a narrow-minded and despicable person. "Can you see the strangeness of this formation?" Xianxia glanced at Wu De and said. Currently, even he could not see the strangeness of this formation. However, Xianxia had to test it himself in order to gradually understand this formation. With the no-beginning formation, he naturally had no reason to be afraid. Although this formation was complicated, he should be able to deal with it. "I've been studying formation since I was young. It's been 79,000 years. Even though I can't say that I've achieved much in the field of formations, there are probably less than 5 people in the Central Plains who can surpass me in the field of formations. I'm confident that I can do it," Wu De said with an arrogant face. His entire being was filled with incomparable confidence. He had the demeanor of a great master. "Just follow me. I've indeed lost my composure before. I must get back at this formation. Watch how I break this formation." Wu De nodded at Xianxia, appearing very confident. "All right, great master, please." Xianxia smiled. Wu De was in front. The two of them began to enter the stone formation of the armless man. Wu De looked around and mumbled something. After walking for half a day, they finally lost their way. "Why is this formation so strange? I actually lost my way," Wu De said awkwardly with a solemn expression on his face. "This formation is quite terrifying. I actually couldn't see any clues from it. I originally thought that it was just a small formation, but after entering, I realized that it's actually so strange." "In other words, Great Master has given up? If we get lost in this formation, won't we just be waiting for death?" Xianxia said. "Impossible. With this poor Taoist's attainments in formations, there's definitely no formation that we can't get out of. It's just a matter of time. Believe me, if we don't get out of this formation, this poor Taoist will not rest until I die." Although Wu De was lost, his slogan was still very loud. No matter what, they had to get out of this formation. This formation was just a maze. It didn't cause any harm to them. Therefore, Wu De was not anxious at all. 3 days later, "Can I still believe in you, Great Master?" Xianxia asked with a solemn expression. Wu De's face was slightly embarrassed. Obviously, he had failed once again. This formation was too difficult. He had no way to reverse the situation. Even if he wanted to break it, it would probably take a few thousand years. Moreover, he might not even be able to break it. "Believe me one more time. This is definitely an accident. Once I've thoroughly studied it, this formation will be a piece of cake." Wu De had boasted twice, but he had failed both times. At this time, he could only study the formation silently. Wu De's bragging did not stop. Xianxia was too lazy to count on him. After entering the formation, he had been studying the formation. However, he still needed a few more days to completely understand the armless stone formation. However, he was not in a hurry. The no-beginning formation needed time to evolve, and he needed even more time to understand the formation. "Look, Jiang brother, there's someone over there?" Wu De suddenly pointed to the front and said. He could feel a strong fluctuation of life. Xianxia also frowned. He took a step forward and went towards the corner of the stone pillar. At this moment, a flying kick arrived. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. He punched out and forced the flying kick to retreat. A blue-cloaked figure followed and continuously kicked more than 10 times. The terrifying leg technique was like lightning. Every kick was filled with an incomparable pressure. If it was an ordinary hierarch realm expert, he would probably be kicked to death. Xianxia's expression was calm with a cold expression. Both of his fists were like tigers, and he forcefully forced the blue-clothed figure to retreat. From the beginning to the end, his attacks did not manage to force Xianxia back. On the contrary, he was the one who took 2 steps back. His eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. The blue-clothed young man's long hair was tied behind his back. His face was sharp, and his eyebrows were like stars. He could be considered as a handsome man. However, the sharpness in his eyes seemed to be incompatible with Xianxia. When their eyes met, a shocking battle intent could be seen. "Stop." A low voice resounded. Xianxia frowned. The voice was extremely familiar. A figure flashed past behind the stone pillar. A beautiful figure appeared. Her beauty was enough to cause the downfall of a country. Her eyebrows also showed a hint of surprise. "It's you." The person who came was Tantai Jingzong. Her eyes were obviously filled with a hint of surprise, but she did not show it. Xianxia's appearance had undoubtedly increased the strength of the fossil sect. Although this guy was not very amiable, his strength was undeniable. The blue-clothed young man's expression also turned cold. He looked at Xianxia with sharper eyes. "You two know each other?" "Not familiar." "Not familiar." Xianxia and Tantai Jingzong said at the same time and looked at each other. "Ha ha ha, what a match made in heaven. How can we not be familiar with each other when we speak so tacitly?" Wu De said with a laugh. His eyes were filled with a strange color. His beaming face made the blue-clothed young man even more unhappy. "Smelly old man, I'll tear your mouth if you talk nonsense again." End of chapter 3258. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.